Synopsis. One day, you wake up in a dark, filthy cell. The next, you're declared a Sanctified Psyker, bound to the Emperor and shipped off to school to learn how to die, productively. But you survive. Now you're being sent to the war-torn planet of Kronus, where you're meant to report to the Inquisitor you're assigned to. But the moment your boots touch the ground, everything spirals into chaos. In a galaxy where survival is a miracle and loyalty is tested daily, this is the journey of one reluctant psyker caught between duty, destiny, and destruction. Chapter 1. Ah, you're awake. Good, good. Just in time. A voice, swinging from a mouth-watering contralto to a pleasant bass whispered in my ear. It sent shivers of pleasure and revulsion down my spine, yet it froze the blood in my veins. He's just a little terrified human. A deep, chilling voice rumbled from all around me. It felt like bloodthirst, rage and war. It made my blood race like a battle hymn. My heart thundered with the need to rip and tear, to bathe myself in the blood of my enemies. I opened my eyes and immediately wanted to claw them out of my skull, yet I was unable to move, to look away. The landscape it was hard, no impossible to describe. There were fleshly, half-rotted mouths on the floor ceiling. Men, women and children, who were little more than slabs of brutalized flesh and offal were being tortured in unspeakable ways. Their screams of agony ecstasy were echoing in the purple, pulsating void all around us. Directions were shifting in a way that simply made no sense, up and right, left and down. HRF. What did you do, bird brain? Another male spoke. The voice sounded like decay, like the moans of the deathly sick. This wasn't according to plan. Another voice. Inhuman. Wise. Amused. Interested. It constantly changed in tone and timbre, it held the promise of things to come. You think? This was different. The voice made my very soul ring with confidence I've never known. It held calm radiance, filling my heart with hope. How amusing, a shard of the corpse emperor, the male-female thing laughed from behind me, the very substance of the sound making me flush with desire. He's one of mine. The bright voice spoke, disregarding the interruption. Yours? No. A flutter of feathers. Many bird-like eyes formed in a twisting madness around me and staring into my soul. Then he isn't one of yours either. The light sounded amused. Not yet. The voice was all feminine, soothing, seductive, arousing. Its sheer presence made me scream as my mind was bombarded with visions of carnal pleasures that no sane man would ever dream of in his deepest nightmares. Don't break it yet. The constantly changing voice admonished, while the 1,000 eyes continued to stare into me. Wrong. This exactly by the plan. A large, very green face suddenly appeared in front of me and grinned. Those were some huge and really sharp teeth. That just what you get. The green being winked at me. You. The flutter of feathers was getting irritated, though even more interested. We is bored. Another even more green face simply materialized next to the first, 1,000 years the same staff. It grumbled. The twisting madness around the faces started turning green. You want change? The ever-changing voice had a distinct tone this time. It was amused. Satisfied. Curious. Fun. We wanna fun. The two green monstrosities roared as one. The 13th was born. Something muttered occur. That made my mind hurt. We want a new game. The faces chanted again and again. What do you expect just an ordinary man from wherever you got him to do? The only voice I could relate to spoke in a long-suffered tone. That unexpected. His flesh is weak. His will is brittle. I could hear the echo of a battle in the voice. I can fix that. The sound of tongue-wetting lips followed the seductive whisper. The promise of I shuddered in more pleasure than a human should be able to ever feel. He's still a human. And alive, there was a wonder as warm light brushed over me. The 1,000 eyes staring at me crinkled, smiling. Yes, the voice was all sex and lust, amusement rolled from her emmett. What say you, little morsel? Ready to play? Don't answer. The light became harsh, searing the yes off my tongue. Game's afoot. The first green face beamed at me. Walk. His joyful scream washed over me. Reality itself shifted, snapping into focus. My mind suddenly cleared, allowing me to comprehend where exactly I was. If my body wasn't frozen I would have voided my bowels then and there, before screaming like a little girl and fainting. None of that was allowed. We have a proposition for you. The sensual voice slid over my body like a lover's caress, making me shudder in delight. Choose a boon and be on its way. That was more akin to the roar of chainsaws than a voice. I awoke with a startled gasp and looked around. Small, stuffy room, pitch dark. I could hear the soft whine of a servo skull. It felt familiar, reassuring. Letting a sigh of relief, I closed my eyes and fell back into the bed. It was that dream again, though there were a few more details this time. I shuddered as a vivid recollection ran through my mind. Even whispering a word about what I often dream of would be enough to see me summarily executed if I was lucky. I should know, I've been training to be an Inquisitor for what felt forever. That was mostly true too. My first memories were awakening in a tiny, empty cell in what I later found out to be one of the Holy Black ships. Let me tell you, the journey to the Most Holy Terra was rather unpleasant, especially when I simply couldn't remember who I was or how I got there. Then I found out that I didn't know the meaning of the word unpleasant, or what agony was for that matter. Not until I found myself securely strapped to a gurney, while a robed abomination that was more machine than man shoved a piece of rubber in my mouth, ordering me to bite down. Then he was out and something shifted around me, letting me get a good look of the place where I woke up. I had mere moments to stare in horror at the dozens of very sharp, very long needles pointed all over me, before the torture implements descended and all I knew was pain. I know I lost consciousness soon thereafter as the agony became too much for my mind to bear. That was also the first time I had the bloody nightmare. When I regained consciousness I was informed of what was expected of me. I had to train my cursed powers and use them in the name of the God Emperor of mankind. Or I could get shot then and there if I was lucky. I shook my head at the memory. It sucked. There was nothing else to say about it. The fucking pain was bad enough. The little fact that it heralded me being able to touch what was literally hell for the first time I could remember was so much worse I shuddered. The mere thought chased off what little vestiges of sleep I had left. I threw the blanket away and stood up. Light up. I ordered. The servo skull obeyed the voice command. A quiet click came from it. A subdued whoosh followed and the crown-shaped bast it wore like a hat was filled with flickering orange flames. I took a deep breath of the sweet incense. The simple familiarity of the smell made me feel a bit better. The dancing flames illuminated my home for the past half-decade since my soul was bound to the Emperor and I was sent back to the Schola. My meager possessions were carefully arranged around the room. That was the stormtrooper sergeant's fault. He who enforced discipline and made sure that we all were presentable all the time, because he wouldn't tolerate anything less. We were on the third such fella ever since I was volunteered for this particular school. The last two suffered rather gruesome and inventive accidents after pissing off a few of my fellow students too much. That bit of fun was swiftly followed by inquisitorial type of justice. It was ever more bloody, long-lasting, and gruesome than what my Schola mates could ever think about. The first accident actually made the smarter of us think. It became obvious why most of our cadre weren't psychers. They were a test of a sort to see how would we act towards them when pushed. When someone went overboard, well at least we got break from classes on the next day and a bit of free entertainment. That also served as additional motivation to study hard and learn how to safeguard our thoughts better. After all, an open mind was like a fortress with its gates open and sign in orbit inviting various unpleasant types, as Master Hughes used to say, before he got eaten by a demon in class, the poor sod. Fortunately I missed that bit of excitement, because anyone in the same wing of the building had to go very strict screening by the Ordo Malleus folks who were here to teach us, while doing some RR. A whole third of the people in there were never seen again, though soon we had an upswing in servitors on campus. Totally unrelated. I mean it. When an honest, Emperor-blessed Inquisitor says so, it becomes a divine truth, one that no one sane is going to naysay. I smiled at the good times I remembered and returned my attention to the present. What little I possessed was packed up in a single cargo container, which lay open in the middle of the room. Mostly it held a few changes of clothes, courtesy of the small stipend the students without any other source of income received for expenses. They served as an additional packaging for the most expensive thing I owned, a couple of heavy, leather-bound books covered with blessed seals. They contained various litanies and blessings which should protect a careful psyker when practicing his warpcraft or facing such a phenomena. Besides that, all I had was my issued gear, which didn't amount to much, because of who I was a no-one, who lacked a family or any other support structure to help pave my way. So instead of something more functional, I had to relegate myself to a standard-issue carapace armor, a lost pistol and an old, scarred chainsword. Then there were the most important things that, while technically mine, were actually owned by the Holy Inquisition. Those were my credentials, papers that would let me board a warp-capable transport to Kronus, in the Zoo system, Lythesh sector, and the small blessed sigil signifying that I was working for an Inquisitor one I haven't yet met, though that wasn't really a surprise. Usually the neonates like myself, once we were deemed sufficiently trained that we could be of some minor use before we got ourselves killed, were sent to meet the Inquisitor under whom we were supposed to apprentice and really start learning the ropes. I glanced at the data slate containing my orders and stilled as a shiver ran up my spine. For some reason every time I thought about Kronus I felt unease. My few attempts to divine that was all about were unsuccessful, giving me only vague portents of danger. That was decidedly unhelpful. I would be meeting my master while he was at work over there, something that virtually guaranteed danger. Shaking my head at the worry, I tore my sight from the cargo crate and checked up the time. It was 4 in the morning, about an hour or so before I should have gotten up to ensure my arrival at the spaceport would be in time. That left me to check up if everything was packed at my leisure, seal the crate and take a shower. Once that was done, I got into one of my 2 pair of decent clothes, strapped the armor on and pocketed my credentials and orders. Knowing my schoolmates, leaving something really valuable in my rooms unattended wasn't a smart thing to do on the day I was to finally leave this place. It was time to properly adjust the calf to blood content in my veins. Chapter 2. Munitorum Warp Transport, Blood of Saints. En route to Kronus. Zeus System. Luthesh Sector. 2 weeks in warp transit. It frayed my nerves and shook my mind. The source of my power, so close, so enticing I had to spend all my time on board in prayer, reciting litanies while going over the mental exercise to center myself. This was much worse than my only other warp travel after my binding, which brought me to the Schola. During that little excursion, the Empyrean was very calm in contrast to the turbulent travel I had to endure this time around. By the time we emerged at the edge of the system, the Geller fields were straining and the unintelligible whispers I'd been hearing in the last days of our transits were getting more and more vocal. So it's not a surprise that I felt a huge surge of relief when we were back in normal space. I should have known better then, though at the time I was more interested in catching up with some sorely missing sleep to think how the universe planned to screw me over. Once I was awake and managed to drag myself to the mess hall, I was still downing my first cup of steaming caf when a naval armsman burst in. "Sir, the captain requests your presence at the bridge." The sergeant gave me a proper salute. "At your earliest convenience." In turn, I rewarded him with a bleary-eyed glance that would have made a plague zombie proud and finished my cup. I didn't need to touch the warp to feel the fear oozing from him. My status as a very new, very green inquisitorial agent might have had something to do with that, though personally, I think it was a more mundane reason. A symbol on my coat designated me as a psyker so everyone and their uncle should know who to shoot in case of warp shenanigans. When you took those 2 things into account, you can guess why I was left alone during the transit, though coincidentally there was a heavily armed detachment of naval armsmen stationed near my chambers. That was the Navy speak for right fucking now, right? I groaned and looked forlornly at the kitchens where the cooks were busy preparing lunch. Nah, appearing in front of the ship's master with a cup of caf, unless it was for him, won't fly. As far as someone working for the Inquisition, I was near the bottom of the food chain and currently had no real authority of my own, something that Captain Linux was well aware of. He's been carting passengers such as me for a long, long time. Now that the caffeine was kicking in and my brain was starting to work properly, I had to stop myself from groaning and tarnishing my non-existent reputation. The captain wasn't calling me so I could watch us approaching the planet from the bridge. I wasn't important enough to warrant such a privilege. Someone of my station would need to be a scion of a rather powerful noble dynasty, famous military family, or something like that to earn a visit by the ship master. I stood up, straightened up my clothes, and waved at the sergeant. "By all means. Lead the way. I haven't had the honor of visiting the bridge." The NCO looked indecisive for a moment. He was obviously reluctant to let me walk behind him. I gave him a flat look and walked next to him. "I have no real idea where's the bridge without scrying for the place." That's something both of us would rather avoid, I think. The casual mention of warpcraft made him pale. His hands crossed in the warding sign of the Aquila. "Let's not keep the captain waiting." I walked towards the entrance I came from. "Ah, sir. This way." The sergeant cleared his throat and pointed at the door in the far end of the mess hall. My mood was already in a free fall when we reached the bridge. There were a lot of naval rats doing their job, and a few cogheads whistling in binary and waving smoking incense with their mechatendrils. Most notable and concerning were the 3 people looking at a hollow projection of the Zeus system. The one in the middle was the most physically imposing, towering a head taller than the rest. He wore a purple trench coat with ridiculous parade pauldrons on the shoulders. A bald head with visible implants and data jacks was all I could see from this angle. To his left stood a short woman in a reasonably plain uniform, which fit her like a glove. I admit, I stared at her curves for a few moments before my eyes snapped to the third person. Even with my warp sense shut as I've kept it ever since the journey started, I could feel the power of the man. If I had to guess, he was our navigator. The woman was probably either the CO or the commander of the naval armsmen. That didn't bode well. "Agent Vale, you join us at last," the navigator's voice boomed. I gave him a respectful bow. It never hurt to be polite to a potentially more powerful psyker, not to mention one who was undoubtedly much more experienced than me. We have a problem. The captain's gruff voice made me redirect my attention. The man had turned towards me, revealing a burnt face that was mostly bionics. How can I be of assistance, sir? I asked politely. We've had some communication problems ever since transiting to real space. They were fixed an hour ago and we got a sit rep. The woman turned around, revealing a weathered face that once had held stunning beauty. Now it was a mess of scars which she wore proudly. It's rather interesting, I take it. Kronus is a mess. Besides the damn Tau, we've got orcs and Eldar down there. They've been giving hell to the Imperial Guard. The woman smiled thinly. The good news is that we've got an Adeptus, a straight strike cruiser in orbit. It emerged from behind the planet a few minutes ago. That's not as good as it should sound. I tried. We've also have conflicting reports stating that there have been at least 2 engagements between elements of the Guard and the Blood Ravens, who own the cruiser. Well, fuck. My false good cheer died a sudden and violent death. Do you know something about this spirited situation? The captain made a grimace, which might have been a smile. It was impossible to tell. All I know is that I'm supposed to meet with Inquisitor Requista on my arrival planet side. I shrugged. Captain Linux gave me his version of a disappointed look. We've also received instructions to ferry you to Victory Bay as soon as practical. We received an encoded message for you too. The woman, who lacked a name tag on her uniform, gave me a data slate. I see. Have arrangements for my departure been made? Your luggage should already be in the shuttle. You're leaving in an hour. The woman stated blandly. I see. Thank you, ma'am. Captain Linux, it's been a pleasure. I gave them a proper bow and saw myself out. 30 minutes later, I was strapped into the back of an ancient shuttle, which took off a couple of minutes after I went on board. Whoever had requested my presence, had obviously lit up a fire under the captain's command throne. Not good at all. At least I was alone in the small passenger compartment, which left me free to see the message. I used my sigil, which was actually an artifact full of codes and ciphers, to decode the data. My eyes skimmed over the titles of Inquisitor Jonas Requista, Ordo Xenos until I reached the important part. It was succinct and to the point. The Blood Ravens and the Imperial Guard had conflicting orders, something that might prove troublesome. I was to go visit Governor General Alexander and fix the mess before it got out of hand, while my master and his retinue were busy investigating heretic activity on the Daimos Peninsula. They were expected to be out of contact for some time. Obviously, that message had been recorded before the shit hit the fan and the Emperor's finest started shooting each other. The only bright thing in sight was the last few sentences of the message. They were in High Gothic and meant that in this instance I was to act in the name of the Lord Inquisitor, something that at least, in theory, gave me a bit of power. Well, fuck me. If the Imperial Guard and the Space Marines were shooting at each other, my newfound authority was unlikely to impress them while Requista and company were out of contact. Damn it all to the warp, I was fresh out of the Schola. I wasn't supposed to be dealing with generals and Astartes. I was so fucked. Chapter 3. Spaceport. Victory Bay. Kronus. Once I was able to stop bemoaning my fuck all luck and likely immediate demise, I had a few hours to start scheming. Without an actual Inquisitor around who could simply order this whole fucking mess stopped, I would need to get creative. Considering that I really knew very little about the situation, besides what amounted to rumors, meant that I needed some facts and to talk with the general. Persuading him to stop trying to force the IG on Kronus in mass suicide by Astrates would be a good first step after that. If that didn't work, I would be in a bind. Technically I might be in my rights to shoot him then, though that wouldn't be a course of action that would be survivable. For some arcane reason I was quite taken with my continued state of living, so that was flat out. Our atmospheric entry and landing went without a hitch and soon enough the ramp opened, revealing a brightly lit landing pad. I looked around. The place was rather busy, but it paled in comparison with the port at Omnicron V, the location of my Schola and the only place I could call home until I was promptly kicked out into the outright terrifying world that was this millennium. There were a lot of dockworker, heavy machinery, the inevitable cogheads and soldiers milling around either doing their work or trying to skive off a few minutes of rest. A squad of the latter waited leaning on a chimera next to the steps leading down from the landing pad below me. Obviously they were here for me, because one of them, an NCO, started striding up the steps once I got out into the sun. Sir, I'm Sergeant LaCroix, Alpha Platoon, Baker Company, 71st Battalion, 1st Cronus Regiment. Are you Agent Vale, from His Majesty's Inquisition, sir? I'm an inquisitorial agent, yes. I nodded at the sergeant. We're to escort you to see the general, sir. Splendid. Just a moment. I took a deep breath and let my mental barriers ease up a tiny bit. Touching the warp was both exhilarating and revolting. The sheer raw power at one's command was only surpassed by the perils that laid in wait over there. This time was much worse than usual. The warp here was akin to a boiling cauldron, just needing a push to explode into violence. That didn't bode well for anyone. I sent a prayer to the Emperor on Holy Terra that Inquisitor Requista would be successful in his heretic hunt before the imbeciles could do something particularly idiotic and doom us all. I touche a tiny fraction of the power the warp freely offered me, using it to pick up my cargo container and make it float after me. That was an obvious power play, intended to rattle the guardsmen a bit before I started questioning them during our ride to meet the brass. At the moment they were my best and only source of information, and I was going to ruthlessly milk that, mind screwing included. As expected, none of the soldiers were particularly happy at my mostly harmless display of witchcraft. It got them nervous, on edge. Shall we go? I beamed at the guardsmen, who were throwing uneasy glances at the cargo crate floating behind me. They reluctantly piled into the Chimera, which had an autocannon mounted on top, and I followed suit. Once inside I lowered my luggage to the ground and took a free seat. How's the situation around here? While making my way planet-side I heard some concerning rumors. The troopers looked at each other and hastily shook their heads. No idea, sir. We just do what we're ordered to. LaCroix shrugged. To tell you the truth, my time in the Shkola didn't make me a silver-tongued devil. They were too busy teaching us how to literally tear thoughts from people's minds or effective interrogation methods, which was Inquisition speak for how to torture people, while keeping them alive so we could actually learn something. Actually being nice and persuasive, that wasn't something they taught. Such things were apparently mere superstition and never worked. At least that's what Inquisitor Gregory Foch believed, and he was the one who taught us how to untangle reluctant tongues. Besides, anyone who didn't start singing about any sins he though might be perpetrated by a person he either knew or heard about, was supposedly an obvious heretic who needed to be questioned. I took those lessons with a grain of salt, but made sure that Foch thought me to be a very attentive student who agreed with his methods. Of course I did. I had no desire to be a volunteer like Claudia after mounting off to the Inquisitor. Last I heard the Medici were finally putting her back together and she might return to school in a year or so. Fortunately for her she was a scion of a minor noble house and they were able to pay for the expensive treatment. Anyone with less wealth and connections would have received the Emperor's mercy if they were lucky. But I digress. I had a squad of soldiers to grill about the mess I had unwittingly landed myself in. I gave them a disarming smile, while I delved a bit deeper in the warp. Their very souls shone around me with the dull light of the Empyrean blind majority of the population. I focused on the people around them and laced my voice with intention and power. The overall situation, Sergeant LaCroix. Give me a summary. Tell me about the issues with the Blood Ravens too. The NCO stiffened and his eyes glazed. The rest of the guardsmen shrunk back from us. I could sense the fear radiating out of them. It was tasty. It's an Emperor-damned mess. LaCroix sneered. We were sent here to recover this world from the Tau and the local bloody Xeno lovers. We took this city with light casualties. Before we could even properly set up FOB and depots, the damn Knifeers started raiding our rear areas. Then the fucking orcs landed and the Eldar had been funneling them our way ever since. Meanwhile the damned blue skins had been taking pot shots at everyone and they're keen on retaking Victory Bay and kicking us off this rock. It's only thanks to the general we've been able not only to hold our positions but retake the farmlands beyond the city limits. The sergeant paused to take a deep breath. When the Estrates arrived last week, we thought that it was Emperor's blessing. Instead they demanded that we leave the planet and evacuate the populace. The general refused, because he has orders from up high to secure this planet. In the last 3 days the Estrates wiped out 2 companies in the farmlands and I heard we've shelled one of their forward outposts. It's a fucking damned mess. LaCroix shook his head in disgust. What about the Inquisitor Requista? I asked. He was here a few days before the Estrates arrived. Took a stormtrooper platoon, his retinue, and went hunting heretics. I hope he'll get the fucking traitors. Well, wasn't that just peachy? Apparently the problem wasn't with the IG and instead the Space Marines were feeling unreasonable today. I was certain that the general would want me to fix that mess, though I simply lacked the authority to even suggest a course of action to the Estrates. Yet, I would probably have to do so anyway and hope not to get a bolter round to the head for my trouble. Joy. Chapter 4. Victory Bay. Kronus. We were barely halfway to the main Imperial Guard base in the city where General Lucas Alexander was lurking, when the troopers finished apprising me of the situation. On the bright side, with the arrival of Blood of Saints, the Guard now had more than enough munition and equipment to conquer this world twice over. When combined with what was left of the PDF after the mandatory purge, which was a given when you consider that the locals were tight with the Tau, the IG had the numbers too. There was just one little snag. The strike cruiser wasn't likely to let the equipment get down here in one piece unless the bloody idiotic mess between the guard and the Estrates was resolved. We spent the rest of the ride in silence, something that gave me a time to think. I was idly staring through one of the side gun ports, marveling at the city around us. The place was no hive, just a handful of ornate, tall buildings with the rest sprawling all around us. It was eerie for someone like me, who could only remember a single hive city as the way people in the Empire lived. Most of the buildings, especially the older ones, were typical Imperial engineering, tough things with as much ornamentation as there were thrones for. They were beautiful too, at least in my humble opinion. Then there was the newer construction. It was simply wrong from the clashing color schemes to the rounded forms without any straight angles. It wasn't something most humans would ever consider building. I frowned. This world was supposed to have been under heavy Tau influence before General Alexander and company came to bring them back in the fold by shooting anyone who wasn't fast enough in decrying the Xenos. At least I didn't have to deal with the Adepta Sororitas. The few I had the misfortune to meet simply creeped me out even if they were otherwise stunning women. At least the pair I met back on Omnicron. I returned my thoughts to the problem at hand and let out a mental sigh. I needed a plan, though most things that ran through my mind ended with my brain splattered over the nearest wall. Betting on the small amount of authority that Lord Requista's missive gave me might have worked if the General Alexander was the one being antagonistic and if he suddenly decided to act reasonable after seeing the data slate. Nothing short of a direct inquisitorial order was going to make the Estrates even listen. Fuck it. I would have to wing it after listening about the situation firsthand. That was always less than ideal. Soon we started hitting checkpoints, but thanks to LaCroix, written orders and my sigil we were waved through after a cursory look in the troop compartment. No one sensible wanted to piss off anyone even tangentially connected with the Inquisition. Doing so usually was hazardous for the health. Eventually we reached the main guard base in the city, which had taken over a rather large park. On entering the base, we were actually properly inspected, and once the guards were reasonably sure that we weren't a bunch of Eldar masquerading like good men, let in. The former park was turned into barracks, motor pools, ammo depots and gunship landing pads, while its surrounding area was fortified with bunkers, trenches, prefab walls, good old-fashioned barbed wire and a lot of weapon emplacements. The liberal dispersal of various mines on the likely approaches went without saying. I could see whole companies drilling, while cogheads were blessing at least a battalion worth of armor. Most of the tanks were the good old Lehman Russ, though I could see 3 huge Baneblades in the center of the formation. It was certainly impressive. I had to make sure that our good friends in the Adeptus Estrates didn't come here to turn all this splendid equipment into so much scrap. The Chimera parked in front of a bunker's entrance, one that was guarded by a squad of stormtroopers. It was time to face the music. A few checkpoints later, I was led into the command center, where General Alexander and his officers were looking over a map of the region. General, sir. The Inquisitorial agent as ordered. LaCroix saluted. Good job, soldier. Go get something warm to eat. The general rumbled. He turned towards me, revealing a face weathered by the elements. We have a problem, agent. One I hope you can fix. I'm all ears, sir. The Emperor's Adeptus Astartes have issued a purge of Cronis and ordered us to withdraw. They have already engaged my troops, massacring them on 3 separate occasions. He glared at me as if all this was my fault. I already have standing orders from Segmentum Command. This world must be secured or we will die trying. I would rather avoid the latter. Oh, my. I might get to like the man. I agreed wholeheartedly with the not dying idea. You want me to convince the Estrates not to kill us all? I went to the heart of the matter. The general winced, but nodded. The other officers gave me a dirty looks instead. I'm ready to talk with whoever's in charge over there, though I don't know how much good it would do. I'm not an Inquisitor. I shrugged. I was afraid of that. I would like you to do your best. The lives of everyone here might depend on that. Well, shit. The way the general was approaching me meant that the situation was more fucked up than his succinct summary implied. Great. Well, if someone would be good enough to patch me to the Space Marines. I hope you have a communications line open with them despite the ongoing unpleasantries. More dirty looks. Lieutenant Williams patched the agent. A minute later, I was facing a small, green-tinted screen. It showed an Adeptus Estrates helmet. This is Brother Sergeant Coleman. Are you ready to depart, Kronus? My lord. I gave a proper bow. This is Delcatar Vale, agent of the Holy Inquisition. May I inquire what's the reason for the conflict between the Emperor's Space Marines and the Imperial Guard on Kronus? I asked politely. For a long moment the super soldier stared at me. We have orders by our chapter master to purge Kronus. So far we've been rather accommodating to the locals and the Imperial Guard. That won't be the case for much longer. We have to do our duty. My lord, I believe you're aware that General Alexander and his troops are under orders by the Segmentum Command. To retreat even if the God Emperor's Adeptus Estrates demand it would be an act of treason. That's regrettable. The sergeant didn't appear to be moved at all. It was worth a shot anyway. What would it take for you to call off the purge at least until the conflicting orders are cleared up by higher authority? I asked. Order by the chapter master or someone with equal authority. Would inquisitorial order do? It might be enough for the force commander to consider ceasefire. Coleman nodded. May I make two suggestions both to the Adeptus Estrates and you General Alexander? I asked carefully. I'm listening. The officer spoke clearly. I'll entertain you in view of the organization you represent. Coleman's voice was toneless, showing no emotion. As I understand the situation, there are 3 Xeno factions currently operating on Kronus. Tau, Eldar and most recently Orcs. Correct. The Space Marine just stared at me through the screen. Then may I suggest that you concentrate all purging efforts against them for the next few days? The same goes for the Imperial Guards. That's our duty. Alexander sounded eager. What would that accomplish? Coleman wasn't buying it. Not kill loyal Imperial citizens while I go and retrieve Inquisitor Requista. That's my second request. I would want an escort from the Imperial Guard to achieve that objective. I most humbly request that one Space Marine accompany us so he can witness whatever decision the Lord Inquisitor makes and immediately inform his battle brothers of it. I believe that such course of action would benefit the Empire the best. I'll bring this request to Captain Thule. Coleman cut off the connection. Do you think that this stunt will work? The general asked. At worst it might buy your men a bit of breathing space. Sir, are you willing to provide me with escort and transport to the Daimos Peninsula? If it stops the Estrates from shooting my boys and girls even for a few days, I'll do it gladly. What do you need? I prefer a mech platoon and at least a squad of stormtroopers. Whatever Lord Requista ran into has to be nasty or he would have been in contact by now. I'll see what we can spare. Now the ball was in Captain Thule's hands. Chapter 5. Imperial Guard Base, Final Liberation. Victory Bay. Kronus. Normally I'd laugh at such a request. Captain Lennox sounded rather irritated over the Vox. After the Astartes cruiser threatened to blow my ship to pieces for no good reason, I'm inclined to agree. Sent your message and our astropath will transmit it. Do you have any particular destination in mind? The nearest naval base with request to make it available immediately to the Inquisition. As well as Segmentum Command. I asked. That might work. My station strikes again. Someone actually experienced and higher up on the food chain would know where to send such a message as mine so it would light a fire under people's feet. Priority transmission to Segmentum Command and the nearest naval units to the Zeus system, Lythesh sector. Imperial Guard units and Adeptus Astartes Blood Ravens in open warfare on the surface. Reason, conflicting orders from Segmentum Command and Astartes Chapter Master. Higher authority intervention needed to resolve the conflict. Inquisitor Requista has been out of contact for a week investigating heretic activity on the Daimos Peninsula. Status unknown, will investigate shortly. Heavy Xeno presence confirmed on Kronus Eldar, Tau and Orc. Requesting clarification of orders, inquisitorial support and additional reinforcements. Inquisitorial Agent Delcatar Vale, identification. I hope that works. If it wasn't for Inquisitor Requista's orders to send you that message, the Astartes cruiser would have kept jamming our comms and prevented us from contacting the Blood of Saints, just as it continued doing after you left the ship. General Alexander, who had been keeping an ear for my message, grumbled once I was done. It's like they aren't particularly keen on betting that their orders might be countermanded. I must. Any idea what has the noble Astartes ready to murder us all along with the Xenos? I asked. Not sure. One of our scout teams reported finding some kind of relics before we lost contact. When I sent a mech company to investigate, they were butchered by the Space Marines. Alexander looked positively murderous as he relied that little tidbit. Well, I hope they would enjoy the Ordo's investigation on their activities. Alexander smirked at that. I can give you a short platoon, 5 chimeras and a handful of stormtroopers. I hope that will be enough. Me too. Whatever is responsible for Lord Requista being out of contact that long has to be nasty. Thank you for the support, General. Do you have any idea where exactly in Daimos Peninsula Lord Requista went? Unfortunately no. He kept his own counsel. That was suboptimal. It was time to bite the bullet again. Would it be possible for someone to guide me to his quarters? There might be some pointers. I can't decide if you're very brave or foolish. The general raised an eyebrow at me. Try desperate. I know I could be shot when we find the Inquisitor, though the alternatives aren't much better. I'll see to it. A few stormtroopers who ran errands for the Inquisitor are around the base. I'll assign them to you. They know where he stayed in the city. Alexander gave me a sharp nod and returned to planning on how to deal with the myriad of enemies besieging Kronus. That in itself was curious. It would have actually been safer and lower profile if Requista had stayed in the base and requisitioning barracks for only him and his retinue would have been a child's play. When the general said move, the IG usually does so with a gusto. At least the 1st Kronus Regiment, the Liberators as they were now known, did so. Just a few minutes after I sent the message that hopefully would get this mess sorted out if I failed in retrieving Requista in one piece, I was standing in front of the CP, where the promised chimeras were already waiting. Their lieutenant, one Felicia Picos, was standing at parade rest, flanked by 2 grizzled NCOs. Behind them, a trio of stormtroopers clad in armor that looked much more advanced than the carapace every guardsman on Kronus seemed to wear, were lounging on the middle APC. Sir. 3rd Platoon, Alpha Company, 56th Battalion 1st Kronus Regiment, reporting for duty. The woman saluted, speaking with the voice of a drill instructor. She had the bearing of one too, reminding me for the people who handled some of our training in the Shkola. She was likely a promoted NCO, which meant that Picos knew what the hell she was doing. I gave her a reassuring smile. My chances for survival just jumped up a bit. Splendid. Are you familiar with the Daimos Peninsula, Lieutenant? I asked. Only by map, sir. We'll be going there to find a missing Inquisitor and his retinue. That earned me a long-suffered look. So I wasn't the only one to suspect that Requista might have chewed up more than he could handle. What's your plan, sir? Find if someone can narrow down where exactly Inquisitor Requista went, and failing that just head into the peninsula and start asking pointed questions. I smiled thinly. I would be getting answers one way or another. I turned my attention to the stormtroopers. Soldiers, I understand that you did a few odd jobs for the Lord Inquisitor and know where he stayed in the city. That's right. The apparent leader of the group nodded and stood straighter. We'll be going there while waiting for the Astartes to make up their minds. About what, sir? The lieutenant asked. If it isn't too much to ask, sir. She hastily added. If they will accept my suggestion to concentrate their efforts on the Xeno instead of trying to kill us as well, at least until we can locate the Inquisitor so he can straighten up this mess. The troopers in earshot perked up at that. Ah. I hope they will. Picos nodded. Right now I was following the advice of 1st Sergeant Nolan, who was the latest NCO handling my CQB training in the Shkola. He was on the opinion that it was always prudent to make sure that the average IG trooper has at least a few reasons to keep you alive. Doing your best to prevent Spake Marines from murdering them all fell square in that category, I think. According to Nolan, such little things increased the likelihood of the troopers actually trying to save me when I was in a scrap and decreased the chance of getting, accidentally, shot in the back. Multiple times. Your name, trooper? I asked the stormtrooper who addressed me. Corporal Santos, sir. You and your 2 friends will act as my bodyguards until we get the job done. Do you have any idea where the Inquisitor headed to? Negative, sir. Then we're going to check up his quarters for clues. On my authority, so don't worry about getting shot if he disapproves. Where is he staying anyway? Elysium District, to the southwest of here. Lieutenant, I trust there won't be any problem getting there now. I asked. Not that I know of, sir. Let's get going. Chapter 6. Diomedes Residential Complex. Elysium District. Victory Bay. In hindsight, my idea turned out to be suboptimal. The heavy armed and armored servitors that had us pinned in the end of the corridor made that point very clear. Sir, you could have warned us about them. Santos shouted over the roar of bolter rounds disintegrating the corridor leading to Requista's quarters. Throw a crock grenade or 2 downrange. I snapped back. Everything started so well too. First, Captain Thule had agreed to be somewhat reasonable and informed us that he would send a space marine to meet us on the main route leading to Deimos. He would also try not to annihilate any more guard companies while we searched for Requista, though he didn't make any firm promises on that point. Getting to the district where the Inquisitor was staying went without a hitch too. It was quite enjoyable too. This place had parks. With actual real trees and plants. It's so damned green and bloody awesome. It was the first time I remember being this close to live plants, you know. Thanks to the view, I was in a rather high spirits when we reached the 10-story residential building where Requista had made his lair. The stormtrooper obeyed and retrieved the grenades from his harness. In the meantime I concentrated, opening my mind to the warp. Touching it was as exhilarating as ever, yet it made me flinch. It felt even nastier and more turbulent than few hours ago. Whatever was affecting it so wasn't good news. With an ugly snarl I fueled myself with the warp's tainted power, channeling and shaping it. Purple energies coiled around my left hand, manifesting in the form of lighting. Allowing the immaterium to enhance my senses, I let my mind expand until I knew where exactly the combat servitors were standing. I gave a sharp nod to Santos and moved faster than an ordinary human had any right to be. My hand leaned over the corner behind which we were hiding and I released the warp craft I had prepared. That was followed by the corporal throwing the grenades. The eldritch bolt slammed into the chassis of the closest servitor, caving in the armor as if it was a tissue paper, before hitting something important. I could feel the former man freeze in its tracks before the crocs hit, bathing the corridor in fire and shrapnel. The overpressure wave slammed into us next, though my warp-enhanced body and the stormtrooper's armor kept us intact. I didn't release my connection with the immaterium until I was reasonably sure that both combat servitors were disabled. I think that they're done. Check carefully and shoot them a few times to make sure. I grunted and gently let go of my connection with the warp, while quietly reciting prayers to the Emperor. The power reluctantly left me, leaving me weaker and hungry for more. There was something damn wrong with the warp, and considering what exactly it was at the best of times, that was saying something. I finished my prayer, while Valencia and Dole, the other two stormtroopers, gleefully shot to pieces what was left from the servitors. The latter wasn't something I was going to mention to any coghead. They tended to be peeved off and downright murderous about such things. Strange people. I shook my head, trying to concentrate on the task at hand. That was usually hard just after I had stopped channeling the warp. My mind kept jumping to odd places or the desire to open myself for more power. It was a distracting issue, one that I was taught should be mitigated as I gained more experience, and until then I should be praying for the Emperor's protection and hope for the best, or so my instructors taught me. It was too bad that the Emperor was undoubtedly too busy dealing with much bigger issues than one poor, novice psyker who was liable to get killed while distracted. "It's clear, sir," Santos shouted from down the corridor. I leaned over the corner and winced. The place was torn to shreds from bolter and laser fire, even before the rather energetic way we ended the firefight. Good. Now let's see what other surprises the Lord Inquisitor had left us. You first, sir. You have a better chance of dealing with whatever awaits us in there. Santos' voice lacked any emotion. Don't worry. I won't be using you as bait for any traps. That would be a waste. Were those sighs of relief I heard? I shrugged and carefully avoided the smoldering remains of the servitors. Getting almost killed was my fault. I should have known better. It was a no-brainer that an Inquisitor would have defenses protecting their quarters. When I first saw the combat servitors humans turned into 2-meter-tall murderous cyborgs with cogitators for brains, I was overconfident. So far my sigil had been sufficient to get me through most everything I faced. Besides, it had a lot of codes buried within it, so I could be identified for who I was. That's why I presented it to be scanned with no care in the world. Codes not recognized. Intruders detected. Those words chilled my blood. Back. I shouted and at the same time disregarded most of what I was taught about safely touching the warp. I sprang through my mental defenses and plunged my mind in the immaterium. The raw power made me feel giddy, like a god among men. The tainted energies ran through my body at the speed of thought, enhancing me beyond what was usually possible for a human. Inquisitorial sigil detected error, engaging intruders. The weapons of the servitors were already aiming at me when I channeled the warp into a blunt wave of physical force that threw them off their feet. That didn't stop them from opening fire with built-in loss guns, though it fortunately threw off the aim of the rather large bolters they had built into their arms. I wasted no time, turned tail and sprinted down the corridor, hoping that my carapace would be up to the task. I stumbled as my back was hit, but continued running. I was almost at the end when searing pain lanced over my right hand. Another blast caught me in the back and this time sent me flailing on the floor. Before the combat servitors could blast me to pieces, a strong hand pulled me behind the corner. Not a moment too soon, because a second later my former position was torn apart by bolter fire. I winced. That had been particularly dumb and overconfident thing to do. My body shook as the adrenaline that had flooded me at the start of the firefight started draining out. Just great. My first time out working and I almost got myself and the stormtroopers killed. Not a nice start at all. Not to mention that if I wasn't enhanced by the warp at the time, that shot would have blasted off my arm instead of letting me get off with only a nasty burn. A few deep breaths and a calming mental exercise later, I had centered myself. Somewhat. This time I accessed the warp properly, which meant very, very carefully. Its tainted power washed over me, invigorating my body. I closed my eyes, letting my mind wander forward into Requista's quarters. I could sense no more servitors, though there was something blessed, which shone hard enough in the warp that it prevented me from perceiving anything past the corridor leading deeper in the apartment. I pulled out my chainsword, brought it to screaming life and tore apart the battered heavy wooden doors that were in my way. Splinters flew in all directions as the obstacle disintegrated under my strikes. Once I had the doors done for, I looked inside. Even the small corridor I could see was quite opulent. Expensive rugs over marble, walls covered with wooden paneling and paintings. The place looked fit for a noble. Apparently Requista liked his creature comforts. Can't say I blame him really. A warp blast, similar to what I used to disable one of the servitors, obliterated the next door from a safe distance. That turned out to be simple paranoia, because no further attackers materialized. No traps were triggered either, but after my earlier mishap I was suddenly a firm believer in the better safe than messily dead school of thought. I went through the blasted door, ready to jump back in the corridor and run like hell if needed. I found myself in a large living room, furnished richly and tastefully enough that most nobles would be hard-pressed to find a reason to complain, though that was less than helpful in this situation. Until I laid my eyes on a large table surrounded by intricately carved stools. It had an old-fashioned paper map strewn over it. I walked there and looked it over. Sure enough, it depicted the Daimos Peninsula, though there weren't any helpful markings showing where Requista went. Fortunately I wasn't limited to what was visible to the naked eye. Looking at the map through the prism of the warp was different. There were spots that psychically resonated, though I lacked a certain context, a point from which to attack the problem. I needed an item belonging to Requista, one on which his presence had been imprinted. I drew back, leaving only a tiny connection between my mind and the warp, and looked around. The most likely place I would find something was the room where I could sense the relic, but that was also the last one I was going to check. I was sure that there were additional protections around it. Luckily I didn't need to go in there. In the dining room I found a crimson cloak lying discarded on a chair. It had the stylized symbol of the Inquisition embodied on it, though nothing else special I could feel. No protective runes or anything like that. That was actually great. No one but an Inquisitor would dare wear such an article of clothing. I went next to the cloak and touched it, focusing on it through the warp. My head was starting to throb already, but I got what I needed. The world around me shattered, the warp clawing at my mind. A blurry image appeared. A man, a bit taller than myself. Middle-aged, graying and receding short hair. Scarred face with bionic eyes shining in the night. Just looking at him, you'd simply disregard him like someone unimportant, unimpressive. Something that served him well. He looked at me and the vision shattered. I stumbled back and groaned. My head was killing me. What was to follow was going to be really unpleasant. The state of the warp around here made even the relatively simple things exhausting and painful, even if it freely offered more power than I could comfortably handle at the best of days. The very act of touching it was the greatest power trip ever, combined with walking through the sewers of a wretched hive city. I returned to the map, all the while muttering prayers to the Emperor. Now that I was familiar with Requista's psychic signature, I had something to work with. I went deeper into the warp. Disregarding the whispering voices in the back of my head, I concentrated on the places on the map that had the strongest emotional imprint. Requista was leaning over the table, speaking to someone I couldn't see. I couldn't hear his words, they were unintelligible whispers, though I could see where he was pointing. He shook his head and moved his finger towards the mountains in the middle of the peninsula. His tone became more insistent. His face twisted into a grimace. My vision became blurry, then turned red. My head felt like it was about to explode. The warp around me was getting even more restless, if that was even possible. I could feel something skittering, it was hissing hungrily and getting closer. It took all my remaining willpower to tear myself away and plunge back firmly into my body. My trembling lips were busy muttering litanies of protection against chaos. I didn't know how close that thing came to attacking me, whatever the cursed warp spawn was, but it was too close for comfort. I felt something wet sliding down my cheeks and brushed it with a finger before looking at it. It was blood. Fuck. I groaned. Sir, are you all right? Santos' voice was wary, on edge. I'll live. That was too close to comfort. I whispered in a tired voice. At least I know where the Inquisitor went. We need to go. And call the medic, he should look me over. I almost melted my damn brain. That didn't reassure the stormtroopers. When I looked up at them, they were pointing their hotshots at me. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Diomedes Residential Complex. Elysium District. Victory Bay. Boys, if I was going to suddenly turn into a demon, would have done it already. In that case you should have started shooting a minute or so ago. I deadpanned and brushed off the blood on my face. Besides, is this the thanks I get for risking my very soul in order to help you guys? I glared at them. How is this helping us? Santos waved at me with his gun. You're well aware what the Astartes would do once their patience runs out, right? The sooner we find the Inquisitor the less of your buddies will die. I didn't add that we might not find him in a state to help anyone but the Emperor. Corporal, he actually makes sense. Dole muttered. Yeah, but the Inquisitor get the rest of our squad killed when he sent us after that Eldar. Valencia added. I should have asked what exactly did the stormtroopers did for Requista before requesting them as my bodyguards. I made a mental note to seek such information in the future if I got out of this snag alive. He's right though. If someone doesn't talk some sense to the Marines, we're fucked like Slaneshi cultists after an orgy. Dole nodded sagely. How do you know that? I asked pointedly. We had to clean up that nest of cultists on Bendix's world before we deployed here. I could clear the disgust in Santos' voice clearly. Yep. Nasty stuff. Valencia nodded. You're lucky that I'm not a paranoid member of the Ordo Hereticus. I sighed. Are you going to shoot me or can we go? I could really use some painkillers right now. What do you think, boss? Valencia asked. Well, he isn't growing tentacles or extra limbs, besides, he sounds sane. Saner than most of our commanders before we got assigned to General Alexander's regiment, Dole added. So the Sarge was right. Showing that you care about the lives of the troops could save your life. Unless they were going to shoot me anyway. I wondered if I could channel enough warp energy to save myself, before my head blew up, because it already felt as if Titans were marching through it. I had no illusions that I could draw my lost pistol and shoot before being gunned down, much less use my chains word. Perhaps now it wasn't the best moment to mention what might happen if I fucked up using the warp to save myself. Such an explanation was all but guaranteed to get me shot just in case. Let's go see the medic, sir. You look like shit. Santos lowered his weapon and his men followed suit. I feel worse. Thanks for not using me for target practice. Days still young. Valencia snorted. St. Hortensia's Highway. Daimos Peninsula. We left a squad to secure Requista's apartment and calm down the locals. The medic started checking me up after we piled up in the Chimera and went on our way to meet the Astartes. Some painkillers, a bandage and an order to try and get a bit of rest was his conclusion. While he couldn't find anything permanently wrong with me, the medici didn't have the equipment at hand for any in-depth scans, so I had to hope for the best. The rest on the other hand was out of the question once we neared our destination. Even without the warp feeling particularly hellish and pissed off here, I would still be racing to find Requista anyway. With the Immaterium state, that just became even more important. Still, there wasn't a thing stopping me from getting a nap while we drove through the countryside. I did sleep, dreaming of dark, formless shapes. It didn't do much to rejuvenate me, before Santos shook me awake, earning himself a bleary-eyed glare. The Astartes is in sight, sir. We'll reach him in a few minutes. I gave him a nod and stretched, cursing the lack of calf on the chimeras. That should be a vital feature for the functioning of the troops. Then I looked outside through the nearest gun slit. There were fields all around us, covered by a blanket of waving yellow plants. Something to do with feeding the local populace, no doubt. I could see a handful of people and machines tending them, though not near enough I would expect. A five-cornered war might give the locals other things to worry about beside the harvest, no matter how important it might be. Considering that the fields around Victory Bay were starting to resemble a lunar landscape, because of the constant skirmishes between the Guard, Tau, Orc probing attacks and Eldar incursions, that might turn out to be a problem long-term. As we got nearer, I dared take a peek at the Marine waiting us through the warp and recoiled back. He was the strongest presence in the Immaterium I had yet to meet. I frowned. That very thought sounded somewhat wrong in my head. The convoy ground to a halt when we reached the Astartes. It was time to meet him and see if he was going to be actually helpful. I was first out once the ramp lowered and headed towards the large warp presence. Damn. He was big. More like really huge. He was an armored behemoth at least a head over 2 meters tall, clad in a pristine power armor that was covered with purity seals, which shone in the warp with the power of the blessing they carried. He was leaning on a large assault bike, which had built in a pair of autocannons. A golden-plated warhammer could be seen sticking out of a side compartment of his ride. Welcome. I'm Brother Librarian Antias. The Astartes turned his helmet my way. His voice boomed, carrying over the nearby fields. My lord. I bowed and the lieutenant, who joined us then followed my example. What the hell was a librarian doing out here by himself? So you're the one that made Thule listen to reason. Antia studied me for a moment. I expected you to be taller. I just stared at the super soldier. Did he just make a joke? Then his first words hit me. So not everyone in the Blood Ravens was totally on board with slaughtering loyal Imperial citizens because of conflicting orders. That was good to know. Do you know where we should start seeking the Inquisitor? We should retrieve him before the captain gets impatient again. Ah. Yes, my lord. I scried his destination from a map in his quarters. Good, good. You've noticed the state of the warp then? The librarian asked. It's the nastiest I've ever felt. I told him the truth, yet those words rang hollow too. I had the feeling that I've experienced even nastier parts of the Immaterium though I couldn't recall it. It's quite unpleasant, isn't it? It heralds nothing good for any of us. We should hurry with finding Requista. With those words he turned around and got on his bike. Let's go find the Inquisitor. I nodded to Picos, who was staring at the librarian. I think that the Astartes joking broke her and it was something I was still trying to wrap my head around. Chapter 9. Stonecutter Village. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. A few hours later we reached a small settlement nestled in a valley below the plateau dominating the southern part of the peninsula. Through it laid the most direct and fastest land route to our target. It was a good place to ask a few questions of the locals. First I needed to know if the Inquisitor had passed through here and as important, to figure out what was he seeking in this part of Kronus. So far Daimos and the surrounding provinces were mostly untouched by the war save for the occasional Orcish raid. That was the plan anyway. It hit a snag before we even parked in the small square that served as a center for the village. One would expect to find a lot of onlookers when a platoon of Imperial Guardsmen accompanied by an Estrates arrive at their doorstep. That would have been normal. There was not a single person outside when we parked in the plaza. It's too quiet, sir. Santos muttered quietly. The corporal was carefully studying the surrounding buildings through a gunport. That's probably the first time outside of an active war zone that I don't see bystanders gawking at us. The Space Marine by himself would guarantee that everyone who could would be outside looking. Or running for the hills. In either case we would have heard or saw someone. Valencia added. Weapons on the ready. I spoke quietly and drew my pistol. My right hand fell on the hilt of my sword. We weren't the only ones to smell trouble. The rest of the guardsmen dispersed immediately after leaving the chimeras and got under whatever cover they could. The only one who stood seemingly without a trouble in the world was the librarian, though he had pulled his warhammer out of its compartment. I sighed and concentrated, before carefully touching the warp. There were echoes of pain and terror. An odd feeling that resembled death but not quite. Yet, they both felt somewhat subdued. There were no living people here beside us that I could sense, though that was no guarantee. I had to pull back from the warp as my head started pounding almost immediately. The Immaterium felt eager, almost hungry. As if it was holding its breath, while it was waiting for something. That wasn't a nice sensation at all. This settlement is empty. Antia's voice was quieter, merely the volume of a rather loud man. Lieutenant, sent a few squads to check the nearby buildings. Men, don't leave your buddies out of your sight. There's something very wrong here. I added. The last I spoke quietly so they won't hear it. Thad didn't help with the librarian who inclined his head in my direction. Walk with me. We'll check the chapel. Antias ordered. I shrugged and walked fast after him. At least he took care to walk reasonably slowly so we wouldn't need to run after him to keep up. The stormtroopers fell in behind me and I saw the lieutenant wave a squad to follow us. She and 2 fire teams remained with the vehicles, while the rest of the platoon moved toward the nearest buildings. Aren't you curious? The Astartes asked when we caught up with him. About what, my lord? His helmeted head swiveled my way and he gave me a pointed look. I didn't know that a Space Marine helmet could convey so much. Truth to be told, yes. At best I expected your captain to send the lowest ranked Astartes under his command. Instead we got you, my lord. Unless I'm very much mistaken, your armor and all the seals on it signify that you aren't just any odd blood raven librarian, which is even more surprising. Makes no damn sense, you mean. Was that amusement I could hear in his voice? I shrugged. It didn't. That was Thule's plan, you know. To send you a pair of scout marines, who are due for punishment detail. I nodded. That was much more likely. I disagreed. Finding Requista is the most expedient way to stop this madness. Antia sighed. Unfortunately, the captain doesn't believe him to be alive any longer. Not after being out of contact for a week now. That very well may be the case, though I had to take the chance. The alternative. The Inquisition and Segmentum Command won't be thrilled when they learn about what has already happened. Any more skirmishes between Imperial forces for no good reason would be frowned upon at best. Indeed. Unfortunately, our orders don't leave much for interpretation, and Captain Thule isn't prepared to breach them even if it means evicting the Imperial guards from Kronus. I guess that a strongly worded suggestion from an Inquisitor would give the captain the latitude he needs so we can concentrate on dealing with the Xenos. That's why I'm here. There are some of us that would take any chance to avoid spilling innocent human blood. The librarian spoke quietly. We were about to reach the chapel. It was only a short alley away, one which was flanked by statues of Imperial saints. Acting out of habit, I made the sigh of the Aquila and bowed my head. Do you smell that? Dole asked. I could hear him sniffing behind me. A light wind blew towards us from the direction of the chapel and I could barely make out the scent too. It was the coppery stench of blood, and it had to be an awful lot of it if we could smell from our position. Set up to provide cover. I snapped at the guardsmen following us. Santos, prepare to breach. Check for traps first. No need. I'll lead the way. The Astartes rumbled and strode towards the chapel. Apparently I wasn't the only one who was fine with forced entry today. The Astartes pressed a rune on the hilt of his weapon and pale lighting started dancing around its head. He swung the warhammer as if it was a toy and simply shattered the door standing in his way. The afternoon sun shone through the entrance, bathing the interior of the chapel in its rays. Fuck me with a bane blade. Santos exclaimed. He was the first of us ordinary humans to see what was inside thanks to the tech built into his helmet. Antias was busy muttering a prayer for the dead, though his head was swiveling this way and that as he studied the interior of the chapel. That's when I was finally able to see what awaited us inside. The place resembled an old battlefield. The floor was covered with shattered and burned wood, though it was hard to make under the film of blood covering most of it. The walls were liberally sprayed with dry flaking blood, though I could see deep gashes in the stone where great claws had cleaved it without any trouble at all. There were no bodies or even pieces of such, though there was more than enough blood spilled to account for at least couple of dozen people. May the Emperor damn whoever did this. I hissed. I closed my eyes and opened my mind to the warp, while steeling myself for what was to come. The echoes of pain, suffering and terror were still here, though muted again. As if whatever had happened was hundreds of years ago at least and not in the last few days. It made no damned sense. My head should be splitting from the screams of the dying. I should be feeling the psychic imprint of their souls as they were murdered. Curious, isn't it? A deep voice boomed in my head. Suddenly, there was a figure wreathed in light towering next to me. It was Antias all right. His very soul shone with its purity and power. That's not how I would put this. I waved around us. While the warp continued to be wild and angry around us, the librarian's presence next to me made it bearable. My head did hurt a bit, but nowhere near what I expected. What didn't change was the feeling of foreboding. Of eager expectation for something to happen. It wasn't going to be anything good for us. No. There's something afoot in this place, something familiar. Antias frowned. I can't sense what did this. He waved at the bloody floor. There should be something. An imprint, a resonance left from whoever did it. It's as if they had no presence in the warp. I muttered. Exactly. The librarian exclaimed. That would account for the way the murders feel. Blanks perhaps. This at least isn't the work of chaos. We would have known it at first sight. Considering that the Inquisitor came here to seek heretics, this isn't reassuring. The last thing we need is another enemy. True. There isn't anything more we could find out right now. The shining presence next to me became muted as Antias pulled out of the warp. I was back firmly in my body moments later, still feeling the aftereffects of my little excursion. Don't give me that. I want you to check all reports of vanished people and see if there are any other settlements we've lost contact with without a good reason. Antias was speaking aloud over the vox built in his helmet. It was a good idea. I would have Lieutenant Pitco's report back to base so they could check too. Chapter 10. Stonecutter Village. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. The search squads found a few similar sites, where people had barricaded themselves, to no avail. Neither prayer, stubs or the few ruined lost guns we found had helped the poor bastards. Sir, General Alexander requested that we investigate further, while we search for the Lord Inquisitor. Lieutenant Pitco said after coming out of the command chimera. That's a given. I sighed. As if we didn't have enough problems already. There's another village at the other end of the valley. The main route to the plateau passes through it. I jumped, hearing a deep voice behind me. I whirled around, with an angry retort on the tip of my tongue and then froze. The librarian was towering over me, casually leaning on his warhammer. How the hell did someone so big and clad in at least half a ton of armor move so quietly, damn it. You need to keep better situational awareness. Antias chided me. He was amused at my reactions, the cheeky bastard. Why the hell did I have to land myself the only space marine with a sense of humor? I'll keep that in mind, my lord. Good. It would be a pity if you got yourself killed because you didn't pay attention. As I was saying, there's another settlement on our way. It might be our best bet for gathering some useful information. If there was anyone still alive there was left unsaid. It's not like we have much of a choice. I muttered. No sir. The Tau are mounting a major offensive to regain the plains leading to Victory Bay. General Alexander can't spare any more units right now. The same is true for the Blood Ravens. A large orc horde is approaching our main base of operations. Unless we hit something very nasty, we won't be getting any support, perhaps even then depending on the situation on the ground. There are 3 squads ready for orbital insertion though the frontline has priority. Even a single Astartes squad should be more than enough to deal with whatever we find. The lieutenant perked up. I facepalmed. You had to say that. I groaned. Antias just stared at the LT and shook his head. What? It's Astartes we're talking about. People like him. She pointed at the librarian. That's it. We're all dead. I moaned. We still might get lucky. At least a few of us. Antias nodded sagely. Few days after the last time I heard such a thing, we were neck deep in orcs. We've checked the whole village, right? Alpha and Beta squads are checking a few houses on the outskirts and we're done. The LT nodded. Unless they find something of note, we're leaving when they finish. Yes. I feel that our time is running out. Antias stated. That wasn't what I wanted or needed to hear. Any news about unexplained disappearances or settlements out of contact without a reasonable explanation? I asked. A lot of people had vanished near the desert further in the mainland, though that may be due to the Tau or orc bands. We've lost contact with more than a few towns and villages there, though with all the Xeno activity in the region, that didn't raise an eyebrow back at HQ. It might be the usual suspects. Pitko shrugged. Until we can send an unit there to check, all we've got is guesses. We need to find the Inquisitor and end this nonsense. We have more than enough problems without killing each other. I snapped. That's why I'm here. Antias sighed. Unfortunately most of my company would rather follow our orders and purge everyone off this planet. Gova Town. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. At least the region wasn't completely deserted. About 10 kilometers from the village, we started seeing people tending the fields surrounding the road. It was reassuring after the bloodbath we found. Even better, there were no accidents or anything else to slow us down. We reached the town about an hour after sunset. This place was a stark contrast to Stonecutter. Genova was lit up so we could see it long before we actually approached. The town was much bigger than the small settlement that got massacred, and perhaps that's what saved. Or it was simply a matter of distance from the base of whatever did the slaughtering. Genova had its inhabitants present too. We could see small groups of the locals clustered on street corners, talking or simply minding their own business. They were staring and pointing at us, especially once they saw our space marine. The sight should have brought us a measure of relief. Instead, that's where the veneer of business as usual ended. I could see the faces and eyes of some of the people, those staying close enough to street lights. They weren't happy to see us, or even concerned. No. A lot of them were plain terrified. That started ringing alarm bells in my head. If they were out of contact with the nearby settlements and had people vanishing, something that was likely, they should have been overjoyed or at least relieved by our arrival. With the citizenry being anything but, well, that was problematic. I had the sneaking suspicion that we just found the nest of heretics Requista had been searching for. Look alive people, this smells like trouble. I spoke. Santos, who had been watching the sights, nodded and voxed a warning to the rest of the platoon just in case if they hadn't noticed. Despite the irregular behavior of the locals, we drove through the outskirts, heading for the town center where the local arbiters and administration buildings were located. Our destination turned out to be a cross between a moderately sized plaza for a town of this caliber, crossed with a park. There were a few 10-story buildings to our right. The administrative and law enforcement centers for the whole peninsula were situated here, even if the biggest populated centers were 50 or so kilometers south of here, built over the far end of the plateau. When we arrived we found a welcome committee waiting for us. There were 2 men in the robes of the administratum and a single coghead clad in the customary red, who had 6 mechatendrils waving gently behind his back. Each of the artificial limbs ended into either a weapon or tool. A few steps behind the trio we could see 2 rows of a dozen arbiters each. A couple of PDF squads were marching towards the waiting people from the left side of the plaza. From here it looked like they had flak vests and lost guns. I hope we would avoid a few hours of speeches and posturing. Santos muttered. We'll just have to sick the librarian on them. I spoke cheerfully, though I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. It's time to face the music. I stood up and straightened up my clothes, though it didn't do much for my appearance under the carapace armor. I made sure that my sigil was visible around my left wrist and pressed the button opening the ramp. The rest of the platoon was already disembarking. The squads were taking defensive positions around the chimeras, not even trying to pretend that they were doing otherwise. The apparent leader of the trio ready to meet us, just smiled at our blatant display of distrust and paranoia. It wasn't a nice smile either. I walked towards them, flanked by the stormtroopers. A few seconds later Pyrrhic joined us, shadowed by a squad of her men. Antius finished up our procession when he took the right flank after retrieving his warhammer. The librarian's very presence should have been enough to ensure that any pissing match came to a rather abrupt and embarrassing end if the locals were dumb enough to try. Instead they were smiling at us as if they knew something we didn't. Sir, look right. Santos muttered. My head snapped in that direction. There were a lot of civilians moving through the park and heading our way. Scores of them at least. It's same here. Pyrrhic whispered from my left. That wasn't sinister at all. Nope. My hands fell over my weapons, ready to draw them at a moment's notice. It appeared that we found our heretics. I whispered a prayer and touched the warp, letting its energies course through me. I could feel the blazing presence of Antius next to me as he did the same. You're supposed to run this little excursion, Vale. Let's see how you're going to play this. I could hear the librarian's voice in my head. While there was a bit of amusement in his tone, it couldn't hide the grim determination that practically oozed from the man. Then my perception washed over the waiting party. Their presence was wrong. I could feel the touch of the warp on their souls and it felt revolting, like a festering wound and spilled blood. Yep. We found our heretics all right. I smiled at the bastards and took a step in front of my companions. Inquisitor Requista. Where is he? I wasted no time with pointless pleasantries. There was only one way this was going to end. The only question was if they would let slip what I needed to know before the fun started. He's waiting for you. The administratum flunky apparently in charge inclined his head to the arbiter's building. In what condition? I growled. He's been enjoying our hospitality for the past few days. You understand, right? We only did what we had to in order to prevent the Red Harvest. The man's smile sent cold shivers down my spine. The Red Harvest? Antius asked, making them flinch. Yes. The soulless ones had risen and only our new patrons can protect us. You're too late to stop it. Just as predicted. The other flunky added. He had a shit-eating grin on his face. We thought that an Inquisitor would make a splendid gift, but you're even better. Gift to whom? I asked in an as hard a voice as I could manage. Our salvation and your doom. The ritual is already in progress. You're too late. The leader beamed at us. I want that one alive. Antius ordered. His warhammer shone with energy as he activated its generator. I opened myself further to the warp and drew my weapons. The stench of sheer wrongness and corruption was increasing by the second. The waiting was over. Before anyone but Antius could react, I pointed my pistol and shot the expendable administratum official. At the same time, the librarian charged forward and did his best to take out the coghead, who in turn jumped back, revealing that under his robes he had 6 spider-esque metal legs. Then all hell broke loose. Chapter 11. Gova Town. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. 2 more shots and the remaining administratum flunky collapsed on the ground, screaming, with his kneecaps blown off. That left the arbiters as an immediate threat, all 24 of them. Behind me, the platoon opened fire, which was drowned a moment later by the sharp bark of autocannons. With any luck and the Emperor's blessing, they would be able to handle the mob. The LT and her group were fanning out and joined the stormtroopers in keeping my rear safe and providing much-needed fire support. That didn't even slow down the heretical arbiters. They acted like automatons with stiff, precise movements. The traitors unslung their riot shotguns, formed their backs and chambered rounds. At least the maniacs didn't rush us. Instead they simply moved in so they wouldn't shoot their friends. Their actions gave me plenty of time to shoot 2 of them in the head. The Arbiter's faceplate proved to be insufficient barrier for my lost pistol. The front of my targets' heads turned into red mist and they crumpled on the ground. Time moved sluggishly, or at least my enhanced reflexes made me perceive it so. That gave me a great view of the remaining Arbiters as they raised their weapons and aimed them in my general direction. Pyrrhic and her guards were picking them off one after another, yet the death of their buddies didn't faze the rest. I let my lost pistol go and drew as much of the warp's raging energies as I dared. Purple lighting surrounded me like a cloak as I let the excess power bleed of my body. My nerves lit up with pain as they were kissed by that corrupting caress of the warp, and I channeled all the energy dancing within and around me through my free hand, using the latter as a guide for its path. I waved in front of me and unleashed a stream of eldritch energy at the remaining Arbiters. Those of them who were touched by the raw warp energy had the flesh stripped from their bones within moments, and the rest were thrown like ragdolls from the concussion wave. I stumbled back as I cut off my attack and dropped the amount of power I was channeling. My lips drew in a bloodthirsty smile as I surveyed my handiwork. At least 10 of the bastards were turned into twisted, smoldering skeletons. The remaining Arbiters were dazzled and most of them had lost hold of the riot shotguns. I didn't let them recover and charged, holding my trusty chainsword in a 2-handed grip. I gave a wordless battle cry and slammed my weapon into a heretic's neck, then pushed down. The adamantium teeth cut through armor, flesh and bone as if it was made of butter, spraying me with blood and gore. It all felt glorious. The shouts of the men fighting around me were music to my ears. The agonized screams of the dying, it made me laugh as I cut down another heretic. Then there was the warm blood splashed over my face and mouth. It tasted like the best wine I'd ever tried. I slammed my sword into the gut of an Arbiter, who was just finding his footing, and cut him in 2, spilling his guts on the ground, when something blasted me off my feet and broke my concentration, making me let go of the warp. That in turn drove me out of the blood-crazed haze I had fallen in. I just lay there for a few moments, staring at the blurry figures fighting in front of me. A giant clad in red armor was swinging a warhammer at a mechanical spider, while the machine was responding with laser beams and cutting torches. The former struck the larger combatant again and again, for no visible effect, while the latter were evaded with startling ease. A familiar bearded face appeared in front of my eyes, cutting the view of the battle. Vale. Are you all right? Valencia mouthed off and I barely heard him. Ha. My ears were ringing and I was noticing it just now. A strong hand grabbed my shoulder and shook me, and when that didn't remove the fog drifting through my mind, the Stormroper slapped me with his armored glove. That bloody hurt. Valencia. The fuck? I groaned and shook my head. He pulled me up and I looked around. Ah. Yeah. Fucking heretics were trying to sacrifice us to the chaos gods. Most of those in the immediate vicinity were either dead or busy dying, courtesy to Pyrrhic and her troopers. Only the corrupted Coghead was still standing, and he was locked in combat with Antius. That wasn't something I wanted to get in between, but we didn't have time to let the librarian have fun. Shoot the Coghead. I rasped. Damn, my chest hurt like a mule had kicked me in the side. I glanced down. My carapace armor was dented no mean feat. Whatever those shotguns were loaded with, it wasn't standard ammo. I glanced beyond the immediate area. The guardsmen were pouring all they could into a crowd of crazed people, who were simply stumbling over their dead and coming closer and closer to us. That wasn't helped by the presence of a local PDF squad, who had taken cover behind a nearby statue and was doing their best to suppress the platoon. Then they vanished in a flash of light as an autocannon hit them with a frag round. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I returned my attention to the Astartes just in time to see him catch the traitorous tech priest in the side with his power weapon. The warhammers had nearly cut the cyborg in half, before it threw him nearly 10 meters away. A moment later, the heretic was followed by a frag grenade, which landed next to his head and blew up, shredding what little flesh he had left. Santos, shoot him some more, just in case. I ordered. The stormtrooper wasted no time in complying and unleashed a hail of laser bolts at the cyborg, slagging parts of its chassis. Antius gave me a curt nod and turned around, then charged at the crowd, which was coming uncomfortably close to the chimeras, despite the torrent of fire that was scything their ranks. The librarian enhanced his attack with warp energy, and when he hit the heretics, it was unleashed. At least 15 mangled corpses were sent flying into the air when he hit the crowd. The Astartes waged into the maddened civilians and started smashing through them with his warhammer. The left flank. Pyrrhic shouted, making me tear my eyes from the bloody spectacle. I looked in that direction and winced. Despite the best efforts of the guardsmen, the heretics were almost in arm's reach of our people. The LT sprinted that way, followed by her retinue and the stormtroopers. I grit my teeth, opened myself to the warp and followed suit. It was time to paint the ground red. Chapter 12. Gova Town. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. It was sheer madness. Hundreds were already dead or dying, yet the rest of the crowd simply pressed on, caring nothing for the hell they waded into. Lances of coherent light speared through men and women, flash boiling flesh and blowing limbs away. Autocannons fired as fast as they could reload, reaping a frightful harvest with their fragmentation shells. Grenades tore apart whole groups of people gone berserk, yet the madmen would not be denied. I could see all that as I charged at the pressing crowd. I could feel the bloodlust gripping their hearts. It was like miasma hovering around the locals. For me, it was worse. I could feel their emotions. There was no reason. Only rage and the need to tear us apart. In different circumstances that would have been a boon, letting us goad them in a killing zone and deal with the poor sods. Here and now it was a different affair. The insane had a good chance of reaching our lines and mixing in melee, which incidentally was the only thing that would give them a chance. The other flank was handled. I knew it. I could sense Antius drawing power from the warp and enhancing his attacks. He was tearing through the unarmored civilians, leaving the squads facing them to shoot them at leisure. On this side of the plaza, it was quite different. There wasn't a power-armored giant ready to charge at the horde and distract them from the squishier guardsmen. There was only a tired psyker who acutely felt the miasma of bloodlust clinging to the locals. It called to me, whispered of battle, carnage, and spilled blood. It felt familiar, comforting. For the Emperor. I roared, pulled energy straight from the warp, and surrounded myself with the raw power like a cloak. I willed myself to move, and the Immaterium was eager to obey, hurling me like a cannon shell at the advancing madman. One moment I was 20 meters away, then I was right there, leaving a tunnel surrounded by crackling purple lighting in my wake. The energy I had clad myself with exploded outwards on my arrival, pummeling everything in front of me. The civilians, protected only by their clothes, never stood a chance. The wave of warp energy was like a hammer blow, rupturing organs and shattering bones. May the Emperor have mercy on your souls. I muttered at the dead and dying people around me. Then I awoke my chainsword and charged at the closet group of locals. For all its ferocity, what followed was short and brutal. The crazies were no match for my warp-enhanced speed and strength. I barely felt their kicks and punches as they landed on my carapace. Even the madness-enhanced strength of the few who tried to grapple me was insufficient to hold my, thanks to the bitter power coursing through my veins. My headlong charge gave a breather to the troopers on this side, breaking the heretics' momentum. That allowed the guardsmen to shoot the remaining civilians with impunity. Suddenly it was over. There was no one left to cut down, no more blood to spill. I looked around, my wide eyes searching for additional targets, but the only things I could see were torn apart corpses and pieces of bodies. I was slick with still warm blood, none of it my own. My eyes met those of the closest guardsmen, who flinched and looked away. Damn, it was over too soon. I needed to spill more blood in the name of the Emperor. A blazing presence turned my way, concentrating its attention upon me. That very fact dissipated the haze of bloodlust that had fallen upon me. I took a deep breath and relaxed, sensing the librarian. I slowly let the warp go and sagged as its energies left my body, leaving me with tired and aching muscles. Damn it, this wasn't covered in the school. Lieutenant, call in for reinforcements if available. We need to clean up this damn town and see if that imbecile, I pointed at the only living local in the vicinity, was telling the truth and the Inquisitor is somewhere in the Arbiter's HQ. I took a deep breath and frowned. For some reason, the smell of blood and offal surrounding us wasn't as unpleasant as I expected. That was an unsettling thought. I'm on it. Vale, you look like shit. Pickos snipped at me. I glanced at my front. Ah. It was splattered with blood and some less unidentifiable pieces. I needed a damn shower. Or a rag to sweep the shit away, though that could wait a bit. There was a traitorous administratum flunky to interrogate. Besides, I needed to retrieve my lost pistol. While I was going towards our crippled captive, I gave Antius a once-over. The Astartes didn't seem to have even a drop of blood on his armor. The librarian glanced at me and shook his head. I could almost hear him muttering, amateur, or something like that. At least he didn't try to smite me, considering that right now I probably looked like an unhinged Khornate cultist. Lord Antius, can we count on Astartes reinforcements? A tactical squad is deploying as we speak. The other two had already dropped to engage enemy armor in the vicinity of our base. The giant rumbled. With them we should be able to cleanse this place of heretics. I nodded. Hopefully. If not, we were all dead. I looked down at the man whose kneecaps I shot a few minutes ago. He was clutching the wounds and quietly moaning. Come on. You're a big, bad heretic. You won't cry from such scratches. I taunted the traitor and used my feet to roll him on his back. That made him scream like a damned soul when his legs shifted. Antaeus touched the warp, raised a hand, and the heretic was pulled up in the air, on eye level with the librarian's helmet. I have a few questions. The Astartes' modulated voice rolled from his helmet. Where is Inquisitor Requista? What are you planning? What is this harvest that has you terrified? The unnamed administratum functionary had the gall to laugh, though he had tears streaking down his cheeks. The fun way it is. Antaeus shrugged. I didn't need to actively touch the warp to sense the librarian's actions. The Astartes was shining like a star next to me as he drew in more and more power, before plunging it straight in the heretic's mind. The traitor shook within Antaeus' immaterial bonds and started foaming at the mouth. He stayed that way for about a minute before blood started seeping from his eyes, nose, and ears. The heretic convulsed twice and relaxed in death. The librarian left the body to fall to the ground and shook his head. As far as he knew, Requista's in the Arbiter's HQ, possibly still alive. All this is a distraction. They're planning a ritual to summon the blessings and aid of chaos at a temple in the far end of the plateau. It's happening right now. I'm calling an orbital strike on that area. Let's hope it would be enough. What about that harvest? Almost as bad as chaos. Antaeus responded grimly. Necrons. Fuck. Those soulless machines were covered in the Scola, if very briefly. In short, call the Astartes and at least a naval battle group, then start praying to the Emperor for deliverance. Lieutenant. I want 2 squads securing our vehicles, the rest form on me. We're going to storm that building and rescue the Lord Inquisitor. Be advised, an Astartes team is on its way to reinforce us. And someone give me a rag to clean up this shit. I waved at the film of blood covering me. Chapter 13. Gova Town. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. Before I could start cleaning up all the blood and gore covering me, I found myself picked up as if I was a small child and staring at the glowing eyes of Antaeus' helmet. I could feel him probing me through the warp, no doubt searching for any sign of chaos taint. If he found any, I was a goner. Needless to say, that made me damn nervous. Ha! You're clean. The librarian muttered and carefully put me down. I sighed in relief. You sure? One of the braver or dumber troopers asked aloud. Antaeus turned with dexterity, belittling his bulk, and stared at the soldier. No more taint than any space marine who faced chaos up close and personal. The giant rumbled. Well, that's a relief. Lieutenant, we have an Inquisitor to save, let's move people. I paused and glared at the awful covering me. Where's my damned rag? Form up. Elin, your squad stays with the Chimeras, the rest with me. Alpha on point. Picos ordered. On foot or mounted? She asked and pointed at the target building. Here, sir. Santos gave me the cloak of the man I shot at the start of the current unpleasantries. Thanks. That should do. I muttered and started cleaning up. Foot. APCs will provide cover if needed. I paused. Belay that. I shouted a moment later. Call HQ and have them check about building schematics and defenses. There might be records in the capital. There's no sense to get shredded in the open by sentry turrets or something. I pointed at the librarian. He probably can take anything they could dish out, but the rest of us are much squishier. That's actually prudent, considering. Antaeus rumbled. A teeny bit better than I would expect from a greener than grass fresh Scola graduate anyway. The backup will be down in a few minutes. The Space Marine continued. You know, your words do wonders for my self-esteem. I snarked back. You've got the guts to talk back to me, don't you? The smile was clear in his voice. That, however, demonstrates a startling lack of brains, or at least good judgment. Lieutenant, get that small hill scanned. Antaeus pointed at the slight rise partially hiding the plaza from the Arbiter's HQ. Right away, my lord. The LT snapped a salute and started issuing the relevant orders. Nasty surprises? I asked, while trying to remove a piece of, was that a jaw, from my belt. If it was me, I would have at least mined this side to ruin the day of anyone who thought the hill would provide good cover. Just mines? I inquired. I could feel a tiny, very tiny bit of approval radiating from the Astartes. Of course not. Antaeus growled. Sentry turrets, indirect fire, redundant sensor net. It would be best if the hill was simply a cover for a nice adamantite-plated bunker chock full with nice toys and murderous bastards. Nice image if they're on our side. A bit of fun otherwise. The librarian nodded sagely. It sounded like it was from personal experience. Who was I kidding? Of course it was. He was likely hundreds of years old super soldier who had seen campaigns all across the galaxy. Any other advice for a newbie like me? I asked. While we had a bit of quiet, it dawned on me that picking up his brain for ways to keep myself alive might be prudent. That and keeping him between myself and whatever nasty thing tried to eviscerate me the next time. We don't have a decade to spare. Antia's deadpanned. How did you retain or get a sense of humor? I asked. I was almost done with mopping up brains and viscera off me. Note to self: try to avoid cutting apart heretics with a chain blade and shoot them instead. Preferably from safe distance. The stench of blood was becoming a bit nauseating. Well, most of my brothers think me a bit strange. The librarian somehow shrugged in his armor in such a way that the suit actually made a half-decent facsimile of the gesture. While they're decent guys, mostly, they tend to be a bit, how to put it, stiff. Antia sighed. I gave him a weird look. He was nothing like I was taught about the Adeptus Astartes. Oh, he was a superhuman killing machine, something the man amply demonstrated just a few minutes ago. His soul was the grandest one I felt besides the Emperor's, something that put him high above the rest of us mortals. Yet, despite that, right here and now, he felt oddly human, and I found that more reassuring than I could properly describe. Tips: let's see, don't get killed, duh. The librarian nodded, making me smirk. Even I think that's obvious. Many don't. Antia sounded less than pleased with whatever memory my quip brought up. So don't get killed unless it serves the Emperor and humanity best in the situation. More importantly, see the latter and don't get your men killed unless it's absolutely necessary to get the job done. The Emperor can use live soldiers better than a bunch of very dead martyrs. Yep, I definitely liked him. The troopers who could overhear us apparently shared the sentiment. Even with my warped senses clamped shut, I could feel their spirits rising up a bit as they heard our conversation, something that I'm sure wasn't lost to the Space Marine. Let's sum it up: don't die like imbeciles. Consider that a standing order. Antias continued. The next simple thing, for dummies like you. A giant, armored hand rested on my shoulder. Charging Emperor-damned heretics like a crazy Khornate berserker, when you aren't wearing a power armor, like you just did, is a great way to die like an imbecile. So don't do that if there's another way. Like ever, or just spare us all the embarrassment of working with you and get your head blown off right away. I won't hear the end of this, would I? I moaned. You made not too terrible impersonation of a Khornate cultist. If I wasn't a reasonable man, I would have vented your brains just in case. Or for sport. Antia spoke in a serious tone that sent shivers down my spine. The librarian's head snapped up and he pointed at the dark sky. They're here. I looked up and could spot a pair of fast-approaching fireballs which appeared to be aiming straight at us. They know that there are friendlies in the area, right? I asked. They should. Antias nodded. Everyone, kiss the ground. The librarian shouted in a voice that reverberated in my bones. I wasted no time in following his bellowed instruction and dived into the short grass next. A few moments later, the world ended in a bass roar and twin hammer blows that shook me to the core. That impression was reinforced by a rain of smoking debris that started impacting all around us. The cavalry just arrived and almost killed us in the process. This rescue mission was getting better and better, and we were yet to meet the real enemy. Chapter 14. Gova Town. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. I got up and shook myself of the loose earth covering me. Well, that was a bit close for comfort. I muttered. Brother Antias, orders, sir. A deep bass voice rumbled from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder to see 8 crimson giants carrying enough weapons to win a battle or two by themselves: standard bolters, a missile launcher, heavy melta, and a heavy bolter. Then there were a lot of grenades and other nice stuff that went boom. Each of them had to be at least 220 high, and that was before they got into power armor. They made the rest of us look like little children. Brother Sergeant went. The librarian greeted me. Traitors hold in the Arbiter HQ, unknown defenses. The guard is trying to find us building schematics. The enemy possibly has the Lord Inquisitor still alive somewhere in the building. Purge the traitors and recover him if he's still alive. We'll provide support. Affirmative. Nort, scan the area. Lorne, I want an AP missile ready. Kelso, you're blowing up any obstacles. Went started issuing orders aloud. Are you ready? He turned his attention at me. Yes. I answered simply. Raging at 8 Astartes after they perhaps not so accidentally got you killed was hazardous to one's health. Good. Follow us and try to keep up. Can we proceed, sir? Went asked. Move in. Antaeus ordered. That was enough. The Astartes suddenly accelerated faster than a speeding chimera. They were almost a blur as they ascended the hill and charged the Arbiter's HQ. What are you waiting for? I snapped at the guardsmen and drew my sword, hoping that whatever defended our target would be too busy with the Marines to shoot at us squishy normal men and women. A moment later I started running after the Astartes. Antaeus shook his head and simply strode beside me, not bothering to even jog. Went has always been a bit on the eager side. The librarian muttered. Didn't you just tell me not to charge the enemy in the open? Without proper power armor. Antaeus deadpanned. He lit up with purple fire and made a throwing gesture. A forked lightning detached from his armored glove, arched over the advancing space marines and struck a pair of bolter turrets that appeared from the wall of the HQ. The warp attack fried the defensive emplacements before they could even try seeking targets. Almost in the same instant, the rest of the Astartes opened fire. The deafening sound of bolters firing was almost like a fiasco blow. The Marines obviously had no problem hitting their targets, despite their sprint, because their rounds were tearing apart the Arbiter's defenses before they could properly come online. I shook my head in disbelief. I knew they were incredible warriors, but they were taking out targets that weren't there a split second ago, before I could properly register the emplacements appearing all over the HQ's facade. I was almost sure that this was the case for most guardsmen as well. I knew that I wouldn't be able to react at anything approaching such reaction speed without a liberal dose of warp enhancements, and even then it was going to be very, very hard to compete with such reaction times. That really made me see the dangers of my chosen line of work. Because I knew that as great as the Emir's Angels of Death were, there were many, many enemies that could match them in combat ability. As an initiate in the Ordo Xenos, I was supposed to be hunting a lot of those things too. Lucky me. All that ran through my head as I sprinted after the armored titans, hoping to clear the open ground before some enterprising traitor tried to snipe me or something. To make matters worse, right now I didn't feel confident enough to draw on the warp and enhance myself and thus getting better chances at surviving. After all, there were worse things than dying for the Emperor, like fucking up by the numbers and becoming a demon's newest toy. With the state of the warp right now, that latter was too likely for comfort. Behind me, the platoon crested the hill and charged after us, giving various war cries. I hoped that the mech element would arrive soon too, because the chimeras combining their firepower with the Astartes were almost guaranteed to get us through the killing ground. They better get in place soon, too. The emplacements were getting online faster and faster, and soon there would be more than the Marines could take out, or the Angels of Death would reach the building and start storming it, probably leaving the rest of us get torn to shreds. You got to love the geniuses that issued conflicting orders to the Marines and Guard. A turret popped up and it wasn't immediately blown up. It survived long enough to aim and sent a burst at the leading Marine before being silenced. 3 spears of coherent light harmlessly splashed over his chest plate. Fortunately, it was just a standard loss emplacement, instead of another bolter, because even Astartes' armor might have failed to a burst of high-caliber bolter rounds, especially at that range. Then the chimeras finally got into position and added their heavy weapons to the onslaught. Just in time too, the Marines reached the heavy doors and one of them pulled a charge from his backpack, while the rest took positions to the side. That in turn cut their firing arcs, allowing turrets to appear with impunity. Odd section, covering fire. Pickos shouted. A moment later, red beams lanced from behind me and started impacting the HQ. In the meantime, Antaeus moved faster and got between me and the building. I grinned like a loon. His bulk made for a great mobile cover, especially after he waved a hand and summoned a spherical shield made of purple energy. Try not to die yet, kid. The librarian shouted, then unleashed another lighting strike upon the HQ's defenses. A flash of light and a sound like ringing gong announced the Astartes taking care of the door. I heard someone screaming in pain from behind but didn't bother looking back and just kept running after Antaeus. A few seconds later, the building was towering above us. Turrets were taking pot shots at us, but their ordnance detonated harmlessly upon Antaeus' shield. Bursts of heavy bolter fire and grenades was racking the facade, shattering its murals and taking out emplacement after emplacement. Then the librarian leaned forward and went through a ragged, glowing hole blasted into the main entrance. I didn't think but dived in after him. A huge arm dragged me up to my feet. You in one piece? Antaeus asked. I simply nodded, trying to catch my breath. Good. Come on, we have an Inquisitor to find. What about the guard? I rasped. I sent one squad back to give them cover. I'll have a chat with Went once we're somewhere secure. The librarian growled. Chapter 15. Arbiter HQ. Gova Town. Daimos Peninsula. You know, I expected that we would have to fight our way through the whole damn building. I muttered. That would have been a prudent stalling tactic. Or just blowing us all up. Antia's was a bright ray of sunshine once again. That too. I glanced at the plain metal walls surrounding us as we made our way down to the holding cells and interrogation rooms when Squad led the way, and so far with the sole exception of 2 choke points that were protected only by automated defenses we hadn't faced anything of note. It's too damn quiet. I can't sense what's below us. No Taint, but Antia's trailed off. I took him at his word. Usually the things that could block a Psyker's warp senses weren't healthy. Or there were more than a few ways to pull it off, but I doubted that we would be lucky enough for this to be one of the nicer options. Where are all the arbiters? Santos, who was shadowing me, asked aloud. There should be enough of them to slow us down a bit. Antia's hummed. The sound came out of his helmet strangely distorted, almost eerie. No matter where they are, it can't be good for us. It never is. Chaos tend to work that way. When they aren't busy screwing each other. Too much information. Santos groaned. The rest of the troopers wisely didn't touch the topic with a 10-foot pole, which in itself was surprising. My temporarily bodyguards were a strange bunch. In front of us, the Marines opened fire, before went helpfully shouted, "Contact." The sound of bolters discharging within the building was outright deafening. Within moments, the only thing I could hear was the roar of the weapons. The fact that all I could see was Antia's power pack that was attached to his back didn't help matters. Whatever decided to be shot up by the Astartes, didn't even slow down their progress, and a few seconds later we were passing through a door frame. The old-fashioned door it belonged to lay twisted in the middle of a large room. By the look of it, it had been tackled and trampled by a space marine. The poor bastard that had been apparently bracing the door was in even worse condition, though he was mostly intact even if his chest made a good impression of pancake. The other 10 or traitorous arbiters strewn all around the room weren't so lucky. They made a great visual aid on the effectiveness of bolter rounds, and let's leave it at that. Did you know that a bolter blowing up your guts makes a worse mess than if you did the same with a chainsword? For some reason part of me was finding the carnage oddly beautiful, while there was another that wanted me to puke everything that I've ever eaten. Weird. I shook my head and looked around, trying not to pay attention to the corpses. We were into an interrogation room, a proper one I mean. While there were some interesting devices to help untie one's tongue, there was a lot of gadgets meant to tell if someone was lying. Granted, most of them were rather crudely made and quite old, but if my training was correct, they should have been rather effective despite that. However, it was clear that the room hadn't been used for its original purpose lately. There were 2 men and a woman strapped into chairs, who were methodically torn apart. Considering that most if not all of the lie detectors appeared to be trashed and not by the Marines, I doubted that the point had been gathering information. No, the fucking traitors had had their fun with the Inquisitor's retinue. At least one of them, I mentally amended. The closest man still had pieces of his jacket left, and while it was soaked with dried blood, a stylized eye patch on the shoulder facing me was clearly visible. That doesn't bode well for the Lord Inquisitor. Antia stated. Not at all. I nodded and averted my eyes from the torn mess that once was a human face. The man who should have been one of my colleagues had been tortured to death. You all have cameras in the helmets recording this, right? I asked the librarian. Somehow, my training came up to the surface, making me look at the situation with professional detachment. I never thought I would be so glad that Sister Joachim's insane training methods, but you can't argue with results. I probably owed her and the rest of my teachers a lot, because I had the sneaking suspicion that if it wasn't for their efforts, I would be either dead or blubbering wreck by now. Of course. It's SOP. Antia's nodded. Good. I would request copies of this segment at least once we're back. We'll have to confirm if these people were part of Lord Requista's retinue. Naturally. Just don't touch the bodies, they might be trapped. The librarian added. I won't. It's not like it would do them any good. They're with the Emperor now. I made the sign of the Aquila at the dead agent and turned my attention to whence men. One of the Astartes was busy cutting through a metal door with a power sword. The sound was surprisingly quiet after the last firefight. That or my hearing was shot. Agent Vale, we're approaching the command center, however enemy resistance is stiffening. We should take it in 5. The LT's voice came over my Vox caster. Shortly after we got into the HQ, command came through for us and found a loyal arbiter who had served in this building before being returned to the capital. He was able to give us a rough location of our objectives, the command center and detention cells. After that we separated. Pitcos went with 2nd Squad to neutralize the building's nerve center, while the rest of us headed towards the dungeon. Good. Carry on. I answered. A solid clang sounded a few seconds later. The sword-wielding Astartes kicked the door he had been working on and a massive piece of it flew down the corridor. Paths open. The Marine declared, sheathed his blade and pulled out a bolter. Lead the way, my lords. I waved at the Astartes. Go. We've wasted too much time already. Antaeus added. The Marines pointedly ignored me, gave a nod to the librarian and vanished one after another down the corridor. A squad of mowed-down traitors later, we were carefully descending through a tight stairwell, which was barely able to take the weight of the Marines. The comparatively flimsy metal it was made of groaned with every step they made, yet it held. It was a good thing that we descended two at a time with the rest providing cover or simply staying out of the way, because I doubt that it would have held me two, much less a third Astartes. The damn weight was nerve-wracking too. This place had ambush practically written all over it. Even crazed cultists would have recognized it as a prime killing ground, yet no enemy materialized. No mines, or improvised explosives. No traps. That didn't bode well at all. At best we were going to find empty cells or just corpses, because I doubted that the traitors were dumb enough to leave a live Inquisitor, no matter their condition, for us to find. Still, we reached the bottom without incident if you don't count the fact that the warp simply cut off just behind the door that was now facing us. Even with my psychic senses clamped shut, I could feel a void, an emptiness that made me feel sick. We just breached the CP, casualties acceptable. Picos announced while the Astartes were preparing to cut through the door. Outstanding, Lieutenant. Any idea if you can patch into building security? One of the Space Marines is working on it. I can confirm. Antaeus announced. The door should be opened in a few seconds. That's the first good news I got since arriving here. So we must be ready for a really bad one. The librarian added. Little did we know what was happening right now a few hundred kilometers from here, and it was pretty fucking bad. The door quietly retracted into the floor, revealing an empty guard station. Any sight of resistance? I asked. Antaeus had to order the same info before we got an answer. There were still two short platoons in the building, near the command center, though they were busy making themselves scarce. As far as the cameras and sensors were concerned, there were just a handful of still alive prisoners with us down here. An icy ball formed in the pit of my stomach. To say that I had a bad feeling would be a charming understatement. The Astartes led the way and we descended one more level until we reached the cells themselves. Sir, you many want to see this. Went, who led the way, spoke. His squad took a step to the side, allowing us to pass. Went used his gun to point at a cell to the right. A present for the Corpse Emperor's servants. That was written with drying blood on the cell's door. Sweep for explosives and then carefully open the door. Antaeus ordered. You squishies better take cover out of the cell block. You heard the Lord Librarian. I snapped and made myself scarce. My shadows didn't need prompting and followed suit. It's clear. Antaeus shouted a minute later, in clearly affronted voice. Obviously he too found the lack of traps and resistance insulting or just a bad omen for the things to come. Yet another great opportunity to screw us over wasted. The fuck was going on here? You better come here, now, Agent Vale. The librarian spoke formally. Fuck. I sprinted down the corridor. That wasn't going to be good. Like at all. Damn right I was. Halfway there, I could smell the rot and stench of body fluids. The Marines, who were gathered around the cell door, made me way without prompting this time. The first thing I saw was Went, who was actually standing at attention just inside the cell. Next to him, Antaeus was on one knee, towering over my mind, refused to comprehend what exactly I was seeing. For a moment I thought that it was a pile of bloody rags used to mop up some bloody mess. I blinked and shook my head. That had once been a man. Now it was a head with most of its flesh flayed attached to what might have been a human torso at one point. What Usu, lug, the mutilated corpse somehow wheezed. Fuck me with a bane blade. The poor fucking bastard was somehow still alive. I gave him a closer look, something that I immediately regretted. Most of his flesh was gone, or black and rotting with infection. The only thing that still kept him alive were the bionic implants I could see in his torso. Lord Inquisitor Requista. I stated. It was barely recognizable, but if I squinted right, what was left of the face looked like the picture I got with my orders. His single remaining bloodshot I turned in my vague direction. Apparently he had enough left of his mind to recognize his name. That and chiding us for not getting here earlier. Tough bastard. If I had been through the same and somehow still alive, I knew I would have been driven insane by now. I'm Agent Vale, your new initiate. I spoke aloud, hoping that he could hear and understand me. You late, Requista whispered through missing lips. I know. What else could I say? People. He rasped. I shook my head. Requista closed his eye and went still for a few moments. I honestly thought that he had passed into the Emperor's light, but then he shook with wet cough and looked back at me. Chaos Ritual. The Peninsula, his voice was barely a whisper and it was weakening with every word. We know. Antias rumbled quietly. Our strike cruiser will be taking out the whole area shortly. Goo, Requista gave out a sigh that I chose to interpret as one of relief. Sir, the Blood Ravens Company deployed here and the Imperial Guard have conflicting orders. There were already skirmishes between the two forces. We need higher authority to stop them from killing each other. I spoke in a loud and clear voice. Fuck it. The last thing the dying man needed was dealing with this shit. The whole situation made me furious almost to the point seeing red. Requista's eye stared at me, as if asking what the fuck could he do about it. I averted my gaze. Raz, the Inquisitor's whisper was barely audible. What was that? Antias stood up and looked around. A moment later he knelt next to a pile of offal in the corner and pulled out a blood and gore-covered object. He found some kind of rag and hastily cleaned it up, before presenting it to Requista. The Inquisitor stared in his rosary for a long moment. His mutilated face twisted in something that should have been a smile, but in fact was a vision from hell itself. A burst of what sounded like binary came from his implants and the rosary in Antia's paw glowed with soft golden light. Requista's eye turned and looked at me. Veal, Requista wheezed. Akak, Ian and Seat Veal, somehow he managed to give me a firm nod. Viewing the Iratech Prejay Zeno, he rasped for a last time. His eye closed and Requista laid still. I just watched the mutilated corpse. I didn't know the man. I didn't know of him, either just the fact that he was an Inquisitor and one of the toughest bastards that I was likely to ever meet. Yet seeing him die here, like that doing his duty with his dying breath, it changed something. It made me furious. It gave me a purpose. I straightened up and made the Aquila with my hands, before giving a deep, respectful bow to the dead Inquisitor. Brother Sergeant went, check the rest of the cells. See if there's anyone still alive in here. I spoke in a voice I didn't recognize. There was no doubt. No uncertainty. Just a conviction that I wasn't going to fail Requista. I was going to fulfill his last will and cleanse this world from the traitors and Xeno polluting it or die trying. I could do nothing less. You heard the Inquisitor. Antias snapped, letting cold fury lace his voice. Went rigid, but then saluted and got out. The librarian turned his attention to me and offered me the rosary. I carefully closed my gloved hand around it. Things like these, Antias whispered. They either make or break a man. I have high expectations of you, Lord Inquisitor. Chapter 16. Detention Center. Arbiter's HQ. Gova Town. Kronus. No pressure then. I chuckled mirthlessly. Stop the Adeptus Astartes and the Imperial Guard from killing each other, purge a world from multiple Xeno armies, not to forget the apparent chaos incursion too. I was so much over my head it wasn't even funny. All in a day's work, Inquisitor. Antias spoke solemnly. Santos, incendiary grenade. I won't have Requista's body profaned even further. I ordered my bodyguard after leaving the cell. Sir. The stormtrooper spoke quietly and followed my order once Antias walked out. The soldier threw the grenade in and sealed the door, turning the cell into a crematorium. We have a live one, here. One of the Space Marines announced aloud in an uneasy voice. I frowned. Whatever could give one of his kind a pause couldn't be a good thing for anyone. I gripped the handle of my sword and walked towards the Astartes. The man was standing next to a cell at the far end of the corridor. His bolter was pointing into its open door, though he didn't open fire. Went and another Marine interrupted their search and moved in to cover their brother. I could hear the stormtroopers taking positions behind me and Antia's heavy footsteps following me. What new horror awaited us, I wondered. I walked past a Marine who had taken a position to the left of the door and carefully glanced inside. I could see two figures in the twilight. One was a woman here, dead white eyes were staring sightlessly at the door. Her face was a frozen grimace, stretched by gray, taut skin. Another, much smaller figure was clutching the dead woman like a lifeline. A pair of empty green eyes were staring through us, looking at only the Emperor knows what. The kid was skin and bones, wrapped in a dirty dress that might have been red once upon a time. She was apparently left to starve to death with the corpse of her young mother or older sister. Still, as fucked up as that was, it didn't explain why the Astartes was feeling uneasy. Undoubtedly he had seen things that were much more fucked up, like what was done to Requista and his people. Antias stopped behind me and looked over my head, then he hissed. Can someone enlighten me? Is she possessed or something? I asked warily. My hand clutched the hilt of my chainsword and I prepared for action. Can't you feel it? The librarian sounded incredulous. The hell? Now that I think about it, yeah, there was no trace of the warp that I could sense. Like it was never there. It was actually soothing. I said so aloud too. She's a pariah. Antias hissed again. That gave me pause. As a psyker, her very presence should be screaming kill me now, getting worse the closer the kid was. Instead, there was nothing. Are you sure? I frowned. I feel nothing that suggests she's a pariah or a blank, though I haven't been close to one before. Very sure. Antias growled and took a step back. I'm sure that I heard a sigh of relief coming from him. That's weird. I shrugged. But potentially useful with Chaos and Eldar around. You want to use her? The librarian asked. Well, I'm certainly not leaving her here since she's not possessed or otherwise corrupted. Though a medical scan for nasty surprises will be in order, I think. You're sure she's not a demon host or something? Very. I've been close to blanks and a pariah before. The feeling's unmistakable. How in the Emperor's name can you stand being so close to her? Antias exclaimed. No idea. I'm weird like that. I shrugged. Hi there. I smiled and waved at the kid, who didn't react at all. Damn it, I wasn't a therapist or something. The little training I got for similar situations was going to be counterproductive in this case, I thought. Santos. A ration bar and canteen. Call Picos to have a female trooper waiting us at the entrance, our new friend might react better to a woman. Trying to get the girl out of her funk with an offer of food and water didn't work. She simply wasn't here and didn't really react when I carefully pulled the corpse of her relative from her hands and picked her up. Totally catatonic or whatever the scientific term was. I growled. Just another life destroyed by the damn traitors. As if I needed another reason to burn them all. Soon enough we were back at the entrance, after pausing for a few moments to burn the bodies of Requista's team too. We faced no resistance. The remaining traitorous arbiters were either busy running or got ran down by the guardsmen and Astartes squad working with them. What's the plan, Lord Inquisitor? Antias asked after I handed the girl to a short, grizzled corporal, who rushed her out towards the waiting chimeras. You thought what you're going to do, I hope. Antias appeared next to me. Go back to the capital and put an end to this damn mess. We have enough problems without trying to kill each other too. I dearly hoped that Captain Thule was going to recognize my new authority and reign in his Astartes. We had whole armies of Xeno to deal with. Fighting among ourselves was going to doom us and every human on Kronus. Good, good. The librarian muttered. Do you think Thule will challenge your chapter master's orders on my say-so? I asked. Antias was silent for a long moment. I believe so. However, there are some of my brothers that would be mightily displeased by such a turn of events. How displeased? That remains to be seen. Antias trailed off. The Astartes, who was standing just beyond the effective boundary of the girl's disruption effect, stiffened. His head snapped up towards the plateau above the town. By the Emperor, the librarian whispered. Turned around and stared. The sky was tearing apart as huge wisps of purple energy were rising from somewhere behind the horizon. Lances of blinding light descended from the heavens, likely the Space Marine strike cruiser unleashing its weapons on the far side of the peninsula. I had the sinking feeling that it was going to be too little too late. The ground shook under our feet. A warm, wet wind started blowing in our faces. It carried a faint smell of decay. I felt a faint pressure in my head, but it was a distant thing, that was failed to find a purchase. I shuddered and took a step towards the chimera with the kid we retrieved. The pressure suddenly vanished and I let out a sigh of relief. Whatever it wasn't good for my health, I knew that much. We need to leave now. Antias rasped. He stumbled towards the waiting chimeras and straightened up once he got closer. I've never been a witness to a warp storm being born. The librarian groaned. Above us, the tendrils of warp energy continued to race toward space. Lieutenant. We need to get the fuck out of here yesterday. Make your way to the chimeras on the double and don't stop for anything. Move it. I shouted in my vox. Affirmative. What's the situation? We're feeling something weird. A warp storm and something that looks like chaos incursion. Shit. We're pulling out, now. The LT informed me. Sergeant, defensive positions, be ready for anything. I ordered the NCO left to oversee our ride back home. Yes, sir. The aging man said and started shouting orders. What are the odds that we'll be able to pull out without incident? I asked Antaeus. The librarian didn't answer and instead just stared at the boiling mass of warp energy that was starting to gather in high orbit. Chapter 17. Arbiter's HQ. Gova Town. Kronus. It took 5 nerve-wracking minutes for the rest of the platoon and Wentz Marines to reach us. The news from orbit weren't good. The growing warp storm was threatening to cut us off from reinforcements if it didn't stabilize soon. Even worse, the captain of the strike cruiser told Antaeus that the orbital strike appeared to be unsuccessful. Before warp-derived disturbances blanketed their sensors with static and other, less pleasant things, the Astartes in orbit saw a chaos gate forming and a lot of traitor forces pouring through. We had elements of a traitor legion on site, which meant that unless we all cleaned up our act, we were dead if we were lucky. My job just got that much more important and I still had no real idea how to do it besides rely on my newfound authority and pray to the Emperor that it would be enough. I spent the last few minutes trying to plan a course of action that wasn't going to needlessly get people killed and reached the predictable conclusion that I simply lacked the experience to do so. I was supposed to be training how to be a proper little inquisitorial agent, not the real thing, damn it. Predictably, we didn't get out without incident. It was that kind of day. Pyrrhic just emerged from the main entrance, followed by her soldiers, more than a few of whom were carrying wounded, when I could feel static electricity building in the air. A loud whining followed by a snap crack and a flash of light erupted from the edge of the null field surrounding the chimeras. Chunks of steaming meat and glowing armor exploded outwards and started raining all over the plaza. A dozen or so rapid flashes followed, deploying huge men randomly just beyond the null field. Most of them wore furs and leathers, though that didn't make their wicked chain swords and axes any less lethal. The small war band was led by a pair of even larger traitor marines, who were armored from head to toe and carrying very large guns. I stared at the madmen who risked teleporting while a warp storm was being born. For a moment, they were surrounded by a corona of dissipating warp energy, which almost immediately discharged into the surrounding area. My training kicked in just as they gave blood-curdling war cries and charged us with no care for their own well-being. Our Astartes were already reacting, aiming at the madmen. However, they concentrated on the major threat, the traitor marines, which gave a chance to the berserkers to close in. I drew my weapons and opened fire at the closest madman. The chimera next to me was lucky its gunner was pointing a heavy bolter in the general direction of the enemy and immediately opened up, blowing a pair of heretics into bloody gore. Antaeus, who was under the null field, wasted no time and charged a nearby maniac, who was wielding a pair of chain axes, while the rest of the marines were busy riddling their traitorous brethren with bolter shells. We would have emerged from this ill-timed attack mostly unscratched, if it wasn't for one nasty fact. 4 of the madmen appeared almost on top of Pyrrhic and her people. The guardsmen wasted no time in opening fire, however they managed to down only 2 berserkers, before the rest were within melee range and started swinging. I saw that from the corner of my eye and then I was too busy to pay any more attention to anything but giant barreling towards me. I shot him twice in the chest, which only ignited the furs he was wearing, revealing that he had some kind of armor underneath. My shots only pissed him off. He roared and swung a huge, 2-handed axe at me, intent on splitting me in 2. I jumped aside in the last moment, feeling the displaced air as the mighty cleave passed a few centimeters from my left shoulder. I wasted no time and retaliated with an ill-aimed swipe. The man moved with a surprising agility and almost got out of range. The adamantine teeth of my blade caught his biceps and tore through the muscle, leaving an ugly gash in his left hand. That didn't slow him down in the slightest. He roared in rage and pain, and swung his axe again, as if it was a child's toy instead of a huge weapon that had to weigh at least 20 kilograms. All I could do was to jump back and pray. The swipe did miss me, but it caught the side of my sword and tore it from my hand. I spat a curse and backpedaled. I raised my lost pistol and started shooting at the man's head. I missed as he gave me an ugly smile and charged straight at me. I stumbled at something and fell on my ass, which left me an easy target. I had just enough time to take a hasty shot and curse my luck, before the madman was towering above me. Then his bloodthirsty grin and the head it was attached to were replaced by pink steam. The headless corpse swung on its feet for a couple of seconds, then it started slowly toppling towards me. Fuck my luck. I hissed and rolled away. You all right, sir? Santos was next to me a moment later, offering me a hand. Thanks. I muttered. Good fellas, saving my life like that. I think I was going to keep them. I looked around. The enemy done in, though we didn't emerge unscratched. The first casualty I saw was one of the Astartes. His left arm hanged useless and the arm was missing everything below the elbow. Fuck. Those traitors managed at least on shot more or less on target even when 2 squads were busy emptying their bolters in them. I was suddenly very glad that I wasn't faced with a real traitor marine and had to contend with just an initiate at worst, and he almost took my head too, the wanker. I shuddered at the thought of how close to dying I got. Emperor damned heretics, I muttered and looked back at where Picos was. Fuck. The LT was alright, though I couldn't say the same for her people. Those bastards that hit them apparently managed to cut down at least half a dozen guardsmen before being shot to pieces. Almost literally the maniacs had so many cauterized holes in them that it was a miracle that they were more or less in one piece. Get the wounded on the chimeras and let's move on before they hit us again. I ordered. The poor bastards gutted by those heretics weren't among the wounded. The chain weapons had killed everyone they hit. I hoped that this was just a raid of opportunity or something, because otherwise we may not make it back. If we were hit by a dozen traitor marines instead, most of us would be gone. I had no doubt about that. The only good news was that we got a few minutes to load everyone, with the Astartes taking a ride on the roofs, then left without being attacked again. The Emperor only knew if we could make it to friendly-held territory without being hit again. Chapter 18. 6 hours later. Imperial Guard Column. En route to Victory Bay. Multiple contacts, 6 o'clock. One of whence Marines spoke in the platoon's General Vox net. Confirmed. Air cars and bikes. Approaching fast. From the direction of Genova and the chaos incursion that infested the peninsula. At least they weren't in a position to cut off our way. Not yet. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. I grumbled. Get us moving as fast as practical, check if someone is free to provide some air support and prepare for battle. I spoke in my Vox, trying very hard to keep the resignation out of my voice. There was a small part of me that hoped that we would get back without incident. I should have known better. Camera feeds? I asked the driver, a young corporal called Oren. Surprisingly, the IG regiment sent to pacify Kronus was equipped with top-of-a-line kit, including some impressive networking compared to what most of the guards had to work with. That included cameras in all vehicles and automated turrets on most chimeras, sparing a soldier the need to expose themselves to use the heavy weapon mounted on top. There were only 2 such machines attached to the platoon, and on the scramble to get away from Genova, I didn't end in one of them. At least the LT and the stray I picked up were a bit safer than the rest of us. On the bright side, there were still cameras on my ride, allowing me to see what was approaching once I went next to the driver. Behind us, there was a small cloud of vehicles, air cars, bikes, and even 2 buses of all things. It was no surprise that they were able to overtake us. While the chimeras were fast for tracked APCs, they had nothing on civilian skimmers that didn't need to mount much in the way of armor, just enough to maybe keep a rich idiot alive if they crashed into something. The big question was what they were armed with, because a few decent missile launchers could easily ruin our day. They're in range. Engaging. A Marine announced over the Vox an instant before I could hear bolters opening up. Single shots aimed fire. The enemy was still kilometers away, practically far beyond small arms' effective range against human-sized targets. Apparently for Space Marines with all their enhancements and whatever help their armor could provide, that wasn't true. They were followed by our heavy weapons speaking moments later. Just a few seconds after the Astartes opened fire, an aircar fell out of formation, then crashed near the road. Despite what a movie might imply, the expected fireball didn't materialize, so the Promethean tank survived the impact. A biker lost his head next and his ride slammed into the back of a red aircar. This time, we were rewarded with a nice blue-tinted explosion as the 2 vehicles immolated themselves. The ensuing blast wave and shrapnel scattered the nearby traitors and even downed a few aircars. The swarm spread out and continued to approach undeterred by the losses. The cameras caught dull flashes appearing all around the enemy machines as their occupants started firing wildly our way. At this range, they had to be very lucky to hit anything, yet given the amount of ordnance coming our way, they were bound to. A dull clang announced some kind of round ricocheting from the side of our chimera. Yep, even fucking traitors spraying and praying could get lucky. A few seconds later, our gunner let loose a long burst of bolter fire. The heavy round flew true and ripped open one of the closest air cars, splattering its occupants in the process. Autocannons, grenades, and heavy bolters were taking their toll upon the approaching swarm. A saner opponent would have broken off given the death toll that our heavy weapons and marines were inflicting. Yet, those were chaos-aligned traitors' sanity was something that other people did. Hell, a lot of them probably were glad to die for whatever foul thing they worshipped. The worst thing was, that I was a spectator. There were no orders to give. No way to actively fight right now. Oh, we could stop, dismount and give the bastards a good fight. However, that might allow for something actually nasty to catch up, and there was still no word on air support. Besides, doing so would make us easier targets for ramming. It took them a couple of minutes to get close enough that their wildfire started hitting our rides at regular intervals. The Astartes didn't seem to mind stubbers, and lost guns weren't a big threat for their armor. However, the same couldn't be said about our gunners. Eli's down. Someone shouted over the Vox. Pull her down and take the gun. Medic. Pickos ordered. About 2/3 of the swarm was down when they were about to overtake us. The Marines and gunners did a great job, but there were simply too many of the bastards to take out with our firepower. Not before they reached us at least. Get off the road and evasive. I snapped. I really didn't like the way the leading bastards were angling their vehicles towards us, and considering that their shooting was really just an inconvenience. My eyes. Our gunner screamed and the roar of his bolter ceased. Help me pull him down. I snapped and stopped watching the battle. I just had to think that, didn't I? I should have known better. A pair of guardsmen rushed to my aid, and within seconds, we had the poor bastards back inside the vehicle. We laid him on the floor, and the two men who helped me started pulling out medpacks. I glanced at the rest of the troopers with us. All were injured to one extent or another, though most were walking wounded. Fuck it. I hated being useless anyway. I pushed my shoulders through the gunner's hatch and took a hold of the bolter just as our driver made a sharp turn, making me slam my ribs on a sharp edge. Fortunately, my armor blunted most of the impact, leaving me with only a nasty bruise. I took a moment to get my bearings and make sure that I didn't accidentally shoot one of the Marines riding on the ceiling. What I saw was pure chaos, pun intended. Bikes and air cars were doing their best to ram our wildly evading chimeras, while others flew close in to provide covering fire. Others instead were doing their best to board us, which was sheer insanity considering that we had a pair of Astartes on top of each APC. In the Emperor's name, die. I heard Antias's voice rise from nearby and glanced to the left. The librarian was driving his bike with one hand while shooting over his shoulder with the other. Somehow he wasn't crashing, even though he was unable to use his psyker powers to help find a safe route. He was hitting things too. I saw him rip through a bike that flew next to the chimera behind us. Bolter rounds blew apart the chest of its leather-clad driver, while his buddy, a naked woman, was jumping to on the chimera. The bike flew out of control a moment before the heretic could properly leap, and she bounced from the side skirt of the APC, then harmlessly blew up behind the speeding armored vehicles. Beware, suicide bombers. I shouted in my vox. That image made me stop gawking at the insanity surrounding me, and I gripped the heavy bolter. It took me a moment to line up a target, an air car that was diving at the chimera behind us, and opened fire. My first burst went high, just a round or two clipped the trunk, doing no real damage. I cursed while correcting my aim and let loose. Heavy rounds stitched through the middle of the diving car and detonated, tearing it in two. The front slammed into the road behind us and crumbled like a tin can under tank treads, while the back blew up spectacularly a moment after slamming into a tree. That was fucking awesome. A well-aimed burst pinged from the armor around my bolter. I tried to make myself as a small target as possible, all the while doing my best to fend off the maniacs. Despite our best efforts, they just kept coming. I saw a pair of cultists jumping on top of a chimera that had to slow down to avoid a ditch. The Marines on top trivially threw the bastards away, before they exploded in a shower of gore. An air car slammed in the back of the last APC, only to crumble when whatever it was made of was found lacking compared to the armor. Then one of the buses was almost on top of us. The madman driving turned it to the side, somehow making the vehicle drift in midair. For a heartbeat, I thought that the driver fucked up, but then the side aligned with our chimera, revealing at least 20 people with guns pointing our way. Fuck. I shouted and let loose, emptying the belt into the bus. The Marines did the same, burning through what was left in their magazines in moments. Our combined fire ripped the bus open, spilling people and pieces of people on the ground. Yet, the Emperor-damned cultists didn't care and opened fire with everything they got. Slugs and lost bolts slammed into the top of our chimera, either bouncing off or heating the armor. The Marines simply shrugged the fire and reloaded, though the one to my right first pulled out a grenade and threw it in the bus, which was threatening to roll in the air and fall on the last APC. The driver of the rearguard chimera made the engine scream and somehow squeezed off just a bit more speed. The grenade flew in the bus, landing just behind the driver, and blew up, simply disintegrating the front third of the machine. The rest spun out of control and slammed into a patch of trees beside the road, where it flew apart. I need ammo. I shouted to the troopers below me as I did my best to detach the empty belt. Let me tell you, reloading a heavy bolter on top of Chimera's busy evading kamikazes was pure brass-plated bitch. One cursed by the Emperor himself to boot. Having fucking cultists trying to blow my head off didn't help either. At least the Marines next to me didn't arrange an accident that would have left Thule free to take out the Imperial Guard too. I was finally able to reload and take a note of what the hell was happening around us when the never sufficiently damned cultists got lucky. The second bus, which had been hanging back, accelerated behind a wall made of the most remaining air cars. It chose the time well because apparently, all our heavy weapons ran out of ammo in just about the same time, which was a pure fuck-up on our side. The Marines did their best as well as the few guardsmen who had clear fire lanes from the firing ports in the chimeras. I opened fire too, ripping a pair of air cars to pieces. It wasn't enough. We took down about 2/3 of the remaining cars, when the bus drove through 2 of its buddies, literally slamming them out of the air. I'm sure I saw at least 2 Marines shredding the driver, making the machine lose control, but it was too late. It slammed in the back of the last chimera, though at least the Astartes ridding that APC managed to jump out just in time. The impact tore apart the bus, however, the damage was done. The chimera was sent skidding into a low boulder. It hit hard, at the wrong angle, and the whole APC went airborne for a few seconds before slamming into the ground and rolling a few times until it laid resting on its ceiling. We lost a chimera. Circle around and prepare to dismount. I ordered and opened fire at the remaining traitors. Belay that. Continue driving towards Victory Bay. Picos shouted, giving me pause. She knew better than to disobey an Inquisitor, and she didn't strike me as a woman who would just leave 8 of her people behind. Lieutenant, explain yourself. I growled in the Vox. I just got word from HQ, enemy bombers are vectoring on our position. The general sent interceptors our way, but they won't reach us in time unless we keep driving. I glared at the traitors. What little air cars they had remaining were breaking off and heading towards the crashed chimera, just as the pair of dismounted Astartes did. We were in the open, with no cover to speak of in sight. If a bomber or 2 caught us here, we were toast. You heard the LT. Once the CAP is in place, we're coming back. I growled in the Vox, though I didn't really believe it. Somehow, I had trouble believing that we would find anything but corpses if we could get back in the first place. Chapter 19. Broadsword 1-1. Kronus 51st Lightning Interceptor Squadron. Kronus. Broadsword Actual, Overwatch Wilco. Intercept a bomber flight vectoring towards friendly convoy. Coordinates, Flight Lieutenant Erica Astra pulled her control stick and banked to the east. Her agile fighter obeyed like an eager puppy and easily settled into a new course. Behind her, the rest of the squadron followed suit, forming into a wedge formation. Broadsword 2, Broadsword Actual, confirm orders. Erica's XO Lieutenant Korolev asked over the Vox. It wasn't like the Victory Bay's local to question orders any orders. Yet, the flight lieutenant could understand his concern. She shared it. The new orders carried them to the east, straight at the source of the chaos sorcery that dominated the skies in the form of a purple wound in reality itself. The Emperor damn thing was connected to the ground via pulsing tentacle made of wriggling energy that made it painful to look in that direction. The warp storm in orbit above that location, an abomination made of unspeakable things, didn't help either. Yet, the 51st had their orders to disobey was treason, and that had only one outcome. Broadsword Actual, Broadsword 2, orders confirmed. We're to intercept enemy bombers and provide CAP for a ground convoy. Erica repeated the orders, which came straight from the general. May the Emperor watch over our souls. Broadsword 3 Lieutenant Orlan Kovac muttered a prayer over the Vox. The Emperor protects. Erica answered just as quietly. She looked at her instruments, at the side of the cockpit, just so she didn't have to stare at the purple tendrils of energy undulating over the horizon. Broadsword Flight, don't look straight at whatever is happening over the Daimos Peninsula. The flight lieutenant ordered. She didn't think that her men were dumb enough to stare into that madness, but she wanted to make sure. Erica started muttering prayers to soothe her nerves and keep her mind off what was happening to her world, while her eyes never left the instruments. It didn't really help. Until just a few years ago the Tau were little more than peaceful traders before they started shipping more and more hardware and troops. About the same time, more people began to adopt their culture and views, something that the imperial authorities saw as what it was, an attempt to subvert the emperor's rule. That's when everything started going to hell. The unrest started growing. A few PDF units sided with the Tau, which would have sparkled a war if it wasn't for an orc rock crashing near the blue-skinned settlements and focusing everyone's attention on the green menace. Then things went weird: disappearances, traces of cult activity, rumors of Eldar sightings. If all that wasn't enough, the Imperial Guard, shortly followed by the Adeptus Astartes, arrived, and that sparkled the conflict. Everyone knew it was coming. Now there was chaos too, threatening not only body but soul. The flight was just a few minutes of the target area, when the sensor suite of the Lightning whined, announcing high energy disturbance that made it hard to detect anything. Broadsword Flight, Broadsword Actual. Are you experiencing Auspex disturbances? Broadsword 2 detection range is at 50% and rapidly decreasing. Broadsword 3 mine just fell to 25% and it's not moving from there. Broadsword Actual, Overwatch. Be advised, we're experiencing interference. Auspex detection range just fell to 1/3. Please advise on enemy location. Erica informed command. Overwatch, broadsword actual. Be advised we're detecting 4 boogies vectoring on the convoy. Course. As command gave her the vector and distance of the enemy, Erica typed it into the flight cogitator. 4 blinking red dots appeared on her sensor screen showing the estimated locations of the enemy. Flight profile and sensor sweeps estimate 4 Marauder bombers. Overwatch declared. Affirmative. Target is 4 Marauders. Erica answered. Good hunting, broadsword actual. Overwatch out. A few minutes and multiple small course corrections later, Erica finally got the enemy on sensors. The bombers' targets to the later were hard to miss when they were the only moving thing on the ground. All broadswords, hit the afterburners and engage at will. Erica ordered as her flight screamed far above the guard convoy. The bombers were almost in effective range. They would have had a clear shot even earlier if it wasn't for the disturbance that all but guaranteed a visual range dogfight. At least that wasn't too big a problem this time. Broadsword flight had already expended their missiles while dueling with Tau fighters for air superiority in the vicinity of Victory Bay. The enemy detected them almost at the same time and split. 2 bombers dived, while the rest pulled up. Broadsword flight, broadsword actual. I'm taking the low pair. Eliminate the rest and reinforce. Affirmative. Wilco. The Emperor protects. The flight lieutenant put her fighter into a sharp dive. This was going to be tricky. Ideally she would be able to take out both bombers on the first pass, however that wasn't something she could count on. If even one of the traitors managed to lock on the convoy, they would be able to kill it. Erica grit her teeth when her flight suit tightened around her as she sped down and the gravities affecting her started mounting. Soon enough, the targeting cogitator gave a pleased beep as it locked on the leading bomber. Erica smiled viciously and pressed the trigger. Her wingtip-mounted lance cannon spoke and a pair of blinding beams of coherent light bore through the air. 1 down. The flight lieutenant muttered after her target vanished from the sensors. She looked up from the instruments at the fast-approaching bomber she was flying at. The enemy craft lit up as its autocannons and bolters opened up in an attempt to swat her out of the sky. Erica answered with a burst of her own autocannon, which unfortunately went wide. The enemy's return fire became more accurate and bolter rounds pinged off her armored wings, the tiny explosions making her plane shake. Erica glanced at the charge. Just a few more seconds and she could fire her primary weapon again. She sent another burst of shells at the bomber, missing again as it banked right. A ping announced that lance cannons were up and Erica pressed the trigger. The ponderous bomber had no prayer of evading this salvo, not at practically point-blank range. 2 lances of boiling energy speared the enemy craft just in front of the left wing, slicing it open as its own momentum drove it through the beams. Then the ordnance cooked off and the bomber disappeared in the middle of a colossal explosion. Broadsword flight, broadsword 1. Sound up. Erica ordered and pushed her lighting into a steep climb. Broadsword 2, scratch 1 boogie. Broadsword 3, the heretics are dead. Good. We're on CAP until the convoy is in friendly territory. Broadsword actual, overwatch. Enemy bombers killed. Broadsword flight is providing escort for the convoy. Over. Overwatch, broadsword actual. Well done. Carry on. We'll keep an eye for enemy flyers. Over. Erica glanced at the convoy speeding on the highway below. She hoped that it carried something important enough to justify pulling her squadron out of the furball above the capital. To her utter astonishment and confusion, the convoy braked and started turning around. What in the Emperor's name? Broadsword actual, overwatch. The convoy is turning around, please advise. Erica hissed into the Vox. Overwatch, broadsword actual, wait 1. Erica was left fuming as the convoy of chimeras sped back towards the Daimos Peninsula. Overwatch, broadsword actual. The convoy is going back to retrieve a pair of stranded Adeptus Astartes. Provide CAP. Will vector support when available. Over. Why did the guardsmen go back to retrieve the same maniacs who had been accidentally killing them for the last couple of weeks? What did she do? Offend the Emperor himself or something to deserve dealing with this? Chapter 20. Command Center. Imperial Guard Base, Final Liberation. Victory Bay. Kronus. The dimly lit room buzzed with chatter coming from all over the jagged front lines surrounding the capital. Most of the light came from a pair of small hololiths courtesy to the muggos in charge of all things Mechanicus attached to General Alexander's command and multiple screens attached to portable consoles. Orcs massing all across the line. Large armor formations screened by mobs of infantry. Eldar units skirmishing with the Astartes in sectors. Tau armored elements signed. All contact with the Thursday Ablis Plateau has been lost along with the surrounded areas. Scout units report fog and green lighting in the distance. Those regions reported people vanishing too. We lost communications. The general remained outwardly impassive. He had to project the proper image of calm and control to all his subordinates after all. Inside, however, he was deeply concerned. The clashes with the Adeptus Astartes caused a lot of damage, though admittedly it was more morale than material. Even now, all his people found it very hard to trust the Emperor's Angels of Death when by all means it should have been the opposite. The Space Marines should have been their salvation. Instead, it was only because that suicidal mission to retrieve the Inquisitor that the Imperial forces planetside finally ceased shooting at each other to concentrate on the real enemy, and there was no lack of bastards ready to despoil this world. General, a new figure silently entered the command post. We're done. Both the librarians and I agree there is no trace of corruption. They won't taste the Emperor's mercy today. The chief psyker attached to his army, reported. You have my thanks, Jordan. I merely did my duty, General. The consecrated psyker shrugged lightly and moved to lean on a nearby wall. You should expect company soon. The Inquisitor. And the librarian. He seems determined to shadow our new Inquisitor for the foreseeable future. A hint of approval sneaked in the psyker's voice. Did you see something? Alexander's piercing eyes focused on Jordan. The Tarot hints at possibilities, General. He might be important, or perhaps he already did what he was meant to when he stopped the regrettable misunderstanding. Not too soon. If the Imperial forces were still busy shooting at each other, Alexander wouldn't bet on them being able to withstand the coming storm. There were over 300,000 orcs expected to hit the defensive lines in force shortly after dawn. The Eldar were wreaking havoc behind the lines with Astartes kill teams hunting them down, who knew what the other Xenos intended to do right now, and if all that wasn't bad enough, there was confirmed chaos incursion and that unknown phenomena at the plateau. Colonel Amundsen, concentrate our artillery units against the orcs. I want them covered both from the air and against Xeno deep strikes. We will deploy a third of our special forces on overwatch there. Colonel Nicholas, half the armor reserve is to prepare to plug any holes the orcs manage to punch in the front. We can't afford to deploy more infantry on that front, not when I need the rest of the army to keep the capital secure and watch for chaos incursions. It will fall to the Blood Ravens to act as a hammer with us being the anvil. The plan is simple: create as big a cauldron as possible for the orcs. They will flock where the fighting is fiercest once they commit their armor formations. I want them hammered artillery, airstrikes, even orbital support if available without killing us as well. The primary objective is to use the battle as a bait for the warboss. We need to kill the bastard. At the very least that will shatter the orcs as a coherent force and buy us time to deal with the larger threats before eradicating as many of the Green Menace as practical. A commotion came from the entrance, one that very soon revealed itself to be the Lord Inquisitor and his librarian companion. It was clear that the elite soldiers guarding the CP weren't too keen on letting the Astartes in, however, thankfully they didn't irritate the Inquisitor too much. General Alexander. The young Inquisitor looked like a death warmed over but otherwise intact. Lord Inquisitor. The general bowed. It never paid to antagonize their kind, even if this one appeared to be unusually amiable. I trust that there will be no more misunderstandings. For what is worth, Brother Captain Thule promised there will be no more friendly fire accidents. It will be up to higher authority to determine who will take custody of Kronus once we've secured it. The Inquisitor was an optimist then, something they all would need in the days and weeks to come. I heard the same thing. From your mouth to the Emperor's ears. Alexander made the sign of the Aquila. So say we all. Can someone bring me up to speed on the strategic situation? The general left one of his aides to summarize it briefly while he continued deploying his reserve units in the face of the confirmed chaos presence. That's less than ideal. The Inquisitor scowled. While an understatement of their current predicament, the statement was to the point. You're right, General. We need to shatter the orcs as soon as possible. With them swarming, we can't afford to focus properly on the nastier threats. Their warboss needs to die. My thoughts exactly, my lord. The general nodded. Atheas, can your battle barge be on station above the capital tomorrow at noon? By then we should be fully engaged with the orcs. The Lord Inquisitor asked. It should be possible. The Blood Raven tilted his head, obviously thinking. Once we've confirmed the warboss presence on the front, we should request orbital support burn as many of the orcs' rear lines as practical without taking us out as well. That should cut off the warboss from immediate reinforcements and allow us to counterattack, encircle and eliminate him. Ideally, we'll take it from orbit. However, if we aren't that lucky, a series or precise orbital strikes should give us a window of opportunity that won't require to break a large part of the general's army in the process. It would be appreciated if your brothers can deep strike a kill team from orbit to assist us as well. We'll lead the operation to reassure everyone that we're all one big happy family fighting in the Emperor's name. That was actually prudent while his people were professional and there were commissars around to ensure they stayed that way. General Alexander knew that even the Red Menaces were shaken over the Blood Raven's actions over the past weeks. If this was to work, they would need to work together, properly, instead of being busy watching each other backs for an expected backstab. Alexander had intended to personally lead the fight against the Orc warboss, however an Inquisitor should be able to do so as well and he would have better leverage against the Astartes. If it is alright, I will join you for this morning's excitement, my lord. Better safe than sorry after all. I'll appreciate it, General. Now let's make this outline into a proper plan. Chapter 21. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartlands. Kronus was for a tough time even in the best-case scenario. If we lost, everyone would be dead if we were lucky, otherwise, we just might become the playthings of demons and Xeno alike. And when we win, as I had to continue repeating to myself and anyone willing to listen, then everyone still alive on Kronus would be on short rations for the foreseeable future. That one was inevitable. About half the Imperial Guard and most of the loyal PDF units were deployed straight in the middle of the continent if not the planet's breadbasket, and very soon we would turn it into a death field. Outside the Colonel's CP, priests screamed prayers to him on Terra as if their sheer volume would make him hear and respond. Commissars marched up and down the ranks, shouting encouragements and threats. They did their best to instill more fear in the troops of themselves and me than the green tide fast approaching us. Scouts have firm lock on the first wave. It's a disorganized mob, primary melee troops with mixed shooters and the odd at. An aide reported. A tech priest wearing a rusty red robe that concealed almost his, or hers, whole body shifted in the far corner of the CP, mecha tendrils waved in a silent rhythm, red light shone from the hood hiding the Martian's face or what they had replaced it with, and the picture on the hololith in the center of the room shifted. Keep the artillery silent and concealed. Heavy weapon teams are cleared to begin mortar bombardment to soften up the horde once the enemy enters effective range. Unless we're in danger to be overrun, kill teams are to hang back. We're likely to get only one chance of this unless the Emperor smiles upon us and the fleet boys and girls manage to fry us a warboss. Colonel Barnabas instructed. His cleanly shaven head almost reflected the light of the tactical consoles. Instead, his midnight black skin tone, just this side of being unnatural, practically absorbed the light. 2 rows of silver metal teeth flashed in a crooked grin. The greenies want a scarp. Let's give them one they will never forget. Besides a 3-dimensional map of the area of operations, now the hololith displayed 3 Windows feeds from servo skulls attached to the forward observers and scout elements. As far as the horizon stretched, all that could be seen were massed ranks of jogging orcs. Most of them were rather huge, green naturally, but ugly, had tusks that would make the largest of boars feel inadequate, and every single one of them brandished some kind of weapon, often 2 or more. Crude axes and swords were a given, along with armor that was practically whatever piece of scrap they coughed to get their grubby hands on. Some of them wielded even cruder firearms that by no means should be able to fire, yet in orcs' hands were still dangerous. Much smaller figures darted between the legs of the larger specimens. They were even uglier, if that was possible, tiny, gnarled parodies of children that ran in every which way only to be often trampled or even grabbed for a hungry orc to take a bite of the screaming creatures before throwing the rest away. Dark, choking smoke formed clouds far behind the visible horde, the enemy vehicle formations, if the expected mob of scrap that somehow moved warranted such a lofty title. Designated marksmen, greet our guests. The rest of the regiment hold fire until the orcs come closer. Barnabas added. Only now did he turn to address me. Inquisitor, it's an honor you chose to fight beside us today. What are your orders? Barely visible spears of coherent light lanced from our positions, and the few enthusiasts running in front of the advancing mob soon staggered. Smaller pieces of scrap armor outright vaporized, and a chunk of green flesh blew off when green skin burned and blood boiled. Wounds that would have incapacitated the average human if not proven outright fatal merely slowed down the sprinting orcs. Better marksmen didn't bother with body shots and aimed at the heads. Jaws exploded in a shower of superheated bone, eyeballs vaporized, and faces melted. The joyous roars finally turned into howls of rage and pain. Finally, orcs began to fall. We'll wait for an opening. I nodded at the librarian, who did his best to lean on a power maul while clad in all the bells and whistles that a blood raven of his status could scrap together. Atheas was doing his best to look positively friendly and non-threatening without resorting to warp shenanigans. Needless to say, his effort left something to be desired if the way everyone but the colonel stiffened when we entered the CP. Give us one and we'll do everything humanly possible and then some to bag us a warboss. That's the spirit, Inquisitor. Barnabas' rich baritone echoed around the metal walls of the CP. Orcs entering effective range. It looks like the rest are as eager to get shot as those enthusiasts. The horde surged forward, and even in the CP, we could hear the distinct thumps of mortars. He and Prometheum warheads rained fire and steel just behind the first lines of the huge mob, effectively slicing the advancing horde into smaller, easier-to-digest chunks. If anything, the bombardment only made the orcs more eager to get to us. Whack! Distant cries echoed above the plain. We might not be able to detect Eldar craft before they begin bombing us. I warned. We've deployed the heavy AA assets covering our artillery and logistics. The light and medium AA is what we have to cover the rest. The colonel gave a small shrug. It wasn't like we could call in more assets. The Aeronautica is out in force as well. Orc mobs moving in all across the line, a Vox operator reported. On the hololith we saw and moments later heard, autocannons, and all other kinds of support weapons let loose multi-lasers, heavy stubbers favored by the local PDF as squad support weapons, even a few lance cannons that let loose in a less powerful anti-personnel mode. They sacrificed direct firepower for a weaker, continuous beam that experienced teams used to reap a frightful harvest from the approaching enemy. Soon, massed ranks of guardsmen, concealed in reinforced bunkers if they were lucky or relying on mere trenches, sandbags, and kilometers upon kilometers of barbed wire if not, began shooting volleys of laser death. The first ranks of the horde simply vanished, devoured by the firepower arrayed against them. The rest of the nearly mindless brutes only intensified their joyful cries and pushed forward. Mortars, switch! Barnabas ordered. For a few heartbeats, the shriek of falling rounds ceased before the mortar teams fixed the next pre-targeted line and opened fire again, thus serving the next chunk of the horde for our front line. And so it begins. Chapter 22. Orc Horde. Pavonian Heartlands. Engines roared, mech boys screamed and laughed at each other, knobs and mega-armored knobs drummed wicked claws into plates of solid metal chanting. Above all else, countless orcs chanted their joy as one. Whack! Warboss Gorgut's EAD Hunter grinned toothily from his perch on top of a huge contraption built by his mech boys. All around him, as far as he could see, vehicles of all stripes drove more or less in the same direction to battle. From boys on kicked-up bikes with skulls from those weak Humvees they didn't have fun with over the past few days, to looted tanks and even some built by the mech boys when they got bored. Life was good. Her was surrounded by more boys than he had earned teeth so far. From what he could hear, the Humvees finally decided to bring on those with fight in them. There were even those weird blueskins to fight. It was going to be glorious. At least that was what Gorguts kept telling himself. Over the past couple of days he couldn't help but feel a damn itch in the back of his skull, and tonight, once the sun set, as his horde moved past those mountains to the right, they all saw pretty green lighting that was a Propar color, not like those dumb blue boys. The warboss shook his head after it by instinct turned to look in the direction of those mountains. Even now, with the sun rising and falling upon his advancing boys, he could see forks of deep green color, darker than the skin of most orcs. That picture unsettled something deep in him. His whole body itched for a fight, and Gorguts hoped by morgue that the Humvees would provide. Then, once the Waak swept them away, he could turn the whole horde against that. The warboss blinked as he lost his thought. The itch, the pressure for battle, it grew with every passing moment. It was a drive like he had never experienced before. It was glorious. Waak! Gorguts waved his megaclaw. Faster! Blood axes! Faster, damn you! He needed to fight, now. We're red. We're fast. The mech boy driver roared back. Whatever the fume-drunk little runt did, the giant truck, which was naturally painted bright red, kicked into gear and accelerated. Whack! Gorguts responded and slammed his claw into the ceiling of the truck, denting it. The clang served to relax his urge a tiny bit, so he did it, again and again. All around the warboss, his orcs began drumming on whatever was in reach and beat with him. Now, this was a Propar Whack. Gorguts concluded. By the time the warboss could see the fighting, the itch was back in full power. His muscles tensed, ready to snap from a pressure coming from within. Far in the distance, explosions, fire and blood flew in all directions. The Humvees fought. Excellent. Advance. Bring us closer. Gorguts roared. The moment he laid eyes on the combat, deep-buried instincts took over. He had to be there, right in the thick of it. His body demanded it, and even as they approached, something within began to change. EAD Hunter began to sweat, and his bloodshot eyes never left the mesmerizing sight of artillery tearing boys to shreds. Go. Drive over them. All around him, the orcs felt the same tension, both in the air and deep within their bodies, and they all surged forward. Divisions worth of armor drove forward, heedless of what was on the way. Boys on foot, bikes, other smaller vehicles, it didn't matter. Anything and everything that stood between them and the fight they drove over or through. Very soon, the faster and more agile bikes and smaller trucks pulled forward and drove through the back lines of the thinning mobs at the head of the horde. It was a time-honored and the often preferred orc strategy: throw endless bodies at the enemy, and if there were points of tough resistance, throw more at them, because there the scrapping be good. More often than not, it tended to work if for no other reason, because once the enemy at the point of contact ran of heavy weapon ordnance of said weapons overheated, the orc mobs could swarm them. That was a perfect way for younger, weaker runts to prove themselves and grow if they lived. Gorgitz blinked at those thoughts as he came closer and closer to the fight. His mind began to clear even as the pressure to join the fray and grow constantly intensified without a respite in sight. These thoughts, they weren't proper orky ones, or were they? He used his megaclaw to scratch his temple and brush away some sweat and skin alike. If he was the hummies, he would show his hand soon to deal with the danger of the armor. Where did that come from? Golden light shone all across the sky. Clouds and smoke alike trembled and tore asunder as spears of pure energy slammed into the back of the orc armor formations. Boys and tanks alike ceased to exist within 300 meters of the epicenters of the orbital strikes. 2 kilometers away, heat wave flash burned flesh, searing it away from the bone, and melted all metal it washed over. Beyond that distance, the heat itself gradually ceased to be immediately deadly, at least for those safely buttoned in looted tanks. For them, the shockwave that came on the heels of the heat proved to be a proper can-opener. In one fell sweep, the orbital strikes tore off and devoured the heart of Gorgit's horde. Perhaps, he shouldn't have clumped everyone together in such a delicious target, the warboss thought, even as the never-ending roar of the bombardment shook and deafened him. He shook himself and instincts long forgotten took over. Whack! Gorgitz roared, and every orc in the region, no matter if they still had working ears or not, heard and felt him. His very will drove them forward, and even crippled boys who by no means should have been able to more than crawl got up on ruined legs, or dragged themselves forward with seared hands that were more charred bones than flesh. He felt better than ever. He was unstoppable. No puny hummies would bring down the orcs on this day. No blue skins, warp spawn, or the old enemies. He was Gorgit's EAD hunter. He was boss, and he would triumph. Multiple batteries of concealed basilisk and deathstrike artillery chose that moment to speak as one, roaring back their defiance in the face of the whack. Earthshaker rounds threw off the remaining mobs off their feet, fuel air explosions tore their lungs to shreds before liquid promethium set them all ablaze. The artillery kept coming in constant steel shower, yet the orcs, driven into frenzy by Gorgit's very will and newly awakened instincts, drove right through. The huge machine that drove the warboss tore its way through hills of charred and torn apart orcs. Thick clouds of spore and smoke cut the visibility to almost nothing, yet the mech boy driving could sense the enemy nearby and aimed their way. Soon, they exited the haze to see multiple proper orky vehicles had made it through the artillery. They were slow, much slower they ought to be, as they grind their way through mountains of corpses. That gave more than enough time for the hummies to orderly retreat from a third line of trenches to a fourth. When the few remaining boys of the leading mob swarmed over the abandoned redoubt, concealed charges turned them all into living torches before a second set scythed through them and utterly demolished that line of defense. The orc armor advanced heedless of the losses or their chances of victory. They were orcs, the enemy was right there, in front of them, and that was all that mattered. Something caught Gorgit's eye and he looked up. Ugly, blocky, almost properly orky shapes dove through the smoke-choked skies. Missiles detached from pods under their wings shot down seeking targets, and nose-mounted energy weapons carved through armor and orcs alike. The warboss glared impotently at the warplanes that were out of reach before he jumped from the slowed-down truck and rushed towards the enemy lines. He had to get to grips with them, nothing else mattered. His instincts sang of war and the growth it heralded, and finally they overtook him fully. Gorgitz ran forward shooting at everything that moved, and soon groups of knobs, mostly the mega-armored ones who could survive better near misses, joined him. More and more armor made it through the steel shower, and he could feel the puny hummies faltering. He could almost taste victory here, yet the scratching in his head demanded attention. The warboss jumped over the remains of the last abandoned trench, and unstoppable tide of knobs followed him. The heavy armored boys charged straight in even as Gorgitz himself slowed down. What he saw gave the scratch in his head the opening it needed to tamper his bloodlust. Orderly ranks of human tanks waited for them. They were dug in right behind the next line of trenches. More of them and larger models approached from behind them. He glanced up and saw the CAS planes swinging in for another pass, and if that wasn't enough, 3 falling stars streaked through the air seemingly straight at him. There was one single thought filling Gorgit's mind at that moment: I should have planned this one better. As if waiting for him to get this realization, the humans opened fire as one and drowned his screaming knobs in an avalanche of coherent light, fire, and high-explosive death. There was nothing to it. They had to break through, get among the humans or die. Whack! Gorgitz screamed his rage, aimed as much at himself as at the humans slaughtering his boys, and activated his tactical teleporter. A flash of unreality and alien, cold thoughts followed before he came back into the real world. His return turned a group of humans into cooked chunks of twisted flesh and bone. Before their buddies could respond, they had a furious warboss in between them and all they could do was die screaming. Chapter 23. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartlands. For 2 hours, there was little to do but watch the slaughter. The orc horde threw itself against our lines, mortars and all kinds of direct-fire heavy weapons along with whole regiments of infantry did their best to turn the Xeno into green paste, rinse and repeat. A normal enemy would have broken a long time ago. There were very few known species that could sustain and find the orcs' tactics acceptable. The Tyranids came to mind, a few really nasty xenotypes that were hopefully exterminated during the Great Crusade. The only other thing that could rival this madness was a full-blown chaos invasion, complete with hordes of demons, something we might have to deal with sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, the slaughter wasn't a one-sided affair. While a relatively small portion of the mobs that impaled themselves on our lines were armed with projectile weapons, in absolute numbers there were tens of thousands of them using the other Xenos as live shields. Their accuracy was terrible too, however if you sent enough bullets downrange, you would eventually hit someone, by sheer luck if nothing else. The exchange rate was ridiculous. Tens of thousands of orcs were gone with a few hundred injured guardsmen, and the last time I checked our dead were in the lower double-digit range. Yet, the green screaming maniacs kept coming. Soon, the guard had to abandon the first line of trenches after mountains of corpses cut their firing lanes to almost nothing and orcs using their dead as cover came perilously close to reaching the first line of defense. The mortars and heavy weapons went to maximum rate of fire to cover the orderly retreat and whole regiments pulled back to the second line of trenches and bunkers. We lost a few more people shot in the open by lucky orcs before the retreat was complete, and once a large number of the Xenos swarmed the abandoned position, the charges built in for precisely this purpose detonated. The whole front line lit up in hundreds of simultaneous explosions and thousands of orcs ceased to exist in a blink of an eye. They kept coming and dying. A smarter enemy would have been wary about us pulling off the same trap. When the guard had to abandon the second trench line, the orcs didn't care. They swarmed the abandoned positions and for a second time died by the thousands for no gain. Then a third and a fourth before their armor formations approached. We saw it all in high definition thanks to hundreds of servo skulls spread all over the front providing intelligence and scanning for stealth units, either unusually cunning orcs or more likely and dangerous Eldar raiding parties. Speaking about those particular Xenos, since dawn they had made themselves scarce, and instead of feeling relief, I waited for the next shoe to drop. "Do we have eyes on the warboss?" I asked while scanning the various sensor feeds. Nearby, Antaeus stood with closed eyes, and if you didn't know better, you might think he was asleep. Instead, he was scanning the warp for any really unpleasant surprises like Eldar assassins or demon incursions. Negative. Whatever they're burning for fuel is creating a fume cloud above their armor formation that confuses even the warships as auspexes. A young captain reported after consulting with our resident Martian, who incidentally handled the communications with the Blood Raven's battle barge in orbit. "The Xeno armor is coming too close. If we have to handle them the hard way, we'll suffer unacceptable losses," I concluded. The colonel nodded in relief. Unfortunately, there were in fact certain Imperial commanders, Inquisitors too, who would be all too eager to get to grips with the enemy and damn the consequences. Those nice folks, especially if they were among the Commissar Corps, would be all too eager to shoot anyone disagreeing. As a defeatist, Muggos, sent my compliments to the captain along with requests to remove as much of the Xeno armor as possible without demolishing our own lines. I addressed the senior tech priest attached to the general staff. He was forwardly deployed today for one reason only: to facilitate communications with the warship in orbit. The Martian answered with a stream of binary that was hopefully a confirmation of my orders, and I returned my attention to the hololith. Once upon a time, the Imperial forces of all branches worked much closely together, everyone, from the lowest of the low privates, up to generals, fleet commanders and Astartes commanders. Then the great heresy happened, and making sure that a turned commander couldn't take with them a large contingent of the Emperor's military became more important than close coordination and unified chain of command. It worked more often than not, though the downside was obvious: it was always paid in lives by the poor bastards on the ground. What I had to order right now, that was a prime example. Even General Alexander didn't have the authority to order orbital strikes, even if the warship in orbit was part of the regular navy instead of an Adeptus Astartes battle barge. At best he could make it a request, one that the captain wasn't bound to take seriously. It was even worse, when tactical orbital strikes were needed by regimental or even battalion-level formations. An order from an Inquisitor, on the other hand, one authenticated from the senior Martian on the ground? That was a different matter. Order received and confirmed. Praise the Omnicia. Orbital bombardment imminent. The Martian spoke in more or less clear High Gothic. It was obvious that the cogboy was gleeful even through his mechanical speech. Spread the word, have everyone brace for close-in orbital strikes. My words were redundant. Colonel Barnabas was already busy screaming orders. Servo skulls went to ground, any tank that wasn't already sealed buttoned up along with any other crewed vehicle, and every soldier not busy pumping shot after shot into the advancing orcs went behind the deepest, sturdiest cover they could find and closed their eyes. It wasn't a moment too soon either. A few of sensor probes were still up, giving us a great view of the orc horde. The dust, smoke, orc spores, and whatever else hung above the battlefield making aerial and orbital surveillance problematic got stabbed by blinding lances of pure energy thicker than a Lehman Russ. Their very passage cleared the sky for kilometers around, and when they hit, the soil vaporized at the impact, before anything on the edge of the strike turned into plasma. The resulting release of energy blinded the servo skulls, and once the screens cleared, multiple mushroom clouds rose from the heart of the orc horde. The ground below our feet rumbled and shook from the bombardment, and finally, the shockwave washed over the bunker carrying the roar of the explosions. Even at this range, it was almost deafening, endless crescendo. For the poor bastards in the trenches, it had to be pure hell. Bombardment complete. The Litany of Fury is moving station to better cover the chaos incursion. The Martian reported. He sounded like he had whatever passed for a boner for his cowboy kind. Colonel, I recommend you release all artillery batteries. Concentrate fire on the front leading right at the regiment in front of us. Let's make this the most heavy contested area on the battlefield. I nodded at the librarian at my back. We're going to meet the war boss. If it's still alive, I don't believe it would be able to decline our invitation. The sensor feeds were bloody enough. Yet, as we approached the front, I stood on top of the Chimera we rode, and I could say one thing for certain: those images didn't do it justice no matter how good the cameras were. The whole horizon was gone, replaced by angry pillars of smoke, dust and raining debris. In fact, everything about 10 kilometers away from the front was one giant, if dying, firestorm. The energy discharge and everything it threw in the atmosphere had another side effect. 2 black storm clouds formed fast above the bombarded zone. Enemy armor in sight, they're driving right over their own corpses. A Vox operator reported. All units, pull back to the last trench line. Artillery support is available at this time. 36th Golgotha Infantry Regiment has priority on fire missions. Be advised, Aeronautica assets will begin danger close bombing runs against Xeno armor assets. As we approached, concealed tanks came to life along with the chimeras carrying their infantry support. The great majority of them were Lehman Russ variants, however a Baneblade unit was available as the final reserve, and an armored fist to be deployed once we had eyes on the warboss or the situation went to hell. Even a Blood Raven Predator platoon should be ready on the far flank. I hoped that all of this was an overkill because the bombardment took out the warboss. A few minutes later, I found I wasn't that lucky. Priority target side. Coordinate, ARG. Heavy Xeno infantry assaulting grid L-23. A huge orc is leading them. That's our target. Colonel Barnabas, Inquisitor Vale. Priority target located grid L-23. Release the rest of the armor reserve. We're moving to engage as well. The Emperor protects. Too soon, the Chimera brought us around a small, tree-covered hill that had snipers and artillery observes crawling all over it, and I saw the orc onslaught with my own eyes. As far as I could see, there were green armor behemoths, many of them hefting crew-served weapons as if they were toys. They were busy rampaging through the trenches while guardsmen either shot them as fast as they could press the trigger or fought a losing melee battle. Dug in tanks raked the orcs with bolters and high-explosive shells, heavy weapon teams shot them with autocannons and lance batteries until their weapons glowed from the heat, bombers screamed above us and shot at everything big and green that moved, yet the Xeno didn't stop coming. A single blood-splattered and scorched orc towered above that carnage. I saw it grab a screaming commissar with a claw that looked large enough to lift up tanks, and it cut the man in two within a shower of blood. Then the bloody bastard threw the commissar's torso in the air. The poor bastard was still screaming, and closed its huge armored jaw around it. Fury and revulsion burned in my chest at that gruesome sight. This thing needs to die, now. I hissed. Driver, ram that orc. Antias, give us an opening. I felt the warp stir behind me, and the librarian's whole form lit up with eldritch fire. Despite the cacophony of the battle, I could hear Antia's deep soothing voice as he began to chant prayers to the Emperor. Runes and circuits built in his power hammer glowed with golden light. As you say, sir. The driver sounded less than thrilled, however apparently he decided that charging a rampaging orc boss was less hazardous to his health than disregarding even a suicidal order from the Inquisition smart man. I drew my chainsword and carefully opened my mind eye to the warp. Prayers and chants meant to focus my power fell off my lips and sickly sweet energy raced through my veins. My sight sharpened, my heartbeat quickened to unhealthy level, and the world around me began slowing down even as the power within me grew. I pointed my sword at the warboss and purple lighting danced over its adamantite-tipped teeth. The Chimera below us roared as the driver put it into high gear and we charged the green monstrosity. Chapter 24. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartlands. I perceived the world in slow motion through warp's enhanced senses. The air stank the unfathomable stench of ozone from energy discharges, burned orcs, fear, human blood and other fluids assaulted my nose. I could see men and women fight, scream curses and prayers to the Emperor and die as the advancing orc knobs slammed into our lines. A group of heavily armored monsters jumped above a trench and tore everyone apart with wicked claws only to lose their legs as the fortification blew up as a final fuck you from the guardsmen. A dug-in tank shot one of the crippled orcs in the face with a he round that blew up its torso in a shower of fire and gore. More knobs surged forward and the armored leading elements of the armored reserve arrived just in time to meet them with bolter and cannon. A flight of bombers roared above us as they came in to strafe the piles of scrap the Xeno called armor. Our driver shouted fever-rent prayers as he pointed the Chimera straight at the blood-splattered warboss and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The APC buckled and charged straight at the massive monster. Time was up. I roared an incantation and waved my sword in an arc, thus sending purple lighting at the warboss head. I more felt than saw Antaeus vault over me and hurl himself at the green behemoth propelled by his transhuman biology, power armor, and psychic power. My lighting struck the perturbing metal jaw of the orc with a blinding flash. A moment before the Chimera slammed into his chest I jumped away, trusting my armor and eldritch power strengthening my flesh to survive. Torn ground, mud, and blood in my mouth in pain. The world swam in front of my eyes, yet I got up on my feet due to my will alone. The warboss was still right here holding the Chimera and crushing it. The world suddenly sped up and the deafening sound of the battle crashed over me in full. There was no sight of Antaeus, however. When the orc threw the mangled APC aside, I could see his face clearly. Its left side along with the metal jaw on that side were simply gone. Scorched flesh and bone stared at me in a grotesque parody of sneer. I saw something blinking below the orc, then Antaeus was upon the monster swinging his weapon in a golden arc. The warboss parried with glowing power claws and leveled his hand cannon at the librarian. Only then did my mind fully kick back into gear and I charged at the orc without thinking things through. I spat an incantation and arcs of burning warp ran down my arm until they surrounded my hungry chainsword. I pointed it at the orc and unleashed the attack at his cannon. Eldritch lighting slammed into the weapon and threw the metal eating through it with ease. The cannon's barrels twisted and blew up when the warboss tried to shoot Antaeus. The warp shook and twisted as something passed right through it. The aftershock shook me to the core, and it was only the Emperor's mercy that I didn't lose control of the powers running through me and blew off my head or worse. Multicolored lighting surrounded us, tasting blue. The air cracked and screamed in torment and I found myself on my ass staring dumbly at 4 towering titans painted red. The Terminators, for they could be nothing less, wasted no time and charged at the orc with inhuman speed. To Xeno's credit, the assault didn't deter it. It actually laughed so loud that his guttural joy drowned the war around us. I saw his muscles bulge as warp energy seeped into them. With a shove, he sent Antaeus stumbling back and in the same motion backhanded a space marine sprinting at it with hammer and shield. The Terminator took the blow on his shield, lighting cracked and the Angel of Death flew back from the impact. A second Terminator clashed with the ruined cannon, his power ace bit deep into it, yet even as weakened as it was, the Astartes weapon couldn't properly cut through it with a single strike. The other 2 space marines were more successful. One lit the orc's back on fire with a huge flamer while the other slammed a lighting claw into the back of its right knee. The warboss howled as his leg gave away before power claws tore into the bulky junk covering its back. Antaeus had recovered and was upon the beast again even as the axe-wielding Terminator kept pushing down, pinning its left arm. It raised its huge claws to strike that never landed. The last Terminator didn't even bother coming closer again. Instead, he threw his hammer at the orc's elbow and the strike made his claw fly harmlessly above the librarian's head. The warboss flinched away from the incoming power hammer in the last moment and instead of pulping its head for good, the force weapon slammed into its right shoulder, crushing flesh and metal alike. The beast's burning and slicked backpack discharged arching electricity and raw warp power for a split second that was all the warning the Space Marines got. They moved as one, stepping back just in time. Reality twisted and screamed in agony, the warboss twisted with it, and then it was gone. For a few long moments, the only sound over the battlefield was the roar of barking Imperial weaponry. Hundreds if not thousands of orcs stared at the space where their warboss used to be. Whack! The armored beasts roared as one and charged at us, yet some of the smaller ones that had survived up until now slowed down, and here and there, a few of them broke and ran. I shook my head trying to process what just happened before my training kicked in despite the concussion I likely suffered. I grit my bloody teeth and forced my power to cooperate. Scalding warp energy bubbled in my veins as I got up. It was just in time too, because a group of knobs was busy butchering a fire team in the trench beside me and I was their next target. Long lines of heavy bolter shells flew past me and stitched through the knobs. The Terminators fanned out in pairs and jumped in the fray while Antaeus raised his power hammer and warp fire surrounded its head. He jumped in a way that should have been impossible in his armor, and even my warp-enhanced sight had trouble following him. One moment he stood where the orc vanished, a blur, and then he was at the trench beside me. His hammer slammed into a knob towering a head above the librarian and fire exploded from the impact, burning the beast to ash. A fiery corona flew in a semicircle in front of Antaeus, lighting up everything on fire. I sent my own warp powers into the fray by launching a lightning bolt at a knob that disregarded the fact it was burning and charged the librarian, screaming obscenities. My attack cracked its armor and staggered him, momentarily pausing its advance. The knob never had a chance to resume its advance. What looked like a bright white laser beam turned it into flying bloody chunks. I dared a glance over my shoulder and grinned like a maniac. The armored reserve was finally in place, unleashing the Emperor's own wrath upon the Xeno. For the Emperor. No mercy. I screamed, waving my sword like a madman, and charged into the fray. Chapter 25. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartlands. In a hindsight, charging the orc knobs right besides the Emperor's own Adeptus Astartes, when I only had a carapace armor for protection and a chainsword as a weapon, wasn't my brightest idea. I reached that profound revelation after the teeth of my blade got stuck in the spine of a huge Xeno who nevertheless managed to backhand me, tearing my cheek and cracking teeth. I suddenly found myself on the ground with the aforementioned orc dragging himself my way on legs that no longer worked. The greenskin roared at me, displaying an impressive array of very large teeth. A huge blocky shape chose that moment to fly overhead and strafe the whole area with all kinds of weapons which it seemed were stuck on every surface of the bomber. Streams of heavy bolter fire, lance cannons and missiles splashed over the knobs, and more importantly, tore the brute coming my way to great many bloody chunks that rained all over me. A small voice in the back of my head shook in terror, wondering the fuck was I doing out here, while the rest of me got into gear and I went to see if my sword had survived the aerial attack. Say what you will about the training I got in the Schola and later, the Inquisition-sponsored academy, it ensured I didn't freeze up even when my courage was doing its best to fail. Another knob came my way. This one was armored from head to toe and carried an odd mix between an axe and warhammer, taller than me and likely heavier. When it saw me, the orc roared a challenge and ran at me, raising the weapon for overhead strike. My heart did its best to jump out of my chest even as I clawed at my connection with the immaterium and drew as much power as I could. The orc was almost at me when I spread my arms and unleashed the energy at the towering brute. Purple lighting flashed between my hands and flew outwards in a condensed arc. The flash was intense enough that it blinded me, and the next thing I knew something struck my left shoulder with enough strength to bring me to my knee. The pain that hit next was almost an afterthought. The geyser of blood spraying from my mangled shoulder where the orc's axe had struck was something else too. At least the bastard was dead. He was on his knees and missed both his arms below the elbow as well as his head above the chin. I had to be in shock. That explained why I wasn't screaming my lungs out and I was still bleeding. Perhaps I should be doing something about it while I still could. Emperor, have mercy, I muttered and drew more power from the immaterium. My brain protested and I felt a trickle of blood leaking from my nose but ignored it. Lighting cracked around the fingers of my right hand and I pressed it at the gushing wound. All I knew then was pain, and I was sure I screamed louder than the fucking orcs. Thankfully, I lasted long enough to cauterize my wound and more or less release the warp in a controlled manner before blacking out. A swing from his power weapon turned the head of a particularly ugly orc into mush. Antaeus didn't bother to pull out his hammer out of the Xeno's torso before channeling energy into it and unleashing a blast wave that blew the alien into chunks before slamming into a group of its friends and threw them off their feet. That maneuver bought him enough time to draw more power from the warp, and just as the other three orcs got up, he let it go at the middle one. The knob had one moment to see death coming before the librarian's attack hit and blew up its torso as if it had swallowed a grenade. The explosion was potent enough to mangle the other two knobs, and before they could recover, Antaeus was at them. He smashed aside the crude axe the closer one carried, breaking its arm in the process, then reversed the direction of his swing and tore off the lower jaw of the Xeno. Despite the battle going around, the Space Marine could clearly hear the orc's neck crack from the strike. He nevertheless slammed his power hammer in the side of the knob's head, shattering its skull. That gave him just enough time to turn around and meet the attack of the last Xeno, who had recovered from the explosion at least as much as it could, with its left arm mangled enough to show bone on multiple places. That didn't stop it from screaming its defiance of all that was holy and wildly swing its sword with its other hand. Antaeus parried a crude slash, took a step back and poked the orc's torso with his power hammer, channeling energy from the immaterium into the weapon all the while. The warp energy released on contact, further enhancing the power of the strike. The orc's crude armor caved in and the librarian had the satisfying sound of shattering ribs. Not that such an injury was enough to put down the maddened orc. It brushed the hammer aside with its mangled hand, all the while screaming in pain and fury, not to mention throwing blood everywhere along with thick spit, and did its best to skewer Antaeus. The Space Marine sidestepped the thrust, took a step forward and headbutt the Xeno before pushing it away with the hilt of his warhammer. That was enough to slow down the wounded orc, and before it could manage another credible attack, the librarian struck true. The head of his warhammer caught the knob in the side, just below the shoulder, and caved in armor, flesh and bone alike before tearing its way clear through the chest and throwing the orc away. With the enemy crippled and down for the time being, Antaeus looked around for more immediate threats. What he saw filled him with pride. What few orcs were still on their legs were busy engaging his brothers, with the rest trying to run around as the guard armored reserve scythed them down. That was good. With the orc boss gone, hopefully for good, and his knobs the largest and strongest in the horde, along with most of said horde, dead, the orc threat on the planet should be contained for the time being. While the orcs were far from gone, much less for good, after this defeat, they would be of no consequence until the Imperial forces could deal with the other, more pressing threats. Antaeus finished the crippled orc, and by the time that was done, the last few remaining enemies found themselves surrounded by the Terminators, who made a short work of the despicable Xenos. "We did the Emperor's work today, brothers," Antaeus proclaimed. "You did well, Inquisitor." The librarian paused. Where was the Inquisitor? He looked around, and it didn't take him long to find the man's crumpled form. "We need a medic at my location, ASAP. The Inquisitor is down." Chapter 26. Guard Field Medical Station. Pavonian Heartlands. Pain and thunder, that was the first thing I became aware of. Searing agony exploded in my right shoulder and the side of my head, especially my jaw. It was more than enough to jolt me awake, and I tried to get up as disoriented as I was. "He's awake," a blurred figure shouted. I noticed. Another one added with dry sarcasm. "Hold him down and add more painkillers." A second blur leaned above me and soon became a face obscured by a surgical mask. "Inquisitor, hold on, you're in a bad shape. Try not to move while we take care of you." More thunder. What I was laying on shook along with the blurred figures, who cursed and had to hold on me to remain standing. Dust came from the ceiling, and the second blur cursed colorfully. "Clean it up now. The last thing he needs is an infection." I tried to speak, only to find out that I had an oxygen mask on my face. "The Xeno are coming closer. We need to evacuate the wounded, now." A new voice shouted from somewhere to the left. "We're in the middle multiple operations here. We need more time or our patients will die." The second blur snapped. "Can't be helped. We don't have enough troops in the area to hold this position." The general ordered general retreat to secondary defense lines. "Get all who might be able to walk stimulant shots. We'll carry the rest and give the Emperor's mercy to anyone who won't survive being moved." By the sound of it, the soldier wasn't pleased by the orders. Nor was I, for that matter, when it dawned to me that I might be one of those to receive the Emperor's mercy. It's either that or abandoning them to the Xeno. Damn aliens. The second blur looked back at me. "I'm sorry, Inquisitor, your arm is going to be a write-off under these circumstances. Amputate, seal the wound, and we'll fill him up with painkillers and stimulants." I don't want to explain how we lost the Inquisitor to the general or higher authority. "I'm sorry about this, lad," he added. Then I saw another masked figure brandish an injector. Then the world blurred for a time and I could no longer focus. At least the pain subdued as I drifted on a wave of chemicals, or so I presumed, before I felt another pinprick. Moments later something cold raced through my veins and the world sharply came into focus. With it came more thunder and shaking. Artillery or airstrikes coming too close to comfort, my mind supplied. "Inquisitor. Can you hear me? We need to leave, now." A man in a surgical mask and blood-splattered scrubs shouted at me. "Sit rep." I managed to rasp through raw throat and parched lips. "The Tau are about to overrun this position. We need to pull back, now." "The fuck?" Without wasting any more time, the doctor, or at least I presumed he was a doctor, grabbed me by the right shoulder and helped me sit up, something that momentarily made the world spin before coming back into focus. He slung my still not really responding right arm over his own shoulder and dragged me towards the exit. Only then did I notice that there were more blood and dust-splattered soldiers and medics doing their best to get the wounded moving. Contested territory. Pavonian Heartlands. The Baneblade's armor rang as a gong when a pair of railgun slugs glanced off the sloped thick frontal armor. "More vampires, 10 o'clock. The Auspex operator screamed in his vox, nearly deafening the tank's crew. "Air support is fully engaged," the young lieutenant added more quietly. "The Hydras will have to take care of them." Captain Garrick, the commander of the super heavy tank, whispered to himself. "Tau heavy in sight," the gunner announced. "Reload complete, firing." The Baneblade shook as its main cannon thundered, shaking the whole vehicle and rattling the crew despite all of them being securely strapped in their seats. Scratch 1 hover tank. Through cameras and Auspex feeds, the captain could see that the sergeant was right. He in fact saw the round slice through the side of a large Tau hover tank, which jolted back from the sheer strength of the kinetic impact before blowing up and crashing on top of a group of charging Krut. Driver, keep pulling back. The infantry should have reformed their lines by now and try not to run over any of the crunchies. They get peeved off when it happens. The captain ordered and returned his full attention on the situation at hand, which was foobarred by the numbers. Just 15 minutes after the guard broke the Orc horde, the Tau decided it was a splendid time to attack and threw all their mobile forces at the already weakened Imperial flank. The infantry lines that the aliens struck got overrun within 30 minutes, though their sacrifice bought the rest of the regiments in the sector time to react. For Garrick and his command, that meant a counterattack to blunt the enemy advance and buy enough time for the infantry to consolidate, move to better positions and reform their lines. At the same time, the artillery regiments had to pull back farther to avoid being plastered by enemy long-range firepower and rearm before responding in kind. The only silver lining was that for once the Blood Ravens decided to be helpful and dropped what little reserves they had on their battle barge. Even now, tactical and Devastator squads were skirmishing with the enemy, providing infantry support while Devastators were digging in along with the guard. For all the good it was going to do. Stormguard actual to all Stormguard elements, sound off and confirm ammo status. The colonel in charge of Garrick's regiment demanded. Storm Angel actual to Stormguard actual, combat status nominal. Ammo at 46% and counting. The captain responded. Michigan, tank, 1 o'clock, kill it. APCs on the open, 2 o'clock. Targets designated, the Baneblade's cupola turned right to aim at the Tau armored unit while secondary batteries opened fire at the Tau transports. Heavy bolters, autocannons, and lanscannons sent a storm of steel and coherent light which opened the APCs like tinkins and turned their troop compartments into abattoirs. The enemy tank shot at the retreating Baneblade and its railgun tore through a heavy bolter before tearing a shallow rend in the armor. The main cannon spoke again, and this time it was certainly an overkill. Garrick saw the shell slice through the target lengthwise before clipping an unlucky enemy walker that jumped down at the wrong time and place. The tank blew up a moment later, obscuring what happened to the walker after its shoulder ceased to exist. An alarm sounded into the tank's command center. Brace for impact. Enemy bombers incoming. The captain snapped. Keep driving back. The Baneblade's close-in defense weapons locked in the enemy's trajectory and filled the air with as many shells as they could. A surviving Hydra added its fury to the onslaught and managed to clip the wings of the rightmost bomber. The Xeno pilot lost control and its abominable ship crashed into the ravaged farmland, vanishing in a blue-tinted explosion. The remaining bombers flew straight in the teeth of the Baneblade's defenses. At this close range, even the best ECM in the world was useless, and the enemy had no trouble targeting the super heavy unit. Missiles detached from under the bomber's wings and streaked towards the retreating Baneblade before the pilots opened fire with short-range plasma weapons and heavy railguns. The Hydra racked a second Tau flyer with heap shells and tore its belly open before detonating an engine, but by then it was far too late. The Baneblade shook as railguns tore chunks of its armor and disabled weapons, then the plasma hit, boiling armor and frying everything in the vicinity of the hit. In one fell swoop, the super heavy tank lost a third of its secondary weaponry along with its right track. Then it was the missiles' turn. Close-in fire and various anti-missile systems did their best. A couple of the weapons were blinded in the last possible moment and barely missed the tank as it suddenly jolted and changed direction due to the lost track. 4 more failed to survive the last-ditch defense fire. That still left 6 missiles to strike the Baneblade. 3 slammed in its front right. Their plasma warheads vaporized armor and tore the right front wheels of the tank, significantly diminishing its mobility. Another one struck to the right, beside the turret where a secondary weapon emplacement used to be. Plasma boiled away yet more armor before breaching into the interior compartments and flooding a few of them with the fury of starfire. 3 members of the crew died, 10 in there, burned on their stations, which became their own personal crematoriums. The remaining 2 missiles struck on the top of the turret in a quick succession. The first seared away any surviving equipment there and turned the well-protected commander's compartment into sauna. The second sliced into the weakened armor and on detonation vaporized Captain Garrick. Despite countermeasures, the heat in the nearby compartment spiked beyond human tolerance, forcing the gunner and Vox operators to black out from sheer thermal shock. Any other tank in the Imperial arsenal would have died then and there. A Baneblade was built to survive this kind of punishment and more, then keep on going. Its enraged machine spirit broke through the soothing chants of the countless sanctified servo skulls meant to keep it more or less docile and protect it from chaos corruption to assert full control of its wounded body. It used the engine to roar its displeasure and fury before swinging around the damaged turret to target an approaching Tau super heavy unit that desired to finish it out. Before the alien machine could target the Baneblade and fire, the machine's spirit fired and its shot flew true. The front half of the enemy unit crumpled as if stepped on by a titan before the rest of it sympathetically blew up as ammunition and fuel cells detonated. Heedless of the tactical situation and lost in its fury, the wounded Baneblade charged the enemy, caring not it dragged its damaged mechanical carcass against impossible odds. Behind it, the last Tau bomber got jumped by an Imperial air superiority fighter that splashed it in short order before it could attempt a second attack run. Chapter 27. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartlands. Railgun slugs tore through the air overhead with piercing cracks. Plasma immolated the top of a small hill that provided the medical station with a bit of a cover. Imperial and Tau fighters and bombers dueled in the sky above even as artillery thundered in the distance, sending shrieking shells in all directions. As if that wasn't enough, callous and hungry alien laughter came from just out of sight. "We will hold the Xeno here." A commissar wearing the typical red hat and long coat of his station waved his chainsword and pointed it at the still burning top of the hill. "Take position at the ridge," he ordered, and led by example. "You heard him. Up and at them." Corporal Jana Hailstrom barked at her squad, the last flimsy line of defense between the evacuating wounded and the fast-approaching alien hordes. She had to scream to be heard over the constant cracks of alien railguns and thunder of artillery. Without wasting any time, her squad surged to their feet and ran after the commissar. Before any of the humans could reach the ridge, an alien crest appeared over the top, followed by a pair of reptilian eyes and razor-sharp beak. The commissar reacted before any of the guardsmen could, raised his las pistol and shot the Xeno in the eye. A beam of coherent light vaporized the alien's eyeball, drilled its way into its skull and boiled away the alien's brain. "Go, go, go!" the corporal shouted, pushing her men to move faster. However, even as the Imperials ran up the slope, a large number of Krut swarmed over the top of the hill and charged downhill. The commissar shot a second Xeno in the head before its buddies reached him. The Imperial revved up his chainsword and cleaved through a wicked-looking staff an alien tried to brain him with. The commissar proceeded to shoot a Krut running at him in the throat, and before that foul Xeno could fall to the ground, he gutted his first attacker with a death strike. All the while, he didn't stop taunting and cursing the Krut. The guardsmen entered the fray then, pausing their run uphill. They took care not to shoot the commissar and instead did their best to prevent the aliens from successfully swarming him. Lost guns blasted away chunks or even appendages from Krut who had skimmed on armor, while others could survive a few hits before their protection gave away. For a moment it appeared that the guardsmen would prevail due to superior ranged firepower. Yet, in the end there were too many of the Xenos and a number of them were too large and well armored to bring down in time, so the illusion of victory didn't last. A large Krut took advantage of the commissar eviscerating one of its packmates to stab the Imperial in the thigh with the barbed head of its staff. The alien viciously twisted and pulled his weapon, and its efforts were rewarded by the staff tearing out a bloody chunk of the human's leg. The commissar went down screaming and the Xenos swarmed over him. Despite that, he managed to tear out the lungs of a Krut before the rest began tearing him to pieces. Meanwhile, the guard squad kept on pouring firepower in the Xeno, bringing more and more of them down. Unfortunately for them, a second pack made its way over the crest. "Grenades!" the corporal ordered. For a moment the shooting became ragged as her people grabbed said weapons from their combat rigs and threw them at the Krut who were just above done with the commissar. The frag grenades detonated in a shower of gore and shrapnel, wiping out the survivors of the first pack. The second one, however, turned out to be more cunning and better armed. They leveled their staffs downhill and opened fire with built-in slug throwers. Something heavy hit the corporal in the gut, tearing through her flak vest, and she suddenly found herself on her knees, trying to get her breath back. She saw one of her men hit the ground like a sack, a bloody gaping hole where his face used to be. The foul alien barking was coming closer and closer, and she could no longer hear lost guns firing. Hailstorm muttered a prayer to the Emperor, and her bloody fingers left her gut going for the few grenades she had left. She just managed to remove their safeties when something struck her head and she saw stars before everything going dark. An explosion marked the death of the last line of defense between the med center and the enemy raiders. Guard Field Medical Station. Pavonian Heartlands. The doctor managed to drag me out of the med center just in time for whatever defense line the guard covering it to collapse. A short series of sharp explosions came from behind, followed by pained and furious howls that couldn't have come from human throats. "Move! Get the wounded away! Now!" the doctor, keeping me steady, screamed. Some of the soldiers helping their buddies put them down and went for their weapons. A nearby chimera turned in place and headed towards the hill to the right, and the multi-laser on its top opened fire, sending blinding flashes of coherent light overhead. "Incoming!" A nearby trooper shouted, shouldered her weapon and opened fire. A Xeno screamed in pain, the doctor's efforts to get me to safety became more frantic and we all ran out of time. More aliens let out battle cries and a whole pack of Krut fell upon us. I hissed in eye-searing pain as I drew on the warp and this time it began to claw at my sanity. I could feel demons taking a notice and looking for the slightest opening, yet I didn't have much of a choice. Despite the Chimera scything down as many of the Xenos as possible and the sporadic resistance from the walking wounded, there were too many of the Krut. They simply absorbed the casualties and slammed into the makeshift convoy assembling at the entrance of the medical station. An alien jumped from the hill on top of the med station and then sprang into action, razor-sharp staff in hand. It landed nimbly and slammed its weapon in the back of a guardsman trying to get a buddy to the nearby waiting Chimera. Both of them went down and the Krut kicked the wounded soldier before bringing down his weapon on his skull, shattering it. The Xeno's triumph was short-lived. A livid cogboy raced out of the med station brandishing scalpels and saws at the end of each of their 8 mechatendrils, a short sword in one metal arm and a plasma pistol in the other. The Krut didn't have time to figure out what hit it before literally exploding in a shower of flashing blades and flying organs. Another alien tried to jump the cogboy from the top of the building only to be met by swinging mechatendrils that eviscerated him in midair. When it landed moments later, it was in a lot of pieces. More Krut came around the medical center and tore through the few soldiers making a stand to the right. The last guardsman barely managed to activate a grenade before 4 Xeno slashed him with their staffs and a moment later, the frag detonated tearing them all to bloody chunks. Yet, the rest of the pack was undeterred. If anything, the casualties merely made them more bloodthirsty. What followed was a bloody nightmare of a close-quarters combat. I could remember frying Krut with warp blasts even as demons tried to possess me, the doctor who dragged me out smashing the skull of a Xeno with the butt of a rifle, the cogboy becoming a blood-splattered whirlwind of spinning blades as he tore into the enemy, a large group of the bastards swarming the Chimera opposing them. Then there was thunder that shook me to the bone and something large and burning came over the hill before twin lines of tracers pulped everything in their way. A land speeder flew overhead and a huge red form jumped out, landing on and crushing a particularly large and ugly Krut. The Space Marine cut another one with a contemptuous slash of his chainsword and shot 3 more before anyone could process his arrival. I was vaguely aware that there were more large shapes coming over the top of the hill. Lehman Russ tanks, I thought. Their cannons roared as one and the shock from the following explosions was more than enough to throw me off my feet. The last thing I managed to do was let go of the warp in more or less controlled fashion. I heard demons screaming in frustration as my soul slipped through their claws and then knew no more. Chapter 28. Imperial Lines. Pavonian Heartlands. Purge the abominable Xeno from the face of this world, brothers. Antaeus thundered, while his temper was fraying. They already lost one Inquisitor and his retinue on this cursed planet. He wasn't looking forward to explaining to the Inquisition how they managed to lose a second one in a short order. Said organization already looked at the Blood Ravens with more than enough unwarranted suspicion. Thank you very much. Besides, miracle of miracles, this one was actually rather sane and uncommonly reasonable, so far anyway. Having him die would be such a waste, and allowing the damn Tau of all things get him, that would be simply embarrassing, the librarian grumbled to himself in the privacy of his mind. He emptied the magazine of his bolter pistol at a cluster of charging Krut, the ammunition making a delightful mess of their heads, and put the weapon back to its magnetic clamp. He raised an open hand just in time to meet a large, roaring specimen with a blast of warp fire to the face. The Xeno collapsed, clutching its melting flesh and bone, kicking uselessly in the dirt, while Antaeus moved on to the next threat. Around him, tactical marines spread out, covering the flanks and keeping annoying pests from a Devastator squad, which set up on the ridge. A platoon of guard armor followed the swifter Astartes, aiding their firepower to the onslaught. And just like that, the Xeno assault broke into showers of gore and explosions. Push them back. Don't let them regroup. Antaeus shouted aloud, both to his brothers and the soldiers who had to fight the enemy practically hand to hand when the Xenos swarmed them. He saw a familiar and sad picture as he approached the medical station. There were too many dead and dying people on the blood-soaked ground. The sight never failed to put a bitter taste in his mouth. This was what the Blood Ravens fought to prevent. This was why they hoarded all the technology and knowledge they could get their hands on, so one day normal men and women won't have to face the horrors of the galaxy with such ordinary equipment. The sad truth was that generally the Guard's equipment wasn't bad, it was just that you needed more in order to face most of the humanity's enemies on equal footing and win without paying with rivers of blood, and even then, there were foes that even the Astartes couldn't best without paying a steep price. Antaeus put aside those thoughts and returned his full attention to the skirmish at hand, well, its aftermath. The few Kruts still in sight were on the run, with his brothers and especially the Guard, shooting them in the backs with a relish. Only a handful managed to make it over the nearby hills. It was a target-rich environment after all, only for a couple of Rus tanks to lob a few cells after the aliens. With the immediate threat neutralized, Antaeus could put his full attention into locating the Inquisitor and making sure he lived to fight another day. He soon found his target surrounded by a small group of shell-shocked troopers, most of them wounded, a very happy cogboy, who was splattered in crook blood from the tip of their hood to the toes of the boots poking out from the hem of their gore-soaked robe, and disgruntled doctor. The Inquisitor was on the ground and looked even worse to wear. The reason why was obvious: not just the crit attack, but a number of Xenos dispatched by warp sorcery, among the corpses surrounding this particular last stand. Medici, report. What is the status of the Inquisitor? What do you need to keep him alive, and what aid do your other patients require? Antaeus demanded answers. While what was left of the forward positions could not be held with the available assets, an orderly retreat bleeding the alien bastards was very much in the cards, now that their treacherous sneak attack was more or less contained. Transports, medics, drugs, the Emperor's blessing, some of those poor bastards are going to need it all. The doctor grumbled. I'll arrange as much assistance as practical. Antaeus said and switched comm channels to contact command. What's his condition? The Inquisitor should live, if we can keep him from becoming eaten, blown up, or receiving any more blows upon the head. The Martian responded. He'll need some Omnisia blessed spare parts, so we'll be able to make a proper person out of him. Captain Thule, brother librarian Antaeus, we've located the package. He's still viable, but need extraction, medical attention. Antaeus gave Vale one good look, and some spare parts. Good. Get him back to the capital. We're redeploying the bulk of our forces there for the time being, including apothecary assets. Affirmative, sir. We'll need transports and medics to evacuate the wounded before completing the tactical retreat. Apothecary. Victory Bay. Kronus. Streams of binary, sterile smell, comfortable bed, and the absence of pain. Somehow, those things didn't tell me that I've merely had a particularly nasty nightmare. The cogboy's speech intensified when they noticed me stirring. I cracked my eyes open to see a couple of blurs nearby. One was reddish-brown, as expected, however, the other one was much larger and gayish in color. Inquisitor, you're awake. Good. A deep, jolly voice boomed with enough strength to make my bones rattle. I'm pleased to report that the operation was successful, and you'll have all your new bits and pieces operational in a short order. What? I blinked at the giant figure, trying to process what it just told me. My brain wasn't working quite right, probably all the drugs, which sounded both wrong and right for some reason. What? I asked, though what came out was a strangled croak. My throat was parched too, something that I just noticed. A mechatendril shoved a bottle of water complete with attached straw right into my face, and I took an experimental sip, wondering why was I getting the VIP treatment. What happened? I tried again. My voice sounded weak, tired, and alien to my ears. You charged an orc warboss, if the rumors are right, riding a chimera no less. The red blur cleared up somewhat, revealing the hooded face of a tech priest, who had at least his chin still made of good old-fashioned flesh and blood. We've got helmet video of that stunt. It was one of the funnier things I've seen people do and live through. The deep thundering voice commented. That wasn't such a good idea in hindsight. I managed to croak. My memories were coming back now, and I had some trouble believing what I had done. Charging an orc, a warboss no less. Did I leave my brain, or at least common sense, back in orbit? Well, it worked, kind of. The large blur, which had to be an Astartes, said in something that might have been supposed to be a soothing tone. We don't have a confirmation that said orc is very dead. The cogboy waved a couple of spiky tentacles behind his back. We're getting off topic. Inquisitor, I'm proud to announce that we managed to install all your new bits and pieces without an issue. You're now truly blessed by the Holy Cog, and the motive force. He shoved his hand in my face, displaying 5 thin and long metal fingers, which gave me a thumbs up. What bits and pieces? I asked warily. Nothing hurt, which meant it couldn't be that bad. Then again, I was dumb enough to charge an orc warboss. That was what Ogrins did. Left arm, the shoulder, some reinforcements so you could properly use your brand new bionics. The cogboy began listing off on fingers tipped with very sharp-looking points. Those were a lot of bionics he was telling me about. What in the Emperor's name did I do? My brain dragged out fragmented images of screaming orcs, explosions, blood and crud. Of all things, I thought I heard an echo of laughter too, but then again, I was probably high up on drugs, otherwise I wouldn't be this calm under the circumstances, right? Chapter 29. Nekron Command Center. Thursday, Abia's Plateau. Kronus. Even Nekron technology wasn't fully proof against entropy, and 65 million years, give or take a few thousand, was an eternity by anyone's standard. The lord in charge of the Nekron installations below the surface of the world known as Kronus by its current primitive squatters was painfully aware of that fact. Systems all over the complex were damaged, often beyond repair. Even his databanks weren't spared by the countless eons that passed while he slept, awaiting for the galaxy to heal enough to sustain life once again. In fact, he should have awoken millions of years ago, after the warp storms caused by the final defeat of the Old Ones subdued and the abomination spawned by them either starved out or retreated back to the abyss that spawned them. Finding himself awoken by a group of primitives poking through his domain, naturally resulted in a predictable violent reaction that saw all but one of the intruders neutralized in a short order. Only their apparent leader was preserved as an intelligence asset, while recon units were dispatched to scout the situation on the surface and secure the entrances to the complex. That was a simple standard operational procedure carried automatically by the now obviously demented caretaker intelligence of the complex, while it busied itself with awakening him. In this particular case, the fact that said intelligence wasn't fully self-aware and particularly intelligent turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Even in his diminished form, the Nekron Lord could very well imagine the catastrophe of a proper command intelligence going demented and having unobstructed access to the complex, to him. The current state of affairs was bad enough, as the reconnaissance units placed in its charge testified with their very appearance. The Nekron Lord wasn't sure what he found more disturbing, that the first batch had returned wearing the flayed skins of primitive beings just like those who intruded upon his domain, or the fact that it took him this long to notice and conclude that there was something wrong with said picture. Truly, he was currently a shadow of his former self. The first thing he did upon that revelation was to execute all error-checking programs and hardware build into his towering frame. While said maintenance and repair subroutines did their job, the Nekron Lord peered at the blood-splattered automatons. There was something disturbing in their appearance that scratched at his incomplete databanks. Their presence felt wrong for a lack of better word. He set up some cycles to keep an eye on them and any others like them, before shifting most of his attention to the command intelligence. The state of its databanks and programming was even worse than his own. That was probably the best explanation for what the examination revealed. A data entity like the command intelligence wasn't supposed to experience emotions, no Nekron was supposed to have retained their own, even if the Lord himself was a proof that truth was anything but absolute. Yet, there it was an amalgamation of corrupted code and damaged hardware leading to unintended consequences. The command intelligence had been enjoying itself by ordering its automatons to hunt down and butcher anything and everything that found its way within its domain. It was either a stroke of luck or a glitch that forced it to comply with the contingency directives, keep it captive for intelligence purposes and awake him in the first place. That was something it should have done thousands of years ago when the first of those primitives had stumbled upon the Nekron tunnels, instead. It was a testament to how much he had degraded that the command intelligence could surprise him at this stage. By all means, it shouldn't have been bright enough to suspect what the Lord intended to do, much less do something about it. He was about to cut the command intelligence from the complex and bind it safely within its databanks for study at a later date, when the activity within its running code spiked. It knew, it felt fear, and it struck. The 4 automatons present in the small chamber where the Nekron Lord currently resided moved as one, acting much faster than their appearance suggested possible. Within moments they surrounded him and struck as one, flensing blades slashing through stale air. The Nekron Lord moved even faster, demonstrating that even in its current diminished state he was still a power to be reckoned with. 4 pairs of blades met empty air, another one merely sliced through his tattered cape, while the rest met the unyielding alloy of his staff. He might have lost much in the endless eons of slumber and decay, many of his memories, his purpose, even his name, all in the name of preserving his combat capabilities first, his tactical and strategic acumen distant second. While the order of those priorities might have been flawed, for once, the execution didn't leave much to be desired. Metal clashed with metal, he hefted his staff and pushed away 2 of the defective automatons, sidestepped a swipe for a third and kicked the 4th in the chest with enough force to cave it in and send it into the solid metal wall of the room. He struck the butt of his staff into the ground and released a pulse of raw energy that cascaded all around him, washing over the assailants and more importantly, slamming into the chassis protecting the command intelligence's core. The discharge stunned the automatons and instead of going after them, the Lord levered his staff at the data core and blasted it to slag. With that threat hopefully dismantled, he returned his attention to the rogue Nekron warriors. 2 of them were on the ground, shaking as raw energy overloaded their frames. The 3rd one phased out of reality only to appear behind the Lord and do its best to skewer him. The Nekron leader let go of his staff and twisted around impossibly fast. He caught his assailant by what passed for its wrists and squeezed, leveraging the superior strength and construction of his own frame to crush the joints. He slammed its metal forehead into the face of the automaton for good effect, then planted his right foot on its chest and shoved, thus tearing its arms off. He threw them away, pointed his right palm at the crippled automaton and melted a hole through its head with the weapon built into said hand. The time it took him to dispatch that attacker gave enough time for the other 2 to recover from the overload and find their feet. They charged him, one coming straight at the Lord, while the other one phased out, preparing a sneak attack. For its trouble, The first automaton received a point-blank blast that decapitated it, however the second one was more successful. The Nekron Lord caught its left wrist, yet it managed to slam its other arm under his armpit. Flensing blades perfectly able to slice through any known living being with pathetic ease found little purchase into the necrodermis of the Nekron Lord. He found the blunt impact a larger inconvenience than the thin blades causing shallow cuts into his metal hide. He grabbed the head of the offending machine, ignored its flailing and melted a neat hole straight through its cranium. If he could, the Nekron Lord would have sighed in exasperation, which merely underlined how far he and the facility technically under his control had fallen. While there was a lot of data left intact pertaining weapons, vehicles, even space travel, little useless things like the devices needed to communicate verbally were lost, at best stored into corrupted archived in need of thorough repair and data recovery. It was embarrassing really, considering that one of the devices malfunctioning on his frame was his voice caster. He made sure that the 4 automatons were dismantled for good, then did the same for the command intelligence. That done, it was time to take direct control of the facility, fix himself and recover as much of his memories as possible, while figuring out the state of the planet and what must be done about it. While thinking about it, the Lord recalled that he had a captive slatted for interrogation, which might no longer be the case given the command intelligence's proclivities. A query to the subroutines monitoring the facility revealed the fate of said captive. For some arcane reason the Lord wasn't sure he wanted to ponder, the command intelligence had decided that it was a good idea to strip the flesh off from the primitive and replace it with necrodermis while doing its best to make sure said primitive retained its mind and had been awake and aware during the whole process, which had taken much longer than it should. By the Tan and the Silent King, just what had been wrong with that thing? He sent a query to the new unit placed in the corner of the facility's network designated at Tomas Maccabi, and to his utter lack of surprise, the primitive was on the edge of going completely insane. Chapter 30. Nekron Command Center. Thursday Abies Plateau. Kronus. A quick and dirty interrogation of the captured intelligence asset combined with what little reconnaissance assets were currently available and responding to orders, confirmed that while the tactical situation hadn't quite gone to the cork, it was heading there fast. A nearby peninsula was busy falling in the hands of warp abominations and their thralls. The Eladari had an expeditionary force present on the surface, which was in the process of establishing a forward operation base. They were busy stirring the so-called orcs, a fortunately devolved Quark strain, which needed purging before it could evolve and become a credible threat. Next came the primitives. The intelligence asset species, now designated humanity, were supposedly the dominant power both on the planet and, if the asset could be believed, across the galaxy too. The Nekron Lord needed independent confirmation on the later point. From what little he could detect, the humans on the surface might be numerous, yet they appeared to be the most technologically stunted species running amok on the tomb world. Last and arguably not the least, were the so-called Tau, the blue-skinned primitives. Recent events, namely a large-scale engagement between the available human, orc and Tau forces, pointed towards the fact that cooperation with the former would preclude cooperation with the later. That state of affairs was less than ideal. All preliminary projections pointed at a defeat being statistical certainty if the available Nekron forces had to engage the various squatters by themselves. The tomb world had suffered too much damage, putting it back into a semblance of order would take too long even without Eldari raids, which were a given the moment those pests figured out how weak the Nekron position was. Then there were the abominations as well, which needed to be exterminated with extreme prejudice. Analysis complete, the Nekron Lord made up his mind and returned his attention to strengthening his position. He needed to reasonably secure the complex, fix himself to an acceptable state, including a way to communicate directly with the primitives, and only then he could afford to approach one of the two somewhat palatable factions. He had to deal with the rogue reconnaissance units killing indiscriminately everything in sight too, before they made any chance of an alliance a moot point too. The Nekron Lord consulted the ravaged datanet of the facility and headed towards the closest stasis vault containing scarabs and the parts to build more of those useful automatons. It was high time to put his domain in order. In the meantime, repair subroutines kept working upon the decayed parts of his memory, struggling to recover even the tiniest scrap of information. Victory Bay. Kronus. Note to self, charging orcs in general, and orc bosses in particular, while riding a chimera and waving a sword like a maniac is a bad idea. I had the metal to prove it. A large part of my right side was now bionic, either because the orcs mauled it, or the Tau and their emperor damned Krut fucked it up. Now that the painkillers were out of my system, the bionics itched something fierce, not to mention the parts where they connected with flesh, bone, and worst of all, my nerves, hurt like son of a bitch. That was normal too, at least according to the cog boys. Filling me with more painkillers would numb the pain, however it would also significantly increase the time it would take for the bionics machine spirits to get comfortable where they were and learn to work in concern with me. Or something in that vein. I wasn't paying too much attention at that point. I was too busy trying to restrain myself from strangling the smug cogboy lecturing me with his mechadendrus. My consolation prize for getting mauled nearly to death and crippled, was that the plan worked, more or less. For the time being the orcs were too busy running or fighting among themselves and we shouldn't be suffering concerning attacks from that corner until they managed to get themselves a new warboss, which would be never if we had anything to say about it. That in turn gave us some breathing space to deal with the other threats on Kronus. The Chaos and Traitor incursion on the Daimos Peninsula was the primary threat and we had to purge it as soon as possible. Figuring how to do it with the assets available would be the topic of a meeting I would be having with General Alexander and Captain Thule in less than an hour. Unfortunately, we would be unable to throw everything we had against the Chaos forces. Doing so would beg for either the Tau or Eldar to backstab us, and if that wasn't bad enough, there was confirmed Nekron presence on Kronus, which was an existential threat as well. Given the circumstances, the last thing I needed were painkillers that might mess up my judgment even further, which needless to say, made me particularly irritable. On the other hand, the way the common troopers treated me ever since I awoke at the makeshift apothecarium was a mixed blessing. Everyone who saw me straightened up and stared, looking with wonder and awe, instead of the ill-disguised fear and apprehension that I knew would meet an Inquisitor walking in the open. It took me a bit too long to connect the dots and figure out this was all because of my crazy stunt against the orcs. The poor bastard were looking at me as if they expected that I would be repeating that particularly insanity as a matter of course. That was something I had no intention of doing ever again if I had any other acceptable alternative. The stabbing pain in my side at every movement was a grim reminder of the price such heroic deeds extracted from those brave, or insane enough to attempt such stunts. "Inquisitor, I'm glad to see you back on your feet." A deep jolly voice exclaimed behind me and made me jump, which predictably felt like an angry orc just buried its choppa in my side. Antia's armor-clad figure materialized behind me like from thin air and he peered at me. I sensed him give me a curious once-over through the warp before reining in his power. It could have been much worse, all things considered. "Are you all right? Considering that I should be very dead right now." "I'll better than I have any right to be," I answered quietly. "Nonsense, you acted in the best traditions of the Imperial Guard, and most importantly, it worked." The librarian smirked. "If it was dumb and it worked, then you were lucky and the Emperor looked out for you." I shot back. "There's that too." Antias nodded sagely. And just like that, the levity he surrounded himself with vanished. "I'm glad you're all right, Inquisitor. We've got a situation requiring your expertise," he stated gravely. "My expertise? As far as the command staff of either the Imperial Guard, the Blood Ravens and what little Imperial naval assets we had in orbit went, I was among the most junior and least experienced, my status as an Inquisitor notwithstanding." Antias clearly heard the incredulity in my voice but disregarded it and motioned me to follow him. "Considering the situation, the opinion of the Ordo Xenos is going to be vital, Inquisitor. Please follow me. I'll explain once we're at General Alexander's HQ." "I don't like the sound of that, Antias." "Don't worry, Inquisitor, you'll like it even less once you know the details." A hint of grim amusement found its way in the librarian's voice. "What in the Emperor's name did I do to deserve this?" Chapter 31. Eldar FOB. Tyria. Kronus. The frozen north of the continent held a stark majesty that was largely untouched by the brute hands of the Monkey. If it was up to her, Farser Taldir would have seen to it that the arrogant primates wouldn't be able to ruin anything ever again, which was one of the many dreams she held along with the great majority of her Bealtan compatriots. She had a dream, that one day her people would return to their rightful place as rulers of the galaxy and put everything the way it was supposed to be. In the meantime, it fell upon her and her fellow Eldar to do their best to preserve as many of their people as possible and when practical, weaken their various enemies. It was in the pursuit of this mission she brought her war party to Kronus. Younger, the ancient enemies slumbered here. Taldir foresaw their awakening, she saw how weak they would be and hurried to capitalize of this priceless opportunity to nip a danger in the bud. The Farser did expect that the Monkey would be furious over her actions back on the planet they called Lorn V, she did expect that they would try to follow her. Naturally, Taldir expected that the beasts would fail to actually keep up with her. That, she reluctantly admitted to herself, might have been a mistake. Shortly upon her arrival, Lucas Alexander, the Monkey she tangled with on Lorn V arrived as well along with a sizable force of the crewed Imperial ships. The upstart Tau who had been slowly taking control of Kronus objected to the Monkey coming back in strength, which soon led to a massive battle in orbit. While unanticipated, that development did offer an opportunity to cripple the primitives and in one swift strike gain the upper hand. The Farser sighed. That had been another miscalculation. She had her small, yet potent fleet moving in position to fall upon the weakened combatants, when a fourth fleet arrived in system. It was a second Monkey task force, spearheaded by a strike cruiser bearing Space Marines. That put Taldir's plans into disarray. She couldn't allow the Mon-K to gain uncontested control of the orbitals and was forced to act, engaging the humans in open battle. The Eldar's superior voidcraft, ships and weapons proved themselves without peer, yet Taldir simply lacked sufficient numbers to win a decisive victory. They would have won anyway, if it wasn't for the rude arrival of swarm of orc hulks that fell upon everyone, turning the battle into pure chaos. In the end, she had to recall her surviving forces, while a mauled Mon-K flotilla took the orbitals. She would have been in better spirits if that debacle was the worst way her visions of the future went off the rails since her arrival in this damned system. Stirring up the local feral orc population to act as a distraction while the Eldar struck should have been simple, easy even. The Mon-K should have fought among themselves, encouraged by a few strategic assassinations and misdirections courtesy to Taldir's warriors. It was even true for a time, then everything changed, leaving her drifting among a sea of uncertainty. She didn't foresee the survival of the orc warlord she humiliated on Lorne V, much less that he too would make an appearance on Kronus, thus upsetting her plans first in orbit, then on the surface. Said brute united the majority of the fear orcs on the planet and used them to launch a massive whack against everything and everyone. As if that wasn't bad enough, Taldir failed to foresee the outcome of his short-lived campaign of terror. The orcs should have swept over the Mon-K defensive lines with only a swift strike by the Tau allowing the humans to survive the onslaught. The resulting fighting should have weakened those three factions significantly, making them easy prey for strategic strikes, which would have left them crippled and easy pickling once the Eldars dealt with the real threat, the Necrons. Of course, that prediction didn't come to pass. First, the mad Mon-K summoned Warp Storm, one that now threatened to engulf the planet and throw them all to the non-existent mercy of She Who Thirsts. Next, Gorgitz the brute managed to either get himself killed against the humans or the next best thing, losing his massive army, something that Taldir could have used to throw against the madman on the Daimos Peninsula. The only thing that went more or less as predicted was that the Tau did act the winner of the clash between the orcs and the Mon-K. They were less successful than predicted as well, due to the humans for once almost acting as civilized beings and ceasing killing each other to face the new threat. The Mon-K positions were still unbroken, the younger were awakening, chaos would soon spill forth from the Daimos Peninsula. Taldir huffed in frustration. There had to be a way to win this. She was an Eldar farser, she should be able to see the way. It was her role, her sole purpose. The orcs failed, the brutes mucking up, that really shouldn't have been much of a surprise. They still had significant numbers, like the two tribes she used to protect the approaches to her base. Perhaps their broken horde could still be useful as a distraction, however they would no longer be able to break the Mon-K by themselves. Taldir's warriors were undoubtedly up to the task, however she had limited numbers at her disposal and real enemies to face here on Kronus. Speaking about the younger, she had already dispatched scouts to harass and sabotage their efforts to properly awaken this tomb world, which all things considered should have been her primary concern. However, with the younger being as crippled as she foresaw, she had time to deal with them. First, she had to neutralize the chaos incursion, yet in order to deal safely with them, she had to remove the Mon-K out of the equation or risk the crude humans taking her forces from behind during their hour of triumph, and that simply wouldn't do. The Mon-K had to go first, that much was obvious. In that regard, the Tau upstarts might just prove useful, she decided. Now she just had to decide how to approach them and make sure that anyone she brought with her to parley with them could control their emotions and actions. Having to threat with such beings who had no concept of respect for their betters, well, that naturally stirred the blood of any and all Bealtan warrior with even an ounce of self-respect. Tau Military HQ. Kronus. Shaso Kryze had seen his share of debacles before, at the hands of the human super soldiers and their insane cultists. Unfortunately, his emergency deployment to secure Kronus had all the hallmarks of yet another disasters. If he had to face just the regular human military, the Tau commander was sure he could prevail. All things considered, his people's technology and better tactics were generally superior to what the Imperial Guard could bring to the battlefield. The presence of the human super soldiers changed the equation, and not in a good way. The arrival of a orc warboss who united the local feral population was a further complication, one that should have worked in the Tau's favor. Kryze stared at the detailed tactical display and grumbled a quiet curse. The plan had been solid: let the enemies of the greater good exhaust each other before striking at them and using superior mobility and firepower to defeat in detail the survivors of said clash. The plan came close to working as well, even if the orcs fared much worse than even the most pessimistic projections. The fire cast struck the flank of the weakened human defenders and were on the verge of a breakthrough that if exploit could have ended this campaign in one masterstroke, only for the Space Marines and enemy super heavy armor to intervene, bog down the swift assault and allow the Imperial Guard to regroup and redress their lines. At that point, Kryze had to call off the assault or risk wasting too many of his warriors for questionable gains. After all, there were other enemies upon Kronus to deal with, like the insane cultists who apparently took over the Daimos Peninsula not so long ago. Then there were the Eldar who struck during the fleet engagement in orbit. The same Eldar who requested a diplomatic less than an hour ago, one that Ethereal Shores gleefully approved. Their delegation was supposed to arrive any moment now, and Kryze couldn't shake off the feeling that he was about to be screwed by the numbers by the Knife-Ears. Rumor had it that they had that refined to an art form. Chapter 32. Tau Military HQ. Kronus. The little blue aliens attempted to impress Taldir with their military might. That was her best guess about the parade formation that greeted the Farser and her honor guard. Rolls upon rolls of hover tanks and gunships flanked the only free path leading to the command post. In front of every single vehicle stood a squad of infantry armed with pulse rifles backed up by large armored suits complete with built-in oversized railguns. The primitives, their barbaric crude auxiliaries and the Vespid insects buzzing around certainly lacked the proper deference and respect for their betters, that much the Eldar could sense from the gathered troops without even trying. The same was true for her warriors, a cadre of banshees and aspect warriors striding proudly behind her, displaying their perfectly crafted arms and armor, which unfortunately failed to properly awe the aliens. That fact naturally put Taldir's guards on edge, and their slowly boiling emotions spilled over her too, forcing her to work even harder to keep her composure. This right there was a prime example of how far her people had fallen. Once upon a time, when the Eldari reigned upon the galaxy, no one would have dared show such lack of respect for their betters. The Farser bottled down her emotions and sent a wave of reassurance to her comrades. There was one useful benefit of this cute display of martial might the Tau put forth. It was now obvious that while crude, their weapons and vehicle weren't as crude as those of the Monkey. They were going to be useful tools for the Eldar, and while it wouldn't be as satisfying to see the upstarts die at the hands of the Monkey, as it would be for the Eldar to put them in their place personally, die they will. Taldir schooled her features, smiled beautifully and slowly and deliberately removed her helmet once she stood face to face with the Tau leaders. Their military commander towered above her clad in his combat suit, which was almost impressive for something built by such a primitive species. Beside him stood the so-called Ethereal, the representative of the civilian leadership of the Tau, who was in fact ruling over his clueless subjects thanks to liberal application of pheromones. The single interesting thing about that was the fact that said chemicals apparently worked on a wide range of aliens, which all things considered wasn't particularly common. Naturally, said pheromones had no effect on the superior Eldar physiology. Taldir cradled her helmet in the crook of her arm, leaned on her spear staff and relished at the reactions her psychically touched appearance had on the Tau. Now she had everyone's undivided attention, which was a good thing, even though she didn't appreciate beings little above common beasts drooling over her in their enclosed helmets. The primary downside was that with her own helmet off, the Farser could very much smell the Ethereal's pheromones, and frankly, they stank worse than a pile of burning orcs. It was a close call, however Taldir managed to keep her beaming expression on without showing even a flicker, not that it would have mattered in the short term. The Ethereal was all but smitten with her already, though the Tau military commander was apparently made from a sterner stuff, which got him a very tiny and very grudgingly given grain of respect. Still, that was certainly damning him with faint praise, as it was proper. Greetings, Tau. I am Farser Taldir. The Eldar sang, keeping the sneer she felt far away from her voice. It is a pleasure to make you an acquaintance. Keeping a civil tone with these beings was one of the hardest things she had ever done to date, still duty called. The pleasure is mine, my lady. The Ethereal at least bowed, even if the display was crude and graceless as expected. I am Aun El Shurors and this is Commander Shaso Kais. The commander merely gave her a sharp nod, which merely underscored the unease he radiated. He was struggling with the emotions her appearance stirred within him, which was both amusing and infuriating. An exchange of empty and false platitudes, at least on Taldir's side followed, before finally the Ethereal invited her and her party to enter the command center. At least, inside the Tau had proper climate control and the place was almost clean enough to pass muster. The command and control instruments were actually close to adequate as well, at least for species blind to the tides of the great ocean. Both of you are important, busy people, Commander, Ethereal. Taldir sang, layering her words with strands of power. I won't presume to waste your time and will come straight to the point. We, Tau and Eldar alike have a common problem and cause, here on Kronus. This pleasant world now suffers under the dual infestations of Monkey, their insane cultists and feral orcs. Sadly, many humans, especially among their leadership, persist in resisting the greater good. The Ethereal uttered sadly. It is a tragic state of affairs, truly. Taldir nodded in commiseration, valiantly resisting the urge to roll her eyes. We're here to address this tragic turn of events, are we not? She smiled charmingly. I propose an alliance. Together, our people can do great things, we can put to rest the threats plaguing this world. For the greater good, of course. For the greater good of the Eldar species anyway. I'm heartened to hear you say this, my lady Taldir. The Tau grinned at her and in its glee sprayed even more pheromones into the enclosed space of the command center. Doing so, he came a heartbeat away from being incinerated from the inside out, while Taldir struggled not to choke on the stench. I am overjoyed you approve of my suggestion, my dear Aunel. Taldir gushed. Shall we discuss the details of our new arrangement? An hour later, Commander Kais struggled to figure out how exactly he ended up agreeing to spearhead an offensive straight into the teeth of the human defenses in order to reduce them once and for all. The plan was solid, if expensive. Eldar strike teams would move in behind the front line, disrupt enemy command and control, hunt down artillery and either neutralize or slow down their reserves. That in turn would allow the Tau to pierce the defensive lines, use their infantry to annihilate them once cut off, while their more mobile units would move through the breaches, exploit them and crush any and all reserve formations. Once that was done, they would strike in concern at Victory Bay and erase the Imperial Guard presence from the planet, cut off and contain the Space Marine stronghold as well. Phase 3 would be to dispatch the insane cultists while leaving strong enough force to fix the human super soldiers in place. Dealing with them for good and finally hunting down all the feral orcs on Kronus would be the capping stone of the whole campaign. The plan was deceptively simple in outline. Now Kais had to flesh it up into something his soldiers could put to actual use. While he still felt some unease about the alliance, it had the Watercast's mark of approval. In fact it had Shoror's gleeful and full support, which was enough for the commander. As usual, the Ethereals knew what they were doing. Chapter 33. Victory Bay. Kronus. When all was said and done, I've been too busy, my mind too preoccupied to appreciate Victory Bay. Ironically, now that I blithely walked towards the next impending disaster, I spent a bit of time to look and enjoy the sights, if for no other reason to keep my mind from jumping to the worst possible conclusions. First and obviously, while a large city, Victory Bay was no hive, which was a good thing, otherwise everyone would likely need a rebreather at least in order not to choke on the fumes. There were actual trees lining up the streets, even various parks dotting the place, even if they were on the small side. There was a freshness in the air despite the promethium smoke from countless military vehicles doing their best to choke it down. Even the architecture wasn't entirely in the Empire's preferred Gothic style. There was a distinct lack of gargoyles and such leering down from most buildings, which was a nice change as well. Actually, the place was quite vibrant, especially now that we were here in force and people were cheering us when not too busy working or aiding in fortifying the place. While there were a lot of fools who actually welcomed the Tau on Kronus, there were even more good Imperial citizens who were glad we were here to deliver them from Xeno rule, which was heartening. My brief moment of levity withered as we approached General Alexander's command center. The surrounding space crawled with at least an order of magnitude more security than the situation as I knew it warranted. There were trenches, bunkers and dug-in heavy weapon emplacements all over the place, tanks covered in fighting positions, sentinels milling around with glowing multi-lasers, even a bomber flight circled overhead. 2 infantry companies stood near the entrance of the CP, looking uneasily at it. One was made of Kazarkan commandos in sealed carapace armor carrying heavy weapons, while the other held the bulk of the Ogren we had planet-side if I recalled right what Alexander had available. Needless to say, that sight didn't fill me up with confidence. I glanced at Antias, however his helmet wasn't much help in divining what fresh threat to life and limb awaited us. The cog boys were here in strength too, if the excited chatter in binary coming from the CP was anything to judge by. At least someone was happy about whatever this was. I suspected I wouldn't be as overjoyed as our AdMech contingent appeared to be. Moments later I was proven right. Inquisitor, I'm glad to see you more or less intact. Alexander gave me a firm nod when he has me enter. There have been certain new developments requiring your attention. Thuli's huge form stood beside the general. The captain of the Blood Ravens was barely able to fit into the room though it wasn't particularly small. The commander of our Astartes contingent offered a silent nod in recognition, however left the explanations to Alexander. I'm at your disposal, General. What is the situation at hand? Alexander glanced at the cogboys who if anything, grew more and more excited by the moment. First, our friends in the Mechanicus keep searching for a most holy relic while aiding us in fortifying the city against Xeno incursions, the armed cannon of a blessed god machine as they put it. We'll have to recover and protect it at all costs, obviously. While he delivered that explanation in a matter-of-fact manner and with the proper panache, it was obvious that Alexander wasn't thrilled at the need to secure yet another critical point, one that wouldn't be of military benefit for our campaign to liberate Kronus or avoid losing the planet and be murdered horribly for as long it took for reinforcements to arrive. The silver lining here was that when the cogboys at large heard what their local counterparts stumbled upon, there will be Mechanicus assets racing our way, for all the good it would do to us in the short term. That's an excellent news, praised the Omnisia. I offered a smile to the cogboys and topped it off with the sign of the Aquila. However, as nice as this turn of events is, I don't believe that why you called me, General. Unfortunately not, Inquisitor. There are two items of interest that concern us all, and they're linked. First, a few hours ago, a xeno-diplomatic party or what passed for it approached one of our recon teams. The leader of these Necrons on Kronus wants to negotiate. As a sign of goodwill, the sarcasm Alexander could put into words was something to behold. He offered us concerning bit of intelligence, one that was just confirmed by orbital surveillance and Astartes reconnaissance teams. The Eldar and Tau met not so long ago and all signs point at them forging an alliance against us. The Blueskins are currently mobilizing for an all-out assault on our positions. Ah. Well, we were fucked. That thought aside, Necrons wanted to negotiate. What insanity was this? Then you want my opinion on meeting the Necrons and using them against the other enemies of humanity desecrating this world? I chose my words very carefully. Correct. Alexander stated flatly. We have the forces available to deal with the Tau, especially when working in concern with Captain Thules Astartes. However, we're likely to suffer heavy casualties we can ill afford when the Daimos Peninsula is swarming with heretics and agents of the great enemy. They should be our priority target, however. If we move against them now, we'll risk being defeated in detail. Damn Eldar. Liberal orbital support. While we technically control the orbitals right now, our naval elements are damaged and stretched thin between protecting our transports and keeping surviving enemy naval elements honest. There is the remnant of a Tau battle group in system as well as the survivors from the Eldar flotilla that engaged us before your arrival, Inquisitor. Our naval commanders aren't confident that they can keep Victory Bay safe if we provoke the enemy by purging their strongholds with cleansing orbital fire. This was likely the longest I've heard Thule speak to date. The Blood Raven captain didn't bother hiding his frustration and displeasure at our strategic situation. In that case, it might be prudent that we at least hear what the Necrons want to say. To the best of my admittedly very limited knowledge, this might be the first time these particular Xeno are willing to talk with us. If nothing else, a meeting might be a source of precious intelligence, which the Ordo Xenos will appreciate. The possibility of such meeting and the Eldar-Tau alliance is the reason for the increased security, is it not? Yes. Alexander nodded grimly. The Nekron envoy told our recon element that he'll be along soon after we decide to meet with him. No need to try and contact them. So there was another reason for the large contingent of cogboys stuck in the command center. You think they're listening to us right now, or at least that is what they wanted us to believe. I concluded. We've provided all available countermeasures. The head cogboy announced. We're fairly confident. Static electricity washed over us, green lighting blinded me and I scrambled for my lost pistol, while clawing at the warp for power and trying to blink off bright spot away from my eyes. Greetings and salutations. A deep, bombastic voice announced. Hold your fire. Thule's voice thundered, bringing me to a halt. If even a few of us tried to shoot in the well-packed-up command center, we were liable to murder more of our people than whatever Xeno trickery just descended upon us. The Mechanicus contingent didn't necessarily agree, if the angry binary chants echoing throughout the CP were anything to go by. The ominous hum of powering-up weaponry reinforced that impression. Finally my sight cleared and I saw a small dark green machine floating above the hololith table which was dominated the center of the room. The thing was shaped like an insect and its form was disturbingly familiar. I'm the voice of the Nekron Lord of Kronus, who unfortunately has his voxcaster currently damaged. The unknown voice continued. Despite the artificial tang of said voice, the choice in words and inflection was distinctly human. We're ready to arrive and conduct negotiations, preferably before the Eldari and their newest minions come to kill you all. Everyone in the room, even the floating Xeno device, turned their eyes upon me. Allowing you to come here would allow you to attempt a decapitation strike. I began. However, you could have teleported a bomb instead. I continued, my mind racing. So much for the AdMech countermeasures. Most disturbingly, now that our cyborg friends had a few moments to get over their outrage, more than a few of them chattered excitedly while observing the Xeno device. The thought never crossed my lord's mind, honestly. Sure. I glanced at Thule and Alexander. Both had their weapons drawn and at the ready, however neither of them appeared willing to immediately attack. The general gave a tiny nod, while Thule remained still as a statue. I'm willing to allow a diplomatic meeting. We won't attack your envoy during it unless provoked. I carefully didn't extrapolate what might be considered a provocation. Good enough, I guess. Stand by, we'll be there momentarily. A moment later, a second flash of light blinded me, prompting almost everyone present to curse. When my sight returned, there were two tall metal figures in our midst and everyone aimed their weapons at them. Fortunately, no one pressed the trigger. Yet. Chapter 34. Victory Bay. Kronus. The smaller figure had an uncanny similarity to a human. If I didn't know better, I would have concluded that the Xenos took some poor bastard, stripped the flesh from his bones and replaced it with metal. The other one was much larger, in fact it competed with fully armored Astartes for size and had to hunch leaning on a staff-spear hybrid, which cracked ominously with sinister green energy, the same one that shone from the envoy's eyes. "Greetings and salutations, humans." The smaller figure declared grandly. That was the same voice we spoke with through the insect-like machine, which still floated above the hololith. "I am honored to present the Nekron Lord in charge of this tomb world. We hope this is the beginning of a long and mutually beneficial friendship." It bowed with a flourish and I'm sure no one shot it due to the sudden movement only thanks to the Emperor's mercy and the fact we were all too stunned by the display to react as fast as we usually would. If the Xeno were hostile, they just missed a great opportunity to mow down a lot of us while we were too busy gaping at them. Everything we knew, everything we've been taught and experienced so far went in the face of such a cordial greeting, which naturally meant this was either a trap, there was something we didn't know, or the universe had decided to cease making any sense whatsoever. The damnest thing was that the alien actually sounded genuine, go figure. "You requested this meeting, Xeno. Explain your intentions," Captain Thule demanded. As befitting to an Astartes, he was among the first people to recover. "We're both in an unenviable position. The Eldari and those Tau upstarts just allied, there is an abomination incursion upon this world, the Orc threat is merely temporarily diminished. While my lord has called for reinforcements, we're yet to receive answers and ETA on their arrival, which means we'll have to deal with the local problems with our currently limited means. An alliance of convenience rises the statistical probability that both of our sides will survive long enough to be reinforced if we're unable to win outright. Does your lord have a name and why isn't he speaking for himself?" This question came from one of the senior Mechanicus representatives. Their whole contingent was divided between making what suspiciously sounded like covetous sounds while watching the Xeno and the technology they had on display, while the rest of them were angry and agitated, presumably at the affront to the omniscia the Necrons were. Another division in the ranks was a complication that we didn't need. Our tactical position on Kronus is less than ideal, that much is no secret. I said, choosing my words very carefully. If I screwed up now, the absolute best outcome I could look up to in the future would be a nice, clean bolter round through the head. Nevertheless, why should we even entertain the idea of actually working with aliens? No matter the outcome of this campaign, doing so can see us all shot as traitors or worse depending on what our superiors decide once they turn up with a proper fleet. I pointed out. The two Xenos looked at me for long, tense moments and the large one gave me a single nod. Ah, politics. We really should have seen this coming. In our defense, my lord has been stuck into stasis for over 60 million years and he's still recovering. The same is true for the bulk of our assets, thus the need of an alliance in the first place. The speaker shrugged in a very disturbing human-like fashion. And what would have your lord done if he had all his assets in fighting shape? Exterminated the Eldari, abominations and orcs, given the rest of you squatters a chance to leave this planet has been a Nekron world for longer than your species has existed, no offense meant. We're reasonable people, not like some of our compatriots. That declaration prompted a litany of curses and incredulous exclamations from our contingent. I knew that the Necrons were old, but that old. Of course, I couldn't take anything they told us at a face value. Your lord still hasn't introduced himself, it's only polite to do so. I pointed out. If we lived we would at least have a name of this Xeno in case the Empire ran into it again. Besides, hopefully my question would be enough to stave off the building explosion for a bit longer. Apologies, human. Even the Nekron stasis technology isn't perfect. Non-vital data had been highly compressed and sequestered to secondary databanks. A lot of it has been either corrupted or lost for good. My lord currently can't recall his proper designation. The good news is that his tactical and strategic combat memories and capabilities were preserved. While my lord lacks comprehensive memories pertaining politics, and how those might lead to your side shooting you for working with us, perhaps a deal can be struck. My lord promises to put a good word with the Nekron naval units, which will arrive to reinforce this world and do his utmost to convince them not to use you as target practice. That envoy could have chosen its words better. I swear, he was trying to stir us all up without being too blatant about it. The outrage from our military contingent wasted no time in materializing. Enough. I snapped as loud as I could without using warp fuckery to enhance my voice, before this mess could comprehensively get out of hand and see us all killed. Inquisitor, do you expect us to let such a provocation go unpunished? Someone exclaimed boldly from the back of the crowd clumped within the CP. I expect you all to carry yourselves with the integrity, discipline and honor the Emperor expects from us all. I shot back. If the muttering that followed was anything to go by, I did score a few brownie points with the general and his top advisors, something that could come in useful in the future. I couldn't have put it better, Inquisitor. The Nekron Lord's voice continued to be distinctly unhelpful. What deal do you have in mind? I looked at the towering metal figure as I spoke. My lord has observed your technology, and while it is primitive in the extreme, there should be various odds and ends in our vaults that might just be obsolete and old enough your people might find them useful. We have no need of any captured enemy technology, with the exception of what the Eldari use, it's obsolete at best, and we have no need nor use of their toys. As it spoke, I glanced warily at our Martian contingent. The binary chanting, screeching and the mechadendrous waving around grew more and more agitated by the minute. Some of it was obviously too happy for comfort, we'll have to keep a close eye on the cog boys and girls, yet too many were clearly enraged by the insinuations fielded by the Xeno. The voice might have been blithely ignoring what was happening, however his superior apparently didn't. My lord will owe you one as well, and if at all possible will mediate in a future encounters between you humans and the Necrons. Hopefully, such mediation will prevent the human squatter population upon another tomb world or 10 from being exterminated when its rightful owners awake and properly retake control of it. This is preposterous. It's heresy. Why are we even listening to the abominable Xeno? Because all previous encounters I'm vaguely aware of ended up in a disaster or extremely costly victories, if you can call them that. I stretched the truth. While what I just said felt right, there wasn't really much I knew for a fact about any previous encounters between the Imperium and the Necrons, except the obvious: they were very old, very powerful, and until now, didn't deign to speak with us. The Inquisitor is correct. The few encounters I know of between us and these aliens were extremely bloody affairs. While it galls me to admit it, we are in no position to fight a three-front war and win. At best we might not lose for a time, and even that plays in the traitor's hands. We need to purge the chaos taint from the Daimos Peninsula before it's too late. Captain Thule pleasantly surprised me. With him supporting or at least not speaking aloud against an alliance of convenience, this might just work. If it wasn't a trap in the first place anyway. And what do you expect in exchange, Nekron Lord? I asked. Our forces will not engage each other, we will eliminate the Eldari and Tau as threats so we could concentrate on the larger danger. In the name of cooperation, I must admit that there are rogue Nekron units operating on this planet. They're refusing any and all orders, and the only thing they care about is killing everything living that catches their attention. They're to be neutralized with extreme prejudice. Of course, it had to say something like that just as we were about to take a step back from the prospect of utter disaster. Emperor, damn that thing. I was sorely tempted to fry it with my warp powers, and damn the danger and the consequences. The envoy blithely ignored the stir its declaration caused and continued to speak on. Our best guess on the enemy strategy is that the Eldari would use their abominable powers and mobility to engage critical targets behind your outer defensive lines. We'll have strike teams ready to teleport in the moment we detect them. We'll pin them in place, and together with you forces they were meant to target, we will overwhelm and destroy the raiding parties in detail. At the same time, we will deploy what little heavy forces we will be able to make ready to strike at the rear of the Tau assault columns attacking your defenses. That might work, in theory. The odds are great that my boys and girls will shoot first and ask questions never when they see Xeno troops in their sights. General Alexander cut in. Our forces are nothing like those Eldari whims and the primitive blueskins. You can't mistake them. They're nothing like humans, and in everyone's experience, aliens were out to get us killed or worse since forever. Alexander stressed. A larger concern, if we actually agree to this, is the possibility of your rogue forces coming in at the worst possible time and causing this potential alliance to fall apart. I added. One of my primary objectives is going to be to hunt down these renegades. So far, they're in limited numbers, primarily the guard forces left under the control of the command intelligence, which was meant to take care of this world while we slumbered. However, at this time my lord can't say for certain that all the forces we'll be putting out of stasis would have retained their sanity. While we will retaliate if fired upon without provocation, we will take no umbrage if your soldiers have to take down rogue units. This was getting better and better already. At this rate, if I lived long enough to make contact with a proper Inquisitor, I was going to be so fucked Slaanesh would be taking notes. Of course, living that long was a questionable prospect given the state of our Mechanicus contingent and the dirty look certain officers were throwing my way. We'll need more in order to keep to this alliance, especially if it is to survive the arrival of our reinforcements. I cut in. Like a guarantee that you will be vacating this world once it becomes practical. Let's be serious, Inquisitor. What happens after we have dealt with our mutual problems would entirely depend on whose reinforcements arrive first and in what numbers. At that point, the best either of us could do is to plead with our people to honor our alliance. That said, depending on the state of our facilities on this world, it is actually not in the question that we might be forced to ultimately take anything useful, demolish the rest and leave, so you might get your wish. Those words actually made many of my compatriots relax a fraction. Do we have an accord, or should we simply leave and watch the Eldaritau Alliance have their wicked way with you humans while we dig in and prepare to hold our stronghold until relieved? I looked around. No one was particularly happy with the current development, with the very obvious exception of a group of Martians. General? Captain Thule? I asked. As the ranking representative of the Ordo Xenos, my opinion is that given the circumstances, a tenuous alliance with the Necrons on Kronus is in the Empire's interest for the time being. What say you? Well, we might get shot as traitors for this, however if this is going to give us a better fighting chance against the other aliens and the chaos, then I'll grudgingly agree. Alexander reluctantly offered his support. I'm not looking forward to explaining this to our superiors, much less the Inquisition at large, however I have to agree. The tactical and strategic situation here on Kronus is less than ideal. In that case, we do have an alliance, no matter how short-lived it might turn out to be. Hopefully, my fellow Inquisitors weren't going to torture me to death as a traitor and a heretic for signing up on this. Chapter 35. The Battle of Victory Bay saw two unconventional, some say heretical, alliances come into play. First to form was the one clearly disfavored by him on Holly Terra. The treacherous and despicable Eldar made common cause with the subversive and opportunistic Tau. Against them stood an amalgamation of the Emperor's own Astartes, the valiant Imperial Guard led by General Militant Lucas Alexander, surviving PDF regiments and various Adeptus Mechanicus assets, who received aid from an unexpected corner as xeno-species that had called Kronus its home for countless centuries and slumbered for eons below the surface. I'm speaking about no other but the enigmatic and dangerous Necrons, who were little more than rumors to the Imperium at large during those days. The details around the formation of the tenuous alliance remain obscured to this day, however one thing is clear: it formed shortly after the Tau and Eldar struck their own compact, perhaps as a direct answer to the changed strategic situation on the surface. While there was no doubt in the valor, faith and discipline of the Imperial defenders, there simply weren't enough of them to fight and win against 5 different armies, especially when they were cut off from the Imperium at large and thus a source of reinforcements and resupply. The Imperial Guard and Space Marines already met an Orc horde in open combat and vanquished it, suffering moderate casualties in the process, only for the despicable Tau to strike at their weakened lines in the Guard's moment of triumph. While that treacherous attack was repulsed with heavy Xeno casualties, it served as a stark reminder that the war for Kronus was far from over, and in fact it would only grow harder from then on. This led the Imperial defenders to craft even more extensive defensive positions in and around Victory Bay and its surrounding areas. When the Xeno assault came, it smashed straight into the Imperial defenses. A Century of War, Biography of General Militant Lucas Alexander. 10th edition, published 995 M40, Cadia. Victory Bay. Kronus. How a species so crude and primitive like the Monkey managed to claw its way to be the currently dominant one in the galaxy, Varsar Taldir would never know. Those beasts were not only foolish and ugly, they were blind and deaf as well. While in this instance those traits worked to her benefit, she couldn't get over the fact that these things were an actual credible threat to the Eldar as a whole. That simply underscored how far her people had fallen and how important it was that they retake their rightful place as the undisputed rulers of the galaxy. Through sorcery, high technology, and naturally superior skill, the Eldar under Taldir's command managed to slip multiple strike teams through the crude and porous Monkey defensive lines. The worshippers of the corpse god had dug in deep enough that a headlong charge in their guns would have been folly even for superior Eldar warriors. However, that was really of no consequence. Why face them head-on, when slipping behind their backs and slamming a poison blade in their heart was trivial, especially when the Tau were around to act as a distraction. The only unanticipated development so far was the presence of cloaked younger drones, which weren't up to the task of properly evading the Eldar's senses. It was obvious that the old enemy would be keeping a close eye on the slaughter upon to unfold and alter its tactics accordingly. Ideally, Taldir would have struck at the Necrons earlier, however with Chaos' presence on the planet in increasing strength, the crippled soulless machines had to wait before falling under the blades of the Eldar. A litany of psychic messages bombarded the Farser. Stealth specialists were in place or ready to teleport in and strike, with other forces that were less adept at sneaking around keeping to ground before charging at the sound of the guns. Rangers had picked up enemy officers to assassinate, warp spiders were ready to deploy and shred infantry, so they could clear the way for other aspect warriors to butcher the Monkey artillery. Tanks, weapon platforms and air assets attached as escorts waited to dash in just beyond detection range from the human defenses, and they would do so the moment the Tau offered themselves as distraction. Taldir herself led a party of banshees and various hand-picked warriors through what passed for human architecture, relying on her own gifts and those of her comrades to keep them out of sight as they advanced towards the Monkey command center. She would see to it herself that Lucas Alexander would never again attempt to meddle into the affairs of his betters. It was as she foresaw it that Tau took longer than originally anticipated to muster for this all-out assault, which honestly was to be expected. No one in the whole galaxy could move with the speed and grace of the Eldar, which was one of her people's defining traits. They were without a peer not only at small tactical scale but army-wide as well, something unfortunately Taldir lacked the assets to properly demonstrate on Kronus, otherwise she wouldn't have needed to use such blunt instruments like orcs and Tau. Primitive railguns cracked in the distance, followed by missiles, both Eldar and Tau alike. Just like in her visions, those weapons bathed the Monkey in cleansing flames, removing the stain of their existence from the face of this world. Armored spearheads converged on previously identified weak points in the Imperial defenses, and it all happened just in time. Taldir turned around the corner of a particularly ugly Monkey dwelling and laid her eyes upon the enemy command center. "Strike them down!" The Farser sang, her psychically enchanted voice carrying all over Victory Bay. At that point, reality decided it was time to do its own thing and go off the rails set up by Taldir's visions. Squads of Nekron warriors materialized all over the region among localized lighting storms. Larger units tore their way from the ground or drove through buildings where they were concealed. Despite the danger of the warp storm pressing upon Kronus, Astartes Terminators teleported from their ships in orbit, while others came from the sky riding rocket packs. Taldir herself had no time to rage at the impossibility of the younger allying with anyone, much less the humans, when the truth stared her in the face. Two of the Monkey dreadnoughts walked through the walls of the command center, while a Nekron lord strode through the entrance and levered its staff in her direction. There would be time for recriminations and trying to figure out how her visions misled her so badly later. Now it was time to fight and kill. They were Eldar, no one could stand against them. "You think you have us trapped?" Taldir sneered. "Think again." With those words, she unleashed her psychic might upon the younger leader and the Monkey in his vicinity. The Eldar warriors wasted no time and scattered, slamming into their would-be ambushers with predictably bloody results. Eldar were never to be underestimated, that was one of the first things they taught us in the Schola. We had them where we wanted them spread thin, at a time and place of our own choosing. We had the numbers, we had the firepower, and we had the element of surprise, even if none of the sneaky bastards was obliging enough to walk into the kill zone when the assault began. It didn't help that the two Astartes dreadnoughts painstakingly smuggled into the command center jumped the gun before we could open fire. That short delay proved fatal for all too many guardsmen. In a blink of an eye, the Eldar scattered, some teleporting, others moving so fast they were hard to follow blur. The Banshees unleashed their screams, and even with ear protections, the psychic component clawed at everyone's minds. Fire! For the Emperor! Kill the Eldar! I screamed at the top of my lungs while calling on the powers of the warp to enhance my body. The Space Marines were first to recover and open fire, followed by Karskins and veteran guardsmen. Devastator squads laid down murderous suppressive fire while tactical marines focused their fire upon the nimble enemy to bring them down faster. A warp spider materialized upon a gargoyle lurning at the street below us, aiming two pistols my way. Before it could shred me, Antaeus blasted it away along with the ugly statue with a concentrated stream of warp-delivered lighting. The Emperor protects. The librarian roared, hefting his thunderhammer. It was pure bloody madness from then on. Chapter 36. Victory Bay. Kronus. It was one thing to hear the stories about the pointy-eared Xenos, it was something else entirely to face them in combat. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas learned that lesson the hard way. One moment he was hiding within the interior of a living room on the 10th floor of a residential complex, taking care to keep himself away from the windows. He was with a heavy weapons section, who had a multi-laser deployed and ready to be pushed to the balcony overlooking the avenue below so it could do its lethal work. The place was very pleasant, much better furnished than anything someone from his family could even dream of back on his home hive, at least before he made the cut and not only joined the Imperial Guard but qualified for the Commandos. Nowadays, he sent a large portion of his salary their way and it might have improved his family's fortunes. However, he was unlikely to see it for himself barring a disaster at home calling for the deployment of the Guard there or Gabriel having the good fortune of living to retirement. All things considered, if he lived long enough to retire, he would have much preferred to do it on a nice civilized world like Kronus, instead of a bloody hive. That of course was before Forcas knew that a veritable list of who's who of the Imperium's enemies would descend upon this poor world while his regiment was stationed there. Crown actual to all elements, we have hard contact. Follow contingency alpha. The general's voice cracked over the Vox built in Gabriel's sealed helmet. Moments later, a commotion happened outside and he heard the Inquisitor ordering them to execute the ambush. Immediately it became painfully obvious that their portion of overall plan had already went to hell. Before any of the commandos could reach the windows, a lithe armored figure materialized in front of them. Forcas didn't think, he simply acted, countless hours of training kicking in, and dove for the ground while triggering his hell gun. The only reason he survived the initial onslaught was because the Xeno concentrated on the larger threat. It used dual pistols to literally shred Gabriel's buddies and paint the room red with their blood, then it simply vanished again, before the sergeant could avenge his comrades. The commando didn't waste any time on curses or regrets, instead he rolled around, retrieved a grenade from his harness and threw it in the middle of the room, before dashing for the door. After what just happened, going to the balcony was going to be suicide for no good gain. With his back covered for a moment, he had a choice to make go low, and either cover left or right if the damn Xeno waited for him in the corridor. Gabriel chose right, and rolled through the door spraying laser fire. No alien materialized to turn him into ribbons, which was a small blessing. His comrades outside and in the rest of the building weren't so lucky. The Sergeant could clearly hear human and alien screams that were almost lost under the thunder of weapons fire. Forkas got away from the door just in time to avoid being perforated by shrapnel from his own grenade and sprinted to the closest friendly position to reinforce it. After what he just saw, he had no illusions about trying to face the aliens one-on-one. Unfortunately, the Xeno had other ideas. Gabriel sensed something and ducked, somehow managing to avoid a kick aimed at his head. The alien made an impossible twist in the air and landed on the wall. It leered at him through the glowing eyes of its helmet and aimed its pistols at him. Forkas knew it was futile, yet he tried to bring his hellgun up to spray the bastard. Instead of meeting an inglorious death then and there, the sergeant had the privilege of seeing the ceiling going down and at least a ton of Astartes land upon the fucking Xeno. The floor didn't appreciate the abuse and collapsed under the impact with almighty crash, thus leaving Gabriel to stare at the resulting hole like a drooling imbecile. I was going to be perfectly content to keep to the high ground and take potshots at the Eldar with a borrowed hellgun, while the Astartes, Necrons, and a guard overwhelmed the Eldar. It was a good plan, it was safe plan, it was the sane thing to do too. Said plan went out of the shattered window shortly after Antaeus jumped through surrounded by a halo of psychic power so he could get close and personal with the Eldar. From the kitchen we hid in, I had a front row seat of the aliens in action and after seeing them, I had no intention of going anywhere near the bastards. One of the shrieking female ones, a banshee blurred straight into a third-room apartment across the street and in the time it took me to raise my weapon and aim, while still trying to enhance myself with warp energy, she butchered a whole squad of veteran soldiers, made it look pathetically easy even. She danced almost faster than the eye could track, practically leaving an afterimage, which was the only thing the quickest guardsman managed to hit before she took his head off with a swipe of her curved blade. I just managed to take aim, when a burning sphere barely missed my head, making me flinch and ruining the shot. Without thinking I dove through the window, hoping beyond hope that the arcane energies running through me would be enough to keep me alive upon hitting the ground. That was the prudent thing to do too, because a moment later, my hiding hole transformed into an inferno thanks to the plasma grenade. I landed hard on my feet and felt my bones protest the impact, however I didn't think I managed to broke anything. At any rate, I didn't have time for such trivial concerns like shattered bones. Another of the banshees was nearby, busying herself with dismantling a pair of Ogren. She had one of the poor bastards hamstrung, his arms hung limply to his side and he stared dumbly at his open belly. The crazy bitch was busy repeating the performance with his friend, when I sent a burst of hellgun fire at her back. She sensed something, because she twisted even as I was pressing the trigger and actually managed to throw off my aim just enough so 2 of the 3 shots missed. The last one caught her in the shoulder blade, it boiled a chunk of her armor and by the way she shrieked, that had to sting. However, the wound didn't slow her down much and she headed my way, well tried anyway. A paw of a hand grabbed her knee and she stumbled, managing to drag the second Ogren with her. She screamed pure murder and twisted around, severing the arm at the wrist and slammed her blade in the trooper's throat. That gave me more than enough time to send 2 bursts in her back and this time there was no avoiding them. Her armor ablated and boiled away from the first 3 shots, and the second burst struck unprotected flesh. The Eldar bitch collapsed, however I shot her 2 more times just to make sure before sprinting to the nearest available cover. That was when my personal plans about this battle went totally off the rails. I managed to get behind an abandoned ground car without anyone else trying to murder me, and saw and felt the Farser unleash a storm of psychic energy at the command center and the Nekron who had came out to face her. I also saw a small, thin figure run out of a building downstreet followed by alien fire that shredded the ground just behind its heels. It took me a moment to wrap my head around what I was seeing. That was the same lass we recovered when we went to save Requista. She was supposed to be safe under guard, not anywhere near the fighting. One of the banshees jumped through a window to land in front of the girl and I was sure I would see the child die before I could shoot the alien bitch. Instead, the Eldar stumbled as if she was drunk and her well-aimed strike turned into a crude swing that missed by miles. I shot the banshee in the back before she could recover and was glad to see her go down like my first target. Over here. I shouted at the girl, who continued to run, her wide terrified eyes darting every which way, though I wasn't sure she was seeing anything in her panic, nor caring about a thing besides getting as far away from the fighting as she could. An Eldar teleported behind her, and he stumbled too before he could aim his 2 pistols at her. I shot him in the chest for his trouble, however his heavier armor absorbed the lost bolts, merely causing him to stagger as parts of the chest plate ablated away. Seeing no other good option, I continued to shoot at the bastard, who vanished after I hit him a second time. I felt a presence materializing behind me and knew that there was no way I could turn around fast enough to matter. All I had was the warp energy I was using to bring my body's performance closer to the capabilities of the aliens, and what I did was a damn foolish idea under the best of circumstances. I released all the psychic energy I was channeling as a crude blast wave behind me. Just the backslash brought me to my knees and felt like someone just took a warhammer to my brain. As if that wasn't enough, with my concentration gone to hell, I could feel something clawing at my mind, trying to find purchase. Something laughed and hissed at me in a language that wasn't just wrong, but it hurt to hear. It felt as if the demon pressed clawed fingers at my skull and began slowly pushing them in, savoring every moment of it. I tried to slap it away, pushed at it with everything I had, and it only laughed harder, amused by my feeble efforts. Then it was suddenly gone, and the warp with it. I was on my back, staring at smoke-shocked skies, and I could hear someone wailing nearby. Small, cold fingers touched my face, bringing my attention to a slim figure kneeling at my side. The girl was beside me, she was babbling something I couldn't hear and trying to get my attention. The hell just happened, and what was that infernal sound? I managed to turn my head to the right and saw that teleporting bastard of an Eldar curled in a fetal position, wailing as if a horde of demons were having their wicked way with him. Chapter 37. Victory Bay. Kronus. This could have gone better, the Nekron Lord decided. He was stuck in the epicenter of a small, localized and unpleasantly potent psychic storm. He had to brace himself, even slam his staff into the ground for a better purchase, and channel as much energy as he could into stabilizing reality around him. The psychic phenomena tore apart the human command center behind him, which was emptied of anything but a bare-bones staff meant to help sell the illusion it was still a prime strategic target. Those humans were now either dead or running for their lives. The 2 machines that hit along with him in anticipation for the Eldari assault weren't fast and agile enough to flee, they were too close to the epicenter to make it anyway. The so-called dreadnought on the left took the brunt of the storm, it broke through its heavy plating with ease and tore the soul of its crippled pilot to shreds. The second machine was more fortunate. While it lost its left arm and the flamer attached to it, it managed to stumble into the reality-enforced zone near the Nekron before the storm turned it into a pile of useless scarp. That was a foolish thing to do, the machine rumbled humbly. Smoke rose from its chassis even as rivulets of molten metal slid down deep gorges blasted into the armor. At that moment, the Nekron Lord really wished he could have voiced his agreement. The standard Nekron units lacked working voicecasters, those in storage were little more than scrap, and the data on building them was either gone or it would take days if not weeks to be recovered if at all possible. He lacked the know-how to put to good use a human voxcaster, though if things went well enough, he might get something working on that front in the future. Relying on that transformed human as a voice was less than ideal if the reactions of the other humans during the brief meetings between the 2 sides were anything to go by. The Nekron Lord checked the feedback from his deployed forces, and lamented the fact that he was still largely crippled, otherwise he wouldn't have been stuck tanking the Eldar attack. It was almost a frustrating thing to experience. At least the other parts of the battle were going better. A pair of destroyers with infantry hanging off their backs emerged from the ground right behind an Eldari raiding party. The Guardians and Aspect Warriors were too busy enjoying themselves slaughtering the human infantry support of an artillery position to pay attention, and by the time they sensed the danger, half of them died due to overlapping Gauss blasts. The rest scattered and found themselves fighting for their lives as the humans rallied and charged them as well. A ranger squad perched on the top floor of a building took aim at their targets, yet before they could decapitate the leadership of a Duggan infantry company, a pair of wraiths detached from a transport flying above, crashed through the building and engaged them in close-quarters combat. 2 units of line infantry whose reliability the Lord doubted found themselves engaging a large group of fire dragons advancing towards the human armored reserve. That blocking force wasn't enough to stop the Eldari by themselves, however the time it took the enemy to turn them all into molten slag was more than enough for human artillery to zero in on the fire dragoons and erase the whole grid with a massive sustained barrage. Finally the psychic storm subdued and the Nekron Lord wasted no time in teleporting away, relishing in the fact that the power transmission between the working reactors in his base and his form was one of the few things still working. He materialized behind the Farser, who was already ducking and rolling to avoid his attack. The Nekron merely sent a blast of Gauss energy her way to keep her honest, if that was at all possible, and slung his staff around, while channeling and discharging as much energy as he could through it. One of the screeching banshees acting as honor guards managed to get away just in time, merely having her armor scorched. The second one, who was closer, was much less fortunate. She managed an impossible twist and turn, avoiding a proper strike from the staff, which merely grazed her foot. That and the corona of power surrounding it was more than enough to vaporize her armor, burn her whole leg to a charred ruin before the Gauss energy got to work flaying the rest of her. One of the Eldari phasing specialists popped up nearby and opened fire with his shuriken pistols. Those things were lethal to lightly armored targets, like most of the Nekron's new allies. Against the heavy plating protecting their lord. Most shots glanced harmlessly away thanks to the energies running through and just above the necrodermis, which greatly increased its already substantial durability. The Nekron Lord waved a hand at the offending warp spider, the motion releasing a crescent of emerald energy. The Eldari phased out only to appear behind the Nekron. He managed a single burst before a human sniper hit him in the side, sending him spilling on the ground. The warp spider teleported away by reflex and his luck ran out. It appeared right in the path of the damaged dreadnought, who didn't even slow down and stomped on his chest, crushing it underfoot. For the Emperor. The crippled human cackled like a maniac as he ran straight at the farcer. Taldir drew her own sword and in one smooth motion pointed it at the charging machine, channeling sorceress energies through it. The moment its needle-sharp point came to a level with the small vision slit on the machine, she would unleash the energy and properly scrap it this time. She was a heartbeat from doing it, when a group of freshly awoken immortals appeared between her and her target. Taldir unleashed her attack anyway, even as she dove away to avoid the onslaught. She knew it was coming. Her attack struck one of the younger soldiers in the shoulder, the warp energies proving just potent enough to sever the joint before a burst of emerald cracked over the machine and dissipated the rest. That immortal let go of his heavy weapon and retrieved a carbine from an attachment on his back. The 5 others wasted no time in blasting at the farcer with their Tesla cannons. Taldir threw a psychic shield between her lithe form and the attackers, created a few illusions to help her better evade their attention and dashed towards the closest building. She was confident that she could take on the Nekron Lord by herself, or could dispatch those walking horrors. Fighting them all together. She would need to cull down some of the humans around, rally her warriors and then decisively end this nonsense. The damned Nekron had other ideas. He brute forced his way through her illusions and jumped to engage her in close combat, while his reinforcements marched their way. Taldir danced around the monster, pitted her mastery over the great ocean against the younger terrible technology, yet she simply couldn't get the upper hand. Every time she saw an opening and was about to take advantage of it utilizing her superior mobility, the immortals fired at her, forcing her to evade. Sadly, the engagement wasn't going much better for her warriors. Oh, they were spilling rivers of Monkey blood. Taldir could both see it and sense it. Dozens of the parasites died all around her with each passing second, yet more and more of the monkeys poured in from the surrounding areas. Worse, good Eldar warriors were falling as well, brought low by the crude implements wielded by the Monkey. As if that wasn't bad enough, there was something wrong nearby that made her skin crawl worse than the few unfortunate encounters she had with the Neverborn. Chapter 38. Victory Bay. Kronus. Sergeant Forkas followed the Angel of Death to his best ability, determined not to face the Xeno alone. He wasn't going to say it aloud no matter what, but having a large, very dangerous target beside him sounded like a good way to divert the enemy's attention and keep breathing for longer, perhaps long enough so the Imperial forces could put down the aliens for good. Following the Astartes was easier said than done. The giant of a man tore through walls, shattered the floor to make a path, a few times blasted through the ceiling with his bolter before jumping up in an impossible feat of strength and agility given the apparent bulk and height of his armor. He left a trail of bloody and dying Eldar in his way too, and Gabriel was more than happy to ensure that the Xeno were dead for good. All good things had to come to an end. Without any warning, the Astartes sprinter forward, ran through a wall after weakening it with a burst of bolter fire, and before the debris had finished falling, he crossed the room beyond and jumped through the shattered ruin of a shot-up window. Forkas cursed and ran after the overgrown maniac before some sneaky alien decided he would make for a good target to pick up. The Space Marine landed between a pair of those screaming bitches and engaged them with bolter and knife that was a full-sized sword for a normal human. The avenue outside was a scene of utter carnage with Imperial soldiers and those metal Xenos fighting the Eldar. There was fire and blood everywhere, and the screaming of the dying Gabriel shuddered but didn't let his fear and revulsion slow him down. He aimed and opened fire at the Banshees, counting that any stray shots won't do more than inconvenience the Angel of Death. A sleek alien fighter roared overhead, chased by Imperial interceptors that struggled to keep up with it. A crack of blinding lighting and buffering wave of displaced air heralded the arrival of enemy reinforcements. More Eldar craft streaked through the sky, this time pursued both by Imperial and Nekron machines. There was no mistaking those crescent-shaped monsters for anything else. Of more immediate concern was the reinforcements the Eldar brought to bear. Suddenly the Emperor-damned bloody battle turned into pure slaughter for everyone involved. The fresh Eldar threw themselves in the fight with a relish, preventing their friends' form being properly overran and trampled under the boots and threads of the guard. Fortunately, the Imperial reserves were nearby as well, and a whole PDF infantry regiment threw itself into the fray, pouring countless bodies into the slaughter. The streets ran red with human and alien blood. Forkas saw whole squads die under the guns and blades of the Eldar, some shot, other cut and torn apart, burned, melted and blown up. Then there was the abominable heretical sorcery the Xeno wielded, doing terrible things to behold to those it struck. Gabriel kept firing, pausing only to reload or throw the odd grenade into the fray. He had to displace twice when Eldar marked his position, yet they were distracted by his fellow guardsmen and women, giving him barely enough time to get out of his position before a plasma grenade turned one into inferno and the second became so much kindling thanks to rapid-fire projectile weaponry. The sergeant didn't survive intact. His thick carapace armor turned away glancing hits, cracking in the process, and in 2 cases it barely held shots that passed through walls to touch him. He even felt a rib shatter, or perhaps that was the armor plate. It hurt like hell anyway. It was getting harder to breathe, but at least he wasn't coughing blood, and that was something, right? Many humans and Xeno alike below were less fortunate. The abattoir there was complete. Lost guns, multi-lasers, melta, plasma, bolters, even the threads of chimeras and a tank platoon that just arrived to provide close support to the bloody infantry. Nothing should have been able to stand against such a display of human might, yet the Eldar refused to break. They threw themselves with suicidal Abaddon at the guard, determined to slaughter as many humans as they possibly could before superior numbers and firepower buried them, sometimes literally. Gabriel knew war. He had faced both orcs and Tau before, but this was something else. Why didn't the knife-feared freaks break and run? That way at least a few of them might make it out, and any of his buddies still alive in this slaughterhouse might yet survive. Forkas kept shooting and without thinking began screaming his hatred at the Xeno who kept killing everyone in sight. I don't know how long it took me to get back my faculties, but it couldn't have been that long, because the fighting was still going on around us and we were still alive. On the bright side, now there are more and more guardsmen streaming into the avenue, and they brought armored support sentinels that stood as far away from the Eldar and shot at them with heavy stubbers, multi-lasers and lance cannons, chimeras with similar armament as well, which were sturdy enough to provide some cover from certain Eldar weapons. Another positive was that the freak that tried to shoot me in the back was now well and truly dead. There was an Astartes towering above his body, and the Space Marine's foot had smashed through the Eldar's skull, with the boot still in place, caked in blood and brains, while its owner kept shooting downrange. Inquisitor, are you all right? A deep voice boomed loud enough to hear over the roar of the battle. I'll live. I shouted back and tried to get up. My brain immediately protested, and it didn't help that I had gained a limpet. The little girl now clung to my side, empty eyes staring at nothing in particular, and refused to let go. Either she was surprisingly strong or I was more messed up than I thought I was, because when I tried, I miserably failed to pry her away without hurting her. It took a guardsman who had his right arm hanging limply helping me get up, girl attached to my side and all. What's the situation? I demanded from no one in particular. The bastards are dying hard, Inquisitor. A young commissar, hell the boy looked younger than me, thundered from nearby. When I saw him, he was busy dragging back a screaming guardsman who had his guts shout to hell. Commissar Charles Weber at your service, sir. He flourished his bloody chainsword in my direction, shoved the wounded bastard at a medici and drew his bolt pistol. Orders. Do we continue charging the bastards and trying our best to stick them with the pointy end, or do you have something fancy in mind? She's a blank. I shouted back. We can use her to shut down any Xeno sorcery by bringing her close to the bloody bastards. We just need to keep her in one piece. Ah, so we would only worry about being shot and cut open. The commissar nodded happily. I can work with that. Jones, push the chimeras ahead and get me 2 squads of your biggest, toughest bastards to act as bodyguards. And someone help me put her down without breaking her fingers. I added. You intend to lead from the front like you did against that orc? Weber exclaimed, excitement coloring his voice. That was awesome. You're truly a credit to the Inquisition and humanity as a whole, sir. We'll be right beside you, won't we, boys and girls? The nearby troops cheered gleefully, though not a single one of them capable of fighting even slowed down firing at any and all Eldar in sight. What the hell did I just volunteer for? Chapter 39. Victory Bay. Kronus. For the Emperor. At them, no mercy. A Vox-enhanced voice thundered above the battlefield, and thousands, tens of thousands took up the war cry, their fury shaking the very foundation of the building Gabriel fought from. For the Emperor. A deep, resonating bass came from below, proving that the shaking came from someone fighting on the lower floors. The floor danced below Forka's feet, making him stumble. A deafening crash and cracking energy could be heard from below, then another one, and a huge red figure exploded on the avenue, waving around a thunderhammer. Gabriel shook himself up and continued to fight. Finally he could see and sense it, the tide was turning. The guardsmen below were swarming forwards, racing on the heels of sentinels and chimeras that came down from the far end of the avenue, with a trio of Lehman Russ tanks and their infantry support slowly moving to join them. The sergeant spared a few precious moments to take in the sight, especially when he saw a familiar figure among those leading the charge. There, flanked by a command squad and the distinctive shape of a commissar, was the Inquisitor who became famous by first reigning in the Blood Ravens and then going after the Orc warboss himself, charging that ugly abomination like a hero from legend. He even got away with it, and here he was, leading another charge to break the enemies of humanity. The Emperor protects. Gabriel screamed at the top of his lungs, suddenly feeling ashamed that he had been skulking around taking potshots instead of being even more active in the fighting. He wasn't proud at all of the thoughts he had while following that space marine and using that hero as a distraction so the enemy wouldn't come after him first. For the Emperor. No mercy. Kill the Xeno. More and more war cries echoed through the battlefield. The Imperial war machine chugged along nicely, and now that it was up to speed, there was no stopping it. Eldar tried their favorite hit-and-run tactics, however there wasn't much space to run into that wasn't already crawling with squads of guardsmen with blood in their eyes. A Xenocraft came screeching from above the ruins of the command center and began strafing the avenue, heedless that some of its own people were fighting and dying down there. Imperial fighters were hot on its heels, however even to Forka's untrained eye in things aeronautic, they were losing ground. Lossfire rose to meet the coming Deathbringer for all the good it did. Gabriel aided his own meager firepower at the onslaught, however the Eldar fighter continued unabated and it appeared it was aiming straight at the Inquisitor, the never sufficiently damned bastard. Green lighting cracked at 2 locations below and a lone figure appeared between the approaching death from above and the advancing Imperial forces. It was a large Xeno, one of the Nekron Allies, who had to be some kind of leader. Its whole body and regalia was more ornamental compared to the a few other of its kind Gabriel had the misfortune of seeing so far. It rose its staff at the fighter and unleashed a single beam of green light and shook it left and right, following the Eldar craft. The fighter released a spread of missiles before promptly blowing up, and with a bit of luck, it would take out the other Xeno for good measure. The Nekron Lord grew more and more frustrated with every passing second. The elusive Farser continued to evade his strikes. The Eldari managed to bring some reinforcements as well, which was a mixed blessing. While that meant crushing them in this location and eliminating their leader became much harder, those troops weren't somewhere else wreaking havoc against the Imperial mobile assets, which would be vital in winning the larger battle, not just the ongoing skirmish in the middle of the city. Nevertheless, it was immensely frustrating, especially once he lost the support of his first immortal squad to awake and enter the fray. While he couldn't get a solid hit upon the Farser, she did manage to strike his metal hide a few times, leaving slowly healing scars behind. At least the damage he had suffered so far hadn't impaired his combat capabilities. The same couldn't be said for too many of his available units. While they did their job, too many troopers, warriors and even destroyers were damaged if not outright destroyed while clashing with Eldar raiding parties. That was less than ideal considering that the primary clash was yet to occur with the Tau just piercing the Imperial outer defenses. It didn't help that the Nekron Lord found himself drawing reinforcements from the force he had been carefully gathering in order to strike the Tau from behind once they committed themselves so they could be broken in the field for good. It wasn't all bad. While the humans proved inferior individually to the Eldari as expected, there were a lot of them and they didn't flinch from throwing themselves at the enemy and paid the price for victory. They were already rallying in large numbers and soon they would have the critical mass to ensure this skirmish would be brought to a decisive end. That much was clear to the Nekron Lord and he wondered if the Farser could foresee how doomed her efforts were. Well, apparently she did and in response, she called air support. While the human aircraft were decently armored, given their apparent technological level anyway, well armed as well, they were damn slow and ponderous, something that the Eldari exploited ruthlessly. If it wasn't for a couple of squadrons of doomed scythes he was able to get operational just in case, the Tau and Eldar would have had uncontested control of the air, with predictable disastrous consequences. Not a single one of them was in a position to intercept the incoming enemy air support and the Eldar fighter wasn't aiming at the Nekron Lord, which gave him a tiny pause once he figured that out. It was coming at the wrong angle and he was already engaged with the Farser in close combat, he would be able to better weather any heavy weapon strikes than the Witch. Using the sensors of cloaked scarabs and his active units in the area, it immediately became clear what the target was. The humans had just rallied and advanced rapidly this way. One of their leaders, the Inquisitor, led them and his death at the hands of aliens might be perilous for the Alliance. From what little the Lord could gather, said human was uncommonly reasonable for someone of his station, which thinking about it, was another reason for the Farser to want him dead on general principle. It took him a split second to weight the probabilities and decision made. The Nekron Lord disengaged, using a power surge to overload his phasing systems and teleport in a better position to intercept the incoming craft. He channeled the excess energy into a makeshift defensive screen even as he fed as much power as he could through his staff and released it as a beam at the coming fighter. His aim was true and the offensive machine blew up in an impressive display of pyrotechnics, but not before it launched a spread of missiles at the Nekron. He braced himself and pumped all available energy in protecting himself before plasma warheads turned the immediate area into slice of hell. Even as his system struggled to compensate for the immense heat and he walked out of the inferno with the outer layer of his plating melting, the Nekron Lord could see that the Eldari gambit would be partially successful. The humans couldn't move fast and enforce through the raging fire, only their sealed combat vehicles could brave the impacted area by moving through its outer edges. While that would doom any Eldar behind him, those on the other side of the fire would have a small window of opportunity to disengage, disperse and try and run for it. That was unacceptable. The Nekron Lord called more reinforcements to hunt down the old enemy, despite doing so meaning that neutralizing the Tau would be slower and bloodier for everyone involved. Allowing the too many Eldar to survive would mean that they would be available to cause havoc on the supply lines and other soft targets while the Allies had their attention focused at greater threats. 2 surviving immortal soldiers joined him, falling a step behind once the Nekron Lord walked out of the inferno. "What is your command?" The senior one, the equivalent of a human sergeant, asked, both through the secure communication network and aloud, demonstrating that his voicecaster was very much all right. "Hunt down the Eldar." He sent back. Chapter 40. Imperial Command Center. Victory Bay. In just a few short hours, General Alexander found himself hating the Necrons. It wasn't simply because they were Xenos and thus loathing them with a passion was its own reward, as the priests often proclaimed. Surprisingly enough, they were yet to prove how treacherous they were and instead the Necrons were apparently going out of their way to be accommodating, and with the exception of their voice, did go to some lengths to try and be as unoffensive as possible, which was admittedly a tall order for the metal monsters. The root of his hatred was simple and perhaps even heretical. Lucas Alexander was envious. It was becoming increasingly clear that the Xeno Lord didn't lie and its troops were crippled, yet despite all that, what they could offer and display was frightening. First and most obvious, it was the enemy's Auspex equivalents combined with their stealth metal insects, which offered crystal-clear real-time intelligence of the enemy's movement. That information was precious commodity at the best of times, and against the Eldar, seeing where they gathered and how they infiltrated the Imperial lines was invaluable in order to prepare the various ambushes and units that were about to be struck. Next came the natural way the Necrons combined their various forces, which was a hard thing to do for the Imperial Guard by design. There was precious little infantry in armor regiments, no tanks to speak of in mechanized ones, and the poor bloody infantry, well, it was up to them to do and die as that ancient saying went. The Necrons, and the fucking Tau of all people, they demonstrated how effective integrated combined arms approach was when available. Alexander fumed inside because the Guard couldn't have the same as a matter of course, because of the risk of making any traitor forces that much more dangerous. Even 10,000 years later, the Empire was yet to heal from the scars from the Great Heresy. The less said about how much better the Nekron weapons were than what everyone else handed to the rank and file the better. The way the Mechanicus adepts attached to his forces acted clearly showed how much better those things were and how much some of them wanted to get their mechanical appendages on them, while others were up in arms at that perceived heresy. When the battle began, Alexander received another reason to loathe the Necrons, especially their leader. The self-proclaimed Nameless Lord took the field personally and engaged the Eldar Farsa responsible for the current mess. Yet the fact was that while the Nekron Lord was currently fighting one of the most dangerous individuals on the planet, perhaps even the sector, he was also simultaneously commanding and controlling his deployed forces. That much was evident thanks to displays on Hololith collecting data from hordes of servoskulls and a crystal-clear map projected by a Nekron scarab that silently floated nearby. The final reason to loathe the Xeno up to his dying day, Alexander found in the revelation that without this unholy alliance, he would have been unlikely to hold Victory Bay. There were too many Eldar, they were extremely dangerous, and by the time the Tau broke through the primary defense lines, the blue aliens would have faced only scattered remnants of Imperial mobile forces. Even now, when his troops were forewarned, prepared, and had the Necrons fighting beside them, the reserve and mobile formations were taking a beating, not enough to break them, not enough to ensure the Tau could roll over them, yet. General Alexander grit his teeth. If the Eldar had taken them by surprise, they would have slaughtered his people in more than enough numbers to ensure the Tau would finish the job before fading away. Well, instead the Nifers were too busy fighting a real war and dying. Unfortunately they were dying hard, the bastards, and taking too many of his troops with them. Lucas wanted to turn his full might upon the Eldar, yet he couldn't. Their armor was already through the defensive lines with Blood Raven assets under the personal command of Davian Thule moving to intercept, and the Tau would still achieve and exploit the breakthrough they desired, and once committed would sign their death sentences. Alexander had no intention of letting them escape and thus prove a credible threat at a time when he had to focus his undivided attention upon the traitors. The command center was full with chatter from the various Imperial forces fighting all over the region, and too many of them were final transmissions of forces being overrun or turned combat ineffective. That was a large issue among the PDF regiments deployed throughout the city, who were suffering the brunt of the Eldar wrath. The same was true for the doomed bastards who found themselves in the way of the Tau advance. 5 regiments stood their ground and 4 of them were already destroyed, with the 5th. Krut. We're being overrun by Krut. Final defensive fire on my position. Ave Imperator. Enemy crisis suits have us pinned down. We need artillery support. We lost contact with all friendly forces on our flanks. Tau units are about to encircle us. This is Commissar Nora. The colonel is dead. Vespids raided the HQ. I'm taking command. Hold your ground in the name of the Emperor. Shoot it down now. They got the Commissar. Kill them all. This is Sergeant Yuma. The colonel and Commissar are dead, all other officers have fallen as well. Half the regiment is already gone and we're being overrun. All available artillery, fire for effect on my position. It is target-rich environment. Ave Imperator and have a nice war. 5th Cronus Planetary Defense Regiment, signing off. And after that transmission, only silence came from the Imperial regiments between the 2 points of the breach in the defensive lines. It took 3 more minutes for the Nekron display to turn that zone fully red, showing that there were still guardsmen over there fighting to the last and dying after contact was lost. The Tau were going to pay for this, their Eldar masters as well, if Alexander had any say in it. If he had to, he was going to chase Taldir to the depths of the warp and back so he could put that cursed witch down himself. Very soon we'll have them where we want them. The Nekron envoy broke the relative silence that followed the death of 5 whole regiments. According to the map, what was left of Alexander's armored regiments would be still very much out of position and would be forced to engage the Tau mobile formation that favored the enemy's hovercraft. With the artillery more often than not suppressed or moving to avoid being destroyed by the enemy equivalent, the situation appeared grim. Yet, much of the artillery park was still largely intact and whole regiments were almost in position to launch attacks in overwhelming numbers upon the Eldar raiders who were still alive. Once those pests were neutralized, the Guard and PDF units tasked with killing the Eldar would move to reinforce the defensive lines and the armored regiments. At the same time, the Nekron's heavy units would enter the fray, forming the hammer that would shatter the Tau, with the Guard forming the anvil. 10 minutes for the enemy to be in position, then another 5 for them to engage fully. Alexander summarized. At that point we'll be hitting the Eldar with everything we have and should have overwhelmed the majority of their deployed units. That was the plan anyway. It remained to be seen how little in common it would have with the cold, hard reality. Chapter 41. Chapter 42. While multiple armies fought for control of Kronus, calls for reinforcements raced throughout the galaxy. Captured records reveal that arguably, first to arrive was the call for help issued by Farser Taldir. However, to her chagrin, Bealtan lacked available assets to dispatch to assist her without compromising the security of their craftworld. At the time, Bealtan had been confirmed as engaged in multiple campaigns and raid across 8 different sectors. Second and third to reach their destinations were the messages sent by Captain Davian Thule and General Lucas Alexander. Those contained both calls for reinforcements considering the greater Xeno and Traitor opposition faced on Kronus, as well as clarification of orders issued to the 2 Imperial contingents that put them in direct opposition of each other. The content of those messages gained the attention of Sector and Segmentum Unitorum and Naval Command, as well as multiple Inquisitors. 2 Inquisitors raced towards Kronus to investigate, backed by elements of the Sector fleet and 8 Guard regiments available as quick reaction force. The Tau leadership planetside had already called for help long before the various armies that fought for Kronus arrived or made their presence known. The arrival of General Alexander in system prompted them to scream for assistance, and they were lucky that a Tau battle fleet carrying Commander Kais has been close enough to respond. The Necrons were perhaps the last army to manifest on Kronus. Once their leader figured out the situation and the crippled state of his assets, he sent an open call for help to any and all Nekron forces that could come to his aid. Tenuous Alliances, the Kronus Campaign. By Colonel Tonev, retired. Bridge. Rogue trader vessel Lucre Fodis. It wasn't often that Amberly Vale carried herself as the experienced Inquisitor she was. Usually, it was much easier, and fun, to live as the mask of a whimsical young woman she preferred to show the world at large. Then there were moments when doing so would be decidedly out of place. In the span of a few short hours, Segmentum Command, and various inquisitorial assets in the region received 3 astropathic messages concerning Kronus, a mostly forgotten civilized world in Sector Lythesh, as Mott helpfully explained. 2 of those messages, while concerning, weren't too surprising. There were always places where multiple interests clashed, both Xeno and Imperial alike. Seeing all major enemies of humanity descent on a single world's fighting for control, it happened often enough, given the sheer size of the Imperium. Now, the Imperial forces planetside shooting at each other not due to heresy or treason, but because of conflicting orders. That has been happening lately, and the Inquisitors within the whole segmentum had standing orders to investigate and get to the bottom of it. That fact by itself would have gained Amberly's interest, and the presence of 5 Xeno armies on Kronus was like a siren song for an Ordo Xeno's Inquisitor calling her there ASAP. It was the third message, which in fact arrived first, that had her concerned. She was to make best possible speed to Kronus after gathering available quick reaction forces. She was to secure the planet and quietly investigate what the Blood Ravens were seeking down there. It came through the usual channels, it had the proper authorizations marking it as genuine and priority order, however it lacked a clear header explaining who actually sent it. Amberly smelled politics on this one, or worse, which was never a good thing. People on the sharp end like her tended to die as a collateral damage due to such games. Still, she had her orders, and as if not more importantly, she had a mystery on her hands to solve. How long until we're ready to depart, Captain? Vale addressed the lord and master of her preferred transport, the rogue traitor Aurelius. He was a middle-aged man, who had a youthful appearance thanks to his access to the proper rejuvenation treatments, paid in no small part thanks to his richly rewarded service under Amberly in particular and the Inquisition in general. 6 hours until we're fully resupplied and have the guard regiment in place. 3 more hours for the Navy task force to assemble, 5 for the transports to be fully loaded and ready to break orbit. 72 hours to reach a safe distance for warp transition. That's too long. We're leaving once your ship is ready. The task force will have to follow us at the best possible speed. Stasis chambers. Nekron tomb complex. Pyrrhia. He dreamed of warm sun bathing his face, of cool winds touch upon his skin, a lovely, enticing voice calling for him. He lost himself in half-forgotten echoes of the good life he lived before the war, then the dreams turned into nightmares of shattered worlds, enemy armadas that blotted the stars themselves, of the Great Fall, the defeat that brought all surviving Necrother back to the all-but-forgotten homeworld, where they were either left to rot on the surface or, if lucky, to die stuck in stasis vaults within the merchant ships in orbit. He remembered the Tan, the fury of his people's leaders at being brought so low, the Silent King's own boundless rage at losing his empire. He remembered the deal, remembered his own thirst of vengeance, he remembered the process, how he lost something as he walked into the great machine that stripped his flesh and soul away. He remembered the gifts of the Tan, the massive war machine the newly minted Necrons built, their thirst of vengeance that even the biotransference couldn't drown. He remembered the war that followed, could still savor the despair of the old ones, he dreamed of their madness, of the Eldar, Krork, the abominations they unleashed during their final fall. He remembered the great betrayer, when Nekron turned upon Nekron, when they shattered the few surviving Tan. He remembered how low his people fell again and again, those dreams plagued him for eternity. Then he awoke and wasn't sure if it was a dream, another nightmare, or the real thing. Status displays came to life, internal diagnostic tools activated, then a query came from the outside demanding to know his status. Anraker finally awoke, still feeling the brush of soft lips on his cheek, something he hadn't experienced for eternity even before the great sleep. For a moment he stood frozen in place, trying to better recall the memory, or was it a dream? The diagnostics completed themselves, showing that he was in a surprisingly good shape all things considered. Over 60 million years. He exclaimed aloud once his internal system synchronized with those under control of the caretaker intelligence responsible for the tomb world during the Great Sleep. Affirmative. Priority alert available, request for all available support. Anraker paid no attention to the worlds and accessed the raw data. He was pleased to find out that the complex was in a great shape, especially considering it has been left to rot for an eternity, and immediately figured out that he had been very lucky, either that or his counterpart had been extremely unlucky. A compromised and decayed tomb world beset by multiple lesser species, the Eldari, who were somehow still around the bastards, and to top it all, there were abominations and their worshippers running around. That place just begged for proper purging, and the local Nekron Lord was planning to ally himself with one of the lesser species there in order to survive. That was only going to end well. Do we have squatters on the surface as well, and what's the status of our forces? The Nekron Lord asked aloud. The galaxy had obviously went to ruin without proper overlords keeping things together, something that simply had to be addressed. Gaining the allegiance of the surviving forces upon that tomb world, not to mention actionable intelligence about potential threats and the overall status of the galaxy, would be a good first step before establishing a firm plan for the future, the Nekron concluded. He received a data file from the caretaker intelligence, which confirmed that there was a lesser presence on the surface, though they weren't exactly squatters. Some kind of fluffy little local critter had evolved into a lesser species that was busy trying to figure proper farming. His late wife might have liked them, or not. It has been so long she has been gone, murdered during the war between the Necrother and the Old Ones, that these days, Anraker had trouble properly remembering her. Deeming the locals of no interest, he turned his attention towards the status of his troops. Chapter 43. Victory Bay Outskirts. Kronus. Lieutenant Astra loved her lighting interceptor, she really did. That adamantite-clad fact did nothing to make her dearly wish she and her comrades were flying better, much better machines. Both their supposed allies and the murderous Eldar had fighters that totally outclassed anything the Empire could put in the skies of Kronus. 15 minutes of fighting saw multiple Imperial squadrons decimated for little to no gain. The enemy was faster, more maneuverable, had better acceleration, and worst of all, the Auspex couldn't see the real target through the countermeasures broadcasted by the Eldar. That simple fact made missiles useless and forced the Imperial pilots to close in for dogfighting, precisely the wrong thing to do when facing the Eldar. As if to rub copious amounts of salt into the raw wounds, the only reason there were any Imperial aircraft in the air were their allies, who flew wicked armored tanks that turned on a dime and packed a whole squadron's worth of firepower. The Xeno aid was very cold comfort for all too many Imperial pilots, including everyone else in Erica's original squadron. During the fight above Victory Bay, she had to assume command of the shattered remains of multiple squadrons only to watch and hear them die one after another while they desperately tried to keep the enemy from blowing up the city below them. Considering how the day had been going, Erica really shouldn't have been surprised at what happened next. Behind us. Lieutenant Vitae shouted from the back seat. With the Auspex being next to useless, his primary job was to look all around and warn her when an enemy went after them from behind. Hold on. Astra hissed and threw the lighting into a dive. The interceptor shook from near misses, while she tried to find an operational AA battery to drive at, which would hopefully dissuade the Eldar pilot from pursuing her. She managed to splash one enemy fighter by baiting its pilot into a wall of AA fire that merely dinged her armored fighter but shredded the light Xeno craft. This time, she couldn't see a single conveniently set up AA position, damn it. The lighting screeched and shook, its controls buckled in Aria's hands, however she managed to retain control, if barely. We're hit. Vitae exclaimed, as if Erica didn't notice. We just lost some armor I think. Why are we still alive? Astra wondered aloud, while her head snapped every which way searching for the Eldar fighter. A moment later she saw it overtaking the lighting in a steep climb, trying to evade solid emerald beams. It managed to avoid 3 bursts, then a 4th, though the 5th scored a solid hit on the belly of the sleek fighter, which promptly vanished in a green-tinted fireball. Sweet merciful Emperor, Vitae muttered as a huge Nekron fighter flew past the lighting, shook its single crescent-shaped wing at them, made victory roll in full display and only then it boosted away in search for more targets. Erica was sure she would never live it down, being saved by filthy Xeno. Either that or the fact that the damned aliens had better fighters, the bloody lucky bastards. As it turned out, Lieutenant Astra might not have to live it down after all. Broadsword 1-1, Crown Actual, I've got another tasking for you. We have a single operational bomber squadron remaining, you're to assume command of our remaining air assets in the area and escort them in for a strike on the advancing Tau armor. Don't worry about the Eldar, they're beginning to disengage and our allies will continue to harass their air power. Just concentrate on escorting those bombers in. That was easier said than done, much easier, however Erica wasn't ready to backtalk the general militant in charge of all Imperial forces on Kronus. Flying in the face of the Tau's air defenses might be survivable, a firing squad or worse for disobeying order and showing cowardice in the face of the enemy. Not so much. Crown Actual, Broadsword 1-1, escort in a ground strike, aye. We'll do our best and then some, Broadsword 1-1, out. Well, it was nice knowing you, LT. Erica's Auspex officer interjected. Scanners are clearing up, the Eldar might actually be pulling back. That still leaves the Tau, Merrick. Broadsword 1-1 to all Aeronautica elements receiving this, form up on me above our airfields. We've got a tasking from up high. It wasn't until then, that Erica could afford to pay any real attention to the city below and the reports she could glean about the situation on the ground. There were dozens if not hundreds of fires blazing all over Victory Bay, flashes of green, red and white explosions lit it up, though the fighting was apparently dying down. The same couldn't be said for the outskirts. Astra flew high enough to see flashes of explosions and energy weapons all over the place, signifying heavy fighting. Broadsword 1-1, Thunder 1-1, I'm glad you're still around. New markers appeared on Erica's Auspex screen showing 6 fat and slow Marauder bombers, no doubt loaded to the brims with ordnance. If there were any Eldar left to intercept them, Lieutenant Astra knew that those machines and their crews would be dead meat. Thunder 1-1, Broadsword 1-1, the pleasure is mutual. We'll keep any pests away from you. Do we have a tasking? Broadsword 1-1, Thunder 1-1, transmitting target coordinates now. Be advised, we've got confirmation about Tau fighters in the area harassing our tank regiments. Of course they are, Erica muttered. Only 12 interceptors converged to provide escort, a far cry from the 120-strong air wing that rose to meet the Eldar just a few minutes ago. Damned Xenos. Stormguard actual to all storm elements, we've got the Xeno where we want them, we've got an airstrike inbound to soften them up and the artillery is finally set up and secure, with saturation barrages on the way. All units, you're free to maneuver independently. The counterattack behinds after the first artillery barrage is complete, ETA 69 seconds and counting. Colonel Fahid Roval spoke proudly into the Vox. We've done a good thing today, and we're about to do something even greater. I'm proud of every single one of you. He was in overall command of all armored regiments the Guard had on Kronus, or at least what was left of them. He lost a lot of tanks and personnel during the fight with the Orcs and consequent Tau treachery, however a lot of the hardware abandoned in the field would be recoverable if he won this battle. Unfortunately the same couldn't be said about his crews, and drawing people from the other regiments would be merely a stopgap measure, one that would hurt future performance, just not as much as not leaving any recovered tanks back in the depot without crew. However, those were ruminations for the future, he first had to win this battle. Venerable Lehman Russ tanks made the core of his force, which he used from dug in positions to maximize their defensive advantages. He was lucky that his tanks were manufactured on proper forge words and were built up to spec, complete with all the advanced gear that they were supposed to have, otherwise the good old Russ would have been dead meat facing Tau armor in anything resembling realistic conditions. Even better, he had a relatively large contingent of tank killers brought in case they faced Eldar armor, which ironically wasn't his problem. The Astartes were dealing with that monumental headache to the south. Missiles, railgun slugs and plasma rained all over the dug and Imperial forces, and they responded in kind with direct fire, the few precious MLRS and other integrated artillery assets that General Alexander allowed him to control for this engagement. The command vehicles shook from a near miss. Roval could see tanks from both sides die thanks to direct feed provided by servo skulls and a few Nekron equivalents skulking around. Most importantly, he could see that the Nekron armor was moving, fast too. By the time the artillery struck and the Aeronautica was in position to rain hell upon the Tau, the blue bastards would find their escape road slammed shut behind them. Then they were going to die. Roval had precise orders, the Tau had to be destroyed as a field force today, and the colonel was eagerly anticipating doing precisely that after what those blue freaks did to his regiment. Hundreds of shells screamed overhead and Colonel Roval smiled a terrible smile. The ground shook with fire and thunder, the world doing its best to end through the intense bombardment. Stormguard actual to all Stormguard elements, attack. Show no mercy, offer no quarter. Kill them all. For the Emperor. Chapter 44. Tau forces. In the vicinity of Victory Bay. Kronus. He should have known this was a trap. Even against the humans, plans almost never went off so well unless you were doing something the enemy believed they could exploit. The only thing Commander Kais wasn't aware of if this was merely enemy action or did their allies betray them as well. Drones confirmed that the Eldar were still fighting. Their own mobile forces had ran straight into the human super soldiers, which had turned into a mutual bloodbath. The Tau officer was glad he hadn't thrown his own army straight into that particular meat grinder. In comparison, grinding his way through 5 human regiments and taking on their dug and armored reserves was much easier to swallow, and survive. Let's not forget that. Figuring out the hard way that the Eldar failed to neutralize the bulk of the enemy artillery for good came as a rude surprise, heralded by all available sensors screaming and warning the moment they detected a massive barrage incoming. It was fired for effect, coordinated so it would strike in one fell strike, which was a small blessing that gave the Tau a whole minute to react. All available anti-air units shifted to present as many weapon barrels as possible towards the incoming bombardment. Tanks, APCs, and IFVs raced for any trace of cover that could help them, yet most of Kais' forces were presented with the unpleasant choice of either moving to better survive the coming bombardment or keep their best armor profile aimed at the dug and human tanks. Obviously, there wasn't a right answer to that question. Kais himself jumped into a nearly whole dug in by an explosion and called his shield drones to him. They weaved a protective barrier that might keep him intact from anything but a direct hit, he hoped. Then the world ended, the ground erupted and broke. There was only thunder that probably deafened him despite his enclosed battle suit. Constant shocks slammed into the Tau like sledgehammers. All he could do was curl into his hole as much as his arms and armor allowed, endure and watch the battlenet shred as the enemy bombardment damaged or outright destroyed Tau units. After this, Kais wasn't surprised to see the human armor surge forth from their defensive positions. It was a good thing that every single vehicle crew that was still alive could see it too, thanks to their surviving sensors and command channels. The incoming enemy airstrike they could now detect too was even less welcome. All that was bad, though Kais was still confident that he could fight, perhaps even win if the Eldar could at least keep the blood ravens off his back. Of course, only then, when the trap was about to shut, he figured out how much the humans suckered him in. He got that revelation while digging himself out of the hole he took cover in, courtesy of the ranking Crit Shaper in charge of securing the breach in the enemy defenses. We're under attack by huge machines. We need help now. The alien screamed, and for the first time in his life, Kais had the privilege to hear nothing but sheer terror coming from veteran Krut. He really wasn't looking forward to finding out what caused it, however he feared he would be doing so the hard way very soon. A few commands on his display called a drone feed from the former Imperial lines. Sure enough, there were the Kruts swarming over the area, fighting flying amalgamations of metal skeletons and flying sleds, that had fully fledged such robots riding on their backs. In the distance, he could see a huge monolith made of dark green metal slowly crawling towards the Krut positions. It was a trap, all right. Captain Taurus, take your forces and counterattack the humans. You need to keep them off our backs. Everyone else, we're pulling back to reinforce our Krut allies, they're being overrun. Kais snapped order after order as fast as he could. He sent a priority alert to his base of operations to scramble what little forces he had left there to keep it safe so they could move in and help him save as much of his mobile assets as possible. Balbus the Shaper had 20,000 of his fellow Krut to accomplish a simple task: keep the large breach in the human lines open at all costs, and if practical, begin turning the flanks of the regiments on both sides of his lines. As an incentive, his people would be able to take and keep all enemy bodies so they could later feast and evolve. He also had a whole battalion of Tau infantry and a few of their large, heavy armored suits to provide fire support. While those were useful, Balbus much preferred his own fire support. The guns strapped on the Krutoks were more than adequate to deal with the humans, and he had a lot of those, along with whole packs of hounds still alive after he used them to soak enemy fire during the initial assault. The Krut Shaper had been confident that nothing the humans could throw at him would be more than an inconvenience. Any enemy attack he could absorb, then feast on the bodies of those daring challenge him. Balbus might been right as far as the PDF regiments nearby were concerned. The silent mechanical killers that came from the haze to the southwest were something else entirely. His first idea that something was wrong arrived on the heels of green lighting that tore the sky asunder, shattered the ground and flayed the flesh away from any Krut unfortunate to be anywhere near where it struck. The slaughter itself wasn't enough to faze Balbus. He had seen much in his long life. The waste of perfectly good food this way. That infuriated him. The Shaper screamed orders, pointed at the approaching enemy and spurred his army to counterattack. Only then did Balbus figure out that he could still feel fear. The ground nearby burst open and mechanical killers came out, swinging scythe-like blades that sliced through flesh, bone and armor with ridiculous ease. Every one of them wore the still wet skins of humans, Tau, Krut and even orcs like clothes, and their evil green eyes blazed with eternal hunger. Balbus was a Krut. Eating your enemies, friends too once they died, that was a natural state of affairs to make you stronger. Those things, however, there was something terribly wrong with them that made the primitive part of his brain shake with terror. The Shaper had barely enough time to call his Tau allies for aid before the ground around him blew up as a whole group of the metallic murderers surrounded him. He managed a single swing with his weapon aimed at the closest machine before they struck and tore him apart in a shower of blood. The Shaper died before he could see how useless his act of defiance was, and his Krut followed suit, dying without being able to even slow down the Nekron advance. The only thing that gave them pause was stopping to dispatch the small number of rampant machines that invited themselves to the slaughter. Chapter 45. Word-Bearer's Base. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. Screams, blood, delectable suffering, it all washed over Eliphaz without making a dent in his sour mood. He was supposed to bring forth Kronus to the joys of the gods, turn it into a full-fledged demon world and use it as a stepping stone to conquer the whole subsector and beyond. That was no longer the case. He was still back in the Eye of Terror, preparing his warband and waiting for the promised opportunity when a demon prince, his current patron no less, manifested and gave him new orders. The word-bearer winced at the memory. That bastard's voice still felt like claws tearing through his brain. The power it casually displayed was both infuriating and enticing. A success would open the gates for Eliphaz to become that thing's equal if not superior, so envy twisted his guts at what was not yet to be. Turning Kronus into a demon world would be nice, something to strive for once his mission was complete. There would be ample opportunities to win further favor with both the gods and various powerful figures watching from the eye. First, however, Eliphaz had to secure or destroy certain relics and records, some as old as his previous visit to this world 10,000 years ago. The damnest thing was that he couldn't disagree. The Great Four had glimpsed a future that might not be. They saw the galaxy rend asunder by magnificent warp storm, saw Acadia finally fall, Abaddon's 13th crusade almost succeeding in breaking the Empire once and for all. Well, that was less than ideal. The War Master now suffered for his future failure, so he would do best next time. Chaos was plotting and working to ensure that the Empire would be weakened, that the crusade would succeed this time. That in fact was his new primary mission here, set up the whole Blood Raven chapter to be brought into the fold, and with them, Subsector Aurelia. As far as Eliphaz knew, that was merely one string of the plan. Others sow the seeds of future plans. Discord, open the eyes of corpse worshippers, the works. When the time came and the 13th Crusade burst forth from the Eye of Terror to swallow Cadia, there would be no stopping it, and this whole segmentum would be eager to be liberated and shown the truth. He knew this, he saw the logic, it still fucking grated. Eliphaz wanted to be out there, spilling blood, taking skulls, proving his worth. Instead, he was busy properly fortifying his base of operation, building up his forces, while acolytes and sorcerers did their bloody work, sacrificing corpse worshippers in order to open the warp portal and bring forth new units to add to his expanding army. It should have been easy and simple to allow chaos to pour through, yet the corpse had some of his attention upon Kronus, not enough to be decisive, but enough to make Eliphaz's job much harder than it had to be. Otherwise, he would already be engaging the Imperial forces at Victory Bay instead of missing the glorious slaughter currently unfolding there. He scowled at that thought. It wasn't bad enough that there were a lot of corpse worshippers unlikely to see the light there. The never sufficiently damned bastards had allied with the soulless abomination slumbering below the surface. It would have been only worse if they allied themselves with the godless Tau. At least there were some good faithful here on this part of Cronus willing to offer the gods everything they were and had, like that group of young mothers bringing their children to be sacrificed so the demon bound below the Eerie Badlands could be finally released for good and unleashed against the unbelievers. The word-bearer champion nodded in approval at the gathered willing sacrifices, and made a shooing motion with his clawed gauntlet. He wasn't about to take any risks and would ensure himself that everything was done properly this time. Failure was not an option. For squads of heavy armored Astartes fell in formation around the sacrifices, priests and sorcerer who was going to lead the ritual. Acolytes made a final check on the transports carrying all other necessary supplies for the ritual, and the small convoy finally left. 2 tanks led the way, a pair of dreadnoughts taking up the rear, and a Helldrake took to the air to provide both close air support and dissuade any enthusiasts from striking them from above. Behind them, more and more troops poured in with every activation of the warp portal, bolstering the ranks of his warband. Soon, Eliphaz would have the numbers to burst out and sweep his enemies off the surface of Cronus. He'd better, otherwise this time he might not be lucky enough to be thrown in the Basilica of Torments again. Victory Bay. Cronus. The whole area was in ruins, many of them burning or at least smoking, blood pooled at least ankle deep in what was left of a large avenue. An inferno blocked the way forward. This was awesome. We'll be legends after today, won't we, Inquisitor? Commissar Weber exclaimed gleefully. I gave him a sidelong concerned glance. Granted, I knew him for all of 5 minutes if that, but he was enjoying his job a tad too much. His regiment loved him despite that if the ragged cheers coming from all around us were anything to go by. It's a victory of a sort. I could allow that, I guessed. The fucking Eldar didn't slaughter us all, we might have achieved our objectives as well, and paid for it with a small river of blood too. Fucking Eldar, they weren't supposed to stand and fight like this. You hear that, folks? We've done well today, the Inquisitor agrees. First round once this is over is won me. Well, now I was beginning to see why people kind of liked Weber. The man had a natural charisma and might be all right fellow, suicidal tendencies notwithstanding. Besides, I wasn't one to give him shit on that front. You did well indeed, boys and girls. You did the Emperor proud today. I shouted at the top of my lungs, and I had to admit, the cheers that met my words were something else. Victory. Victory, you say? A metallic voice decided that this was a great time to rain on our parade. I turned around, raising my weapons in a defensive stance to see a bulky Nekron carrying a very large weapon that hummed ominously tower over me. Scarabs detected movements from what you call the Daimos Peninsula. The abomination's forces are stirring. The real threat remains unaddressed. We need to neutralize the Eldar and Tau fast, so we can concentrate on the abominations, this my lord decrees. That flat statement was a great way to dampen our spirits and joy at simply surviving the bloody battle. Chapter 46. In the vicinity of Victory Bay. Cronus. It felt great to face the Eldar in open battle, in a time and place where most of their advantages were neutralized. However, the means that allowed it, they simply grated over everything that made Captain Davian Thule who and what he was. To think that the Blood Ravens and the other Imperial forces on Cronus actually needed Xeno assistance. Lazanans discharged their fury with blinding flashes, missiles rained upon the advancing enemy, while a thin yet unbroken wall of blessed steel moved to interpose itself between the Eldar and Victory Bay. For this engagement, the force commander had either already deployed or had in reserve the bulk of the Astartes heavy equipment he had available in system. 2 Predator tank platoons led by a Land Raider formed an armored fist he intended to pummel the Eldar with, he had Terminator and Devastator squads ready to deep strike from orbit along with nearly a third of his available dreadnoughts. All that was on top of full half of his company outfitted with heavy weapons and currently busy using explosives to dig in improvised fighting positions. If the circumstances were different, that would have been a waste of time. Usually the biggest issue with facing Eldar was to pin them down so you could bring the fight to them. However, this day it was different. The Eldar were the ones who had to attack in order to make an opening for their allies and extract their infantry who walked straight into an ambush, the arrogant bastards. The Eldar heavy units came as predicted, and thanks to Nekron techno-sorcery, the Blood Ravens not only knew they were coming, they could observe the approach in real time and prepare accordingly. It still grated, even if said intelligence was going to save a lot of his brothers' lives upon this day. The enemy came skimming over the low hills in the distance. A swarm of autonomous weapon platforms led the way screening a Viper reconnaissance unit. Behind them glided the bulk of the Eldar combat power on Kronus, 3 hover tank platoons led by Scorpions flanking an Emperor-damned Cobra. The rest were merely fire prisms and falcons, nothing to scoff at but still paling in comparison to the enemy's super-heavy equivalents. If the force commander had to face them in open battle at a time and place of their choosing, well honestly Thule wasn't sure if he would have been able to win the day. Those relatively flimsy machines concentrated tremendous firepower, speed and protection in the form of the Eldar never sufficiently dammed hollow fields, which usually allowed them to strike with impunity. Well, this time the Blood Ravens could see through that shroud thanks to the Necrons, and while the Xeno systems naturally weren't integrated with blessed human technology, the Astartes were more than good enough to compensate thanks to the visual feed provided by a small swarm of scarabs. The enemy is in sight, brothers. Fight for the Emperor. Let's smite the Eldar in his name on Terra. Thule thundered as the Land Rider he rode went to a sudden halt and opened its ramps. The force commander dashed out of the heavy vehicle barely slowed down by the heavy plasma cannon he brought out of the reliquary for this battle and smiled grimly as the enemy entered into extreme range. Particle beams lanced towards the Blood Ravens from the swarm of weapon platforms and his brothers responded with high explosive death and loss cannons. He didn't really bother to take proper aim and discharged his weapon. Even through his heavy armor, Thule could still feel the extreme heat the plasma cannon produced as a byproduct of its operation. If there were unprotected people anywhere near him, they would have fried by the mere proximity. Wet grass ignited, the ground below the shot turned charred and cracked, and the enemy the Eldar scouts managed to get away and avoid even a grazing hit. Yet, that wasn't good enough for the Xeno closest to where the plasma impacted the ground and unleashed its full fury, creating a deep-glassed crater. A wave of blue superheated gas and electromagnetic radiation pulsed outwards, igniting everything they touched. An Eldar Viper took the brunt of the explosion at its back and side, Wraithstone glowed white, electricity arced over the hover vehicle and its pilot lost control, plowing into the ground. A moment later, a multi-laser secondary from the Land Raider shredded the light vehicle, claiming the first blood of the engagement. The Eldar responded in kind. Particle beams and more esoteric energies lanced forward from their approaching tanks, which kept accelerating. Thule smiled at the sight. Just as predicted, the enemy didn't intend to fight him at all, merely slash through his blocking force, take the hits they couldn't avoid and proceed to wreak havoc in Victory Bay. The Eldar might have even pulled it out if they had scattered the moment they noticed his force. If they were from a different craft world, that much would have been expected and a given. Then again, Eldar from a different craft world might have thought twice about attacking the Imperial forces when chaos was active on Kronus. Crow actual to all strike elements, you're clear to deploy, option Marius 3. Thule called in his reinforcements. They would drop behind his line in a pattern that would maximize the time they would have to shoot straight into the flanks of the approaching enemy who would need to slow down soon, but until then Thule shot at the line of approaching enemy tanks and jumped into a nearby trench, still smoking from the explosives used to dig it. Missiles screamed above, launched by the handful of whirlwind vehicles he had available, only to be met with a painfully accurate return fire from the remaining weapon platform. That was all right, every platform shooting at the ordnance was one less shooting at his brothers, which was important now that they were close enough to pose a threat. The ground shook when the Land Raider unleashed the full fury of its armament at the approaching Eldar and the enemy heavy units responded in kind. Blinding flashed and explosions erupted all over the battlefield, devastating lances of exotic energy slammed into the thick armor of the blessed machine, melting deep holes in it, which bled leaking glowing alloy. Whole Devastator squads opened fire with heavy bolters, missile launchers and portable loss cannons, the Predators raced forward shooting all the way. 2 minutes, that was how long it took the Eldar to fly through the no-man's land between the two forces and simply force their way through the Blood Raven lines. Advanced anti-tank weapons cracked Predators, opening them with disturbing ease, fire prisms turned whole trenches into blazing infernos that would have killed everyone in the vicinity if they were mere guardsmen, the Land Rider listed to one side, trying to keep its ruined right from being shot at, while spiting defiance with its remained weaponry. The Eldar didn't emerge unscratched from their reckless charge. It might have even worked if the blood ravens couldn't properly see through their hollow fields, but that was not the case today. Their whole reconnaissance element perished before they could reach the transhuman lines, the Vipers simply lacking the armor to survive the kind of effective firepower the blood ravens could throw their way. Fire prisms and falcons fared better, their armor usually allowing them to survive multiple hits. However, every strike shattered painstakingly crafted wraithbone and other, less exotic alloys, or even worse, slowed them down, so they could be more easily targeted and turned into burning wrecks. Even one of the scorpions succumbed to a heavy strike by the land raider so it could be finished off by 5 predators that ignored everything else in order to pump as much firepower into the crippled super heavy tank as they could. Return fire blew up 3 of them, the Cobra sliced off the turret of the 4th, but not before the 5th one finally cracked through the scorpion's armor and hit something important. The hind third of the Eldar vehicle went up in flame, the explosion tearing it in two with the forward third burying itself deep into the ground. Then the Xeno were through, with blood ravens turning around to shoot them in the back, while the enemy vehicles slung their turrets around to return the favor. At that moment, the first deep striking units arrived, with Space Marines sprinting out of their pods and dreadnoughts not even bothering to get out before opening fire with anti-vehicle weaponry. Seconds later, 8 Terminators flashed into existence, each carrying heavy weaponry that wouldn't be portable even for regular Astartes and joined the fray as well. At this point, the hollow fields proved their worth, saving multiple vehicles from outright destruction as they sped to safety. A wave of emerald fire washed over the ground behind the blood ravens and the Eldar drivers did their best to avoid the newest danger. A few of them even managed to do it, throwing their tanks right or left, however almost 2/3 of the remaining enemy armor drove straight over the minefield that just phased in. Green lighting struck, either discharging its fury at the weaker lower armor of the hover tanks or worse, overloading their anti-gravity drives and slamming them into the ground at full speed. As if that wasn't bad enough, the energy discharge scrambled the hollow fields, forcing them to restart. Either way, the result was the same. The Eldar vehicles suddenly became uniquely vulnerable and the Space Marines wasted no time shooting at the clearly visible targets. At them, brothers. Don't let them get away. Thule ordered. He carefully lined up a shot at the back of the Cobra, which was still mostly intact. The super heavy vehicle wavered, molten metal rained from its underside. Its turret slung, the distort cannon lined up with the crippled land rider, and the captain swore. They both shot at the same moment, an invisible pulse rippled through the air and hit the corner of the blessed Astartes machine. The armor simply imploded, providing no meaningful resistance, then the shot continued, spreading and tearing an even larger chunk of the crippled vehicle on its way out. A burning ball of plasma hit the D-cannon just below the barrel and the whole vehicle vanished in a wall of blue fire. A double heartbeat later, no less than 15 lasers slashed through the burning haze. A flash potent enough to momentarily force the captain's helmet optics to shut down came next, and when he could see clearly again, there was a large crater where the Cobra used to be, complete with mauled chunks of alien metal raining all over the minefield. Chapter 47. Victory Bay. Kronus. This was not right, Taldir screamed within her head. She wanted to voice her fury, her hatred and loathing aimed at the Monkey who had the sheer, impossible gall to hunt her down like an animal. Yet, the farcer was too busy running and fighting to waste even a single breath to such a frivolity. She dashed around a corner, went low and skid over a wasted street covered with cracked stones. Laser bolts flashed above her head, a barbaric chainblade roared past her helmet and a Monkey spat his bile at her. Taldir slashed upwards, gutting a screeching crimson-clad animal and at the same time sprayed its pack with her trusty pistol. Monomolecular blades cut through the beasts shooting at her and they collapsed in screeching heaps. The farcer had no time to enjoy her handiwork. She nimbly jumped on her feet and continued her flight, while younger murder machines hounded her. Broken visions, combat senses, and her armor's sensors were barely sufficient to keep Taldir just a step ahead from dead or worse, ending up as She Who Thirst's latest plaything. Blasts of abominable emerald energy burned through polluted air, cored through abandoned primitive Monkey vehicles and clipped the hides of nearby buildings. Wraiths exploded from the ground, their wicked claws slashing, thirsty for Taldir's tender flesh. Monkey sprinted to cut her of, screaming obscenities in their crude language. It wasn't enough to bring her low. She was a farcer, she was an Eldari. Taldir wouldn't allow it. She couldn't meet such an inglorious end. The Eldari threw her last plasma grenade over her shoulder and jumped through the window of the next Monkey building. She ran past wood and glass shattered harmlessly over her armor. She saw a Monkey brat stare at her wide-eyed and ran past, even as weapons fire struck the wall behind her, turning it into shrapnel. Taldir burst into a side street, finding herself face to face with a surprised group of those arrogant beasts. She acted without thinking and waded in between them with blade and sword. 5 died before the first one could even attempt to aim at her. She shot 2 more and ran an 8 through before an officer managed to parry her sword strike. The hilt shook within her grasp as her weapon struggled against dozens of spinning jaws of a chainsword. Before the Monkey could do more than gawk in surprise at her, Taldir shot him in the face and continued her flight. No matter where she looked, both through her eyes and her connection with the great ocean, all Taldir could see were more and more Monkey and younger converging upon her position. The only saving grace of her situation was that with so many murderers after her, more of the Farser's warriors were liable to slip out of this place. It stung, being forced to run away. That doing so wasn't going to be enough, it was even worse. Taldir shook under the pressure of her emotions, the great ocean around her frame stirred as it eagerly drank her frayed feelings. Taldir refused to see her song extinguished in such a way, by soulless automatons and barbarians. She headed straight towards the closest tall building and sent a psychic call to all remaining Eldari aircraft fighting above the Monkey city. The command was simple: to abandon their current missions and retrieve everyone they could. She felt acknowledgements pulse through the great ocean, followed by more mundane response. That was good enough. All she had to do now, was reach the dubious safety of a nearby roof where someone could pick her up. Taldir ran for her life, even as the enemy redoubled their efforts to snuff it out of existence and feed her soul to she who thirsts. A huge Monkey slammed in front of her shortly before she could reach the building. The shockwave of his rocket-assisted landing shook the Farser to the core, rattling her teeth and nearly throwing her off her feet. It was only her natural grace and agility that allowed her to remain on her feet, if barely. That in turn saved her life when the Space Marine went after her with a roaring chainsword and bolter pistol. Taldir twisted out of the way of the shells, parried the ravenous blade and pushed with all her strength and psychic might against the large abomination, who leveraged his own physical strength and even triggered the rocket pack strapped to his back. The Farser pirouetted away, dancing around their locked blades, and leveraged the pressure point to sling the Monkey past her lithe frame. He reacted faster than any of his wretched kind had a right to and sent 2 shots her way as he twisted in midair. Taldir merely moved her head and the bolter rounds missed by a fraction even as she brought her own gun to bear and perforated the Astartes with 2 precise bursts. Before the mutated Monkey crashed behind her, the Eldari already had the encounter filled out of her mind and sprinting away. There were more Monkey coming to murder her, or worse, there were always more of those wretched vermin. Taldir blasted her way through a solid wall, tore the ceiling off and vaulted up, gracefully landing on the upper floor where she swirled around, blade and gun reaping through what was left of a group of Monkey running through a corridor that she now painted in their blood. Another pulse of warp energy tore the ceiling above her and the Farser vanished through the hole moments before a pair of younger warriors materialized among the carnage. She ran, while blasts of green lighting disintegrated the floor behind her heels. Taldir summoned more eldritch energy from the great ocean, tore the ceiling off and twisted, surrounding herself with a shield of purple energy, before sending a lance of pure warp downwards at the younger. She caught one in the face and blasted it away, neutralizing the murder automaton, however the second one lasted just long enough to return fire. Gauss energy washed upwards and caressed her right foot, stripping away armor, flesh and bone. Taldir collapsed with an ear-piercing scream that shattered what little glass survived for blocks around. She had to cut off her own leg at the knee and cauterize it with warp fire in order to stop the younger's terrible weapon from further ravaging her body. She got up with a roar of anger, using her fury to push the pain away and hobbled up, substituting her blade for a crutch. The Wraithbone sword was more than strong enough to support her weight when slammed horizontally into the nearest wall. Somehow, Taldir made it to the roof only facing one more Monkey who she turned into a living torch after unleashing all her pain, loathing and frustration upon him. A vampire raider shrieked overhead. It was one of the few attached to her crippled flagship, and Taldir used her remaining strength to jump on board. A pair of welcoming hands grasped her by the shoulders and pulled her in. An aspect warrior with cracked helmet aimed at something behind her and opened fire. The warrior holding her suddenly increased his grip and shoved her away, and before Taldir could comprehend what was happening, someone kicked her in the side, shoving the air out of her lungs. The Farser gasped, her side burned, trying to breathe was excruciating agony the likes of which she hadn't experienced before. Was this it? It couldn't be. She was an Eldari Farser. The Monkey couldn't bring her down. Not now, not ever. It simply wasn't right. All Taldir ever did was what she was taught to, what she was supposed to, what was right. She should have won, brought glory to her craft world, brought it a step closer to uniting the Eldari and bringing back their empire. This wasn't right. Chapter 48. In the vicinity of Victory Bay. Kronus. Sinister green lighting tore through the air, aiming at the wildly maneuvering Tau. Everything it touched, withered, disintegrating within mere moments. The best armor the Tau had could resist the less powerful blasts, yet it couldn't stop them. They stripped layers upon layers of advanced alloys that would have given pause to even the most potent of human weapons. What those terrible weapons did to tanks and APCs was bad enough. Their effect on mere flesh was one of the most terrible things Commander Kais had ever seen. A blast stripped the armor off a crisis suit braced to provide fire support. The second hit burned away the armored suit of the pilot before searing away skin, flesh, and bone until there wasn't even a skeleton left within the cord vehicle. Railgun slugs lashed back at the green machines moving in to cut off the Tau armored formation. Missiles and plasma joined them, slamming into the unrelenting tide of metal. The unknown enemy kept coming, taking hits in stride and replying in kind. Hover tanks raced to flank the enemy, combat suits braced to provide direct fire support, and heavy infantry spilled out of APCs and deployed, bringing additional firepower to bear, yet it simply wasn't enough. Plasma washed over green armor until it glowed, slugs tore through the weakened alloy, yet more often than not the mechanical tide merely slowed down. Often, the grotesque amalgamation between humanoid skeletons and hover vehicles didn't cease its murderous advance until they were literally shot to pieces. Commander Kais knew that this new enemy could be destroyed. They were far from invincible, however the metal tide was simply too numerous, too tough for him to prevail. If he had to face them alone, then perhaps he could have leveraged the superior mobility of his armored formations to win the day. However, the humans were behind him, and they were no longer content to stay on the defense. Their remaining armor roared out of well-dug-in positions, curtains of artillery fire fell from the sky screening their advance, and they fell upon his doomed rear guard with murderous fury. If that wasn't bad enough, sensor feed from his drones confirmed that he would be receiving no meaningful aid from his supposed allies, the Eldar. The Nifers had walked into an ambush as well, and if anything, fared even worse after striking the human super soldiers head-on. Kais spat a curse and kept firing as fast as new targets appeared on his HUD. He never stood in a single position any longer than it took his rocket pack's capacitor to recharge from his armor's reactor, and even that in state-of-the-art ECM only kept him alive thanks to sheer luck. 10 times emerald lighting shot in his direction trying to strike him with its devouring touch, and he ran ducking and weaving as much as his armor allowed, barely avoiding agonizing death. Kais returned the favor, doing his best to suppress enemy vehicles with plasma and missiles until his pods ran dry and his repeater overheated, leaving him with only the railgun and few remaining drones. With every passing moment, more and more good Tau vanished from the datanet, their vehicles turned to little more than molten slag that rained upon this world's cursed soil. All heavy units, pin the enemy down. APCs and IFVs, break left. Tanks, at infantry and combat suits, screen them until they achieve a breakthrough, then scatter. Kais ordered. The commander knew he just signed the death sentence to everyone who wouldn't be fast enough, including all suit operators, like himself, which was fitting. In the end, this debacle was as much his fault as anyone else's. He did sign up on the plan, which as far as he knew, had more than reasonable odds of working. If it wasn't for those green machines there was no to second-guess himself now. He was already dead after all. Combat suits, form on me. We're going straight down their throats. Kais declared. The enemy's armor was tough, very tough indeed. That merely meant the Tau needed to get closer in order to make their weaponry more effective. The fact that doing so would be a very bloody affair indeed, well, that was merely the price of doing business, especially once you've already walked into a trap. Just over 100 combat suits bounced forward following a wedge of heavy hover tanks, which kept on advancing and firing until the enemy turned them into slag. Kais' heavy units did their job regardless. They focused the machine's attention upon their weapon-bristling frames, managed to even stall their advance for a few brief moments, and most importantly, allowed the combat suits to advance to almost point-blank range without being picked up at range. Hit them with everything you've got. Kais roared and opened fire with his railgun and plasma repeater. The heavier weapons of crisis suits thundered behind him, while the handful of broadswords he had under his command advanced in a thin ragged line around him. Heavy rail rifles shook the ground, their discharges producing deafening thunderclaps. At this range, smaller enemy hover vehicles simply halted when struck, the heavy slugs tearing large chunks of their frames. Yet, the mechanical menace remained undaunted. The enemy simply finished off the last remaining swordfish and began to methodically dismantle the combat suits and the heavy infantry advancing in their wake. Solid torrents of emerald lighting washed over the battlefield, while the Tau stubbornly held their ground. One after another, combat suits fell, some cored through and through, with their pilots turned into ash, others got eviscerated by lightning strikes that left little more than a pair of smoking legs drenched in slagged armor, while others fell torn to shreds by the green disintegrating rays. It worked, Kais hissed through clenched teeth. His command suit burned, half his helmet was gone, however the last thing he saw before his HUD flaked off in green fire was a large number of APCs and IFVs slipping through the encirclement while a full third of his remaining hover tanks screened them. Those vehicles hammered the enemy for all they were worth, yet there simply wasn't enough of them to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. All units, scatter. Kais mumbled. Emerald lighting washed over him and all he knew was pain. Chapter 49. Victory Bay. Kronus. As much as it galled me to admit it, the Nekron was right, our so-called victory tasted of ashes, literally at that. It stank of blood, piss and shit as well. We were ankle-deep in blood as well, yet the guardsmen in the area were happy little beavers cheering the slaughter. I found myself torn on one hand. It was great that we were still alive and mostly intact, the mountains of corpses around us notwithstanding. On the other, to say that we paid a very steep price for this victory, would be a charming understatement. I didn't feel like cheering at all, in fact puking out my guts appeared to be on the menu. Inquisitor, great work. Commissar Weber exclaimed gleefully. The grinning maniac walked to stand beside me and clapped me on the back. We should do this again. We sure sent those pointy-eared freaks packing. Note to self, keep the crazy bastard busy and as far away from me as humanly possible. Nevertheless, I plastered the best smile I could on my face, nodded and returned the gesture by grabbing Weber by the shoulder so I could shake him. We did the Emperor's work today, my friend. You all did him on holy terror proud. I shook the bastard's hand for all I was worth and turned to look at the troopers around us as I spoke. Heedless of the corpses piled up high around us, the bloody maniacs cheered us like the bloody damned fanatics they were. This was the first time I wondered how the hell I ended up in such a position. I shook my head and turned my attention to something constructive before I could waste any positive reputation I might have gained lately by puking my guts in front of the crowd. Our work is not done, my friends. Our fallen comrades need to be tended to, the wounded as well. We won't let them rot in the streets. Commissar Weber. I turned towards the chief maniac and gave him the most solemn look I could muster. See to it. I offered him a pointed nod. Weber's eyes shone with both fanaticism and admiration, before he turned towards his regiment and began barking orders. With a bit of luck, I would not cross paths with this particular walking disaster ever again. The next distraction on my agenda was obvious as well: check on the little muchkin that kept me from becoming a demon's plaything, something I owed the brat more than I could possibly ever repay. It was a debt that I might be ill-placed to honor depending on what would happen when reinforcements arrived. I knew my duty. I should be dispatching her in the general direction of Terra so she could be molded into a good little assassin for the Imperium, something that would be both an ill reward for saving me and a loss of a particularly useful asset. Well, for the time being, that was also an academic issue. We needed to survive long enough for reinforcements to arrive before worrying about what would happen then. Until such a joyful event, the least I could do was take care of the brat and keep her safe. I found the kid safely strapped in one of the uncomfortable seats of a nearby chimera, with the guardswoman assigned to watch over her sitting stiffly in the seat beside the brat. The woman was pale and gripped her lost gun hard enough her arms shook. That made me pause. Surely, the little blank didn't have that much of an effect to everyone else around her. I thought back to the raid upon the Arbiter's HQ and winced. She made veteran Astartes uncomfortable. What that said about my lack of issues with her, I had no bloody idea. Hi there. I waved cheerfully. You're dismissed, Corporal. Thank the Emperor. The trooper muttered and practically ran out of the chimera. Well, this explained why the girl was running alone in the middle of a battle, though it certainly didn't put the sore bastards I charged with looking after her off the hook. If they were still alive, I was going to get my pound of flesh. I simply couldn't afford to have my questionable authority undermined in such a blatant way, even if it turned out to be for the best in the end. Are you all right? I asked the girl, which was of course a dumb question. Of course she wasn't. As if the fact that she has been catatonic ever since we found her wasn't a clue enough. That naturally led to another obvious issue. What in the Emperor's name was I supposed to do with the kid? Well, in theory, she might be safe-ish, as a part of my retinue, if my promotion got upheld by higher authority upon contact with the Imperium at large. That in practice meant if the first Inquisitor who arrived to help deal with the clusterfuck on Kronus believed that I would be more useful as a living asset who owed them their continued existence or not. I shoved that cheerful thought aside, while wondering where did it come from, and returned my attention to the problem at hand. Her stomach growled like a ravenous orc and she stared at me with empty grue eyes. Scratch that, one hungry little girl. At least that was something I could fix. Say what you will about the Guard and PDF regiments on Kronus, the food wasn't just edible, it was actually rather good. Now I just needed to find MRE, feed the kid and figure out where to stash her and how to find someone to watch over her before I went to speak with the general and find out the overall butcher's bill. I unhooked the straps holding her into the seat and to my surprise found myself tackled by a small missile who hugged my side and began sniffing. Honestly, I had no bloody idea how to react. I awkwardly rubbed her back while trying to figure out what was I supposed to do. They didn't teach us how to deal with traumatized children in the Schola, the bastards. As far as engagement with the Eldar went, this was one of the better ones. It was a given that the Guard would suffer significant casualties. It was seldom the regular soldiers of the Imperium could effectively bring to bear their numbers and heavy firepower against these particular Xenos. That said, this was still an amazing victory if all the voxcasts Antaeus was getting were even partially true. Thousands of crypt beasts slaughtered, the Tau armored elements broken, the Eldar tank forces smashed. It was a good day, even if as always, victory was paid with the blood and lives of good men and women. The most surprising development so far was the fact that the Nekron hadn't attempted to stab them in the back yet, which only brought up more questions. Then again, the answer to this oddity might be simple: they were awaiting reinforcements just like the Imperial forces on Kronus. Antaeus made his way out of a half-demolished building where he ended up while dueling with a pair of wailing banshees and took a good look of the battlefield outside. Whole companies of the Guard and PDF were dead, which while regrettable was par for the course when facing Eldar. At least this time around, a lot of the treacherous Xeno perished as well. The librarian looked around, searching for the Inquisitor. Vale's presence in the warp vanished halfway through the skirmish. Best case, he was knocked out and had lost a few more pieces, either that or he was dead or worse. Antaeus headed for the largest concentration of guardsmen nearby, determined to find out the truth. Without the Inquisitor around, the odds of someone doing something regrettable would raise significantly. You didn't need to be a veteran Astartes to figure out that the bad blood between the Blood Ravens and the Guard was still very much an issue, one that might flare up without higher authority breathing down everyone's necks. The Astartes wasn't surprised at the reactions of the troopers as he approached them. A lot of dirty looks, whispered curses and even the sign of the Aquila used as a warding were sent his way, not to mention how many soldiers grasped their weapons tighter. It was a far cry from the awe and hope a loyalist Astartes usually inspired with his mere presence, which was a sad, but logical turn of events. Not for the first time since stepping foot on Kronus, Antaeus felt like straggling the people responsible for the conflicting orders. If his dear chapter master had any sense, he would keep the librarian as far away from himself as possible for the foreseeable future. The same was true for General Alexander's superiors in the Astra Militarum. "Commissar, are you aware of the status of Inquisitor Vale?" Antaeus demanded once he saw a man in a familiar red uniform. "The Inquisitor is over there, my lord." It was telling, when even a commissar of all people failed to utter a single word of chastisement toward the lack of proper respect offered to someone of Antaeus' status. While there was some truth to the saying that united the empire might fall while divided it could stand for another 10,000 years, this breach of trust was simply too much and might yet prove fatal. Something had to be done about it, soon. "Thank you, Commissar. I won't take any more of your time." Antaeus nodded at the political officer and strode towards the chimera the Commissar pointed at. To the librarian's pleasant surprise, it turned out that Inquisitor Vale wasn't just alive but despite all odds he appeared intact. It immediately became obvious why Antaeus couldn't feel him through the warp as well. The Inquisitor had the blank lass hugging him, and it was still very much amazing that the young man wasn't writhing on the ground and screaming in agony. Even Antaeus with his greater fortitude found it hard to be in the girl's presence, much less actually touch her. He didn't want to imagine how would it feel if that happened. "Inquisitor, it is good to see you intact." The librarian greeted with a false cheer, trying not to show his unease. "Antaeus, you're a sight for sore eyes." Chapter 50. Victory Bay. Kronus. The Lord Inquisitor was something else, all right. Commissar Weber didn't know what they fed and taught baby Inquisitors in their skolas, but it had to be the good stuff. There was no other way to explain how someone as young as him managed to pull off what their resident Inquisitor did in just a few short days, not to mention that he even survived it more or less intact. The way he wasn't affected by the little blank was astounding as well. "Lieutenant Groban, sort out working parties to see to our dead. Lieutenant Connor, get your medicas on the wounded, yesterday." Weber barked orders to get his troopers moving. They were good people, especially for soldiers of a PDF regiment from a messed-up place like Kronus. When it mattered, they didn't flinch and went after the Xeno for all they were worth, something the Commissar could only approve of. He knew very well that many of his colleagues who arrived with General Alexander weren't so lucky with their own regiments. The only shadows staining his victory mood were the mechanical Xeno, those so-called Necrons milling around, and the Blood Ravens, which should have been unthinkable treason just a month ago. Now, after seeing firsthand the Emperor's Angels of Death shooting at loyal guardsmen and PDF troopers because of something as inane as conflicting orders, Weber glanced at the back of the huge Astartes who went to speak with the Inquisitor and bristled. It simply wasn't right. He took a few deep breaths, doing his best to ignore the stench, and forced himself to calm down. The last thing anyone needed was for a commissar of all people to lose his temper and do something regrettable. Still, he could dream of the Inquisition falling like the wrath of the Emperor himself upon everyone who had anything to do with the utter mess on Kronus, human and Xeno alike. Weber just got everyone working on dealing with the battle's aftermath, when the Inquisitor emerged from the back of the Chimera. The Commissar's smile wavered when he saw the blank lass clutching Vale's side with one thin hand while she was busy munching on an open field ration. Even at a distance, simply seeing the child was most unnerving experience, even before her wide-open eyes stared blankly at him. Weber's smile froze on his face when the Inquisitor saw him and waved him to approach. He shook himself. He was a commissar, for the Emperor's sake. He wasn't going to run from a little girl who when all was said and done was an asset for the Imperium. Even if she made his skin crawl and feel like running as far away from her might be for the best. Inquisitor, how can I be of service? Weber was proud that he kept his voice steady. Without being pumped with adrenaline and righteous anger at the Xenos, coming anywhere close to the brat was anything but easy. Commissar Weber, do us all a favor and find someone reliable to look after the child. Vale ruffed the blank's short hair as if it was the most natural thing in the world, something that made the commissar's appreciation of the man rise up another notch. To think he could handle her proximity and touch without flinching, it was simply incredible. I'll see to it personally, my Lord Inquisitor. Weber declared, and he was proud. His voice rang with conviction. If the Inquisitor could force himself to tolerate the little blank, even her touch, he could do nothing less. He had an example to follow. Hi there. Weber waved at the girl, trying to be as friendly as he could. For better or worse, she paid him no attention and continued to munch on her meal. Were those waffles? Good. I'm leaving her in your capable hands, Commissar. I'll be back to check on her once my meeting with the General is over. Take care. The Inquisitor offered Weber a salute and the Commissar hurried to return it. Weber's determination took a nosedive once Vale managed to coax the blank to let him go and offered him her hand. Touching her was like handling a live power line. It was all Weber could do not to push her away and jump as far from the girl as he could. He had to keep repeating in his head that this wasn't her fault and that she wasn't going to hurt him or worse. That in fact, while in his presence he was as safe he could be from chaos as one could get unless there was a genuine Emperor-blessed saint nearby. Eerie Badlands. Kronus. A small convoy of vehicles drove through the baked hell that was the Eerie Badlands. Every single machine was properly sanctified and blessed in the name of the four gods and repainted with blood and all kinds of holy symbols. The leading chimera, which was faithfully liberated from the servants of the Golden Corpse, proudly wore the torso of a sacrifice as a hood ornament and liberally sprayed blood when the vehicle drove through any bump in what passed for roads in this forgotten place. I have fond memories from this place. Eliphaz must from his seat on top of an ancient rhino transport that drove in the center of the convoy. It was over there I gutted couple of the Gilliman's boys. He smiled in a fond memory and pointed at a small dusty hill in the distance. I even kept their skulls until the last Black Crusade, he continued. Those were good times. I don't care what you skull fetishists do to entertain yourselves nowadays, much less what you did 10,000 years ago. That unpleasant screech came from the Chaos Sorcerer riding beside Chaos Champion. Eliphaz narrowed his eyes at the follower of Tsench, while the fingers of his right hand closed around the hilt of his good old Crozius. He had to remind himself that bashing in the skull of the sorcerer right now would be counterproductive, no matter how much satisfying it would be. Perhaps once the ritual was done. We're almost there anyway. Eliphaz pointed at the distance to the east, over there. Can you feel it, sorcerer? He hungers for blood. He can sense how the corpse worshippers and the Eldar are slaughtering each other. Those blue fools too, but who cared about them? The Prince of Pleasure would reward us for every soulstone we sacrifice to him. The sorcerer nodded in agreement. The Chaos Champion looked back at the transports driving behind his ride, and smiled in approval. He could see the faces of many eager sacrifices, who had been busy carving the signs of their devotion in their own flesh and that of their children. While he usually preferred to spill the blood of the unbelievers and then feed their souls to the gods, he had to admit that there were times when there was no substitute to blood and lives willingly sacrificed for the faith. This was going to work beautifully, he was sure of it. Chapter 51. Eerie Badlands. Kronus. All the warning they got was a brief wave of static before reality distorted and a massive green form materialized in front of the convoy in a shower of purple lighting. The leading vehicle slammed into the newcomer without even attempting to slow down, resulting in an almighty crash and screech of twisting metal. Feet slammed into brake pedals and the convoy came to a sudden jerky stop. Tracks and tires dug deep into the baked ground and the sudden stop covered the whole convoy in a thick cloud of dust even as screams of outrage and vile curses came from the Chaos worshippers. A deep amused chuckle silenced them all. I'm not that easy to kill, hummies. Eliphaz's eyes narrowed to slits. Despite the dust he could clearly see the source of the interruption. That sorry excuse for a mushroom dared interrupt the god's work. He was going to feed his soul to corn after the huge orc tore through the chimera he crashed into with a wicked-looking power claw attached to his right hand, which was properly covered in dried blood. His other hand ended up with a tri-barreled weapon that was sliced nearly in two. No one sane would have used it, but of course that meant nothing for the dumb brute. Said brute being a corn-cursed orc, the damned weapon worked too, even if it shouldn't have. The Chaos Champion moved much faster than even a transhuman had any right to and jumped clear off the rhino with the sorcerer vaulting off just a heartbeat later. They got off just in time too, because a moment later a croc grenade fell through an open hatch and turned the vehicle's interior into an inferno. Shards of glowing metal tore through the armor, barely missing the two starters. Two more grenades fell through the air behind the rhino and detonated, disintegrating a pair of the transports bearing sacrifices. Chunks of flesh and blood rained upon the dusty ground, only for the crimson fluid to be immediately absorbed without a trace. Damn you! Eliphas roared, took his Crozius in hand and charged the orc, determined to tear the offending green skin limb from limb. The brute chuckled, grabbed the caved-in chimera, heaved as he picked it up and threw it at the next vehicle in the convoy, crushing their crew. The sorcerer found his footing and sent a stream of fire at the greenskin, who merely shrugged it off as if it was nothing and met Eliphas' charge with a happy laugh. The Crozius hummed with the promise of ruin in Eliphas' hand as he skid to a stop, his feet digging small trenches in the soil. He managed to halt his progress just in time to avoid a backhand strike from the greenskin's grenade launcher, which left the beast open for a devastating strike that should have torn off its lower jaw. Instead, the blessed weapon and its disruptor field merely dented the crude metal and rang the orc's head like a gong. The brute took half a step back, paying no attention to the cultists and a handful of blessed Astartes who had finally peeled out of their vehicles and opened fire at him, and swung his power claw at the Chaos Champion. Eliphas jumped back, avoiding the crude claws cracking with energy, and glared murderously at the orc. Your suffering will be legendary, beast. The champion promised darkly. Do you have any idea what you just did, you damned brute? You talk too much. Gorgot smirked, took another swipe at Eliphas, forcing him to move back to avoid it, and pointed his grenade launcher at the Chaos Champion, all the while ignoring lost bolts and bolter round glancing off or blowing chunks from his crude armor. Eliphas swore as he jumped back as far away as his enhanced body and power armor could bring him while clawing for his bolt pistol. A fragmentation grenade detonated where he stood just a moment ago, throwing a geyser of dirt in the air and further obscuring the orc. A second one blew closer to the Chaos Champion, rattling his teeth, and then a third one landed just in front of him. The following explosion sent searing shards glancing off and even digging into his armor, and the shockwave was enough to lift him off his feet and throw him away. An explosion that would have pulverized an ordinary human merely stunned and singed the Chaos Champion. He had the blessing of Khorne, he wasn't going to die so easily. He roared in fury and jumped on his feet, ignoring the aches caused by the grenades, and ran back into the fray. Finally, the demon engines at the back of the convoy had entered the fray, which was admittedly a mixed blessing in this case. The demon-possessed dreadnoughts moved past the halted column, spewing flames, cannon shells and bolter fire in the orc's general direction. The brute himself had wadded into the cultists and cut to pieces a squad of guardsmen who had seen the light of the gods. When Eliphas saw him again, the orc was busy tangling with the sorcerer and a pair of Astartes in close quarters. The demon engines put a stop to that in a hurry. 4 shells blew up a chimera, tore 2 of the Astartes to bloody chunks, and left the sorcerer writhing on the ground, leaking blood from the stumps of his legs. The beast didn't emerge unscratched. The detonations threw it off its feet, tore off the left side of its face and the crude bionic eye off its sock, and finally demolished the grenade launcher complete with the arm up to the shoulder, not to mention they caved the left side of its armor and torso. Any natural creature would have been stopped by this much punishment and died in agony. That green mushroom with delusions of grandeur. It laughed and got up on unsteady feet just in time for Eliphas to fall upon it and begin smashing it with his blessed Crozius. Weakened armor cracked and fell apart under the disruptor field, green flesh tore in chunks of bloody gore, a heavy bolter burst caught the brute in the side and it shook under the impacts before the pile of shot-up scrap on its back glowed, discharging green and purple arcs of energy. Prudently, Eliphas jumped away, and it was just in time. Reality twisted so much it was painful to look at, and the orc disappeared with a crack of displaced air that rushed to fill up the void. The Chaos Champion roared in frustration at being denied his kill. He looked wildly around, saw the still twitching form of the sorcerer, and walked toward him, bloodthirsty Crozium in hand. The ritual was ruined now. They needed more willing sacrifices than they had at hand. He needed to hit and bleed someone, before returning to get his hands on more cultists and a larger force for an escort. Failure was not an option, the gods made that crystal clear. The sorcerer attempted to summon the warp to protect himself, raising an arm that glowed with power. Eliphas shot the winny bastard in the palm, blowing the hand to tiny bloody chunks. At least Khorne should be mollified by the bloodletting before the sorcerer could do something else. The champion shot off the sorcerer's other hand as well, and then began smashing him with his blessed mace until there was nothing but bloody paste left, which was in turn greedily drunk by the ground below his feet. While this was an unmitigated disaster, the sorry bastard most likely to try to stab him in the back was now very dead, so hopefully it wasn't all bad, Eliphas hoped. Chapter 52. Victory Bay. Kronus. 5 hours after the mess of a battle, Victory Bay was more or less secure. Heavily armed patrols prowled the streets, sharp-eyed marksmen warily watched the city from positions high up on various tall buildings, while thousands of guardsmen were busy dealing with the direct aftermath. There were wounded to tend, dead to bury, equipment to retrieve and repair, Xeno bodies to burn, and Xeno gear to either destroy or contain for evaluation and later disposal by either the Mechanicus or Inquisition. It was a grim, inglorious affair, but still a vital one. Besides, it was still better than being anywhere near the blank lass. It was a pity that looking after her couldn't be used as a proper punishment detail. Commissar Weber wasn't about to entrust her to anyone but the most reliable soldiers under his command, especially after her previous minders apparently abandoned her before the fighting broke out. He certainly wouldn't want to explain to the Lord Inquisitor how the guard managed to misplace the kid, again. The very idea felt dirty, and not just because of what the Inquisition could do to you if you displeased one of their members. Commissar Weber, sir. Orders from command, you're summoned to the General's CP for a meeting. A nearby Vox operator announced, breaking Weber's train of thought. I'll be there momentarily, specialist do inform the lieutenant of my location. He confirmed receiving the summons, looked around for anything out of place beyond the obvious, and headed to a group of chimeras waiting nearby. Right now, General Alexander flew his flag over a freshly dropped prefabricated HQ complex on the other side of the city. Sergeant, I need transport to the General's HQ, Weber told the steel-eyed vehicle commander who had the top hatch opened and was looking around for any sign of trouble. We'll get you there ASAP, Commissar. The NCO answered with a stiff salute. I'm glad to hear it. Weber waited for the assault ramp to open and climbed inside, nodding to the troopers sitting bored out of their minds while waiting for anything to go wrong so they could deal with it. Don't get up on my account. The Commissar waved them back along with their hasty attempts to salute and get to attention a hard feat within the cramped interior of the APC. The ramp closed behind him and the Chimera's engine roared to life before the armored vehicle rumbled on. In the red lights illuminating the troop compartment, Weber could see how young and uncomfortable the soldiers appeared. This was another new batch drawn from the PDF then. Proper guardsmen had an air about them that was completely missing with this unit. It was a stark contrast, especially when comparing these boys and girls with General Alexander's regiments, who were entirely composed of veterans before arriving at Kronus. Obviously, the green PDF troops simply couldn't compare, and while today proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that many of them had their hearts in the right place, their inexperience did contribute to the ease with which the Xeno slaughtered so many of them. Weber slowly took a deep breath, keeping his face a blank mask. He wasn't being fair to the PDF, especially those who fought under his command today. They did their best, and it wasn't like most guard units could offer a much better showing against something like the never sufficiently damned Eldar. On the bright side, inside the Chimera, he could barely smell the stench of gore and burning bodies, something that might persist for a few days yet barring a nice rain to wash the city. 30 minutes and 5 checkpoints later, the APC parked just outside a small park surrounded by a tall stone fence with towers at the corners topped by winged statues of saints. The General's CP was deployed inside and surrounded by rings of defenses. You can get back to your post now, Sergeant. I'll procure transport back to the regiment when the meeting is over. Weber told the NCO. With the veteran around, the inexperienced soldiers might just live long enough to become proper guardsmen. While passing through more security, which the Commissar naturally approved of, he became convinced that General Alexander had chosen this area for a CP after the battle due to the lack of stench and still burning buildings in the general vicinity. Well, that and the fact that this part of the city was away from the main avenues leading to the factories on the outskirts of the city and thus kept the HQ away from the primary worker congestions as people went to and back from work. That last one was important because Commissar or not, with parts of the city closed for traffic due to battle damage, Weber's transport had to wait and detour more than a few times on the way here. Then there were the security concerns caused by a large group of locals passing by on regular intervals, so this was likely for the best. Besides, the park was a nice change after the blood-soaked battlefield that was the far side of the city. Weber went past one last security check and found himself in a familiar, standard-sized briefing room nested to the left side of the HQ. The pair of tall mechanical Xeno glowing with ominous green light was very much not standard for a meeting of loyal sons and daughters of the Empire, no matter who they were, though the Commissar didn't have any particular qualms about the other people cramped inside. His eyes shone with approval when he saw the Lord Inquisitor looking warily at the Xeno, who they had to work with for the time being. There was likely going to be hell to pay when reinforcements arrived, and hopefully, it would be Imperial ones that got to Kronus first, because otherwise, well, it would be a good day to die for the Emperor and humanity. Commissar, General Alexander nodded sharply when he saw Weber enter. We're now all here, so let's begin. Muggo Scipio, row 11, please report the status of our vehicle park. As far as he knew, this one particular Magus was on the junior side. There was no one more senior present. Weber did hear that the Mechanicus did suffer some significant casualties fighting to protect the industrial districts, which were targeted by Eldar raiding parties. So the senior adepts were either dead or too damaged to be present for this. Armored ground element, 30% irrecoverable casualties. 23% recoverable casualties within the next 24 hours, 12% recoverable casualties within the next 72 hours, 8% recoverable casualties within the next standard week. Aeronautica assets, 60% irrecoverable casualties, 10% recoverable casualties within the next 24 hours, 20% recoverable casualties within the next 72 hours, 10% recoverable casualties within the next standard week. Light ground elements, 32% irrecoverable casualties. Those numbers weren't good. For all intents and purposes their aerospace assets were gutted and the armored units, which offered the guard the bulk of its firepower, not to mention maneuver formations, had taken significant punishment. While not unexpected, perhaps even better than they might have been otherwise, the casualties were severe, close to crippling as far as offensive operations went. If it wasn't for the unpleasant, borderline heretical alliance with the Xeno, the numbers would have been at least an order of magnitude worse, and at that point, the necessary assault upon the Chaos positions would turn into an unmitigated butchery. Needing the aid of Xenos to protect an Imperial world, it was infuriating and frustrating in the extreme. How the Inquisitor managed to swing that, how the idea even crossed the man's mind, Weber would never know. And unfortunately, the higher authority would not look favorably upon the events on Kronus no matter the outcome. Still, they did the Emperor's work this day and they will be doing it in the days to come. If they had to pay the ultimate price for it, just so the rest of the Imperium could be sure there was no taint, spiritual, mental or literal, well those things happened. 33,000 guardsmen dead from the fighting within Victory Bay itself, to be added to the death toll from the lost infantry regiments, which fell slowing down the Tau armored advance, and at least twice more wounded. With the Eldar being extremely deadly, engagements against them tended to produce more dead and less wounded compared to facing a more conventional foe, especially when routes and losing whole units weren't a factor. That still meant at least 30,000 or so wounded soldiers who would be out of action for the foreseeable future, who were going to be missed during the assault on the Daimos Peninsula. In practice, this means we won't be able to launch an assault against the Chaos forces on Kronus for at least 24 hours, preferably 72. General Alexander said after the butcher's bill was clear to everyone. Unfortunately, time is working against us. With every passing moment, the heretics become stronger due to reinforcements coming through a warp portal they have active at the far end of the Daimos Peninsula, which is our primary target. If we wait too long, they will either have the sheer numbers to overwhelm us or will corrupt this world beyond salvaging and thus doom us all. Either of those outcomes is unacceptable. General Alexander thundered and slammed a fist onto the tactical table in the middle of the room. Within 36 hours, we will have replenished and repaired units lost during today's battle. The Xeno spoke in its eerie mechanical voice. Various special units will be available for the assault, including equipment to mitigate transdimensional bleed-through. We recommend launching a joint assault 36 hours from now, and we agree that the primary target is neutralizing the dimensional breach threatening this world. Ripples of unease washed over the gathered Imperials, while the machines showed no sign that they noticed or cared about it. 36 hours is an acceptable time frame. General Alexander grudgingly agreed after staring at the Inquisitor and waiting for Lord Vale's nod of approval. We need a plan for the operation. What assets can you bring to the table? He asked the Xeno. Chapter 53. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. The list of assets the Necrons promised for Operation Nemesis, the cleansing of the Daimos Peninsula, was both eye-opening and unsettling. While in raw numbers they were inferior to the Imperial contribution, in practice it was large enough force to give the surviving Guard and Astartes units on Kronus run for their money. Said force wasn't everything these Xenos had on the planet, just the already active portion minus what they felt comfortable with leaving to protect their facilities. Those reinforcements General Alexander and the Inquisition requested better arrive soon, otherwise, the planet might either find itself with new owners or blasted to bits by the Navy when it deigned to appear in force, Weber thought. Drone swarms offered us a good picture of the enemy's defenses. The Xeno said. It waved a metal hand and a crisp, green hologram materialized above the tactical table. The projection was rather bland and stylized, however, that was certainly better than live feed from a chaos-infested area. Best case scenario about that operation, everyone who lived through it would be looked hard and long by the Inquisition and Ecclesiarchy. Worst case, well, it was a one-way mission no matter who killed you, with any survivors receiving the Emperor's mercy just in case. Needless to say, anyone going there would be wearing a fully environmentally sealed armors, for all the good it was going to do. At least there was no shortage of those, in part thanks to the industrial capacity of Victory Bay augmenting what the general's regiments brought with themselves. At this point, the Xeno was saying, the enemy is still in the process of setting up outer perimeter defenses. We're detecting multiple locations with increased transdimensional bleed-through beyond the portal. Drone observation points at energy discharge fueled by sacrifices, which we estimate are going to be deadly for you squishies. In this case, the recommendation is that those areas are purged with indirect fire if practical, close assault by heavy infantry if not both ours and your Astartes. 2 rings of 6 blinking purple pints appeared on the map, looking like pulsing tumors. We'll need more data on those locations. The Astartes often seen with Inquisitor Vale spoke after silently observing the meeting so far. We'll provide a filtered recording, live feed if necessary, though viewing it by you humans will be dangerous. The Xeno stated in a voice holding a hint of what might have been droll sarcasm. Was the thing capable of something like that? Continuing, there are 4 locations of concentrated transdimensional energies on the main roads leading to the targets. Those are staging grounds for extradimensional entities. Sacrificing altars and pools of blood help them remain stable in our dimension while their numbers increase enough for a decisive action we believe. With those words, 4 blinking red circles appeared on the map. Further, there are artillery positions at these points, the Xeno continued, and triangular symbols appeared on multiple locations, generally, hills which would offer better range and firing lanes. Those need to be silenced before we can launch a proper armored assault in order to kick the door to the portal open. Colonel Roval concluded. My crews will appreciate if any anti-tank infantry infestations are removed in front of our advance. We don't have enough armored units to waste them against such opposition. In 12 hours we'll have units disrupting the construction of the enemy's outer defenses. The Xeno said. We'll be using our teleportation technology to insert in strike units, which will hunt down for artillery and heavy infantry as well. Our assault marines and light units will be ideal for this part of the operation. Captain Thule added. We'll have the capacity to deep strike Terminator and Dreadnought units for headhunter missions, however first we'll have to confirm that our armor and ward can protect us from the suspected warp discharges. If not, they have to be neutralized first. Can't you just insert a unit at the portal and neutralize it, thus buying us time for a better prepared and methodical assault? There is too much transdimensional interference and the area of effect is slowly increasing. At projected rates, it will cover the whole peninsula within 2 weeks. While we can protect our units which will take part in the assault from its corrupting effect, long-range teleportation is out of the question. The same goes for air or orbital strikes. The Xeno explained. That damn warp dome above the portal. The Lord Inquisitor grumbled. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Inquisitor Vale is right. General Alexander nodded grimly. Make no mistake, this is going to be a tough, bloody fight against some of the nastiest things this galaxy has had the misfortune to ever see. He glared at the assembled people. That said, we will cleanse this infestation from the face of Kronus in the Emperor's name before it can kill us all or worse. As he said that, the general made the sign of the Aquila and every single Imperial, even the Mechanicus adepts, followed suit. The Xeno. They simply looked around with what might have been curiosity. Regarding morale, dealing with possible corruption and contamination, while everyone committed to the operation should be on the lookout, dealing with said dangers will be the primary responsibility of the commissars, junior officers, and the ecclesiarchy cadre we either brought with us or can draw on locally. After the battle, everyone who takes part will be quarantined until a determination on their status could be done by proper authorities. Which meant the reinforcements, the Inquisition in particular. Well, that couldn't be helped. We'll do our part, sir. Weber spoke aloud in a voice leaving no doubt about his conviction, a sentiment echoed by his fellow commissars among the gathered officers. I expect nothing less. General Alexander said before changing the topic. We can't count on the enemy sitting behind their defenses and waiting for us to come for them. We need to be on the lookout for either infiltration and sabotage attempts or perhaps even an all-out assault on our positions. Further, we'll need to establish forward operation bases and supply dumps closer to the target zone in order to make our logistics easier during Operation Nemesis. In particular, that is one of the constraints delaying the launch of the assault. Some of the areas between us and the Daimos Peninsula are currently no man's land, which needs to be secured. Air and orbital support is and will be available in those areas. The Xeno motioned at the map and it shifted, zooming out, changing into a crisp orbital image, which had the Daimos Peninsula hazed out, likely as a precaution. Multiple amber bands superimposed themselves between the target area and Victory Bay, showing zones complete with flight time for air assets Aeronautica, Astartes, and Nekron alike. That was going to be useful information, yet it was disturbing because as far as Weber could determine, the flight times for the Imperial fighters and bombers were about right. Any Xeno having this much data about the Imperial war machine was always an unpleasant proposition. Then again, some of the most dangerous of humanity's foes knew the Guard and Astartes capabilities almost as well as the Guard regiments and Astartes chapters themselves. However, Weber didn't have to like that fact, damn it. Let us not forget that while all those details and smaller components of Operation Nemesis are vital, they are only supporting elements that will allow us to achieve our primary objective. The Lord Inquisitor got the meeting back on track. The warp portal. General Alexander's mouth twisted in distaste. Precisely. To put it bluntly, if we fail to seal it, we're all fucked, both literally and figuratively. Inquisitor Vale stated. He looked at the Astartes looming beside him. Options, Antias. Depending on the portal, direct application of firepower upon whatever supports it might be enough. The Astartes grimaced. Or it might do nothing at all. I can't say for certain before seeing the damn thing myself. We'll provide relevant long-range images. If we can secure the immediate area and keep enemy reinforcements coming through contained, we should be able to build the necessary infrastructure to strengthen real space in the area, weakening the breach and eventually seal it. However, doing so will take time and resources, which we might not necessarily have, the Xeno explained. The implications of the Necrons having such capabilities were staggering, and needless to say, Weber was sure that the Mechanicus adepts would be drooling at the idea of having such tech if it could be properly developed by humans. If he was even more cynical, and if he was suicidal, the Commissar might have wondered, perhaps even aloud, if some of the machine god disciples might not care about the origin of such technology if they could get their mechadendrites on them. Chapter 54. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. With a core of a plan established, the meeting dissolved with a promise for another one tomorrow evening to hash out the details after we all had both a better idea of what we would have available beyond Mechanicus estimations and a time to actually plan the various stages of the overall plan. Meanwhile, I felt compelled to prod our Xeno allies for information. I must ask for details about the warp dampening technology you mentioned. I walked to the Necrons, who were slowly making their way to the exit where they could safely teleport away without potentially damaging the command center. The tall, ominous-looking robot who was the Xeno representative today towered above me, its hunched head nearly touching the ceiling, which was built with tall Astartes in mind. Ask. It rumbled without a hint of emotion. I'll be blunt. Can we have the technology, and if prudent, any available older schematics for versions, which might be easier to produce with a crippled industrial base? Ours hasn't been in the best of shapes for about 10,000 years or so. I asked, doing my best to keep my voice professional. Needless to say, this could get me shot either by an infuriate cogboy or girl, or whoever arrived at the rescue. Either that, or if my insane request panned out, I would be thrown on the deep end having to deal with politics, but that would be all right. It would mean I would have survived the fighting yet to come on Kronus and the immediate fallout. The Necron simply stared at me with its glowing green eyes as if judging my worth and that of my request. There was something deep inside that recoiled and bristled at the very thought of a Xeno, any Xeno, daring to do something like this. Then there was the feeling of dozens of eyes staring at me with shock and not a little bit of anger. What the hell was I thinking? Well, I was too deep to back out now, so I might as well properly dig up my grave so someone could shoot me and shove me in easier. From what I've seen and know about your people, you don't use warp, so this kind of technology should not pose a danger to you. In fact, it spread far and wide would only weaken our mutual enemies Chaos and Eldar Primary, and anything that fucks those bastards over is a good thing in my book, especially if we can make it stick. I spoke with unexpected passion. The Necron continued to stare at me while disturbed murmurs echoed from the people surrounding us. The less said about the rapid-fire chattering of binary, the better. You speak sense. The Necron eventually uttered. From the analysis of your available equipment, the odds of you humans being able to produce the pylon technology are slim. We'll search our archives for older versions of the plans, and time permitting, we might be able to offer a dumbed-down variant you might be able to construct and use, the Necron said calmly. If this alliance pans out in the long run, we might consider sharing basic weapon and armor designs as well. The Necrons left with those parting words, the crowd hastily parting before them. Soon we could hear the distinct cracking sound of their teleportation. Well, that went better than I feared, I muttered aloud and rubbed my damp neck. Inquisitor Vale, may we have a word in private? General Alexander inquired in a voice that made it clear that he wasn't asking for permission. Yes, we need to speak. Captain Thule nodded while staring at me with cold, empty eyes. Fuck my life. So much for my inquisitorial authority being a shield. As if those two weren't bad enough, the AdMech chattering rose in intensity. All non-essential personnel, clear the building. You have duties to attend to. The general snapped in a voice of command that got everyone scrambling to get out of his sight. Within moments, it was just the four of us: Lucas Alexander, Davian Thule, and my shadow, Antias. Our Mechanicus friends are going to be trouble, the Blood Ravens captain spoke softly in a rumbling voice that nevertheless carried clearly through the briefing room. After this stunt, General Alexander waved at me. I'm surprised they left peacefully. I half expected either open combat or someone taking a swing at the Inquisitor, which brings me to my primary concern. Lord Inquisitor Vale, what in the Emperor's name did you think you were doing? There's cutting a deal with a Xeno, which is almost always a heresy that gets you shot, but this? Implying that our technology is inferior to that of aliens? Which is by the way true in this case, I pointed out, burning myself a glare that no one would dare level at a proper established Inquisitor. I'm not joking, anyone who has paid attention and has access to the relevant knowledge would be very well aware that technologically we've at best slid back a bit from the height of the Crusade. While that glorious era was a golden age for humanity, it was never able to fully restore the height of technological progress our species enjoyed during the dark age of technology. I snapped, not knowing what the hell came over me. That's a statement that can get people shot for heresy, especially if the local Mechanicus contingent has any say in it. Captain Thule pointed out with a hint of amusement in his voice. Don't get me started on those toaster fuckers. I snapped back before I could think about what I was saying. That in turn earned me 3 stunned looks, followed by a slow chuckle that had more in common with gravel ground under a tank's threads than a sound of mirth, which came from Antaeus. It's not like anything the Inquisitor said was a lie. That's not really the point, Captain Thule glared at his chief librarian. Those are the kind of words the Inquisition shoots people over after putting them to question. The way I see it, barring a miracle, that's my best case scenario after the mess on Kronus is resolved, so in that case, I might just do my best for us in particular and the Imperium in general before my time is up. I shrugged. It wasn't a pleasant thought, but I had to be a realist. Besides, the odds of actually living long enough for our reinforcements and proper Inquisitors to become an issue was a long shot anyway. That's not helping, Inquisitor. General Alexander shook his head. It's what it is. Gaining access to technology that weakens warp-related phenomena, especially if the Imperium at large could reproduce it reliably. That's worth all our lives and more. I can't say that I disagree, however you could have put it in a more diplomatic manner, Inquisitor. Captain Thule chided me. If I had any actual experience as an Inquisitor, not to mention years of training as part of the retinue of a proper Inquisitor, things might be different. I pointed out. As things stand, I'm doing the best I can and hoping it would be enough. You know, we tend to forget that you arrived as a wet behind the ears acolyte, and in many respects, you still are one, Antaeus spoke softly. However, you're still an Inquisitor, even though once we re-establish contact with the Imperium at large, some parties might disagree. Your words do carry a lot of weight, Inquisitor Vale. I certainly hope so, otherwise you wouldn't have stopped shooting at each other doing the enemy's job for them. Speaking about consequences, that particular fuck-up will be looked into, provided we all don't get killed first. I have no doubt about it. Antaeus nodded, while Thule and Alexander did have the good grace to look chagrined. Speaking about consequences, I would request that you address the assembled troops tomorrow morning about our alliance with the Xeno and what you said tonight. The last thing we need is rampant rumors forcing the commissars to shoot more people than they have to. However, first I need you to deal with the fire you lit up concerning our Adeptus Mechanicus contingent and do it peacefully. We need them doing their jobs, not arguing about the merits of alien technology. I'll see to it the moment this meeting is concluded. I forced down the instinctive reaction of straightening up like a board and saluting the general. Chapter 55. Victory Bay. Kronus. Usually, feeling happy because your immediate superior, his superiors, and everyone above you in the Adeptus Mechanicus hierarchy on the planet suffered a sudden and very much fatal case of death, wasn't a nice thing, much less a good thing. Usually, that is. In this particular case, Muggo Scipio, Rho, 11 begged to disagree about any such sentiments considering the circumstances. His late and generally not lamented superiors were all rather conservative, and as if that wasn't enough of a personal failing, they enjoyed broad support among the rank and file of Mechanicus adepts on Kronus. Considering the deals Inquisitor Vale already had in place with the Necrons, said conservative elements were going to be a big problem even without official support from their superiors. In fact, they already were, with Scipio, Rho, 11 having to all but shout down some of his colleagues right in front of General Alexander and the Inquisitor, not to mention the aliens. To be fair, he had to shout down some of his allies too, who practically demanded schematics and working prototypes for study from the Necrons, which was a potential sticking point, one that thankfully the Xeno chose to ignore because if anyone unaugmented could understand binary in that meeting, it was those aliens. The Inquisitor's lack of tact didn't help matters. This was no news, no grand revelation, that the Imperium had stagnated or even regressed technologically in places, especially when compared to the heights of the hallowed dark age of technology. Any aspiring Mechanicus adept with 2 brain cells available to rub together could such correct conclusion with data freely available on almost all civilized Imperial worlds. That by itself was not in contention, usually, it was simply a regrettable fact. However, said fact wasn't something people tended to comment on or discuss in public, much less in front of high-ranked Imperial officials, or worse, aliens, even if everyone in the room likely knew or suspected the truth anyway. It was simply not the done thing, and more ammo for the Inquisitors and, more importantly, progress enemies to use. This was a case of faulty parts. Scipio, Row 11 didn't need at a time like this. This is heresy. One of the loudest conservative adepts proclaimed aloud, his shrill mechanical voice whistling through the air like a whip. The only saving grace was that the extensively augmented old cyborg kept on speaking binary. The number of resigned or worse, angry, agreements that met the sentiment were less than heartening. But of course, the more forward-thinking, or simply saner, adepts hurried to oppose their counterparts, loudly proclaiming how Inquisitor Vale was doing the Omnissia's work. Naturally, that didn't go down very well, and Scipio, Row 11 had to speak aloud, voicing as much disappointment as his augmented throat could produce. By the motive force, this was going to get ugly much sooner than he feared. Fellow servants of the Great Cog, is this how we show ourselves to the Imperium at large? He snapped as if speaking to small children, using simple and easy-to-understand words for all the good it was going to do. This is a travesty, Muggo. Scipio, Row 11 and I for one won't stand for it. That same cyborg declared heatedly. Any studying of diseased xenotech must only be done so we could properly annihilate it faster, easier, and if practical, safer. To even entertain the thought that we would study abominable xenotechnology to reproduce it and thus sully the hallowed knowledge the Omnissia granted us? It's preposterous, I say. A concerning amount of the present adepts nodded in agreement, while the others glared at Sulla, Alpha 5 and his cronies as if they just crawled out of a dark Mechanicus lab. Perhaps some great orator, or a magus more experienced in the politics of their organizations might have found a way to defuse the situation instead of merely doing their best to stave off an inevitable explosion. Scipio, Row 11 was neither of those things. Instead, he preferred the company of war machines he tinkered with and the feedback of the soldiers using it, to the words of most of his Adeptus Mechanicus colleagues. That's not for us to decide. Scipio, Row 11 snapped back. I can see where you and your supporters are coming from, and certain precedents and policies do support your view. He grudgingly admitted. Other precedents, policies, and the mandates of the Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition do support Inquisitor Vale's actions, barring sanction from higher authority, which isn't currently present on Kronus. The final disposition of any captured, recovered, or diplomatically acquired technology and schematics won't be decided by any of us but proper high-ranked Adeptus Mechanicus Magi and experienced Inquisitors. Now what we need to do is our best to ensure that Kronus doesn't fall to chaos before reinforcements could arrive and solve the issue we're having. We have a tremendous amount of equipment to fix, so let's get to it. He did his best, including pulling rank, yet all he could manage was getting everyone to go busy themselves fixing everything the recent fighting broke, while quietly or not so quietly fuming at the situation they found themselves in. At least, the noises concerning a possible heresy subdued. Instead, now Scipio, Row 11 had to deal with his supporters, who clamored to be among the first to study the interesting Nekron technology acquired by the Inquisitor. Why was he even bothering at this point? There were vehicles to fix and machine spirits to placate, Omnissia damn it. Near the Farser chambers. Craftworld Ulthwy. There were days that Rohan almost regretted leaving the craftworld he was born on and ending up on Ulthwy. Well, to be fair, he didn't regret getting out of Bealtan and the insanity gripping it, merely the facts that he had to leave his young and stubborn foolish sister behind in the place he ended up in the end. The war-crazy Farsers and other leaders of his former home was bad enough. Those running Ulthwy, while not exactly worse, you had to be either Drakari or She Who Thirsts worshipper for that, were too impressed with their prophecies and diving into the ocean of souls to seek them. 10,000 years since the fall and his people hadn't learned. Nevertheless, Rohan wasn't one to talk. He did follow the prophecy-obsessed Farsers, didn't he? It was one of the preconditions of being accepted into his new home, even if the nonsense that came as consequence were often trying. He was once again pondering the unlikely chain of events that brought him to Ulthwy in the first place, and how likely it was to have been manipulated by Farsers, when the intricate doors leading into the Farser chamber opened and the High Farser himself, Eldred Ulthwan, staggered out leaning on his staff. Blood stained his splendid purple robes, and he held a piece of torn cloth in his left hand, pushing it against his bleeding nose. The Farser's eyes were bloodshot and his shoulders were slumped, his figure radiating bone-deep weariness. The Black Guardian party standing as an honor guard in front of the chamber looked between each other and Eldred, then glanced within the open door, where the rest of the Farser council sat in their seats in no better condition, and called for medical assistance. Eldred's far-off gaze snapped out and he looked at the ranger. Ah, Rohan, good man. The ancient Eldari forced a smile, revealing blood-stained teeth. There are some complications we need to deal with, and some of them concern your former home. Eldred's words came out with a bit of a slur, further proving that whatever happened in the sealed and shielded chamber wasn't good at all. You don't say. What did you do this time? Rohan bluntly asked. For that matter, what did those crazies did as well? We've done nothing but glimpse the future and it's changed. Eldred sighed, and for a moment he did look his age, an ancient and deadly tired man, instead of the energetic figure who led Ulthuan through 10,000 years of strife. All the futures have, and not for the better. Never sufficiently damned prophecies, Rohan whispered with a gloomy shake of his head. What do you want from me, High Farser? Your sister is on the world of Kronus, the tomb world of Kronus. Eldred began. He removed the cloth of his face, frowned when his nose kept bleeding, and pressed it back in. I don't know what their Farizers had seen, if anything beyond what they wanted to see. Taldir managed to do the unthinkable. She forced the local human forces and the awakening Necrons into an alliance and potentially burned what little goodwill our species have with the upstart Tau, all in one fell swoop. Eldred explained with more than a hint of exasperation sneaking into his tired voice. Rohan closed his eyes and did his best to retain his composure. Bealtan's endless crusade to restore the dead and damned Eldari Empire leading to something like that? It sounded terribly in character. His young sister being entangled into such a mess, he could see it, even though he didn't want to believe it. What do you intend to do about it? What do you want me to do? You didn't call me to gloat, neither to merely inform me of the newest disaster. Rohan concluded. Damage mitigation. The future is not what it was supposed to be. The enemy is moving to counter us, and barring a miracle, our plans for long-term salvation are now moot. We're going to need allies and all the help we could get in order to survive. Bealtan just turned from an occasionally useful liability into a noose around all our necks, one that might just drag us all into eternal damnation. No matter how exhausted we Farsers are, we should be able to force a webway connection to Kronus and send a war party there. You won't have Farser support on this one, Eldred grimaced and leaned onto his staff in an uncharacteristic display of weakness. Your orders are simple: aid the humans, neutralize the chaos presence on the planet, and investigate the extent of the alliance between the Necrons and the humans there. The High Farser fixed Rohan with an intense stare. Under no circumstances, you're to show Ulthri's forces as hostile either to the humans or the Necrons' presence on that planet. Bealtan already ensured chaos might very well win there and convinced those two factions that some Eldari is all but allied with the abominations. In other words, the situation is even more fucked than if the Drukhari did it, and you need me to make it unfucked. Rohan put it crudely and bluntly. What could go wrong, beyond everything? Damn it, Taldir. Yes. Eldred nodded. Chapter 56. Victory Bay. Kronus. After the meeting, I found myself without an immediate objective to pursue, which meant that I finally had a bit of time for myself, which I put to good use thinking about what has been happening as of late. While doing that, I even found the time to get to the officer quarters, where I now had my own small room, get the first proper shower in a long while, a shave too, which wasn't a pretty affair. That's how I found myself in a tiny bathroom in the barracks, staring at my face, which I had trouble recognizing, and not just because of the nasty, still healing jagged scar disfiguring most of my right cheek thanks to that damned orc knob I was dumb enough to charge like an imbecile. As if that wasn't bad enough, I had another reminder from that encounter besides my bionics, and right now, I could clearly see my brand new left arm complete with another still not fully healed, even nastier scar, where it connected with what used to be my shoulder. That was gone too, because of an orc axe. Compared to that, having 8 new golden teeth on the right side of my mouth, because of that knob as well, shouldn't have even registered, yet I couldn't stop staring at them. The bloody things were polished so well, they sparkled in the dull light of the bathroom. What the fuck was I thinking? I shook my head, and the face leering at me from the mirror was both familiar and alien. I need better gear first thing. Then I need to think long and hard before charging orcs, especially if there are Adeptus Astartes nearby to do the heavy lifting, punching, and shooting. Thinking about gear, after the recent losses there must be a lot of spare equipment being cleaned up and geeked over by the Mechanicus and Genseers. I paused at that thought. What in the Emperor's name did geeked mean anyway, and why did I think it? It didn't matter. I had more pressing concerns, like ensuring that I won't have more metal in my body than the average cogboy by the end of this campaign. In order to avoid that, I did need better equipment, which would be my first goal after getting out of the shower and in hopefully clean clothes. Second, being an Inquisitor now, no matter how irregular my induction into the organization was, I needed a proper retinue to help keep me alive first, and intact second. With new goals in mind, I left the bathroom and had to suppress a wince at the looks of awe, fear, or worry the few officers I passed by gave me. I had the nagging suspicion that after my exploits to date, people might just be expecting me to pull off more suicidal stunts in the future as a matter of course, and flat-out refusing might not be the best of ideas. There could not be rumors that the Inquisitor suddenly lost his nerve and daring, much less whispers of cowardice. I got into officer's field uniform without insignia, provided by the General's aide, got my trusty lost pistol in a holster, and headed out, in search of a proper armory containing the nice stuff. To my surprise, Antaeus materialized and fell in step next to me, moving very slowly for a space marine. "Inquisitor, can we have a quiet word?" he asked. "Sure. We probably can find a quiet space in the armory I'm looking for." "What do you need?" the librarian inquired with mild interest. "Much better gear, obviously." Antaeus glanced from my cheek to the bionic arm and nodded. "That might help, however even Astartes in our power armor can be crippled by the nastier orc specimens when we go in close combat." He paused, pointedly giving me a once-over. "It seems to me that a space marine, you are not, Inquisitor." I somehow figured that part out myself, thank you very much. I did my best to keep as much sarcasm out of my voice, though I'm sure I failed miserably. I wasn't sure. Usually, you regular folks aren't too keen on charging orcs in melee, much less riding on top of an APC. When our job on Kronus is done, I'm sure that the recordings of your exploits will be an instant hit at least sector-wide, if not across the segmentum. An Inquisitor getting down and dirty with the regular grunts, doing his best to fend off humanity's enemies at a great peril to himself. That's likely going to be propaganda gold. Antaeus lowered his voice to a whisper. "With the deals we're doing with Xenos here, we might need all the help we can get when all is said and done." "Ah, that. Yeah, he had a point. It was just that I wasn't particularly certain that I would live long enough for the fallout to become an issue. However, a bit of contingency planning wouldn't hurt. It was just that I didn't really know where to start on that one, beyond praying fervently to the Emperor and hope that our reinforcements, when they arrived, would be under the command of someone reasonable. The same could be said for whatever Inquisitor would be dispatched to look into the unholy mess that was the situation on Kronus. Without those deals, we would be in an untenable position right now. Do you think we would be in any shape to attack the traitors if we had to fend off the combined Tau-Eldar offensive alone?" I pointed out the obvious. "You're preaching to the choir, Inquisitor. While I certainly don't like the need, not at all, I do see the benefits. Besides, it has been known for Ordo Xenos Inquisitors to work with or even broker temporarily truces, even short-term alliances with Xeno factions. It's just that, such arrangements almost always end up in betrayal. However, that's not what I need to speak with you about. An appropriate armory should be 2 blocks that way." Antaeus pointed to a group of Gothic buildings to the right. "You used your helmet's vox to ask for directions, didn't you?" "Why would I need to do so? I'm an experienced Astartes librarian, we always know the area we operate in like the back of our hand." He almost sounded offended at my accusation. That wasn't a flat-out denial, mind you. I shot back. We spent the next couple of minutes in uncomfortable silence, which was exacerbated by the looks the various locals milling around gave us. The undisguised awe aimed at Antaeus was something else, however, some of it did splash upon me too. There was even a small group of kids, none could have been older than 10, who pointed excitedly at us while chattering at each other. Soon, we got to a prefabricated armory building dropped from orbit, got past the guards, and found ourselves in a scene of barely controlled chaos. Inside, we could see a small horde of Mechanicus adepts, servitors, the odd servo-skulls singing in binary flying around, all the while a single harried engineer, who appeared to be more flesh than metal for a change, tried to direct them. The reason for all the excitement was obvious: the place overflowed with crates full of roughly packed equipment recovered from the battlefield. One corner had people and machines fixing up various armors, another dealt with normal human-sized bolters, a third handled plasma guns, while in the center of the room, a trio of red-robed Mechanicus adepts with much more mechadendrites than arms and legs, rapid-shot binary at each other while reverently inspected several power blades. This was the right place indeed. On the downside, there would be no quiet conversation while inside, so Antaeus would have to wait. If it was something particularly important, he would have said so, surely. While the majority of the occupants either didn't notice us or dismissed our presence as of no consequence, the engineer trying to ride a herd over them, saw us and headed our way. Surprisingly enough, he had only 2 mechanic tentacles coming from her back, and they ended up with sensible manipulators too. He had his face hidden from a rebreather, however, there was no other trace of augmentations on it. From what I could see, his 2 hands were flesh and blood too. "Lord Inquisitor, my Lord Astartes." The engineer bowed slightly. "How can we be of assistance?" "I require proper equipment for our impending actions against the traitors." The man examined me, taking note of my bionics, which made his blue eyes lit up in approval. "I'll see what we can do. There is a lot of equipment available, or at least it will be once it has been properly re-sanctified, and its machine spirits soothed. What weapons and armor do you prefer? What stormtrooper protective equipment do you have available? Preferably fully environmentally sealed. We were going to face chaos, and one of the last things I wanted was to survive the coming onslaught only to perish in agony due to some never sufficiently damned pestilence. There are more than a few armors were patching up after their previous occupants ran afoul of the pointy-eared freaks. The Inquisitor sniffed in disdain, then gave me a closer look. At least one should be a decent fit without much work. What else? I like to requisition one of those nice power weapons. As for ranged firepower, I trailed off, looking from the plasma guns to the hot-charged loss guns used by the Stormies. While I would usually recommend bolters, you could seldom go wrong with them. Those aren't ideal weapons for normal humans, especially if you lack either a light power armor or a suit with exoskeletal support like the better Void combat gear. Antaeus shared some of his wisdom. Considering what we're going to face, a plasma pistol if you have the misfortune of facing one of our traitorous brethren, otherwise a stormtrooper rifle should be good. This sounds more than reasonable, thank you, Antaeus. You heard the man, Inquisitor. Would receiving this kind of equipment be possible? I see no issues with it. We should have your gear ready, sanctified, and blessed within 24 hours on the outside, perhaps earlier if we have to rush it. He said it in such a way that implied rushing won't be a good idea. 24 hours sounds good. I'm glad you agree, my lord. Just stand here for a moment, while I have one of our servoskulls scans you so we can get an armor properly fitted for you. Your gear should be ready for pickup this time tomorrow. With the scan done, the Inquisitor went back to running the armory's crew and Antaeus led us away for that quiet chat. Chapter 57. Victory Bay. Kronus. We ended up in a secluded spot at the edge of the park where General Alexander had his HQ deployed, and Antaeus looked me square in the eyes after making sure that there was no one around to listen. Inquisitor, I can't say that I'm particularly happy with the deals you had to make so we could win today's battle on the cheap. The Emperor knows, if we suffered more casualties today, we would hardly be in place to deal with the heretics. However, the way you spoke with that Xeno back in the HQ, what you said. Nothing more than common knowledge. Where was he going on with this? Well, not exactly. I'm sure that most tech priests know the technological state of the Imperium in general, Astartes, especially those of us who take pride in recovering and preserving knowledge, like the members of the Blood Ravens know it as well. I'm sure that there are nice, safe civilized worlds where most people are educated on a more or less true general history of the Imperium in particular and what we do know about humanity's ancient past, yet it is not common knowledge of how much we've fallen since the dark age of technology, neither about the slow slide back from the peak during the Emperor's blessed Great Crusade. I squinted at Antaeus, trying to process what he was telling me. That was bloody common knowledge as far as anyone paying attention, surely. I can see you aren't getting it. For some reason you don't act like a noble, you aren't speaking as one, so that can't be it. The librarian shook his head in exasperation. I'm trying to process the idea. I stated flatly, disbelief plain to hear in my voice. If it makes you feel better, you can blame either the Administratum or the Inquisition. He shrugged. I'll speak bluntly, using small words, Inquisitor. Yes, you better do that. At least half of the officers present in the HQ during the meeting, much less any of the rank and file who might hear rumors about what you said, to a Xeno no less, well, they will be shocked by the very idea that we not only lack some of the best technology in the galaxy, but that the Imperium isn't advancing, neither is it stagnating, but generally technologically regressing, or at least part of it are. You really shouldn't have said that to the Xeno in public, Inquisitor, it's bad for morale. It makes people think thoughts neither of us they rather think. The first thought I had once my mind processed Antaeus' explanation was to wonder in what kind of madhouse of a feral world I ended up in and where did most of the regiments here come from. Yet, I only had to give one look to the city around us, and even if it was on the tiny side for the Imperium, Kronus was a more or less proper civilized world. I can honestly say that this particular point never crossed my mind. I shook my head in sick fascination. I'll try to take it into consideration in the future before accidentally hurting the troops' morale. I paused and grimaced. So much for upholding a proper image for the lie that I was a real Inquisitor. Any other recommendations? Not charging orcs without proper power armor, unless the situation is that desperate. Antaeus tried to lighten the mood. Duly noted. In the same vein, you might want to ask around and see if our Mechanicus contingent has recovered any protective relics that might help keep you from losing any more pieces. Like a conversion or scatter field generator. Even if they're a family relic, you should be able to requisition any such piece until the end of the campaign. That's another thing that hadn't crossed my mind. Vaguely knowing how expensive one of those things were at the best of times, the very idea that I could get my hands on one anytime soon was ludicrous. Then again, I was supposed to be an Inquisitor now, probably the worst equipped and prepared for the job Inquisitor in the galaxy. That's another thing I'll keep in mind. Thank you for the suggestions, Antaeus. I take it that Captain Thule and General Alexander aren't too pleased with my conduct during the meeting. And why didn't they say something about it after it instead of sending the librarian? Not particularly, no, however, given the circumstances, it's not their place to undermine your authority in any way, shape, or form. He grimaced. Especially when it comes time to justify why they listened to you and stopped their forces from shooting at each other. Me on the other hand. I'm currently part of your retinue and merely offering to advise, which should be a part of my job, surely. He flashed me a toothy smile. Politics. I nodded in understanding. That was currently cause number 2 on the list of most likely things to get me killed. Number 1 was enemy action, with number 3 being a fellow Inquisitor getting me interrogated and shot as a heretic, and only because there were currently no reinforcements in sight. Speaking about being part of my retinue, any idea of appropriate members to poach from General Alexander's command? Now we're talking. We might keep you alive still. Antaeus happily sounded his approval. First, we'll be facing heretics, which means that troops with a bit of experience in the matter won't go amiss. I'll recommend checking if those who were with us during the search for Inquisitor Requista are still alive and in any condition to fight. Second, a Mechanicus support would be prudent, though we must be careful about them. I'm sure your actions and the possibility of useful xenotechnology is going to divide their ranks. I like these ideas. Lieutenant Pico's platoon, the stormtroopers who acted as my bodyguards. Perhaps that medic who put me back together after my encounter with the orcs and Krut, and wasn't there some crazy Mechanicus biologist acting like a cyborg buzzsaw, or did I imagine that due to the stress of combat and the drugs? Chapter 58. 1st Kronus Regiment Barracks. Victory Bay. Kronus. Just a few hours after the bloodbath of a battle, Lieutenant Felicia Picos found herself stuck at her desk, neck-deep in paperwork, which did include reams of incensed and blessed parchment among other things, Mechanicus blessed digital records included. She was one of the lucky ones who made it intact both through the Inquisitor's crazy rescue mission and the following battles. Her platoon, along with most of Alpha Company, weren't so lucky. They handled the orcs with minimal losses, only for the fucking bluefaces to hammer them hard until they could retreat to a new set of defense lines. Afterward, after the briefest of respites, command threw the whole battalion in the grinding fighting against the Eldar within Victory Bay itself, and that led to a butchery the likes of which Felicia had thankfully seldom witnessed. She lost half her platoon in moments against just a handful of screaming Xeno, whose voices turned soldiers' insides to a bloody mess, moved almost faster than the eye could track, and had swords, which cut through proper carapace armor as if it wasn't there, much less flak vests. If it wasn't for a bunch of those mechanical Xenos arriving in the heart of sinister green lighting, Pico's whole platoon and the lieutenant herself would have perished then and there. That might have been for the best really, because just a few minutes later, a Xeno sniper picked off a third of the survivors before someone either killed the damn thing or it had to displace. Felicia dearly hoped it was the former. It would be if there was any justice left in the galaxy. She forced herself to push those maudlin thoughts aside, took a sip of Amasec, the good stuff kept for special occasions like this one, and returned her attention to the breeding mountain of paperwork. Even with the platoon combat ineffective for the time being and the few hale survivors under the sharp eyes of Sergeant Graves, the LT's work was never done. Felicia picked up the next data slate and swore. It was yet another reminder of how many people she lost lately, a requisition related, about special weapons, a request for her to confirm how many of those her platoon would need. The answer was obvious, preferably at least as many as she had warm bodies to carry them. However, unless command in their infinite wisdom, designated her platoon as either heavy or special weapons unit, then they were set through one of the requisition forms she already filled in and signed. An excited commotion broke Pico's train of thought and she narrowed her eyes at the barely open door of her office. Graves should have had everyone under control, any and all issues locked down, tight. The last thing they needed was trouble with a passing irritated commissar, or worse. Felicia got up, pushing her chair back with an unpleasant scrape on the stone floor, and marched into the barracks proper to see what was the issue and if she had to shut it down, hard. Ah, Lieutenant Picos, just the woman I wanted to speak with. A jovial, somewhat familiar voice greeted her, revealing itself to be the source of the commotion. It took Felicia's tired brain a few moments to place it and recognize its source. The scarred, tired-looking man in officer's field dress without insignia was a far cry from the inquisitorial agent they had to escort just a few days ago, the Inquisitor now. My lord. Felicia snapped at attention, barely containing her shock at this uncalled-for visit and the unacceptable conduct of her soldiers. This was worse than a commissar with a chip on his shoulder walking in. At ease. I see that the recent engagements haven't been kind for your platoon. My condolences. Shockingly enough, he sounded genuine. Thank you, my lord. Picos hurried to answer. Unfortunately, I'm not here to announce that all of the Imperium's enemies turned tail and ran from us. A couple of troopers snorted at that, and Picos pointedly didn't glare and thus make more of a scene in front of the Inquisitor, though perhaps she should have. She didn't have experience in dealing with things like these. Give her an enemy to kill, a position to take or defend, she was your woman. On the other hand, dealing with the brass, especially this kind, she was frankly out of her depth. I don't bite, you know. The Inquisitor, Vale was it, spoke in a tone full of exasperation. I do have a job for you and your platoon if you're up to it, Lieutenant. He looked critically over the remaining combat-effective troopers. We're ready for whatever you require, my lord. Picos answered on reflex. That's the spirit. I'm building myself a proper retinue and need the core of a combat and bodyguard element. Are you up to it, Lieutenant? The Inquisitor stared intently at her, and the thought to disagree politely, or otherwise, never even crossed her mind. It's an honor to serve, my lord. We'll do our utmost. That's the spirit. The Inquisitor happily clapped hands. Then we have a bit of paperwork to cover to make your transfer into my service official and avoid complications with your chain of command. While we're doing that, you and the sergeant here can tell me what equipment and replacements you might require. Additional squad or two, I believe. We'll need 2 more squads in order to get the platoon to a semblance of proper combat shape, sir. Sergeant Graves chipped in. 2 squads it is then. And an additional stormtrooper section if I can convince the general to let us have a few of those boys and girls, the Inquisitor thought aloud. More paperwork. That statement by the Inquisitor eventually caught up with Felicia through the shock of the current crazy situation. What did she just agree to anyway? General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. With a diminished platoon on board as the first official part of my retinue I recruited on my own initiative, I found myself in an audience with General Alexander, who was in his office, reading through a detailed report for our losses to date, especially among the heavy equipment. You've begun to poach competent personnel in a typical inquisitorial fashion. He stated, without looking from the data slate in his hands. Having a proper retinue will increase my odds of survival in the battles to come, not to mention with me around it would be easier to explain to Segmentum Command why you and Captain Thule ceased shooting at each other, providing that your conflicting orders weren't a mistake. The aging man put down the data slate and looked me in the eyes. His heavy stare contained weariness I hoped I won't be experiencing anytime soon. No matter what, there would be elements who would like to sweep this mess under the carpet and forget about it, and us. Punishing us for disobeying what is frankly insane orders, would fit the bill. He admitted quietly. Or everything might turn all right if we don't get ourselves killed in the days to come. What do you require of me, Inquisitor? This isn't a social call, we both know it. First the obvious, I would like to requisition a few of your stormtroopers, the bodyguard you assigned to my protection to find out Inquisitor Requista if they're available. You can have a stormtrooper fire team, the same one if they're still alive and able to fight. I can't spare anything more right now, Inquisitor, we'll need them all in the fighting to come. And you shouldn't be on point this time. He looked pointedly at my scars. I did figure out that charging orcs wasn't been the brightest of ideas. Thank you for your support. It's my duty, nothing more, nothing else. At least it would make for a great story and an amusing video to watch in the future. Is there anything else you need, Inquisitor? Mechanized transport for my retinue while we're operating on Kronus and thus within your area of responsibility. If I believed that it was available, I would have requested air transport and a pilot as well, however, I'm aware that our Aeronautica assets took crippling losses. They aren't combat effective any longer and we can put just a handful of bombers and fighters in the air. We'll have to rely on integrated AA units and our allies to deal with any heretic air power. Because of that, I believe I can authorize you to get a pilot and transport, however, obviously, I can't provide you with fighter escorts, so going anywhere by given the security situation, would be a great way to commit an expensive suicide. I'll advise against doing so, Inquisitor. That's great news. I might see what available pilots we have for future reference if nothing else. I won't take up more of your time, General. Once we've dealt with the heretics, we should talk about the source of your orders, those of Captain Thule's as well. I'll see to it that we do. If we are still alive was left tactfully unsaid. Chapter 59. Victory Bay. Kronus. A few hours of inquiries finally led me to a field hospital on the outskirts of Victory Bay. It was hastily set up after the battle and currently chock full with wounded and the people who tended them. Heavy guard too, because after the Tau practically overran our outer positions earlier, no one felt like taking chances, even if the uppity bastards shouldn't be in a position to launch another assault. If I had any illusions about getting through the battle lightly, the visit to the hospital would have dispersed it. It further drove home just how lucky we got and how invaluable the Nekron's assistance was. The place was packed with wounded, many high up on drugs, and it was obvious that some of them won't be making it despite the best efforts of the available medicas. Needless to say, this wasn't the only hospital packed to bursting. There were at least 3 other field ones, and the guard began using it only after all the proper hospitals in Victory Bay got packed up with our wounded first. As bad as the sight and smell were, it further drove my determination to seek a proper medical expert for my retinue, whose primary job would be keeping yours truly, and my bodyguards, in that order, alive if at all possible. My vague memories of being wounded told me that Inquisitor or not, trying to interrupt my next 2 targets for recruitment while they still had patients to tend and it wasn't a life or death situation, wouldn't be a good idea. That's why, instead of barging in, I merely made sure they were working at this particular hospital and left messages for them to contact me at their first convenience. That's how I ended up awoken shortly before dawn by very distinct and irate streams of binary coming from just outside of my quarters door. My training kicked in, I pulled out the lost pistol from under my pillow, removed the safety and was about to cautiously draw on the immaterium, before I figured where and when I was supposed to be. The first thought that ran through my mind was that this wasn't some kind of a weirdly realistic and particularly unpleasant nightmare. The second one was that I better go see what the Martian wanted before they cut through the door or something. I'm coming. I kept my voice to a quiet growl, got up properly, took a position to the side of the door just in case, and opened it, revealing a tall figure almost completely hidden by fresh red robes and a half-skull, half-cog mix between a helmet and a gas mask. I could glimpse at least 4 mechadendrites waving reflexively behind the cyborg. Finally. A mechanical voice grumbled. Muggos Biologus Karam, Beta, 31, at your service, Inquisitor. The tall cogboy introduced himself. You demanded my presence when prudent. Lieutenant Medikai Vuff will be here shortly. What is the medical issue you're suffering from this time? He asked while carefully observing me for any more missing limbs or something. None right now. It's future medical emergencies that concern me, Muggos Biologus. I have a request for you and the surgeon who did such an excellent job of treating me initially and thus keeping me alive. Will you be open to the possibility of joining my retinue on a trial basis? I can assure you, when time and resources permit, I won't be adverse to you and the good doctor pursuing your own interests as well. This is an unexpected development, Inquisitor. I'll have to compute my options and perhaps try and commute with the Omnicia before giving you an answer. If this is indeed a request instead of a politely worded demand. It is a request, Muggos Biologus, I added, hopefully in not too hurried a fashion. I already pissed off enough of our resident technocultists, no need to do so with any more of them. Then there were the others, who stared at me in an almost starstruck manner when they had eyes which could still express such emotions anyway. The less said about the third group full-up cyborgs in appearance, who chanted in binary every time they saw me and I was never sure if it was prayers or curses they were sending my way, perhaps both. While we were talking, a man in his late 20s appeared next to Karam, whatever my prospective tech priest doctor was. He had short brown hair, a burned scar disfiguring his left temple, and lacked eyebrow, which had been seared away along with the skin of the rest of his forehead, which was an angry red color and gleamed with some kind of transparent bomb. Martin, the Inquisitor wants us as a part of his retinue. This is Lieutenant Medikai Martin Vuff, Inquisitor. The cogboy introduced us. Oh. That's nice, I think. The no-nonsense reassuring voice I recalled, suddenly faltered. Details, please, my lord. I repeated what I told Karam, adding that they could continue to heal other people if it took their fancy, as long as I and my retinue took absolute priority, especially if it was life or death. A much more sensible recruitment pitch that I would have expected. From what I hear, provided we don't all die in the coming days or get shot as heretics, you might get the resources to keep us happy, the lieutenant trailed off. I can't possibly comment, I stated flatly, while my tired mind spun, trying to figure out what the Medikai meant. What I knew about my future, if there was one, was that I would have to keep proving myself for years to come to ensure whoever decides not to shoot me for dealing with Xenos for example, wouldn't have second thoughts. I understand completely. The Martian buzzed in what vaguely resembled a conspiratorial tone. Kind of, it was hard to tell with his mechanical inflection. What Tall and Red said. The Medikai added hurriedly. It's good that we're all on the same page, I muttered. I'll appreciate if you give me your answer tonight at the latest. I'll need to straighten up the basic membership of my retinue before the coming battle. We'll do so, Omnicia be praised. The cogboy declared reverently. Yeah, that. Vuff awkwardly made the sign of the Aquila, which in turn made me wonder what kind of people I just tried to recruit. Blood Ravens Complex. Victory Bay. Kronus. In the battle's aftermath, the Blood Ravens deployed planet-side, separated into 3 groups. One went for a brief rest period, a second policed, maintained, and prayed over their gear, with the third either providing security or they were out scouting various known and suspected enemy positions. Devastator Sergeant Avitus was in the first group, yet even a brief moment of sleep evaded him that night. For as long as he could remember, burning hatred has been his greatest weapon against the enemy, especially traitors. The orders they had to follow on Kronus and the refusal of General Alexander to stand down and leave, painted the guard regiments on the planet as the next best thing, or worst as the case may be. It was just skirmishing initially, with the guard obviously taking the brunt of the casualties. However, everyone knew that wouldn't last. It had been just a matter of time before a direct, full force-on-force confrontation ensured, and the Blood Ravens on Kronus simply lacked the numbers and firepower to win such a battle without suffering some permanent casualties. It couldn't be helped. It was something HIATUS steeled himself against, stroking the fires of his ever-burning hatred. Then the Inquisitor arrived and changed everything, throwing the Astartes for a loop. Not only did Inquisitor Vale broker a ceasefire, even before being promoted to his current exalted rank, but he also made it stuck, and in the process. More importantly, along with a group of those wretched guardsmen, he saved the skins of Wen and the brothers under his command, who were all of HIATUS' friends. Then the Inquisitor distinguished himself in the fighting, proving for everyone to see that he wasn't like some cowardly members of his organization, which was a good thing indeed. Yet, after that, the bloody man had to go and broker a deal with Xenos, one which might have been useful, but still, those were never sufficiently cursed aliens, who were good only when properly dead. HIATUS didn't know what to think of the Inquisitor and his actions. He didn't know how to handle his faltering hatred, which has always been his shield, yet now threatened to become a liability. This was the worst possible time for such doubts. By the Emperor, they were about to engage chaos and assorted traitor forces soon. He needed his hatred burning hotter than ever so it could reinforce the shield of his faith and resolve. He did his best to clear his mind and began muttering soothing prayers and litanies, hoping for an answer. Chapter 60. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. In the days following the battle for Victory Bay, the Imperial forces on Kronus didn't stay idle. Even as multiple units spent the next 3 days in a recovery period, various Commando and Blood Raven units ventured forth into the lands claimed by traitors and assorted chaos scum. 5 units of Astartes scouts formed the tip of the spear, backed up by squads of tactical marines and long-range artillery in case they either ran in anything they couldn't handle or needed a target reduced to ashes. Yesterday, Brother Sergeant went back to the accursed region as a part of the force meant to give the scouts some teeth if they needed them, and just 2 hours after slowly creeping into the chaos-blasted area, the first such occasion materialized. As the Emperor would have it, the newest additions to the company, Brothers Griffith and Amadeus, found trouble first, and it was a lot of it. It came in the form of a traitor guard unit, the elite regiment slatted to protect the high-end resorts making up much of the southern part of the peninsula. Very soon it became clear that those soldiers didn't have the grace to die valiantly after failing to sniff out and stop the chaos incursion in its infancy. As if that wasn't bad enough. They're all some kind of mutant or another, Aquila actual. Spear 1-1, Griffith, said over the Vox. I'm seeing tentacles, growths. Some people are now bigger than Ogrins, and they obviously weren't ones to begin with, and the Ogrins. Spear 1-1, they have Ogrins. Aquila actual demanded confirmation. The only Ogrins supposed to be on Kronus remain loyal to the best of my knowledge and are currently with General Alexander's troops. I'll make sure the Inquisitor knows and investigates. Continue your report, Spear 1-1. Continuing report, Aquila actual. I have eyes on modified, up-armored and up-gunned Sentinels and Lehman Russ tanks, various Chimera variants, and at least 3 Salamanders. Every Sentinel I've seen so far has heavy laser armaments, missile pods, and additional armor plating. The same goes for the other vehicles. They're all covered with chaos sigils and runes. It's almost painful to look at. Spear 1-1, Aquila actual, keep observing and for now don't call artillery on them. I'll scramble what support we have available to hit them before they can reach something important. Aquila actual to all dagger elements, carefully converge on Spear 1-1's location. We've got eyes on Traitor Guard heavy element moving out of Daimos Peninsula. We need to intercept and destroy it. All Spear elements save for Spear 1-1, keep to your assigned areas and report anything out of the ordinary. Aquila actual, out. Sergeant Went checked his location and the map, then Spear 1-1's assigned area, before issuing the relevant orders to his brothers. It was a good thing they came heavily loaded with anti-tank and other assorted anti-vehicle weaponry, which was only logical after that insane road chase that almost got them all killed. Sergeant, we can't kill a whole regiment by ourselves, Corporal Titus pointed out. Not in open combat anyway, when they have weapons that can actually hurt us. We won't be trying to kill them all. Not at once, anyway. Went grumbled good-naturedly. Titus was one of his most experienced Astartes and always a pessimist. Sadly, this darkness-covered universe tended to prove the grizzled old veteran right more often than not. Slow them down. Stop them until reinforcements could arrive and help us kill all the traitorous bastards. Went grinned under his sealed helmet. That much we can do, especially if Griffith can vector us into a nice ambush site. That's why I'm carrying all those explosives. The unit's explosive expert, Techmarine Victus wrapped an armored gauntlet over his chest plate, which was barely visible from various harnesses loaded with gear, most of the explosive variety. Obviously, they all tended to go to considerable lengths to ensure no one shot Victus before he could unload and stash his explosives somewhere safe, preferably in very close proximity to the enemy. World Bearers positions. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. Even the pleasant and persistent smell of freshly spilled blood and screams of prisoners who refused the word of the gods did little to lessen the headache plaguing Eliphaz the Inheritor. The Black Apostle of the Word Bearers Legion suffered from it ever since that never sufficiently damned green-skinned brute foiled what should have been a simple, clean, and fast operation. The displeasure his patrons expressed didn't help any, and now it compounded the pounding, nearly skull-splitting headache something fierce with a kind of geas meant to ensure that his primary objective won't change, neither would his resolve to carry it out no matter falter. To that end, Eliphaz dispatched the local guard regiment, which was among the blessed souls who accepted the word of the true gods. They received all kinds of blessings as their just reward, and now the Black Apostle dispatched them to secure the Eerie Badlands, while he tried to do his best to figure another way to release the cornate demon imprisoned below the desert. A secondary objective, a very important one, granted, was to murder or open the eyes of the Corpse Emperor's servants so he could take Victory Bay and release yet another demon, this time one of Nurgle's. Wisely, Eliphaz didn't ask aloud how those two got themselves caught and bound, and how useful they would be in the future after such failure in the past. His patrons weren't particularly happy with him right now after all. The Black Apostle strode through his Astartes base camp, which was taking proper shape already, and headed for a waiting vehicle, which would bring him to one of the largely untouched resort complexes to the east that was one of the places where a lot of the faithful waited either to receive proper blessings or to find a good way to serve their betters, which was needed now. Eliphaz needed to gather more willing sacrifices in order to break the demon free, fast, and they needed to be the right kind. Just any odd souls and blood wouldn't do. If it was that easy, he would have fulfilled his primary objective already. There was always the option of bunkering down and waiting for enough troops to arrive so he could overwhelm the enemy, but that unholy alliance between the cursed soulless machines and the corpse's worshippers could be a threat if it struck before there were enough servants of the true gods on Kronus. Such an eventuality had to be avoided at all costs, and that was why he had almost everyone available digging in, building fortifications, including the sorcerers. It was unfortunate that those magic-slinging wretches didn't have the raw power to release the demon the simple and straightaway way if that was possible in the first place. At any rate, the next competent sorcerer to arrive would be heading for the Eerie Badlands along with a contingent of Astartes and proper fighting vehicles, to not only further reinforce their hold on the area but examine whatever kept the demon bound in detail. It was simply too bad that the one sorcerer who specialized in that kind of thing was now very dead. Chapter 61. Victory Bay. Kronus. There is no rest for the Inquisition, or so it seemed. It felt that I just laid down my head on the pillow after the midnight visit by my newest prospective retinue members when someone else was knocking on the door. As it turned out, I've managed to spend a few hours dead to the world, because it was early in the morning when General Alexander's aide came to summon me for an unscheduled meeting. Not a good sign. I got up, made myself presentable, fast, got my gear, and followed the young officer to see what was the newest fire that needed putting out. I found General Alexander and Captain Thule in a tactical room, full of cogitators and display screens, looking at various pictures, helmet camera feeds, and live transmissions from servoskulls. The atrocities against good sense and sanity on display were more than enough to get me wide awake within a moment. Is that a mutated ogren crossed with a crab? I stared at something that, judging by the chimera it walked beside, had to be at least 3-meter-tall abomination. There are Nurgle corrupted ones too. General Alexander nodded to a screen on his left. There, displayed in all its rotten glory, stood a picture of a sickly green monstrosity that had more in common with a chaos-spawned demon than an ogren. We've got a traitor regiment moving our way from the Daimos Peninsula. As far as any records and trustworthy personnel could tell us, there was only supposed to be a company or two of regular PDF soldiers looking over the former governor's interests over there, not a whole regiment, much less what looks like it was the best-equipped one on the planet before our arrival. The disgust in General Alexander's voice was evident, and it wasn't just because of the abominations shuffling and crawling our way. We could have used those soldiers and machines if they weren't corrupted, traitors. I agreed after finding a screen displaying a list of the traitors' confirmed assets and nearly whistled. That wasn't a regular PDF of Guard Regiment, it was a proper combined arms formation lacking only air assets, and said assets might have been the ones that jumped us while we retreated from the Daimos Peninsula after failing to recover Inquisitor Requista alive. Tell me about it. What's more, the only ogrens on the planet should be a couple of PDF fire teams, which are accounted for, and the 2 squads we've got left after our last campaign. Ours are very much accounted for and not corrupted. I had my psychers look them over before calling you in. Inquisitor, I need you to look into this. General Alexander waved at the images surrounding us. Especially the local ogrins and what else the traitors might have, that they aren't supposed to. We need that information before we hit Daimos Peninsula if at all possible. You're the Inquisitor, please investigate, my lord. You'll have our unconditional support in this venture. I'll get to it. I'll need access to the PDF ogrins for interrogation. Surviving officers from the local PDF, especially anyone in their logistics branch that much gear, it needs a lot of spare parts, especially if people train with it, and that should have left a record, otherwise, we have an even larger problem. I spoke, falling back upon my training. Consider it done. I have the ogrins surrounded and ready to receive you, Inquisitor. I'll have my aide give you the names of all the relevant officers, their locations, and ready as standing orders for their units to cooperate with you no matter what they say. You'll have at least a company ready to back you up in case we're harboring traitors in our midst, the general spoke with controlled, burning anger. That's appreciated, General. Captain Thule, I'll appreciate if I can have a fire team of your Astartes on call just in case. I'll have them ready, Brother Librarian Antias will be able to call them quietly if you need them. Do you need anything else, Inquisitor? Nothing you can provide at this time, Captain Thule. I'll inform you both when I have anything of interest. So much for a couple of quiet days before all hell broke loose, literally in this case. 20 minutes later, I had my retinue assembled, briefed, and geared up, so we could get to work. That was a very prudent decision on my part, I concluded, the moment I saw the local ogrins. We found them in a small barracks complex left for their use, and it wasn't hard to figure out why even the civilized ogrins, who did bathe, sometimes, still stank to high heaven, giving yesterday's battlefield a run for its money. They were all huge mountains of muscle too, with only one of them about Antia's size, who granted was practically on the tiny side as far as Astartes went, but still a full-fledged space marine. The ogrins were all mean, lean, veterans, which was made evident by the myriad of scars covering every visible part of their skins and the many bionic implants making them whole. That also explained their presence here. They either intentionally left to retire here or the administratum simply forgot about them, and predictably, they ended up as a part of the local PDF, which at least in theory was the safest option for everyone involved. I frowned when I didn't notice any sergeants among them, they were all regular enlisted personnel, which meant, less than bright, even for ogrins. Lads, I'm Inquisitor Vale, and I have questions. I proclaimed loudly, getting everyone's attention. Until our arrival, the ogrins were milling around in confusion, likely unsettled after the general's pet mind fuckers examined them for taint. I would be less than pleased in their shoes as well, which was a pointed reminder that something like that awaited me in the future, along with a rigorous interrogation, if I survived the fighting on Kronus anyway. I shoved that thought aside while starring up the ogrins, which probably looked ridiculous for anyone observing us. It took some very long moments before they could work through my title, question, and the implications. Then something unexpected happened. Their faces light up like children during the sanguina and they began to happily babble at me. Let me tell you, trying to figure out what they were saying was hard. Did I mention that the average ogrin, even those in the guard, aren't that bright, at least in a conventional sense? I don't think that's the usual answer when an Inquisitor announces their presence, my lord, Lieutenant Picos muttered from my right, where she was busy staring warily at the overly happy, bear-sized troopers. Unless the situation is very grave, usually the Inquisition is met with fear and distrust, Antias explained in what I began to dub his mentor's voice. The only time I've seen something like that was after a sermon from a particularly talented and charismatic priest, Corporal Santos added. My stormtrooper bodyguards had turned up loaded for orc knobs, fully armored too, just like General Alexander promised yesterday. They didn't sound particularly unhappy about their change in career choice, though that might not hold up in the future. Our young Inquisitor has many talents, Antias innocently added. Can someone figure out what they're saying besides the bonehead being right? I interrupted the sickly fascinated chatter of my retinue. That's their sergeant. Often they call them boneeds, that's who they're talking about, my lord. Sergeant Graves explained. She was the senior surviving NCO of my brand new and lightly decimated guard platoon, and likely the second most experienced soldier I could consult with, after the librarian. Good to know, Sarge. What about the bony AD? Where is he? I asked, hoping beyond hope that the ogrins will become making sense. Speak one at a time. You, I pointed at the tallest of them, who towered somewhere just above 3 meters, and thus every one of us had to crank their necks to look him in the face. The bony AD? He repeated. Yes, the bony AD, your sergeant. Where is he? I repeated slowly. The ogrin waved his hands, looked around, and pointed at one of the more reasonably sized giants. The package. He grinned, showing a row of teeth and something that might have been a tusk before being broken, that would have made most orcs proud. Bring the package. He said again. Do we need to become nervous right now, sir? Santos asked flatly. We have no idea what the package is, and even if they're all clean, it's obvious that some other ogrons on Kronus aren't, and their sergeant might be one of them. This package might be a trap left for both us and them. We'll be very careful with it. Perhaps requisition a servitor to open it. That's a good idea. Properly paranoid. Antia said, approval evident in his voice. We'll make a good and sane Inquisitor of you, yet. Sane. Lieutenant Picos dared ask. Sane. Some of the Inquisitors I've known, let's just say that they had some interesting quirks and leave it at that. Antia spoke with a finality that indicated that he won't be answering questions on that topic anytime soon. This isn't the time or place for such questions. I chided my retinue. Why are you so happy to see me? I asked the huge ogren. The bony AD said you'll come and fix things. He spoke eagerly and with a visible strain to make his words clear to understand. I see. Make what right? Fix what problems? Something not right here. He waved his hands around helplessly, either not knowing exactly what or how to properly explain. Bony AD said Inquisitor makes right. He went to fix things, told us to not go anywhere, no matter what, until Inquisitor comes. And didn't this have some interesting implications? I really don't like the sound of this, my lord, Santos muttered. Me neither, Corporal, me neither. While we were talking, an ogren came out of the barracks carrying a sealed sturdy metal case. Chapter 62. Victory Bay. Kronus. On one hand, the ogrens of all people sniffing out chaos infiltration or some other kind of corruption sounded far-fetched. On the other, I could easily see people dismissing them as a threat outside of direct combat and not being as careful as they would be otherwise around them. Add a potentially much smarter than average veteran sergeant and there might be something to this. That would still be grounds for canning a lot of people for gross incompetence at best, outright treason at worst, but we'll see. At any rate, once we were done here, I would be finding Commissar Weber and through him contacting the commissariat representatives on Kronus for assistance in discovering what in the Emperor's name was going on here, who needed to be properly interrogated, shot or worse. Perhaps I should add a sane-ish commissar or two to my retinue as well. The ogrens formed in a semicircle in front of us, with the huge one almost reverently taking the strongbox and then very carefully, slowly and deliberately entering a combination in its lock. The lid popped open with a hiss and he turned the container around, showing us the contents with a proud, toothy grin. By the Emperor, this was like dealing with young, overeager children with extreme capacity for violence. I could see a neatly folded parchment sealed with a red wax seal proudly wearing the Aquila, nestled among a lot of medals. Warily examining the contents through the warp, I could find nothing harmful, which left all kinds of more mundane, yet still lethal threats potentially in play. Yeah, I was growing more and more paranoid by the day. Corporal Santos, if you will. I said, knowing that my suggestion had the power of order behind it. Still, the stormtrooper had a fully sealed armor and he was certainly more expendable than either me or Antia's. Yes, Inquisitor, sir. Was that a bit of sarcasm I heard in his helmet-distorted voice? The stormtrooper marched forward until he stood right in front of the ogren, looking like a small child with their father towering above them, and pointed at the parchment. The ogren, who still hasn't introduced himself, nodded happily and lowered the case so Santos could retrieve the contents more easily. He did so and looked the scroll over, then shrugged and brought it back to us. Private Valencia was beside him in a blink of an eye, scanning the parchment with an auspex. There's nothing particularly harmful I can detect, sir. Well, let's see what the fuss is all about then. I waved for Santos to bring me the letter. I took the large parchment from the corporal's armored hands and cracked the seal. The message was written in large blocky letters, which were nevertheless fully and easily legible. To whom it might concern. I've witnessed disturbing trends and events as of late. Regiment Command has deemed fit to send a third of my boys to the Daimos Peninsula, a place which should warrant no more than a platoon or two of PDF troopers at best, though some arbiters to keep the peace should have been sufficient. We've protested but no one has been listening. The few and far between messages we got from our boys were disturbing, and they soon ceased, before Regimental Command decided to send nearly half of my remaining boys there. My protests fell upon deaf ears and trying to go around the chain of command and contact their superiors was met with condescending disbelief. I'm going to get two of my best remaining boys and go find out what is happening at the Daimos Peninsula. I've ordered my other boys not to go anywhere unless I'm back and right, or an Inquisitor arrives to clean up whatever this is because I feel it in my bones. It's going to be that bad, I swear by the Emperor's light. P.S. I've asked around, no one who is talking knows much about whatever forces are being stationed at the Daimos Peninsula. There shouldn't be anything over there warranting strong PDF presence, much less an ogren deployment. Even worse, trying and inquire about my boys through back channels and a few more reasonable contacts we've made since ending up on Kronus leads me to believe that there is indeed something rotten here. Some of those people claim that according to records, all Ogrins on Kronus are here in the capital and accounted for as if 2/3 of my boys never arrived on the planet. I'm going to find them and get to the bottom of this. The Emperor protects. PS2. Below are the names of the few people who tried to help and of the officers who either didn't care or gave the orders to send my boys away. Sergeant Braun. The letter was surprisingly articulate, and if I didn't know better, it would be hard to believe that an Ogrin wrote it. Whatever they did to the sergeants to make them even smarter, obviously worked, which begged the question, why the regular Ogrins didn't receive the same procedure to make them proper discount Space Marines. Just without all the nice additional organs and power armor. Perhaps my two medical contacts might shed some light if they agreed to join my retinue and do something about it. I filed up that thought for later investigation and offered the letter to Antias. Your bone EAD was right, boys, there is indeed something rotten going on. I'm afraid we might not be able to get him back in one piece, however. The Daimos Peninsula is currently in chaos and traitors' hands. We'll get to the bottom of this and we'll make all the traitors pay for what they did to you boys and everyone else they've harmed. I promise. To gleeful cheers. Why do I have the feeling that I'll have to look after them as well? Pickos groaned. Because you've got great insight, Lieutenant. Meet the new additions to your platoon. I waved at the Ogrins. Like hell, I was leaving them under the authority of any of the remaining PDF brass. This is most concerning, Inquisitor, Antias stated gravely after finishing the letter and offered it to the LT, who snatched it up warily as if it might bite and groaned as she read through it. LT, you're taking charge of the boys here, get them properly outfitted and ready to go. Antias, you and the stormtroopers are with me. We're going to speak with Commissar Weber, then we're picking anyone still alive from this list and having a heart-to-heart conversation with them. Chapter 63. Victory Bay. Kronus. How hard could it be to look after a quiet girl who didn't try to get into trouble for a few damn hours? Commissar Weber's eyebrows twitched and his fingers spasmodically grasped for the butt of his pistol, while he fought with the desire to shoot a few people in order to make an example of them. It was true that being around the child was unpleasant, but this. Please explain to me, in small, simple words, so you don't get confused, Weber began, how in the Emperor's name you managed to leave her without supervision. It's a miracle, and by the Emperor's own mercy she decided to stay put, otherwise I would already have shot you to put you out of everyone's misery. Do you know what the Inquisitor would do if we misplaced her again? Firing squads everywhere. A familiar, for once very unwelcome voice announced from behind Charles. The Commissar stiffened, his back straightening up like a steel pole, and he went to attention. Inquisitor on sight. Weber's voice cracked sharply like a whip and he turned around to salute. Lord Inquisitor, sir, I'm sorry about this and I'm taking full responsibility. First things first, she is here, safe and unharmed. The Inquisitor demanded in a deceptively light tone. The four people surrounding the man, 3 stormtroopers, and the Blood-Raven librarian showed nothing, because of their sealed armors. However, Charles doubted that any of them were happy with current events. They had that air around them. She is right there, eating a ration, sir. Good. You, the Lord Inquisitor looked critically at the troopers supposed to not let the girl out of their sight. Get out of here before I reconsider forming a firing squad. Valencia, congratulations, you're on babysitting duty. Don't leave the kid out of your sight and make sure nothing happens to her, she is a critically important asset. Sir, yes, sir. A lot of soldiers chorused as one, and the former protection detail made themselves scarce with indecent haste. Weber made a mental note to find some shit detail for them to do so they would reconsider their life's choices, before focusing his full attention upon the Inquisitor and the inevitable fallout. Commissar Weber, we've got multiple issues to deal with. I trust you'll ensure that this particular issue won't repeat itself in the future. The Inquisitor raised a decidedly unamused eyebrow. I'll make certain of it, sir. What do you require of me? Charles hurried to reassure the Lord Inquisitor. Gross incompetence, likely corruption and potential treason, Commissar. The Inquisitor's voice was colder than the dark abyss between the stars. I've got a list of potential suspects we need to gather, interrogate, and investigate. It has been confirmed that the local PDF had an off-the-books heavy regiment stationed at the Daimos Peninsula. They've gone traitors and are coming our way. While General Alexander and Captain Thule are preparing to deal with those before we march to eradicate the chaos taint from that area, we're to figure out how deep the rot goes. I'll need the assistance and particular talents of the commissariat agents on Kronus to do as much as humanly possible in the time available. Can I count on you and your colleagues, Commissar Weber? We won't disappoint you, Lord Inquisitor. We'll see about that. Call your colleagues, Commissar. We've got an investigation to run and not much time to do it. Antias here has a list. I want the people on it quietly called in and detained for interrogation. I'm sure that you can find suitable pretexts under commissariat authority in a way that doesn't make it obvious what we're after. I can think of a few things and I'm sure my colleagues will have useful feedback, sir. If that's all, I'll get to it, my lord. Go. Hearing the clear dismissal, Weber relaxed a bit in relief and went to pick up the list from the Blood Raven. Do you really think we might be able to do this quietly without showing our hand? Antias asked after Weber scampered to contact his people. There is a small possibility it will work, though we don't need to be quiet for long. We can't afford to anyway. As long as we get the people on that list and figure out what they know fast and quiet, that might be enough. We certainly can't afford to tear apart the command structure of the PDF units unless we really have to. On the other hand, we can't let them be led by compromised officers. I ground out in frustration. Saying that was out of my depth was a charming understatement. This was a job for an experienced Inquisitor, with the relevant training, and support retinue aimed at investigating things, not combat, like mine. The local arbiters might be useful, if we could trust them, however after what we found at the Daimos Peninsula, they were all closely watched and obviously not trusted at all. It was just that, considering the other threats we had to deal with, properly investigating them had a lower priority and would ideally be done by specialists who would arrive with the relief force. Barring that, the guard might be able to do it, however, it would be heavy-handed and require not much in the way of other distractions. It was a nasty situation all around. I sighed in frustration and went to check personally on one of the few rays of sunshine in this whole mess. I found her in a small, clean, and well-lit room, sitting on the edge of a bed and munching on a hard cracker from an opened ration pack. The kid grinned when she saw me, showing 2 rows of food-covered teeth. Hi there. I'm glad to see you're staying out of trouble. I smiled what I hoped was a gentle and reassuring smile, however with my disfigured face, I wasn't sure about that. I don't think we'll be able to find your name in any records anytime soon, and you do need a name to call you. I went on one knee in front of her so our eyes were on the same level. So unless you want to share, we'll have to pick up one for you. She kept staring at me with those huge eyes of hers, however, she kept refusing to utter a single word, which was obviously frustrating. Not talking, are we? When a shadow of fear ran through her eyes, I slowly raised my hands in what I hoped was a placating gesture. Hey, it's all right. You can write if you want, or can for that matter, and if you don't it's all right. For now, anyway. She shook her head, however, it wasn't clear if it was because she didn't want to write or didn't know how to. Given her nature, I wouldn't put it past people to have failed to teach her how to write and read for that matter. That combined with her being unable or unwilling to speak was going to complicate things, however, hopefully, we would be alive to deal with that in the future. And find out how to offer her some useful therapy, perhaps either Lieutenant Pitcos or Sergeant Graves. If they could stand to be around her without making a mess of it, might help in the short term. In the long run, I wasn't sure what to do. It would depend if there was a long run for me, however that kind of thinking wasn't constructive, so I did my best to push that option to the back of my mind. Valencia, you can come in now. I stood up awkwardly, while the girl kept staring at me. This is Private Valencia. I pointed at the stormtrooper who armor and all looked even more awkward than I felt. He'll be looking after you for the time being and he'll be behaving, won't you? I'll be good, sir. That's the spirit. I hope you'll be behaving as usual, won't you? I asked hopefully. The girl stared at me for a few endless moments, before nodding and returning her attention to the cracker she was munching on. Chapter 64. Victory Bay. Kronus. I must give them this much: when motivated, the commissars and any troops they could get their hands on could move with surprising speed and skill. They could be as sneaky buggers as well. Their outright arrests and detainment for questioning were few and far between, and came at the end of the sweep too. A few hastily called up meetings about streamlining logistics, discussing the PDF unit's part in the plant to rid Kronus of its traitor infestation, a QA session about how the administrator might better support the war effort without undue disruption of vital production, and others, to address local defense concerns among other things. Almost all of them ended up with guard units bursting in, pointing weapons in the faces of people and not so politely asking them to accompany them so they could answer a few questions. The local Arbiter's HQ, which had been under close observation ever since our return from the Daimos Peninsula, became the unwilling host to an Adeptus Astartes squads and a platoon of veteran guardsmen, who backed up by a few tech priests, went in searching for any evidence about corruption and collusion with traitors. In contrast, 5 people ended up sat in reasonably comfortable chairs, while I sat in front of them, with Antias towering above my right shoulder and Santos skulking to my left, hands tightly holding his weapon. My guests were the helpful people noted in Sergeant Braun's list, those who were still alive and able to answer questions anyway. One of them was an armory sergeant from the capital's PDF garrison, who had drawn the short stick and had to deal with the Ogrins and their equipment. Beside him was one of the few helpful medicas looking after them, a pair of administrative drones and a local priest who had been very happy with their faith and was determined to keep stroking its flames high. They were colorful characters too. The armorer was a grizzled veteran, who had good experiences serving with Ogrin units and was determined to do well by those now in his charge. He had almost as much metal in him as the average cogboy. Beside him sat one of the two women, a tall, reedy thing, with a haughty expression of superiority, because she was a fourth daughter of the local minor nobility, who nevertheless was trying not to act like a typical noble and more often than not, failing miserably though she got points for effort. Number 3 was the first administratum adept who had to go out of his way to look like a stereotypical scholar, complete with dusty robes, receding graying sandy hair and huge glasses. Next came the second woman. She was from the administratum too, and wonder of wonders was convinced that her job and that of her organization was to make things happen and help people, which explained why she had been stuck on a dead-end job for years now, or so her file told me after one of our Martians pilfered it from the administratum cogitators. Last but certainly not least, came the priest. He was a huge burly man who didn't look like he had even a trace of fat on his sculptured figure. He was a hill made of muscle and a retired confessor who, after slowing down too much for frontline duty, decided to dedicate his remaining days on the spiritual well-being of the Imperium citizenry as a regular priest, instead of going out, spreading the word, bashing in the skulls of heretics and nagging people until they saw the light and accepted the Emperor's creed. That was what my people could find in the couple of hours it took to sweep up my guests and deliver them for this meeting. I idly wondered what a network of proper inquisitorial agents could have dug up about them in the same period, and how many of those 5 might be informants or even outright agents if I had been proper inquisitor with the time to set up shop in the first place. Depressingly, this particular train of thought refused to leave me alone, which was not a good thing. Doubt can be as deadly as the sharpest of blades. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Inquisitor Vale and I have questions. At my introduction, all but the priest froze. The fanatic's eyes lit up with holly glee and he was about to begin a sermon or something before I could silence him with a pointed glare. The Daimos Peninsula is in traitors' hands, controlled by a full-fledged chaos incursion. It was engineered by traitors on Kronus, some of whom might still be in our midst as we speak. The 5 of you have been helpful, or so it appears. Bourne and his laddies. Sergeant Telek nodded in understanding. He had some well-founded concerns. However, I couldn't help him much besides pointing him in what might have been the right direction, my lord. That's what that was about. The not-so-young noble exclaimed. That big boy wouldn't stop pestering me for information about Ogrins being shipped away. I remember processing some of the necessary requisition forms about a squad of them being administratively shifted to the Daimos Peninsula Adeptus Arbiter's control and signing on the relevant shuffling of medical resources to account for them. When I checked, there were no records about any Ogrins being present on Kronus beyond Sergeant Braun and his people here in the capital. The scholar grimaced. I've dug in as much as I dared, however, there simply were no records left in the system I could access. I tried to find hard copies, but hit a wall there as well. Who has the access and authority to make said records disappear? I asked innocently. That would be a department supervisor or even higher authority. I guess that the Ingenseer and her adepts looking after our cogitators should be able to do it as well. There were 2 of those on the list of people to be interrogated, a nice start I hoped. What could the rest of you add on that topic? The Ogrin have a bit different medical needs compared to most. Their large size adds undue stress on the joints, especially ankles and knees for veteran troops. Unless they get replacements, they do need certain medicaments in order to combat and reverse joint damage. With only Sergeant Braun's Ogrin present on Kronus, there hasn't been much need to make a lot of those drugs. They're very strong, too strong to be used for the same purposes among regular humans. And I know for a fact that there used to be a lot more Ogrin on Kronus than the administratum records show. Ours too now, though I managed to keep a hard copy of an older mandatory examination, before the clinic's director ordered us to erase some of our records. The Medici shed some light on the matter. Needless to say, the clinic set up to primarily treat PDF-related issues was one of the focal points of the investigation, and its director should be cooling his heels within an interrogation room waiting for me. Of course, all of this begged the question, what else did we miss and overlook while dealing with more obvious and present threats? I turned my attention to the priest, who met my gaze with eyes burning with fanatical light. He was grinning like there was no tomorrow too. I told Braun, I told him. The Emperor would provide, and here you are, Inquisitor, to make it all right and burn the heretics. That's nice to know. Do you have anything to add? People we should look at and question? I asked warily. I was pretty sure that we should double, perhaps triple check, before rigorously interrogating anyone pointed by the priest without corroborating evidence. Not being pious enough might be enough for him to point us at someone's direction. On the other hand, considering what we were about to face, such burning faith might come in useful. Once this was done, I was going to ask him to pray for us and if he could gather his fellow priests in Victory Bay and bless our weapons and armor before we headed to face against chaos. Chapter 65. Victory Bay. Kronus. A company of veteran guardsmen stormed the St. Andresta's Blessing Clinic, led by a pair of cold-eyed commissars and followed by a group of fanatical priests normally attached to General Alexander's command in order to look after the spiritual well-being of the troops. It was only in the wake of those barbarians that Muggos biologist Karam, Beta, 31 strode on thrice-blessed and twice-sanctified bionic legs, leading a gaggle of overworked medici conscripted from the various guard units. Theirs was the most important job once the guard properly secured the clinic figure out if the people working there were merely greedy mundanely corrupt bastards in need of a transformation into servitors, or if there was something more sinister going on. At any rate, every PDF trooper still alive and technically loyal needed to be examined before command could throw them at the traitors. Karam, Beta, 31 really should have known better. It was known, if an Inquisitor wanted you working for them, you will work for them one way or another, no matter what you wanted. If you wanted to be difficult about it, your life would become interesting, just like the Muggos just found out. Of course, this could all be a coincidence. The odds for it were even good, he could easily calculate them. It didn't matter, the Inquisition probably wanted you to think that way and wonder. Bloody Inquisitors. Karam, Beta, 31 reached the entrance and stood in front of the white marble building, waiting for the all-clear. He could hear all kinds of commotions and shouting from within, no shots so far and no calls for help or uncover corruption, which was either a very good sign or a very bad one, time would tell. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor who caused so much trouble for a certain Muggos biologist without even trying had to attend his first proper interrogation outside the carefully controlled facilities of the Academy. The dungeons of the local Arbiter HQ were familiar ones, just lacking all the filth and warp-related taint to make them identical to what we saw at the Daimos Peninsula HQ. Some of the cells here contained many of the high-ranked Arbiters, who were at the very least bought and paid for by the former planetary authorities. Unfortunately, said authorities were currently either very dead, worse, or in line for it because as far as anyone could tell, any survivors from the quick purge conducted by General Alexander upon his arrival on Kronus had fled either to the Daimos Peninsula or their Tau friends. A rough picture began to emerge as soon as the first interrogations began, and for once we did catch a break and a mid-ranked administrative functionary began singing as soon as a mean-looking commissar with a roaring chainsword approached him promising to cut a limb or two and then ask questions. The bloody clerk told the interrogators everything he knew and a lot of things they suspected were nothing more than fabrications meant to keep the commissar and his chainsword as far away from tender flesh as possible. The coward did give us some actionable leads and before I could even finish my conversation with the actually helpful people on the list, Weber had strike teams moving in to seize more targets and secure locations to be searched for evidence. Glory-seeking, battle-crazy maniac he might be, Commissar Weber was undoubtedly a competent man, one who I was almost sure I needed as a part of my retinue. If nothing else, he apparently had more experience in this sort of thing than the rest of us combined and that's how I ended up in front of a solid metal door covered with all kinds of wards, scriptures and holy symbols. A pair of fully armored arbiters, from the cleared list, stood guard and admitted me after checking up to make sure it wasn't someone or something wearing my face. Speaking about Charles Weber, he was inside, had a cigar held in the corner of his mouth, and was in the process of lighting it up with a handheld blowtorch. Inquisitor. The commissar exclaimed happily in his inimitable fashion and spread his hands in welcome, nearly searing the forehead of a richly clothed individual, who had the misfortune of being securely bound to the interrogation chair taking place of pride in the middle of the room. Charles, my friend. I returned the gesture, with what I hoped wasn't a strained smile. You and your colleagues did the Emperor's work this morning. We live to serve, Inquisitor. Weber beamed happily at me. His pleased smile turned into a rictus grin that wouldn't be amiss to a chaos cultist or a bloody dark Eldar and looked at his prospective victim. This piece of refuse is Lord Ignatius Joachim, and by all accounts, he not only sold his soul to the Tau, but he also looked the other way and facilitated all kinds of corruption among the local administrative adepts. From there, the rot spread tainted the higher levels of the Adeptus Arbiters, and as we all know now, certain whole branches of the organization on this planet. That's a bad boy. I shook my head sadly, though made sure there was no trace of pity or remorse about what was about to happen. Then again, that's why we're here and the Inquisition exists in the first place, such cancer needs to be burned out with extreme prejudice. I nodded at the blowtorch Weber held with gleeful approval. The prisoner on the other hand, who had been going from deep red to purple, paled considerably. Let's see if we're all on the same page. Some time ago, the disgrace that passed for local government, got divided between either sucking to the blue-faced bastards to the west of here, or went deeper and deeper in under the influence of a homegrown cult to the ruinous powers, the fuckers. I began pacing around the prisoner, while Weber looked from his blowtorch to the bound man as if he wanted nothing more than to liberally apply the flames. And you, helped both groups, all kinds of criminals, dissidents and worse, all to line up your own pockets. I shook my head sadly. Am I missing something? He had a Tau mistress too, however to the best of our knowledge she made herself scarce when we arrived and is hiding somewhere in the Xeno base, Weber added with undisguised disgust. Ah. That. I nodded. I guess it could always be worse, like fucking a Slaaneshi worshipper. I scrunched my nose in disgust, that wasn't entirely a performance. An alien one at that. She might very well be, the Xeno bitch. Weber pointed out. There's that too. I foresee a lot of cleansing flames among other things in your future. I addressed the prisoner directly. That's the spirit. I can't wait. Has he been serving with the Sisters of Battle or the Salamanders before? I wondered whatever Weber's not an entirely healthy fascination with fire might wait, and I dearly hoped that this was mostly for the benefit of our prisoner and not his real face, stripped of all masks and pretenses. We might as well. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful, much less sorry about his disastrous life choices. Ignatius here merely looks sorry that he got caught. The prisoner did his best to shake his head in denial, however as securely as he was bound, all he managed was to strain his muscles to no avail. A taste of things to come might loosen his tongue, Weber must allowed, and looked at me like an eager kid asking for permission. I walked around the prisoner one last time, then went to the table built into the wall and examined the various wickedly sharp instruments of torture that no sane mind could come with, and picked up something weird with a lot of barbs, clamps and sharp edges. I turned around, looked at the implement in my hand and at the prisoner, who could barely see me from the corner of his eyes, and speculatively raised an eyebrow. This might do, then we sear the wound to avoid him bleeding out. That simply wouldn't do. I nodded in agreement, while a distant part of my mind screamed in horror, while the rest of me didn't see anything wrong at what we were about to do. Chapter 66. I have some good news. I have gotten permission from 4 authors to repost their stories, and they are: The Dark Wolf Shiro and his story. The Guild of Gamers, the supervillain. Welcome to the Guild of Gamers, where the system that controls your life was made by a lazy asshole, all your coworkers are sociopaths, and the only retirement plan involves your soul being eaten by your supervisor. I'm sure you'll love it here. Russian Reversal and his story. Grand Foreigner. Ains in the FGO. Will it be a challenge for him? Twubs and his story. Courage. Everything changed for Hadvar when a soul from our world hijacked his mind and body. One thing is for sure, no longer will he be a simple Nord. Non-Dragon born. SI. Hadvar multiple. OC. SI. Socialist Bukharin and his story. We need more paper. Summoned in Ludnica. Check. No RTD and witch trying to kill me. Check. Being ushered to become an entire city's mayor. Che, wait, what? Indeed, it seems that this unusual member of society had been yanked into a glorified desk job. It's a must to keep a low profile, but he's in another world where peace is a short abstraction and shenanigans ensue pretty quickly. Chapter 67. Victory Bay. Kronus. As an Inquisitor, torture was something to be embraced. Applied right, it could loosen tongues, reveal secrets, and of course, not only punish the enemies of the Empire but serve as a deterrent for the endless masses of humanity. Because let us be honest, there were days when it appeared that people were willing to gleefully outdo each other in their race to fall into heresy or the hands of the alien. Further, it simply wouldn't do to get close and really try to get into the head of a suspect or confirmed traitor. That way lay madness, heresy, and a fate worse than death, and it wouldn't do for people to think you are too soft or chummy with your interrogation subjects. Being open-minded, either about their actions or the reasons behind them, being sympathetic, that was counterproductive at best, endangering your very soul and countless others at worst. An open mind was a fortress with its doors thrown wide open and a battleship-sized blinking sign inviting all kinds of nasties inside. My trainers were very clear and emphatic about that. Yet, despite all that, there was a small part of me more than uncomfortable with my handiwork. Even worse, it kept screaming at me that this was wrong and unnecessary, even when presented with evidence to the contrary. This was a disturbing turn of events, one that didn't increase my chances of survival when we made contact with the Imperium at large. It didn't help that while pain and threats helped disrupt my interrogee's mental defenses so I could ravage his mind, I kept struggling with that damn voice in my head in constant conflict between revulsion and the satisfaction with a job well done. By the Emperor, I likely needed my head examined, and I wasn't looking forward to figuring out what was wrong with me. This simply wouldn't do. I shook my head in a futile attempt to clear it of pesky distractions and looked around. A servo-skull floated in a corner of the interrogation room, chattering excitedly in binary, burning blessed incense, and most importantly, writing down what I dictated while browsing through Joaquim's mind. Let me see what you wrote. I ordered the servo skull, which chattered unhappily at me, floated back towards the ceiling, and gave off the impression it was possessive of the parchment held within its small metal claws. Don't give me this shit, the parchment now, or no blessed oils for you for at least a week. The servo skull gave out a piercing shriek of indignation, and I was sure I didn't endear myself with its machine spirit, something it might even complain to the next tech priest it met if it could anyway, but finally complied. I snatched up the parchment before the Mechanicus toy could change its mind and gave it a look over. Everything looked in order, it was written in a neat precise script that was better than mine ever. I glowered at the infuriating device, which smugly chirped at me and offered the transcript to Weber. Make good use of this and make sure we get everyone in Victory Bay or its vicinity. We've got our work cut out for us. I won't disappoint you, Inquisitor. Weber preened at me. I know you won't. Nice work with that blowtorch. It seems you're fond of using cleansing flames. I asked idly, fishing for information. On this one I kind of agreed with that grumbling and offended voice in my head. I needed to know if what I just witnessed on the commissar's part was merely an act or his true self revealed. Thank you, sir. Charles preened like a peacock. I had no idea what that was. I needed my head examined post-haste, or better not, because doing so might get me shot or worse. Then again, not getting it examined when I knew there was something wrong could be worse in the long run. It's because of my mom. She's a sister of battle and very fond of flammers, inferno pistols, well, everything and anything that can bathe heretics in holy cleansing flames. Weber explained happily. I remember my first toy, it was a replica inferno pistol Mum put in my hands in the cradle. Your mother sounds like a good woman, I said while struggling with conflicting feelings over this morsel of information. Well, it wasn't exactly unknown for sisters of battle to have sex, children, and sometimes even marry and have proper families, when not running around burning people for sins real or imaginable. On the other hand, others did live up to being bolter bitches and self-proclaimed brides of the Emperor, as if he would have trouble getting laid if he ever got up from the Golden Throne and found a bit of spare time. I frowned at that weird tangent my mind went on, vowed to get the Muggos biologist to look at my head and anything wrong with it because, for all I knew, I was under the influence of some weird Eldar shit right now. However, first I had unfinished business here. Lord Ignatius Joachim, by the holy authority granted to my office by His Divine Majesty the Emperor and the High Lords of Terra, I find you guilty of sedition, corruption, conspiring with the enemies of humanity and enabling their damned agendas. I find you guilty of leading the servants of the Emperor astray, of wasting the Imperium's resources, and of being an insufferable, arrogant bastard. The sentence is death to be carried immediately by yours truly. With the formalities out of the way, I drew my lost pistol and shot him between the eyes, turning most of his head into a smoking mess. Well done, Inquisitor, I couldn't have done it better myself. Weber happily announced his approval. Don't you have people to arrest, Commissar? I do, my Lord Inquisitor. Charles saluted and strutted out of the interrogation room a happy man. Me on the other hand. I put back my gun in its holster and headed for the clinic being investigated to find my kind of buddy Karam and get my head scanned to the warp and back. MK. A few hours and a ton of reports to read through later, Karam, Beta, 31 ushered me into an examination room full of all kinds of medical equipment, some of which was much scarier than even the most wicked interrogation implements I found below the Arbiter's HQ. I understand you need an examination, Inquisitor. The Martian sounded disturbingly happy at the prospect. Yes, and now that we're pretty sure this place isn't a hive of cultist activity but just your average incompetence and corruption, you can proceed with it, I confirmed. As it turned out, this time around we did catch a break-in in depth, if fast, the examination of the place and a round of quick, for once rather tame interrogations with both chemical and psyker support, confirmed that the clinic's director and half of his senior staff were merely a bunch of corrupt bastards, who happily closed their eyes when paid, sold medicine to the highest bidder while writing it off as used to treat troopers, especially the Ogrins, who practically did need a lot of drugs. When they needed them at all given their size and resilience. The bastards saw nothing wrong at it because those were only grunts, thus lower than dirt, and the Ogrins were fucking mutants, you see. Well, fuck them all. I did make a brief check carefully using my powers, and the drugged officials offered no resistance, thus confirming the interrogation results Karam and his people got. After that the outcome was obvious. It was off to the firing squad with the bastards, and I made sure that said firing squad would be drawn from our resident Ogrins, who would be using shotguns at long range. For once, since this damn day began, that infernal voice in my head wasn't muttering off at me. Instead, I got the vague sense of agreement, something that caused a lot of mixed feelings. I explained my issues briefly and succinctly to Karam, Beta, 31, who towered above the examination table where he had me sit down. A lot of mechadendrites waved happily around while he consulted a data slate. Lay back, Inquisitor, I need to take a few scans of your brain and run a few more tests on your blood to see if the Eldars managed to tag you with something nasty. Despite his synthetic voice, the cogboy managed to sound gleeful at the prospect to play with some nasty alien drug or toxin at my expense. And if we're lucky, it might be something rarer and stranger still, he added happily. And I was beginning to think that taking my chances with not reporting my issues and waiting for the reinforcements to arrive might have been the smarter thing to do. Chapter 68. Victory Bay. Kronus. Awareness came back slowly, dubiously doubly so because I didn't even remember blacking out, neither a reason for it. This was more than a concerning state of affairs, a couple of familiar voices my clouded mind could barely make out were cold comfort under the circumstances. This was an unforeseen event. That was the Muggos biologist I went to examine me. The same one I wanted to be part of my retinue, I was sure. By the Emperor, was that a bad call on my part? Both Hypothesis Alpha and Beta were wrong, despite supporting evidence. Was that a whine I heard in the technocultist's synthesized voice? We've checked the Inquisitor for chaos corruption multiple times over the past days, he's as clean as any psyker stuck on Kronus could be, if not more. Antia's voice boomed, clearly announcing the librarian's displeasure. There's no Eldar influence I could find in his head, Muggos, and you're sure he hasn't been drugged? Hypothesis Beta was a logical conclusion. Karam attempted to defend himself, however, and Tiaz wasn't buying it. Then you knocked out the Inquisitor with drugs just to make your life easier and so you could examine him at leisure. You know we can all get shot or worse for this. And Tiaz thundered. That sounds like a great idea from where I'm lying, I croaked, my mouth running off before I could even think about it. Inquisitor, you're all right. Charles exclaimed, and a moment later his relieved face appeared above me. I've got this place surrounded and locked down right proper. What are your orders? He asked and eagerly looked at something I couldn't currently see. Sitrep, I croaked again. Certain parties decided that drugging you for in-depth examination was a good idea and in the process almost restarted the infighting, my lord. Weber explained hurriedly. We've got a whole mechanized battalion surrounding the building, your new Ogren friends want to beat whoever harmed you to death and then some elements of our Mechanicus contingent are declaring you either blessed by their machine god or heretic in need of purging, Weber blurted out. What? I blinked at him in disbelief. This had to be a bad dream or a hallucination. Someone let it slip out that you might not be in your right mind, my lord, and all hell broke loose as a consequence. My favorite commissar explained with clear exasperation in his voice. I saw him throw a particularly dirty look at someone out of sight, probably Karam. Water, stimulants, proper explanation, in that order, I croaked in a hoarse voice. Here, my lord. Weber offered me his canteen and I greedily gulped water, not caring that some spilled over my chin and chest. It was cool, had a slight metallic taste and it was one of the best things I've tasted in a long time. Weber moved aside and a guard medici approached, then jabbed my neck with something sharp and I almost immediately felt the stimulants racing through my blood, giving me a sorely needed kickstart. Now, someone explain to me the newest disaster we have to deal with and make it good. I snapped in a voice that finally vaguely sounded like my own and slowly got up on the examination table I found myself laying on. An awkward silence fell over the room and I took the opportunity to look around. It was the same room I went to for the checkup by Karam, a very bad idea that. It now appeared positively tiny, because it was packed with people with the only kind of free space being around me. There was Karam Beta whatever, likely soon to be known as an example of what happens when you cross His Imperial Majesty's Inquisition, 2 more tech priests and I only vaguely recognized one of them, a whole stormtrooper squad ready for war and 2 Astartes perhaps someone else too, squashed against one of the walls. Explanation, well, Charles looked around, trying to figure out a proper way to explain recent events to the Inquisitor. Nothing in his experience so far prepared him for this kind of insanity. Not seeing any aliens around, Weber decided that their part of the unfolding disaster might be a safe point to start. As far as I know, events went out of control where our Xeno, Charles had to bite off a curse, just in case the damn green tin cans were listening, because infuriatingly enough, angering them even further might not be a prudent idea, sent a delegation to uphold their part of the bargain, bringing technology to give us along with schematics or something like that. Things that our exalted tech priests might find useful if they decide to reproduce said technology. The commissar explained in a hurry, while carefully watching the present red-robed cyborgs. That should have been a good thing. The Inquisitor interrupted Charles in a tone that would have given even an angry Ogren pause. Extrapolate, commissar. A hurriedly set-up demonstration showed that the equipment worked as advertised. General Alexander Psykers and 2 Adeptus Astartes librarian found it almost impossible to touch the warp in the vicinity of the devices. Weber nodded at the Inquisitor's blood-raven shadow. The commissar is correct. With that device operational, the barriers between reality and the immaterium are incredibly strong and it is almost impossible to touch the warp or use it. Such devices would be invaluable if the Adeptus Mechanicus could safely reproduce them in numbers. At that point, angry binary came from two close-by sources, and a moment later, a third one joined the fray, creating a deafening racket. Silence. The librarian thundered, the sheer power of his voice rattling Weber and every other normal human. Fortunately, it gave the red robes a pause too. Explain yourselves. The Inquisitor's quiet hiss echoed like a cannon shot in the following silence. At that moment, Charles was happier than ever that he wasn't one of those machine worshippers. I owe you no explanation, Herr Tech. One of the tech priests let out an electronic scream and a moment later, half a dozen weapons aimed at him, or her. It was honestly very hard to tell between the robe, full face mask, and all the metal bits and pieces on display. Some of our brothers and sisters mistakenly believe that the deal you conducted with the Necrons is a high order of heresy and an offense against the Omnicia himself. They also believe that even attempting to study alien technology, unless it is for the express purpose for its proper destruction, is a heresy of the greatest order, thus they deem you and those of us who see the potential boons for the Imperium at large, as Hertex, the reasonable tech priest explained. What our red-robed friend forgot to mention is that the aliens asked for your presence to confirm they've upheld their part of the bargain, and in the middle of that we heard rumors that you've been either killed, critically wounded, or worse, compromised. Weber continued his explanation, glaring daggers at the tech priest who betrayed the Inquisitor's trust. Those rumors led to the present troubles. Without you around, the Xenos aren't trusting the rest of us to uphold our alliance, and didn't that word taste odd in his mouth? The Ogrins, who I still don't know how they heard, are up in arms. Some tech priests are causing all kinds of trouble, and even at least a few Astartes are making sounds indicating that our ceasefire might no longer be in effect. Honestly, Weber had no idea how the situation could deteriorate so much so fast. Captain Thule is making sure there would be no misunderstandings whatsoever. The librarian added sheepishly. There should be no real issues from our side, I have his word on it. This leaves us to deal with only the other clear and present dangers in our midst. Like certain tech priests engineering the next best thing to outright mutiny and treason. Weber glared murderously at the closest offending cyborg, who was in dire need of swimming in blessed flames as a method of a proper attitude adjustment. Fuck me sideways. The Inquisitor uncharacteristically exclaimed, though, given the circumstances, Charles couldn't find in himself to blame the man. In the past few hours, he thought of and said a lot of things he wouldn't utter under normal circumstances. First things first, Antias, inform the Necrons that I'm alive, kicking, not compromised by Eldar or Chaos, and that I'll be in contact as soon as practical. The last thing we need is to fight on yet another front when the planet is swarming with traitors in sore need of proper purging. The Lord Inquisitor growled with his face twisted in an impressive, very much not amused, sneer. Second, someone inform our Ogren contingent that I'm up and about, and that I'll speak with them soon as well to reassure them, preferably before they begin to break things and people. With their marching orders given, the librarian and one of the stormtroopers made their way out as fast as the gathered crowds allowed. With these issues out of the way, the Inquisitor focused his furious eyes upon the Muggos Biologus. What do you have to do with this, Muggos? The Mechanicus Medici had the good grace to shift uncomfortable, and augments or not, he did look like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Serves the bastard right. I merely did as you bid me, Inquisitor. The Muggos Biologus attempted to defend himself, and it was a very feeble attempt at that. Then this is one of the most spectacular fuck-ups I've ever seen or heard about, the Horus heresy included. Bravo! The Inquisitor clapped once, derision dripping from every word. How could I know your mind had been both physically and psychically scrubbed of various memories accounting for your issues, Inquisitor? The Muggos Biologus proclaimed in defense, making everyone stiffen. No one in their right mind wanted to know what kinds of memories would be bad enough for an Inquisitor to get them removed with extreme prejudices. On the other hand, this indicated that the Lord Inquisitor might not be as green as he wanted people to see him as, which made sense when you thought about it. He did survive that glorious charge against the Orcs, and in hindsight, that might have been more than mere natural skill to be nurtured and luck. Still, this wasn't the kind of information you just blurted out in front of such a mixed crowd. Weber glared at the tech priest, while reflexively placing his arm on the hilt of his chainsword. By his expression, the Inquisitor wasn't too pleased about the public revelation either. Chapter 69. Webway Nexus. Craftworld Ulthwi. Ronan flew past rows upon rows of marching walkers of all stripes, lines of grav tanks moving to their assigned areas. Small groups of infantry and civilians swarmed all over the place, appearing tiny beside the neat lines of war machines, preparing his second home for a siege. Instead of being right beside them, the Ranger headed for a war of his own, and he couldn't chase off the nagging feeling that his mission had something to do with whatever shook the Farcers so much. Details were still not forthcoming, however, everyone who wasn't blind and deaf could figure out that something bad was coming. There was an oppressive feeling of fear and anticipation in the air, the kind he hadn't felt outside of a heavily contested battlefield, usually not even then. People could make a rather accurate guess about the coming trouble because, for 10,000 years, craftworld Ulthwi had been stuck on the edge of the Eye of Terror. She Who Thirsts and her cohorts would be coming to claim even more Eldari souls. Who else would dare attack a craftworld, especially one stuck out here, on the edge where reality clashed with insanity? This wasn't the first time the primordial annihilator assaulted Ulthwi, not even the first time since Ronan swore himself to his new home's service and protection. However, everything he saw in the past few days indicated that a great calamity was on its way. He certainly hadn't seen such amount of frantic preparation before, neither here, nor back at Bealtan. In the distance, Ronan could barely perceive colossal war machines striding, high above the Webway Nexus, Ulthwi's fleets gathered, along with units from friendly craftworlds. The Ranger banked left and descended, slowing down so a squadron of accelerating interceptors could fly by, before heading for the designated Webway gate, where his command gathered, doing one final check on their gear before deployment. Ronan weaved past a column of empty transports heading for a nearby active gate after delivering their cargo and landed his jetbike beside a waiting Fire Prism-class grav tank. "Commander." A warlock nodded when she noticed his approach. "Assault force assembled and ready for deployment. 2,000 Black Guardians, 100 grav tanks and 30 walkers, all heavy on ranged weaponry." It wasn't the largest of forces, yet if utilized properly, it could tie up and take apart much larger enemy formations, given enough time and the right circumstances. Hopefully, it was going to be enough. In that regard, a large proportion of grav platform-mounted heavy weaponry and jetbikes for additional firepower and lighting fast strikes would come useful. Yet, against what Eldred suspected awaited them on Kronus, Ronan's new command might not be enough. "Good. We're deploying now. The primary objective is to establish a forward operations base, figure out the situation on the ground and if practical, make contact with the Bealtan's remaining combat-effective units on Kronus." Ronan spoke, using his armor's communication system to ensure everyone would be on the same page. "Then we should figure out how to disrupt the unmitigated disaster created by those warmongers that Ronan didn't say aloud." He did note that except for 5 warlocks, one of whom was his second in command, his force was particularly light on psychic support, which wasn't exactly ideal considering what he knew about the opposition on Kronus. At the same time, it wasn't surprising Ulthwi would need all the help it could get if the preparations he saw were anything to go by. More concerning were the possible developments at their destination. Ronan's information about events on Kronus was already out of date and it would take even more time to get there and formulate a proper plan for tackling the disaster in progress in a way that wouldn't blow up in their faces sometime in the future. Solomase Galleries. Nekron Tomb World Solomase. Treason, Nekron Overlord of Solomase, and more importantly, Archaeovist of the best and most complete galleries in the galaxy, hummed happily while considering how to best display his newest acquisitions, 1,000,000-years-old artifacts from long-vanished species. What made these particular relics particularly interesting wasn't just how unique they were, their creators created them after obviously studying Nekron technology, and when all was said and done, they were anything but crude knockoffs undeserving his attention. It was a real pity he wasn't aware of their existence back in the day so he could go and visit them in person during their height. Oh, the things he could have picked up for his collection. At the same time, having agents scout the Caligari sector for such delicious morsels was exhilarating, and with the disruptions ongoing over there, sooner or later Treason would have the opportunity to pick up certain different additions to his collection. There were Eldari, both the craftworld subtype and those who did their best to imitate their ancestors from the collapse of their empire, who would make a great addition to the galleries dedicated to the Nekron's ancient enemies. There were even some of those fascinating tyrannid beasts running around, ripe for the picking. Truly, Treason would never know how he missed the fact that the Caligari sector of space was so interesting. Even better, preliminary analysis hinted at even greater prize hidden somewhere in that sector, and as every self-respecting archaeologist knew, the best treasures laid at the end of an exhilarating treasure hunt. While the Nekron Overlord was preoccupied with his latest acquisitions, an ancient alarm rang through his mind, irritatingly shattering his reverie. Now what? Treason grumbled aloud, decidedly not happy with this utterly uncivilized distraction. It took his systems mere moments to clear up the signal, while sensibly shunting it through a standalone system, before carefully decoding and dissecting it. Distress signals from freshly awakened tomb worlds were anything but common, even if such events have been occurring more and more frequently as of late. Treason was about to dismiss it as of no consequence compared to his newest interest when a different set of monitoring equipment sent a different message. The first distress call had been received and answered by someone else. Now, that did warrant a quick check, to see if someone else new had awakened and slid under Treason's attention if nothing else. The archaeovist's mind froze for a moment when sensor platforms scattered far away sent more information and he processed it. Arkan was wide awake and on the move, something that was out of character back in the day, when most Necrons heeded the Silent King's final orders and went into slumber. Arkan wasn't particularly stable back then, and the irony of that statement was very much lost upon Trazyn. The mere fact that his ancient acquaintance was racing to the rescue of a crippled and unremarkable tomb world was telling. Either Arkan was as mad as a Necron could get after all those years, or there was something interesting on Kronus that Trazyn didn't know about, and more importantly, might even deserve a place in his galleries. It was time for another expedition then. He looked longingly at the ancient shards suspended in stasis fields and called a few of his legions for another acquisition trip. Chapter 70. Maria Coast. Kronus. The Maria Coast was a deceitful name. While pleasantly hot golden beaches covered the actual coast of the region, inland it was quite different. Technically cooler jungles and wet forests bisected by rivers and salty lakes made for a particularly treacherous and unpleasant area, one which accounted for most of the region. As far as the Imperial forces in the area were concerned, the place was perfect for their purposes. It did help that they were either Astartes, stormtroopers, or the small detachment of Khazarkans on Kronus, and every single one of them enjoyed the benefits of properly sealed armors complete with more or less efficient environmental control. Not sweltering in their armors was a pleasant side effect of the primary function of said systems to keep them alive in hostile environments and when practical, decrease their thermal profiles as much as possible. Depending on the enemy they faced, that feature occasionally came in useful. The primary downside of making the ambush in the jungle was the fact that the enemy had spread soon after entering it, moving more like a mob heading into the same direction than a proper military formation on the march. This meant that the explosives Victus placed on what passed for a road through the forest would be less effective than usual. On the other hand, the amorphous blob of traitors would be hard-pressed to properly apply for their numbers. The heavy weapon specialists were the first to open fire. Several Astartes carrying missile launchers and meltas moved out of cover with inhuman precision, aiming in one smooth motion and firing before the traitors could even register the threat. Stream of intense heat struck heavily modified sentinels or APCs, burning through their armor. 3 walkers went up in flames when their ammunition or fuel cooked off, while a 4th fell down like a puppet with its strings cut. Even as missiles streaked through the jungle's twilight, more tactical marines left cover and aimed at the infantry, prioritizing officers and NCOs. Single bolter shots turned heads into fine red mists or blew apart torsos, letting the legs to fall on the ground or slide back into vehicles in a shower of gore. 2 APCs ground to a halt after missiles defeated their armor and turned their interiors into slices of hell. A Lehman Russ tank became the personal crematorium of its crew as a crock warhead sliced straight into its ammo storage. As soon as the onslaught began, a mix of melta and fragmentation charges detonating, bathing the leading elements of the traitor regiment in fire and steel. The enemy's reaction was varied. Some cried in shock and fear, while many more roared in exhilaration, forgetting most of their training and charged into the jungle, thirsting for blood. The Astartes threw enhanced smoke grenades and retreated behind cover. Begin the bombardment. Brother Sergeant Went ordered the only regular guardsmen to take part in the ambush. It was an unnecessary order really, however it was always nice to cover your bases. The mortar teams were 2 kilometers away, set up in small clearings, which provided nice firing sites for their weapons. They went to rapid fire as soon as they heard Victus charges go off, using a mix of fragmentation, promethium, and crock warheads. A handful of seconds later, mortar rounds shrieked through the air and the second part of the ambush went into effect. Stormtroopers and Cadian commandos struck from their camouflaged positions, hitting the distracted traitors in the opposite flank. It was telling that whatever training and discipline those troops once had, it was now nearly non-existent. Only a handful of them kept their vigil and continued to cover their own sectors once the shooting started. Almost everyone else turned in the direction of the fighting, with many abandoning their disorderly advance so they could race towards the fight. The Loyalists naturally singled out those who remembered their training for their particular attention. Hotshot lost guns and snipers scythed through the alert traitors like a power blade cleaving through mere flesh. Plasma guns and meltas struck the vehicles on the flank, boiling armor and turning fighting compartments into ovens. More sentinels died before they could unleash their significant armaments, while a tank slid to a halt, throwing mud and half-melted tracks in all directions. Its right sponsor gun was gone, its engine was a burning ruin, yet the tough machine was still able to turn its turret at those who dared damage it and open fire, its battle cannon sending shell after shell into thick clouds of sparkling smoke. The mortars struck then, explosions blossoming throughout the traitors' formation. Corrupted guardsmen went down screaming, others ran without directions, howling in agony while burning promethium did its best to cleanse them. Others were luckier they were far enough from the blasts or only crock warheads detonated nearby, so they had just enough time to properly figure out what was happening, and in some cases, actually remember their training. The traitors roughly redressed their lines in something that might actually pass for a proper formation if you squint hard enough, and launched a ragged counterattack, all the while mortar shells did their best to break their cohesion. Their vehicles led the way, autocannons, multi-lasers, heavy bolters and battle cannons shaking the jungle, shredding trees and bushes alike. They struck only smoke and 2 particularly unlucky stormtroopers. A handful of shots glanced off Astartes' armor, in one case, barely causing the super soldier to stagger, before he threw a second smoke grenade and legged it to safety. When the dust settled and the furious counterattack ran out of steam, the traitors found only a single enemy body, a ravaged jungle, and not a single corpse worshipper willing to stand and fight. Some laughed or roared in derision, furious that there was no blood to spill. A few, who managed to keep most of their wits after receiving their new god's blessings, took stock of the situation and were even less pleased. More than 2 infantry companies, butchered to a man. Multiple vehicles were taken out, their advance to the objective slowed down, enemies lurking in the jungle, undoubtedly preparing another ambush, and there was nothing to show for it. Their new commanders wouldn't be happy about this turn of events. Chapter 71. Victory Bay. Kronus. I stared at Karam with empty eyes, my mind struggling with what he just told me. I've been expertly mind-fucked. In fact, I now had a reason to suspect everything I knew from before boarding the ship that brought me here. Was Delcatar Vale even my name? I shook my head. I didn't have time for an existential crisis. I had to get myself in hand and deal with the brand new disaster that just found its way to fuck my life. Muggos, we're about to enter combat with arch-traitors to the Imperium, casualties are going to be extreme. Your experience will save some of our people who otherwise will die. That is the only reason Commissar Weber isn't arranging a firing squad as we speak. I am not. Charles sounded particularly disappointed and I couldn't blame him under these circumstances. I mean, as you command, my lord. You aren't. However, if the Muggos fucks up again, I'm going to give him to our Ogren friends and see how long it will take them to pull him apart. I like how you're thinking, Lord Inquisitor. That's not fair. I was only trying to help. Karam whined, making me wonder how the hell he managed to get to his current rank without someone killing him. Do the words, need to know, mean anything to you Muggos? I glared at the cyborg. Get out of my sight. I dismissed him and turned my ire on the other tech cultists. Now, you bunch. Anyone volunteering as firing squad target? Volunteer number 1, who had no less than 2 dozen weapons aimed at him, an achievement in itself in the small hospital room, let out a string of binary at me, which prompted a few of his or her friends to begin cursing us as well. That's uncalled for. The reasonable cogboy, Scipio, row 11 I think, snapped at his buddies. Muggos, I have the sneaking suspicion that if you translate what they're chanting, I'll have them summarily shot without a second thought, am I right? While it's your right, Inquisitor, we do need every tech priest we have. Scipio Rowe implored. I'm aware of that, Muggos. What I'm not convinced of is the utility of this bunch. Can we trust them not to sabotage the war effort or try to engineer a confrontation with our allies? Distasteful or not, our alliance with the Necrons is likely going to be the one thing that keeps Cronus from falling to actual heretics and traitors. Even as I spoke, I wondered at how oddly calm I felt. After I just found out that I was mind-fucked, I knew I should be having all kinds of logical and expected reactions, like freaking out of my mind for example. The training I could remember would have helped mitigate it somewhat, however not to this extent. Was this an artifact left from the memories that someone took from me, or a consequence of the procedure that did it? Well, obviously I wasn't alright, despite the odd cold calmness gripping me right now. Scipio, row 11 was speaking, yet my mind failed to register his first words. Supervision. I'll personally make sure that they will act exemplary as members of the cult mechanics always must. I focused my attention on the cogboy while trying my best to keep my mind on point. I'll hold you up to this promise, Muggos. See to it and get them out of my sight as well. I sent my best glare at the Martians who were still busy cursing me in binary. Scipio Rowe bowed to me, muttering his gratitude, and turned to face his rogue minions before he blasted in deafening binary at them. I didn't bother paying attention to the exchange but instead looked at Charles. Commissar, I want people watching our Mechanicus contingent just in case. I'll see to it, my lord. Good. In that case, let's go see the Ogrins before they decide to bring down the building on our heads. I slowly stood up, finding that my feet weren't particularly steady. What a joy. While Scipio was still busy berating his minions, I checked if all my appendages still worked as advertised slowly and carefully so I wouldn't make a complete fool of me if they didn't. With everything being mostly in order, I looked around for my equipment, which I found put in a corner of the room, almost completely hidden by Antia's bulk. The good news was that the cogboys decided not to commit an expensive suicide right now, but instead continue to be a pain in my ass in the future and piled out of the room, while still cursing in binary. They're going to be trouble, I muttered to myself. Then why did you let them live, Inquisitor? Antaeus asked. Politics and the fact that we do indeed need every one of the toaster fucking bastards for the time being, I grumbled in response and squeezed past the librarian to get my gear. What's a toaster? Someone asked. I paused at that. I wish I knew the answer. Nevertheless, I turned my head in the general direction of the voice and spoke in a deadpan tone. Something the cogboys gleefully fuck that is most certainly not meant for fucking. That actually makes a twisted kind of sense. Antaeus wisely nodded. Are you really alright, Inquisitor? I'm as well as I can be given the circumstances, I admitted after putting my sword on my belt. I attached my pistol's holster on the other side, grabbed the various odds and ends Karam had removed for the examination, and pocketed them. That's not particularly reassuring. Antaeus pressed on. I'm well aware of that. I nodded in agreement. Work first, an existential crisis later, preferably when we have the time to safely drain a few bottles of Amasec. I can get behind that plan. Weber pipped up. Excellent, then you're buying the first round during the victory celebrations. I declared with false cheer and ponderously headed for the door. My stormtrooper bodyguard's fan moved in front of me, scanning for threats. As soon as the cogboy's beeping faded out, I could hear the angry grumbling of Ogrins coming from outside. I hastened my steps as much as I dared and soon reached the entrance, where Corporal Santos and his troopers fanned out, forming a thin barrier between me and what appeared to be a huge crowd. This was indeed what looked suspiciously like a mechanized battalion surrounding the hospital, though there was a large free space in front where the Ogrins were gathered, all of them armed and armored to the teeth. I could also see a lot of curious locals staring at us from the windows of nearby buildings, though the streets were clear of civilians. This was a proper circus, only the Necrons were missing, though I was pretty sure they had a handful of cloaked machines watching the show. As you can see, I am very much alive and in my right mind. I declared aloud, happy that my voice didn't crack. And I'm very fucking disappointed, I added, though my words got swallowed by the deafening cheers of the Ogrins, who happily waved their guns around. At least they managed not to shoot someone by accident. As soon as I had that thought, one of the Ogrins got a bit too excited and discharged his assault shotgun. He failed to take out someone's head. Instead, by pure luck or the Emperor's design succeeded in nailing a familiar-looking scarab-like machine, which fell to the ground covered by green lighting. Predictably, at that point, everyone got their weapons at the ready and either aimed at the Ogrins or at anything that might be a cloaked Nekron machine. The celebrating Ogrins naturally returned the favor, producing an armed standoff. My bodyguards were not outdone and formed a live shield in front of me, while Antaeus towered behind us and I could sense him drawing on warp energies. Fuck my life, what in the Emperor's name did I do to deserve this? Chapter 72. Victory Bay. Kronus. Honestly, stunts like these gave birth to particularly treacherous rumors and various not sufficiently patriotic movies, that as often as not get the local arbiters busy cracking heads. And that was a tangent my mind had no business going at while everyone pointed guns at each other. Commissar Weber. My voice came out of my lips as a quiet hiss. It appears a lot of people need remedial weapon discipline training. I looked at the troopers watching each other warily and felt my facial scars stretch uncomfortably when my eyes began to twitch from sheer vexation. It appears so, Inquisitor. My bloodthirsty acquaintance promptly agreed. In the Emperor's name, stand the fuck down. My voice snapped like a whip. Commissars, deal with this. Some remedial training is in the order, I reckon. I shook my head at the sheer bloody idiocy of what just happened and gave my best disappointed look to the Ogrins. After that, I marched towards a nearby chimera, determined to requisition it, and go see what mischief the Necrons were up to. Not to mention, I had to explain how they lost a drone because of an itchy trigger finger. My bodyguards fell in formation around me, with Antaeus effortlessly striding behind us. Meanwhile, Weber began issuing orders to the nearby commissars which would hopefully ensure there would be no more such embarrassing and dangerous incidents. Now if it only could be so easy to deal with the Necrons and Blood Ravens before we got another shooting or stabbing incident. We pilled up in a transport I promptly requisitioned. Antaeus, where is the technology our allies provided? One of the tech priests' compounds near General Alexander's HQ. Driver, get us to the HQ, Antaeus, what's that rumbling I'm hearing because we aren't shooting at each other? I asked the librarian, who barely fit at the back of the Chimera. We left as fast as the Chimera could accelerate with a space marine weighing it down. Behind us, I could barely hear the screams of pissed-off commissars. It was like music to my ears. We spent the next 20 minutes or so in a comfortable silence, which offered me some sorely needed time to get my head straightened up as much as possible. Various mental exercises and quiet prayers to the Emperor helped a bit. The latter even earned me a few nervous smiles from the troopers stuck inside with us. A wave of static electricity washed over me, focusing my mind on the here and now. It was a weird sensation, like nothing I've experienced before. The energy wasn't physical, I found out a moment later. It didn't touch my skin, instead, it clashed over and around my soul. With every passing moment, the ever-present sensation of wrongness and power emanated from the warp storm nearby felt more distant, losing their grip on me. My eyes widened and I warily attempted to touch the immaterium. It felt distant, more distant than ever, and with every passing heartbeat, that distance increased. I was sure that very soon it would be out of my reach. At the same time, I could feel the walls separating the materium and immaterium strengthen, in a way that was similar yet not to a Geller field in action. A couple of minutes later, the warp was little more than a distinct echo. For the first time since I could remember, I could breathe easily, as if a great weight no longer pressed upon my whole being. Soon the effect became apparent even to the troopers who were lucky enough not to have a clear connection with hell itself in their souls. The guardsmen and women in the Chimera looked around, more lively and dare I say, light-hearted than before. The device is indeed working, Inquisitor. Antaeus rumbled. I nodded with a smile. It was a game-changer. And I would be damned if I wasn't going to throw it in the faces of the damned traitors we would soon be facing. When we reached the Martians' compound with the nice Nekron devices and disembarked, it was immediately clear their effect was great for the morale. Even with groups of Nekron scarabs and other assorted drones flying around, not to mention a group of their infantry standing at attention near the entrance, the soldiers dug in nearby were all in a much better mood than they had any right to be. I had never paused to think about how the warp might passively affect regular people, especially when there weren't friendly warp-touched entities or artifacts to boost their morale. You know, like the odd Imperial Saint or relic. This was certainly something worth studying in the future if we didn't get all shot as heretics for dabbling in what we shouldn't have. A couple of minutes later, we were inside and past the security checkpoints. The heart of the building was one giant workshop. A large monolith made of the same stuff the Necrons were built of stood as the centerpiece. Thick cables connected it to a pair of portable plasma generators through crude attachments. Green lighting forked up and down its surface and I could feel energy resonating with my very soul as I approached it. While it wasn't exactly uncomfortable, I would never call the sensation pleasant either. Groups of Martians chanted in binary. A few of them knelt reverently in front of the monolith, while others took readings with all kinds of sensors. Incense burned all around the workshop and to top it all servoskulls flew around carrying smoking sticks of it. At least no one was spraying the device with blessed oil, though there was a pair of toaster fuckers with what suspiciously looked like sprayers ready nearby. A single Nekron Praetorian stood proudly close by and if I didn't know better, I would swear he was rolling its solid glowing eyes. Inquisitor. The Nekron announced in a toneless synthetic voice. You're alive. The Praetorian turned to look at me. And you appear more or less sane. He lowered his head a bit to look at me closer. Or so it appears. Please explain this, he pointed clawed fingers at the Martians who were all too busy with their religious fervor to pay us any attention. Sadly, ever since the fall of the Human Federation, these are what passes for our scientists and engineers. My facial muscles twitched at the very idea. By treaty and out of desperation, I added. I wasn't sure where those words came from. What I knew was that sooner or later I would be paying for them. Praise the Omnisia. By the motive force. That much I understood. The gleeful beeping I was reasonably sure I didn't want a translation of. The Nekron looked at the Martians, then back at me. You don't say, Inquisitor. I'm glad you've lived up to your part of our bargain. How many of these devices can you have operational for when we strike at the Daimos Peninsula? Their ability to wall off access to the warp is going to be invaluable. Not as many as we would like. The Nekron rumbled in a deep voice that was a passable imitation of Antaeus' deep baritone. I find myself curious. From what we've been able to figure out, your kind is supposed to be frothing at the mouth because of our very presence and stirring up the locals on a crusade against us on general principle. Didn't we agree that I'm a sane Inquisitor? Don't worry, when our respective reinforcements arrive, we'll probably have to either kill each other or get blasted from orbit on general principle. The Nekron simply stared at me, while Antaeus groaned. It's a good thing you aren't a diplomat, Inquisitor. There's that. Yet, what I just said is unfortunately to be our future. On the bright side, before we get blasted from orbit, we might ruin the Chaos Day and avoid getting our souls devoured by demons. So there's that. My lord provisionally agrees. When reinforcements arrive, all bets are going to be off. The Nekron concluded. On the bright side, we might get lucky. Sanity and common sense might for once rear up their ugly heads. I find that unlikely. The Nekron decided to rain on my parade. I find myself in the uncomfortable position of agreeing with the Xeno. Antaeus pipped up. Let me have my delusions until I get thrown into an inquisitorial interrogation chamber or shot on general principle. At any rate, before we might suffer such auspicious ends, we have work to do. Antaeus, my friend, please get the attention of a few of our Martian friends. I need to ask them a few questions. Chapter 73. Unknown Location. Kronus. A crack of displaced air and blinding red lighting heralded Gorgut's EAD Hunter's return to the Materium. In his expert opinion, it was a letdown. There was no one to crump or shoot around, no fighting whatsoever. It was cold too, and everything appeared covered in that odd white stuff that mech boys could melt and turn into propar booze if they had enough rocket fuel to play with. Speaking about booze, Gorguts brought his mug up and downed it, enjoying the fiery stinging sensation of the liquid washing down his throat. Finishing his drink made the last uncomfortable ache in his back went away. He looked around. Still no one and nothing to bash over the head. Gorguts shrugged and took another pull from his mug, savoring the drink. His memories from meeting Gork and Mork were already fading. However, he could clearly recall the really important bits and pieces. A big crumping whack would be happening in a place called Korova. Or something like that. Gorguts would be there having the time of his life. However, first, he had some work to do. It simply wouldn't do to get blasted from space. It really wouldn't, though it might be fun to do it to the Humies next time. Gorguts had to find an answer to that problem. He wanted to lead another huge horde against the Humies. Well, first, he had to find a way off this rock. Perhaps a rocket, or better a rocket. There might be a few useful boys left here and there to pick up as well. Gorguts drained his mug again, without thinking about it. He was already deep in thought, you see. Naturally, he didn't think about how odd his contemplation was, for an orc anyway. Gorguts most definitely didn't think that his thoughts were crystal clear, despite the booze he kept chugging, or the fact that he was, well, an orc. Deep and detailed planning had never been his kind strength. Yet, that was precisely what he was doing, while confidently striding through snow-capped mountains. Chaos fortifications. Daimos Peninsula. There were very few things in the Materium that could make a dark apostle wary. A sorcerer clawing out his eyes and gurgling in tongues wasn't one of them. This being the third one who tried to divine what the corpse worshippers were up to, well, it made him think appropriately dark thoughts. Eliphaz wasn't happy, on the contrary. The carefully nurtured and expertly turned PDF regiment he sent to secure the demon's binding place was busy playing tag with blood ravens and surprisingly effective guard soldiers. The Dark Apostle briefly thought this was just typical PDF idiocy at play, then remembered that the Four had blessed that particular regiment, so that couldn't be it. Competent corpse worshippers in need of murdering it were then. Eliphaz nodded to himself. Now what to do about it? He looked through narrowed eyes at a nearby building painted with all kinds of pleasantly glowing chaos symbols. That was where he had the new batch of willing sacrifices gather to await deployment. There were almost enough of those. The issue was they needed some innocent ones as well, and those were much, much harder to find. Damn that greenskin brute to the deepest, darkest parts of the warp. Eliphaz made a point to check on the area's security just in case of more orc mishaps or other unlikely trouble. Only then he returned to overseeing the bickering sorcerers. The remaining ones anyway. There was a fourth one writhing on the ground and frothing at the mouth after trying to brute force his way to some answers. That, combined with the machine abominations, didn't paint a pretty picture. First, no blood for the blood god. Not good. Second, no souls to send screaming to the fore. That was even worse. Obviously. The Necrons were the real problem. With them around, the Dark Apostle didn't dare send a meaningful portion of his forces to deal with the corpse worshippers or even take and hold the area where the greater demon was imprisoned. Doing so before he could have enough forces both to protect his base of operations and especially the warp gate and send a strong enough expeditionary force, might prove fatal. That was why he sent the PDF regiment. They were both expendable, and at least in theory tough enough to have a chance of holding and keeping the important real estate. I need to know what the corpse worshippers and those soulless abominations are planning. Eliphaz roared at his diminishing supply of sorcerers. He drew his blessed Crozium and smashed the skull of the still frothing at the mouth imbecile. Get me results or I'll personally deliver your skulls to Khorne. Eliphaz left the sorcerers with that heartfelt promise and marched towards the warp gate. He was going to assess again what he had available, trying to figure out a reasonable way to achieve his mission. Failure was not an option. In theory, the various ongoing rituals all over the peninsula should soon make it close to impenetrable for the Necron's damned technological sorcery. Once that was done, in theory, he would be able to wield many of the disjointed war bands and groups of cultists that kept coming through the gate, not to mention the warp spawn. The problem was that in theory was far from enough. He had to free the greater demon and either feed this world to it or ensure it retreated through the warp gate if Cronus couldn't be held. Eliphaz passed by sacrificial altars, felt pulses of blood magic wash over him, and smiled. With those particular defenses up, no mortal could approach the gate. Each pulse was strong enough to strip the flesh of a mortal not enjoying the blessings of the four, and a second one would send their souls screaming to the devoured. Those same defenses might do absolutely nothing to even slow down the abominable machines. That though stripped away the dark apostles' smile. That was the reason why there were many more altars spread all over the place with hundreds of locals ritually sacrificed while thousands more awaited their fate. As far as the Eliphaz was concerned, soon couldn't come fast enough. Chapter 74. Upper Wastes. Cronus. Rohan's forces achieved their first objective as soon as they left the labyrinth that was the webway. For a brief moment, all anyone could see was a frozen stark wasteland. Next, the Eldari registered the sorcery cloaking everything around them. Technology and spells from the handful of warlocks riding on top of the grav tanks rent the veil, allowing them to perceive the truth. The Bealtan's contingent had established their operations base right on top of the gateway, thus risking exposing its location. There weren't many of them present, a handful of guards spread all over the place, some fixed defenses and a group of snow-covered walkers towering in the distance. The warmongers' response was slow and sluggish. Rohan already had half his tanks through the gate, and the infantry riding on them dismounted and ready by the time a wide-eyed guardian challenged their incursion. The Bealtan warrior first to encounter them was very young, little more than a boy really. There was no trace of his helmet, a fact partially explained by a fresh, severe burn covering part of his face and right side of the head. The ghastly wound had received some basic treatment, likely just enough to prevent infection, nothing more. "Where is Taldir?" Rohan hissed more harshly than he intended. The more he saw and experienced from this place, the worse his option of the disaster became. An aura of shock and defeat surrounded the whole area, clinging to it harder than the ice gripping the ground below his armored boots. The youth slowly raised a hand and pointed at a nearby Wraithbone building. "My thanks, warrior," Rohan said in a gentler tone. He briefly looked at the warlock riding on top of the grav tank beside him. "Deploy our forces to secure the area. I want real-time intelligence of the surrounding regions." Rohan went to find his sister, doing his best to get his temper under control. He didn't know for sure what forces the warmongers deployed to Cronus. What he knew was he could see their shattered remains, and they were a pitiful sight. The building he entered was an armory, which was now empty of most weaponry and ordnance, highlighting the losses Bealtan suffered so far. Now it served a different primary purpose, that of a hospital. Wounded Eldari laid or sat in the corridors and rooms Rohan passed by. Some were left alone, healing themselves through a psychic trance. Others had guardians and the odd aspect warrior doing their best to keep them alive. Anger burned within the ranger's hearth at the sight of so many broken Eldari who suffered for no good reason. He finally found Taldir at the far end of the armory. The room supposed to hold heavy weaponry had been stripped bare and turned into yet another healing point. Taldir laid in a corner, looking small and fragile. Seeing her that way, reminded Rohan just how young and inexperienced his sister was. Yet that hasn't stopped the fools at Bealtan from giving her an independent command. Taldir stirred when he approached. In the artificial light, her hair looked like a smoldering flame. Her skin was paler than the snow outside. She slowly opened her eyes and stared at him without recognition. "Sister." Rohan greeted quietly. His voice sounded tired and resigned to his ears. "What had you wrought?" "Rohan." Slowly, a spark of life and recognition appeared in her empty eyes. "It's me, sister." "What happened?" "The Monkey and the soulless abominations, they slaughtered us," Taldir spoke slowly, haltingly. Her voice was chock full of pain and disbelief. "I'll need more than that, Farser." Even though Rohan knew better, he couldn't help it and snap. He wasn't just angry with Taldir but with himself as well. Perhaps if he had stayed behind, or found some way to get his sister away from those maniacs. What ifs didn't matter. He wasn't a damned Farser. Rohan left his sister behind, and now he had to pick up the pieces if it was at all possible. Taldir simply stared up at him and the spark of recognition in her eyes burned out. The dull empty look was back. Monkey, Tau, and orc infestations detected on arrival. Divination pointed at possible Nekron awakening. We needed to secure the planet and prepare to neutralize Nekron threat without distractions. Taldir began her report like an automaton. The path was obvious: direct the lesser species to kill off each other, sweep off the survivors, and then neutralize the real threat. Stirred orcs and pointed at Monkey. The brutes failed. Convince local Tau forces to assault Mon-K positions to provide distraction and expend their offensive forces. At that point, Taldir halted her matter-of-fact monologue and flinched. Mon-K allied with the abominations. It was a trap. The farcer shook and stared intently at Rohan. It was a trap, she repeated. We slaughtered the Mon-K until the streets ran red with blood. They didn't break. She became more and more frantic as she spoke. Her eyes looked through Rohan, seeing the bloody past. The beasts kept coming, then the Nekron struck. Taldir all but screamed. They slaughtered us. It isn't right. We're Eldari. The galaxy is our birthright. It's not right. At that moment, Rohan had never been more grateful for the helm he wore. It hid the way he blanched at seeing his sister fall apart in such a way. One thing was certain, he wasn't getting a better report from her anytime soon. Rest, Taldir. The monsters are far away, he said in his best soothing tone. Taldir's face twitched twice before she laid back on the ground and visibly relaxed. Yet, all the same, she kept muttering, it isn't right. Rohan had to consciously keep himself from running while he made his way out of the building. That was he focused upon the tenets of his chosen path and began to rapidly recite them in his mind. The familiar monotony of the action was like a soothing balm to his frayed soul. All of this, was at least in part his fault. What happened to his little sister most of all? Taldir should never have been here, much less leading this disaster of a mission. He spent a few moments to calm down and focus, before striding towards the closest Hail Biltan warrior. Rohan needed better answers than Taldir could currently provide. Once he had them and knew exactly what he was dealing with, he had to find a way to fix this. He had to. Anything less was simply unthinkable. Chapter 75. Victory Bay. Kronus. We ended up at the Martian facility where our tech cultists were busy thinking inappropriate thoughts at the Nekron pylon. Steaming sanctified lubrication oil covered it from the tip to the wide foundation. There was enough incense in the air to make it hard to see. It was even harder to breathe without a respirator. I narrowed my eyes at the now gleaming pylon and prayed to him on Holly Terra. This had to simply be proper sanctified oil I saw and not other tech priest supplied fluids. That's a bit much. Antias concluded. At least he had no trouble breathing the benefits of space marine biology. How did you survive long enough to leave your homeworld? I'll never know. Our Nekron tagalong stated flatly. Legend has it that we had proper scientists back in the day. I felt compelled to explain. We didn't need to pray and try sanctify everything to avoid chaos corruption. It's the Eldari fault then. The Nekron nodded wisely. When in doubt, it's a safe bet to blame them. Antias agreed. Honestly, it was a surprise we haven't tried to kill each other yet. Or that no one tried to ventilate our brains out of fear that we were heretics. Then again, let's not tempt fate, I thought. Right now, the Eldar aren't our primary concern. I pointed out. Nevertheless, being right next to the pylon might make the heretics and traitors' job a bit harder, so it was a win-win situation. A rare thing indeed. Our plan to deal with the chaos incursion is still viable, I hope. I asked the Nekron. The immortal nodded. With you alive, Inquisitor, my lord believes the human forces on Kronus will uphold their part of the bargain. The operation will proceed as scheduled. That's good. I could really use some good news after the latest debacle. With that settled, any suggestions on how we don't end killing each other if we survive the coming battle? I might as well try a bit of positive thinking and see where it might get me. Unsurprisingly, everyone in earshot stared at me as if I suddenly grew up a second head or some other mutated appendage. I know it might be hard to process, Inquisitor, but we might try not shooting at each other. That might be a good starting point. The Nekron stated in a tone that might have held the tiniest bit of exasperation. If it was only so easy, I chuckled. The murder machines had a sense of humor, who knew? Why not? The immortal inquired. Blistering streams of binary came from the resident Martians. They waved mechadendrites in agitation, and I'm sure it was a pure coincidence that they pointed a lot of sharp instruments our way. It's a very long story, and I'm sure that at least some parts of it make sense. I nodded at the towering immortal and blithely turned my back to it. Now, you, my Martian friends. I smiled at the tech priests. Please convince me that those rumors I heard were baseless speculation. It couldn't be true that many among your ranks refused to study and figure out how to replicate the technological wonders our allies of convenience provided, right? This time, the angry beeping and whining were deafening. All kinds of weird weapons joined the various implements on display, and the agitation I could see among the Martians was something else. That wasn't surprising. From what little I could gather lately, Muggo Scipio, Rho, 11 was among the competent and forward-thinking faction of the Martians. That, in turn, meant he had like-minded tech priests attending the pylon and other Necron-sourced toys. Thus, this particular crowd was anything but happy at the very idea of someone or something infringing upon their newfound treasure trove. Wise or not, I kept on edging them. It couldn't be that some tech priests are ready to destroy everything within this chamber and dismantle anyone who thought studying it was a good idea. By now, my smile was a thin, wintry thing that held no trace of amusement. Because, if that was the case, I would be forced to discharge my duties as an Inquisitor, and it would be regrettable. It would be for the best if this doctrinal dispute is resolved as an internal mechanicus manner. At this point, Scipio, Rho, 11 raced into the chamber, whistling like a speeding train. I looked at the Muggos, and whatever he saw on my face gave him pause. Is that right, Muggos? Can I rely on you and your peers to resolve your doctrinal dispute by the end of the day? You know what we're about to face. We can't afford internal disruptions. For the next few minutes, a never-ending chorus of binary surrounded us. I stoically watched the exchange, wondering if I just made a terrible mistake. Mechadendrites shook like branches picked up by a hurricane. The piercing beeping became physically painful, and with every passing moment, the Martians pulled out more and more weapons from under their robes. There were even a couple of tarantula turrets that ran up one wall, before attaching themselves to the ceiling. And just like that, the screaming match in binary ceased, leaving behind just the familiar rumble of machinery. Lord Inquisitor Vale, you're making a good point. Scipio, Rho, 11 straightened up his robes with bionic fingers. We will have words with our more conservative compatriots. I'm glad to hear you say this, Muggos. May the Omnisia bless your efforts. He studied me for a few moments before nodding and turning around. Follow me, brethren. In the name of the Omnisia. He declared aloud and followed in binary. All but a handful of Martians left brandishing all kinds of weaponry. The tarantula turrets detached themselves from the ceiling, spun in the air to land on their stubby feet, and followed suit. Inquisitor, I hope you know what you're doing, Antaeus whispered behind my back. Me too, I muttered back. A loud clang echoed above me. I turned around and saw the priceless sight of a face-palming Nekron immortal. How in the name of the Silent King did your kind become the dominant species of this era? By the grace and sacrifice of people much better than any of us, I answered honestly. And by the sacrifice of the God Emperor himself. I saw Antaeus nod in approval, while the Nekron muttered something in an unfamiliar language. Enough of this. Let's go see what new disaster we might yet prevent. We just managed to leave the building when the immortal froze for a moment. There is a single Eldari grav tank heading our way. It's carrying one of their rangers on top and he is holding a white flag. The Nekron looked down at me. Our drones just picked a transmission in the clear from the Eldari. They want to talk. It's a trap. Has to be. Antaeus decided. We concur. The immortal agreed. Fucking Eldar. Chapter 76. Outskirts of Victory Bay. Kronus. Rohan looked morosely at the crude Monkey, no human, sore excuse for architecture, and wanted to scream in frustration. Call them humans. He had to remind himself again. His kind's usual superior attitude, no matter how justified, or well-earned it might be, wouldn't serve him well today. He saw firsthand the fruits of that sort of thinking. Even now, those fools who failed to consider the debacle might have been primarily their fault. No matter how much he pondered Taldir's choices, he came to the same conclusion. They were born of unthinking arrogance and blind following of the visions his little sister saw in the Sea of Souls. Even he knew that such divination while useful were never to be taken at face value. Unfortunately, that was a lesson often lost upon the Farcers. It didn't help that most of the time their visions did pan out. It was just that when they didn't. Smoothly, the grav tank Rohan drove up a hill, and he could finally see the human settlement in the distance. It was ugly, crude, and dirty like almost all human settlements he had the misfortune to visit in person. There were no comforting gentle curves, no wraithbone pillars resonating with energy and the psychic presence of the humans, it simply grated. He could swear there was an aura of hatred and single-mindedness permeating the whole region. Or perhaps he was projecting his own opinion on the average human he had seen. As expected, there was a greeting party on a trampled field outside the city. A couple of the red boxy tanks preferred by the Space Marines, several primitive scout walkers, and a couple of dozen dug and heavy weapon teams formed an honor guard for the delegation waiting for him. Rohan focused his attention on the small group of humans waiting to meet him. One of their armored giants towered above the rest holding a power hammer. A dangerous foe at close range, one the ranger would never engage in close quarters if he had a choice. Next, it was one of the human political officers needed to keep the rabble making the bulk of their forces in line. Under most circumstances, the commissar would be a priority target to take out, which usually had devastating consequences for the morale of the humans nearby. Finally, a step ahead of the others stood an Inquisitor. From what Rohan could gather, it was that human's fault that the Bealtan contingent failed spectacularly. He didn't bother hiding a sneer at that thought. Even now, those fools failed to consider the debacle might have been primarily their fault. Of course, not. It was the despicable Monkey to blame. To make their failure complete, many of the survivors swore an eternal vendetta against the humans they held responsible for what happened. It was pathetic really, and almost physically painful to see how far his people had fallen. Well, not precisely his people because he did have the good sense to leave Bealtan behind when the opportunity presented itself. The grav tank gently came to a stop a respectful distance from the humans and Rohan nimbly jumped from his perch next to the main cannon. He landed lightly on his feet and walked towards the people waiting for him projecting confidence. That's far enough, Eldar. The Space Marine barked. Rohan halted and gave a closer look to the trio. He couldn't sense them with his psychic gift, which granted wasn't particularly strong. There was a ravenous void where those three stood, almost like a black hole hungrily devouring the sea of souls itself. What did the humans or the Necrons for that matter do this time? Was this even more than a disaster than he knew? At that point, a tiny human figure poked its head from behind the knees of the giant in red and stared at him with huge curious eyes. It was all Rohan could do not to recoil at the sight of the human child. Laying his eyes on her provoked a profound sense of revulsion and not a little fear. Humans, what did you do? The ranger hissed, all his hasty plans for the meeting forgotten. Who are you, and why are you here? The Inquisitor rudely demanded. Rohan shook himself at those words. He was an experienced, Eldari ranger. Whatever that childlike abomination was, its presence was no excuse for such a lapse in judgment or manners for that matter. I'm Ranger Rohan, representing Craftworld Ulthwi. He declared proudly. It wasn't like the humans didn't know his allegiance. Both his armor and the tank proudly wore the emblem of their chosen home. Inquisitor Vale, Ordo Xenos. It's most certainly not a pleasure to make your acquaintance. What mischief are you up to, Eldar? The relatively short rude human introduced himself. I'm here to offer an apology on behalf of Farser Eldred, Craftworld Ulthwi's Farser Council, and every sane Eldar in the galaxy. Rohan bit out. His words didn't come out as smoothly as they should have however, the presence of the little abomination had him on edge. Rohan nearly ground his teeth to dust in order not to do something particularly foolish. We should believe you why exactly? The human had the gall to sound amused. He even cracked a smile that stretched his fresh facial scars in a grotesque parody. Rohan opened his mouth to snap at the Monkey, then closed it with a snap thankfully muffled by his helmet. This was actually a good question, especially because of Bealtan's recent mishandling of the local situation. I'm ready to pledge the Ulthwi forces I brought with me for the battle against the Primordial Annihilator. I also have intelligence about one of its objectives on this world. A powerful demon is imprisoned below the desert no too far from here. Rohan struggled to speak with the gravitas required of an Eldari of his station. He was representing his people not only in front of the humans but the Necrons who undoubtedly observed and waited for an excuse to pounce at them. A demon. Of course, there is going to be a demon here, the Inquisitor grumbled. The human didn't sound surprised, mind you, merely resigned. How curious. Besides those pouring through that warp gate? The giant added. Or those the heretics are busy summoning. The commissar spoke for the first time too. Yes. Besides those. The Inquisitor's dry voice made Rohan look at the humans more closely. Unsurprisingly, the Space Marine was a towering, armored statue that betrayed nothing even with an abomination hiding behind him. The commissar did a good job of not glancing nervously at the little human-shaped monster. However, his unease at the situation was clear to see. The Inquisitor, on the other hand. It was obvious that the only things the human was wary of were Rohan, the grav tank, and potential treachery from the Eldari. He showed no visible sign that the little abomination affected him at all. Yet, according to the Bealtan survivors, he was a psyker. Rohan clamped down on the burning desire to demand an explanation from the humans. What have they done to themselves? We will hear more about this demon. The Inquisitor's words shifted back Rohan's attention to the task at hand. If you're willing to pledge forces for the battle with the heretics, they'll have to lead the way. None of us will trust Eldar at our backs, especially after they use their so-called Tau allies as little more than cannon fodder. Rohan grit his teeth even harder. This wasn't the time and place to declare every single Eldari life was beyond precious and more valuable than hordes of lesser beings. Even hinting he agreed with that accepted fact wouldn't go down well with the humans, he knew that much. Chapter 77. Outskirts of Victory Bay. Kronus. My rage grew further and further until it was a boiling maelstrom of barely controlled fury. It was fortunate that thanks to the munchkin hiding behind Antia's knees, I couldn't touch the warp even if my life depended on it. In this state, I would be vulnerable to the various demons clawing at the walls of reality. The reason for my rage? Our new Eldar acquaintance and the news he brought. To my best knowledge, that entity had been imprisoned for the past 10,000 years or so. It is beneath the desert region known as the Eerie Badlands. Properly releasing it requires a long ritual with willing sacrifices being a key ingredient. This explains the enemy's actions. A Nekron drone decloaked above my right shoulder and spoke with the voice of that poor bastard Maccabi. I was pretty sure that the Eldar stiffened at the device's appearance, however, it was hard to say for sure. He did look like he had swallowed a polearm and so far did nothing to dissuade that notion. The drone projected a short skirmish between a familiar huge green beast and the traitors. That thing simply refuses to die, I concluded after watching the recording. Gorgutz was very much alive. I wasn't going to assume that the war boss would be lost for good in the warp again. We might have to deal with an orc resurgence sooner rather than later. The beasts will still need time to replenish their numbers and build a sufficient number of their scrap weaponry to become a credible threat. Antias reasonably pointed out. We should be able to deal with the heretics before the greenskin become a credible threat again. Because of this new intelligence, my lord believes that one of the vehicles destroyed in that engagement carried the willing sacrifices for the ritual. At least the orcs were useful this one time, I concluded. I need to consult my people before making a decision on your suggestion about an alliance against the Chaos Forces, Ranger Rohan. If we find it agreeable, we'll require your available units to operate where we can see them. Further, it would be unacceptable to let them operate in our rear areas. After the last few days, we're trusting your kind even less than usual if that is even possible, and Tia spoke for all of us. That might be agreeable. The Eldar said flatly. That one wasn't a happy camper. On a related topic, can we get to the demon without a ritual? I looked at the munchkin. She needed a name. Then I glanced at the drone. Between our little friend here and your technology, would it be possible to lock it out from the warp and end it once and for all? The drone bobbed up and down but didn't immediately answer. Such a thing should be impossible even with the aid of a powerful pariah. Antias rumbled thoughtfully. However, the Nekron pylons have a curious effect upon the immaterium. It might be theoretically possible. You humans are insane. The Eldar declared with conviction. That's rich coming from you. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep going on a rant. Your kind has more experience with the immaterium and its inhabitants than most of us. Is it possible to kill the demon for good? The ranger twitched and turned his helmet to stare at Antia's knees. Our little resident blank poked her head around the librarian's bulk and stared back at the Eldar. As far as I know, it should be impossible. His voice faltered. Yet, an abomination with such a powerful effect upon the Sea of Souls shouldn't exist either. He shuddered, and it was plain to see. That's not a nice thing to say. I turned to look at the kid. Sweetie, the rude knife-eared man, I bit off a curse, didn't mean it. The munchkin glared at the Eldar, which was an improvement, I was sure of it, then hid behind Antias. You'd think they would teach you manners back on your craft world. I chided. That's rich coming from a barbarian human who had the gall to ally with the Necrons of all things. I see that despite all you've wrought, the Eldari's arrogance is still running strong. The Necron's mouthpiece shot back. I think that a brief recess to calm down and discuss the situation would be for the best, I declared, trying to be diplomatic. I concur. The ranger stated coldly, turned around, and marched to the waiting grav tank. We pilled up in a chimera that waited for us nearby and headed for the city, where General Alexander and company waited for us. Soon we were at a heavy defended forward command post surrounded by patrolling servoskulls and Nekron drones. The general was inside along with a large part of his retinue. Scipio, Row, 11 joined us before we could begin discussing the situation, looking worse to wear. Half his mechadendrites were missing, and while he wore a pristine brand new robe, it did little to hide the stench of melted metal, burned oil, and scorched flesh. The doctrinal differences between the Mechanicus contingent on Kronus have been resolved. We're permanently down 38% of our tech priests, with 15% more needing extensive maintenance. I regret to inform you of the loss of 20% of maintenance equipment and spare parts. That could have gone better, or much worse for that matter. General Alexander glared at me. Inquisitor, what were you thinking? He demanded. That we couldn't afford fanatics among our Mechanicus contingent sabotaging us at the worst possible moment. Giving leave to loyal Mechanicus elements to resolve their doctrinal issues themselves were the best option in my opinion. If necessary, our Scarab drones can offer field maintenance and repair. The Nekron drone pipped up. If I didn't know better, which I didn't, in this case, I could swear that the modulated voice held more than a hint of amusement. Carrying on, Captain Thule cleared his throat aloud. The sound had more in common with a displeased large predator than anything that should leave human lungs. What are we going to do about the Eldar? An alliance of convenience has some merit. If nothing else, every single one of the bastards we can see and is out in the front, is one less Eldar causing havoc in our rear areas. At any rate, we'll have to leave even more security forces to cover Victory Bay than anticipated. I summarized. I concur. General Alexander grimaced. Besides, every Eldar the traitors shoot at might mean they aren't shooting at one of my soldiers. That said, I'm not trusting them to uphold their part of the bargain. Then we should be ready to stab them in the back before they can do the same to us. Captain Thule calmly concluded. That's the standard operating procedure when dealing with Eldar, even the few friendly ones, I added. Thoughts about the demon below the Eerie Badlands? The Blood Raven's commander grimaced at that. The chapter master dispatched us here to recover various Archaeotech and chapter relics. A number of them are supposed to be somewhere in that region at the buried remains of Heresy-era battlefields. This information isn't filling me with confidence, Captain. Honestly, the Inquisition has begun investigations over much less. Is that the real reason why your Astartes shot at my people repeatedly? Alexander demanded. He didn't roar his question, not quite. However, an Orc warboss would have been proud to bellow like him. Captain Thule stoically stared at us but refused to say anything more on that particular topic. We'll discuss that later. I interrupted the hostile staring match. Demons, Nekron pylons, and our resident Blank. Said Blank currently waited for us just outside munching on an MRE. Your suggestion sounds insane, Inquisitor. Alexander's chief psyker said in a tired voice. However, to the best of my knowledge, no one has had access to both a powerful Blank and this kind of technology. Not at the same time and place anyway. It might work, or at least allow us to banish demons much easier than we have any right to. We should be able to test it, Maccabi suggested. There's that. I'm sure the heretics will be throwing all the demons they can at us. Can you get us at least a few mobile pylons to play with? I looked at the drone. Multiple units are under construction and will be ready for deployment within 18 standard hours. We'll need to protect them. We will. How do recent developments change our strategy? I inquired. The plans to assault the Daimos Peninsula would require some tweaks to incorporate the Eldar's help, and account for the possibility of a massive demon incursion in the Eerie Badlands. Chapter 78. Maria Bay. Kronus. The ambushes in the jungle were wildly successful. Brother Sergeant went and his Blood Raven unit struck, again and again, always fading away. They kept breaking contact before the traitors could organize an overwhelming force at the point of contact. Light artillery and mines served well to break or at least slow down enemy force concentrations that might otherwise be proven problematic to handle. By the time enough assorted traitors and heretic gathered to push the Astartes away from the jungle, the guard had set up forward defensive positions at the approaches to the Eerie Badlands. What should have been a decisive attack from the Chaos forces met dug in infantry regiments, artillery, and an armored spearhead waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The remnants of the traitor regiment shattered upon the defenses and massed artillery scattered their reinforcements. Brother Sergeant Wen and his Astartes received a few hours to rest, patch up their gear, and resupply, then it was back to the jungle for them. This time there were no ambushes but a widespread net of soldiers and servoskulls meant to purge the region from enemy surprises and secure it as a logistics route for future operations. Nothing was surprising there while not precisely routine. Adeptus Astartes had been providing force multipliers for similar exercises for a long time while waiting for a mission that would properly warrant their specialized skills. In this particular case, Wentz unit received new orders while they were in the middle of harassing a group of heavily armed mutants who were on the run. Targets in the open. The sergeant reported. Squishies. Coordinates. The mutants reached a nearby clearing just as ordnance whistled through the air and detonated above their heads. Blessed promethium and red-hot shrapnel lanced down, slicing through thick fur, scales, and harder-to-identify surfaces, before bathing everything in cleansing flames. Headhunter 1-1, Aquila 2. We have a new tasking for you. Our allies, the female voice of the Vox operator briefly faltered at using the term for a Xeno-located ancient facility traitor forces were attempting to breach. You're to proceed to the target with haste and secure it for Mechanicus and Inquisitorial examination. Transports are en route. You'll link with the Nekron recon element at the following coordinates. Aquila 2, Headhunter 1-1, confirmed tasking. Secure facility and do not engage Nekron forces in the AO unless fired upon. When asked just to make sure. Frankly, as of late, events on Kronus had a bizarre turn of events, and something was telling him the world wouldn't start making sense again anytime soon. Assyria Forests. Kronus. 3 hours later, and 2 rundown groups of traders later, Wen's band of brothers arrived at their destination. Ancient thick forests covered the whole region, cut by a relatively small number of roads near the coast to the north. He could barely see the mountain peaks where the Nekron's primary stronghold on the planet hid. In the south, steep hills and walls created a killing ground that cut through the primary road leading to the Daimos Peninsula. The Astartes' destination was to the northwest, hidden by thick trees. Some of them were beyond ancient, towering as silent guardians from the time of the Horus heresy. The area was anything but secure. Surviving enemy forces running from the Moria Bay flooded it from the east, while small bands and traitor engineering parties swarmed from the south determined to turn the region into a death trap. Nekron light forces and drone swarms rampaged throughout the forest, turning them into one giant battlefield. Case in point, a few hundred black forms buzzed above the Rhino and Chimera transport carrying the Astartes and their guard auxiliaries. Less than a minute later, the forest to the left went up in flame, and angry screeching revealed the presence of an unlucky heretic band. Cracks of lightning heralded the insertion of heavier Nekron forces, and soon the skirmish ended. About 100 drones came back and flew above the small convoy in escort formation. The proximity of the Xeno units made Went's arms itch to grab his weapon and shoot them until there wasn't a single one left. He was sure his brothers felt the same, and the regular humans with them had to be feeling much worse. It was a relief when they reached a small clearing showing the sign of battle. Shattered trees, burned off the grass, pieces of Traitor Astartes including a crushed helmet sitting on its side in the middle of the glade. This had to be the traitor unit that attempted to breach the facility. Disembark and stay frosty. Check your fire, and try not to shoot at our allies. Went ordered despite what his decades of experience told him. The Xeno was the enemy as much as traitors and heretics. But not today. Or tomorrow. The Astartes quickly spread out, using what little cover they could find, while the guardsmen were still busily disembarking. The area is secure. One of the Nekron drones declared. A heavy infantry squad is holding the entrance of the facility. It bobbed in the air and headed for the far end of the glade. Follow. Emperor damned tin can. Are the auspexes clear? We're barely detecting those things. A guardsman grumbled and pointed at the drones milling above them. No sign of combat effective enemy units. A tech priest declared in a synthetic voice. Soon, 2 red-robed figures got out of a chimera. Their mechadendrites flailed around, pointing equipment and weapons in all directions. Streams of excited binary followed, and Sergeant Wen knew that his mission just became that much more complicated. Victory Bay. Kronus. Late in the evening, I was back at the maintenance facility where the cog boys and girls were supposed to be fixing up my gear. Recent events and the need to examine everything for nasty surprises pushed back the schedule a bit. On the bright side, there were now a lot more toys to play with lying around even though many of them needed repair and endless rites to reconsecrate them in the name of the Omnisia. I wasn't complaining. The purge I authorized Scipio to carry out netted me a lightly used Rosaria's defensive field. Further, a few happy cogboys were busy refurbishing and upgrading a set of carapace armor for me. If their excited beeping was anything to go by, I might be the best protected regular human in the army on Kronus, when they finished my armor. At any rate, I didn't intend to charge headfirst into the fire this time around. Instead, the new plan required me to ride with the forces escorting the Nekron pylons and making sure that the blank munchkin would be safe and sound when the time to deal with demons came. The girl sat on the edge of a nearby workbench and curiously looked at the Martians working around us. She was munching on dried fruit courtesy of Weber, who in turn was busy handling discipline issues. Several heavy armored and armed ogrins milled nearby. They were now parts of my retinue, in no small part because they didn't trust anyone else. Things were looking up, which meant I might just live long enough to get shot by our reinforcements. That was a joyful development. Really? What about Alexandria or Alex? I asked the kid who still refused to utter a single word if she could speak in the first place. Now that I finally found myself with a bit of spare time, I decided that among other things, the kid finally needed a name. She scrunched her nose and kept munching on a piece of fruit. Perhaps Celine. Or Selena, whatever you prefer. It means silent in an old dialect. It fits you. I tried again in exasperation. We've been at this for the last half hour. At least it was enough of distraction to keep everyone on their toes while the tech priests measured the kid for her bean-sized armor. She turned her head to look at me and smiled, showing 2 rows of teeth covered in chunks of fruit. Celine it is then. Or is it Selena? The girl raised a single finger then returned her attention to the fruit. Her eyes followed the light show provided by the working Martians, and she proceeded to ignore me. Celine. It suits you. I nodded. And now I had to get some paperwork filled up on her behalf. C'est l'ennui. One of the Ogrins repeated slowly and grinned. I like it. Then you're going to be keeping her safe. No good deed goes unpunished in the Emperor's Guard. I should know. We will. The other Ogrin nodded happily. Predictably, the brief period of peace and quiet suddenly ended. Lord Inquisitor, our advance forces found something you should know about. A young tech priest ran into the room. He was mostly human with almost no visible bionics or cybernetics. There's a still operational Zeus-class relay and control station at the Assyria forests. Mugos Explorator Gowis reports that we should have full control of the facilities soon. All the Martians halted whatever they were doing. They turned around to look at the kid who flushed under the attention. That's great. Right? The rapid streams of binary that followed pointed at this probably being something major or the cogboys being themselves. Then, the kid said something that got my undivided attention, even though the binary chants mostly swallowed them. Say again. I demanded aloud. At least 5 still active orbital bombardment platforms. The young cogboy blurted out. Mugos Explorator Gaius believes he will have the machine spirits placated soon, and we should have control of the orbital weapons then. Well, I didn't see this one coming. However, I could see why everyone was so happy, even though my newfound joy was likely for a different reason. If even one of those platforms was still armed and operational, it would make our lives much easier. Chapter 79. Assyria Forests. Kronus. It should have taken them days, no weeks, to properly perform all the necessary rituals. Awakening such ancient, holy machine spirits blessed by the Omnisia himself, was a slow, careful, and precise work. Mugos Explorator Gaius should have had the time to examine the beyond ancient corridors at his leisure and bask at the everlasting achievements of the ancients, before even thinking about touching the holy machinery. Instead, in a few hours, the Necrons had the whole facility opened up, mapped, and their drones were busy repairing everything in a crude mockery of the Omnisia's sacred rituals. It was working. The Astartes guarding Gaius and his acolyte were even happy at the insanely dangerous and improperly fast progress. The Mugos Explorator himself was torn. The unfolding events had all the hallmarks of sacrilege, and he was one of the more progressive members of the Mechanicus. He didn't even want to think about the reaction of his more conservative peers, who were now too busy being dead after Scipio, Rho, 11 and his cohorts purged them with inquisitorial backing. The old Mugos knew that sooner or later there would be hell to pay, and to avoid the worst of the fallout, he needed a result. This facility was a good start. The Necron supplied technology. If approved, would help as well. However, they weren't the reason why Gaius was on Kronus. His allies back home wanted the legacy of Mugos Palladius, and all leads they could discover led to this forgotten world. Due to Xeno and heretical interference, Gaius was unable to find anything tangible. Just rumors and the barest traces of Palladius' presence in the distant past. This facility didn't answer any pressing questions, merely raised new ones. For example, the place had been sealed for 10,000 years. There was no trace it had been breached or opened for that matter, until now. Yet, there were clear traces of combat inside, including the remnants of the tech priests and guards manning it. How heresy found its place inside, Gaius had no idea, and that naturally made him wary. The Necrons didn't help. Their machines jump-started the logic engine responsible for the facility's critical operations, even gained limited access to its functions. It was fast, brutal yet elegant in a way Gaius knew he wouldn't be able to replicate without some of the most sacred and coveted relics held within vaults on critically important forge worlds. The Necrons did it with what was for all intents and purposes light, disposable multi-purposes machines. Not even a sacred fusion of flesh and metal, just machines. It was vexing, infuriating, yet it stirred burning envy too. Beyond ancient large screens and hololiths came to life painfully slowly, yet when they did, the images were crisp and clear, better than most the Mechanicus could easily produce these days. The image of Kronus appeared above the main hololith in the control center, then blinked rapidly while powerful scanners sang their songs and tagged everything in orbit. The logic engine quickly recognized the Imperial designs, even though it painted them in amber due to not having their IFFs in its data banks. Multiple red symbols appeared next, showing the small battered Tau fleet keeping station above the blue Xenos holdings. A sorry collection of mostly disabled orc monstrosities came next, barely holding orbit above the Greenskin stronghold, thus preventing its purge by the Imperial Navy. And finally, a handful of traitor vessels hung above the Daimos Peninsula. Those combined with the warp emanations coming from the abominable gate there made effective orbital bombardment impossible. Another pulse rippled through the crystal-clear hologram, and 5 new gray symbols flickered to life. Their designations were in an older dialect of Gothic, though one Gaius could easily read. Orbital bombardment platforms, Ares class. The Muggos loudly praised the Omnisia and ran to a nearby console, his revere interrupted by the new information. He demanded data on those platforms, only to find out he needed access codes he lacked. He had to placate the machine spirit of the logic engine and gain more access. Who knew what other treasures this facility might allow him to find? Task Force Talon. Thursday Abies Plateau. Kronus. It was close to midnight and low clouds covered the sky. It should have been pitch black out here in the heart of the desert. Instead, a green glow and the occasional arcing lighting illuminated the white sands. Instead of forgotten ancient ruins that should have been buried and unrecognizable at this point, dark metal monoliths rose into the sky. We could see neat squares of cylindrical generators, heavy weapon emplacements guarding them. There were even a handful of immense forms poking from the sands and pointing at the overcast sky. There was no mistaking those ground-to-orbit installations. The Necrons took the security of their base seriously, a fact underscored by the escort we picked up as soon as we approached the territory they claimed. Fusions of Necron warriors and skimmers silently floated around our task force by the dozens. More joined them with every kilometer we advanced. Soon, we could no longer see the sky due to an immense swarm of drones buzzing overhead. Some were familiar, others resembled tiny insects no larger than a grown man's fist. Inquisitor, I'm glad they're on our side. Commissar Weber sat beside me on top of a chimera. My Khazarkan bodyguards rode in the troop compartment below. My new Ogren friends traveled into the following vehicles. They refused to let me get too far away from them. The newly named Celine rode on top as well and dozed off cuddled in my side to the profound relief of my security detail. I hope our superiors will agree when they arrive. A pair of Titan-sized monoliths joined the procession escorting a number of floating pylons. The Necrons had altered the precious devices. They were attached to oversized skimmers similar to the lower bodies of the destroyers, and other half-metal men, half-machines that surrounded us. An utterly silent flash of blinding lightning struck, and we weren't alone on the Chimera's roof. The Nekron Lord himself towered above us in all his glory. He was even larger than before, all pristine dark silver necrodermis with green undertones. His eyes blazed with power when he looked down at us. "We're ready," he rasped in a deep, halting way. "We're ready too." I carefully waved at the armored column stretching behind us. It contained the fastest vehicles the Guard had available and nearly half of the Blood Raven's armored forces. "Proceed," the Nekron Lord ordered, and a shudder went through the Xeno forces surrounding us. Then they moved forward as one. "With this, we might stand a chance when assaulting Hell today," Weber muttered, then winced when he remembered where he was and who could overhear him. "We're going to Hell and back, my friend. Tonight, we dine in Hell and kill every single traitor, heretic, or demon who dares stand in our way." The Nekron Lord looked at us with what might have been exasperation. "All available data points out that consuming food in Hell would be hazardous for your health." He was joking, right? Chapter 80. Chapter 81. The Green Coast. Kronus. Gorgitz managed to drag himself to his stronghold. Doing so was an exercise of pain and futility with no foe to fight. At least the slog gave him ample time to think. There was war in the air. He could smell it, feel it in his itching bones, and that wasn't just broken and cracks mending. He burned with the desire to go out there and fight, to become bigger and stronger. It would be a great whack. Gorgitz grinned at the thought, grabbed an unlucky squig that wasn't fast enough in getting away, and bit off its head. His teeth crunched bone and cartilage with ease. The snack helped the warboss center himself. By Gork and Mork, he knew something odd was happening to him. He was thinking, something unusual even for a warboss of his statute. And his thoughts, they weren't all proper Okri-like. He should have been in the grips of great rage right now. His great stronghold, the pride of all orcs in this sector, which was proper Orky-like, was all but empty. There weren't enough boys left for a proper whack, much less a real WAGH. Instead of smashing skulls, squishing Gretchen, and terrorizing any weird or mech bios that were still alive, he simply stood in the heart of his fortress, munched on a snack, and thought. Gorgitz didn't have enough boys left for a proper war. That very thought made him itch and shake in frustration. And even if he had the boys, he didn't have enough big guns, not enough DACA. He finished the snack and looked for another squig, while one of the handful surviving mech boys tried his best to hammer his armor in shape. Gorgitz looked down at the much smaller boy, at the scrap hammer he was using, and at the armor he wore with pride. It was proper orky. It was nice red, it was also little more than scrap. Likewise, it was really pathetic, Gorgitz thought and sighed in frustration. When he closed his eyes, he could almost see orcs who weren't orcs, war bosses, and boys of size he couldn't have imagined before. He could see their weapons and armor. They were orky, yet not. They were whole, massive, beautiful. They weren't made of scrap. That was a beautiful future. One of a WAAC, the kind of even Gorgitz could scarcely imagine. Yet, the orcs he could imagine, the ones who could bring it into being, they were different. They were smarter, both less and more orky if that made sense. See, he had too much time to think. That wasn't proper orky, yet he couldn't stop. Gorgitz wanted to get all the boys and go charge the enemy, the Humies, the smelly Humies, the Bly boys, even those metal boys. Instead, the warboss looked at the sky. To the south, he could see purple, sick clouds, and ugly lighting. To the north, dark rainy clouds. Yet, right above his stronghold, the sky was clear, full of stars, of worlds to conquer. He wanted to spread the joys of the WAAC to every single one of them. His blood bubbled with excitement at the possibilities, at the conflicts yet to come. Gorgitz stared at the sky and remembered his WAAC dying under an awesome amount of proper DACA. He knew there were a few cruisers up there, all shot up and nearly useless. All they could do was perhaps prevent the same from happening to his stronghold. That simply wouldn't do. It was painful to admit it, however, the WAAC on Kronus, at least the proper orky one, was over. It would take time for enough boys to spawn. Even longer to get a sufficient number of mech boys to build DACA and vehicles, to get weird boys, so they could make the fun even better. Gorgitz looked around wistfully. There was just a single knob left, and he was on the smaller side. Even smaller now because the boy was busy regrowing an arm and half his face. The poor bastard had almost no teeth left, just a single, half-broken tusk. At least he got a nice heavy choppa held in his remaining hand. It merrily sparkled with propar orky energy, and it was ready to bash skulls. You. Gorgitz pointed at the knob. Go. Gather all the boys. I'll speak to them. He declared. Already, wisps of a plan were forming within his itching brain. Gorgitz would leave this rock, take all his boys, and go forth, find a place to prepare a proper WAAC. This time, it won't burn from the sky. When he was ready, when he gathers enough boys, nothing would stop him. But first, he should make a gift for the Humies and everyone else who opened his eyes to the truth. It wouldn't be propar orky, otherwise. Assyria forests. Kronus. Brother Sergeant went escorted Muggo Scipio, Row 11 into the ancient facility. The senior surviving Mechanicus representative on Kronus would be the one to do the honors and begin the battle to eradicate the traitors from the face of the planet. They passed by groups of heavily armed servitors, guardsmen setting up defensive positions, and the odd impassive Nekron protecting the facility. Those were the same Xenos who tore the traitors outside to pieces. For serpentine wraiths lurked in dark corners. One of them was quite obvious for more than a day now. It toyed with the crushed helmet of Traitor Astartes. 2 standard Nekron warriors stood still like statues at the entrance of the facility. Another pair guarded the command center. Those 2 were a bit different. Their forms were built lighter compared to most of their kind Went had the displeasure to see. They carried shorter versions of their Gauss weapons, and each had a sort of dark, almost pitch-black metal clamped to their backs. They were among the most animated Necrons the sergeant had ever seen. Instead of acting like statues, their heads turned to follow everyone in view, and if he didn't know better, the Astartes would swear they were curious. The convoy will enter extreme weapons range of the enemy soon. The Nekron to the right spoke, surprising everyone. I'm aware. Muggo Scipio, Row 11 stated without breaking stride. That's why I'm here. Our assault will begin momentarily. He passed through the checkpoint and sent a stream of binary at the tech priests working inside. One of them, Gaius, the senior one, answered with an angry whistle. Needs must, Scipio, Row 11 continued in a normal voice. We don't have any more time. We'll be apologizing and placating the machine spirits later. Now, they'll have to serve the Omnisia. The Muggos made his way to the primary hololith and interfaced with the console in front of it. The hologram showing Kronus and the forces in orbit zoomed in. 2 red, 1 amber, and 2 yellow symbols slowly converged above the continent. The weapon platforms suddenly, the 2 critically damaged ones shifted orbits and rapidly accelerated. The hologram rippled and descent vectors appeared, leading straight at the heavy defenses that made an approach towards the Daimos Peninsula from this region suicidal. The other 3 platforms moved more slowly, merely shifting their orbits, so they would be in a position very soon. Active scans went out from the damaged Tau battle group, though the Xeno ships didn't react otherwise. The Orc scrap heaps did nothing. They probably failed to detect the activity in orbit. The hologram zoomed in until it showed an orbital view of the Daimos Peninsula. Warp emanations and corrupted clouds covered almost the whole region, making precise targeting unreliable. It was another question if any bombardment passing through those clouds would even hit the ground. The outer defense lines set up by the traitors had no such defenses, and they were more than formidable enough to warrant the attention of the Ares platforms. The two units without active weaponry went down first, like the fiery fists of furious saints smiting infidels, and this was one of the few instances when such thoughts would be proper for a space marine, when thought. Traitor Astartes, demon engines, corrupted vehicles, traitorous PDF forces, mutants, cultists, and barely controlled Reaver warbands, they all looked at the heavens and their judgment. They saw the falling platforms, and those at the target areas tried to run, while others stubbornly stood their ground. It didn't matter. Macro cannons, lance batteries, and fusion missiles tore their way through the heavens, lighting them in purifying fire. Task Force Retribution's surviving artillery park opened up at the same moment. The traitor, the heretic, the unclean, and demon-infested machinery, they all burned, and this was only the beginning. Interceptors and anti-air weaponry rose in defiance only to be largely ignored. Explosives and Gauss weaponry leveled huge swaths of forest to open the way for armored spearheads. The guard advanced like a mailed fist, flanked by Nekron destroyers and 100 Eldar grav tanks racing to exploit the enemy confusion. Walkers and mechanized infantry followed behind them, while elite units waited in reserve. Sergeant Went smiled. This was merely a taste of things to come. The traitors would rue the day they turned on the Imperium of Man. Chapter 82. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. Under most other circumstances, Eliphaz would consider what he just saw a glorious slaughter that would make Khorne happy. Well, the god of war was going to be happy regardless, the Dark Apostle concluded. He could hear the thunder of the orbital bombardment and felt the aftershocks below his feet. The Astartes could also taste the thousands upon thousands of souls torn from their mortal coil and sent screaming into the warp. Some were even happy at the prospect of what awaited them, while others howled in fury at the bloodshed denied to them. Such an unwitting sacrifice, no matter how sudden, had its uses. Some of those souls would fuel the defenses, making the rest of the peninsula that much harder to crack. Unfortunately, Eliphaz was no longer certain he had the assets to grind down any assault that might come his way. Much less, then proceed to counterattack them to death after the warp gate replenished his numbers. The corpse worshippers surprised him. Even if they could find the control center for the ancient orbital platforms, and there were enough of them left operational to matter, which obviously was true, more's the pity, they shouldn't have been able to gain access and use them anytime soon. It was a very long shot. His agents could have done it, at least in theory, and only because they were led by an Astartes with access to the soul of a true believer who used to work there when alive. Loyalist and Nekron forces are advancing on our positions. A deceptively calm voice hissed. We need support if we're to hold. Explosions and screams drowned the Vox transmission. Eliphaz's experienced ears could hear the exotic sounds of discharging Eldar weaponry. Who could have foreseen the corpse worshippers would ally themselves with not one, but two Xeno menaces to ruin his plans? Eliphaz didn't bother to answer the request. Instead, he ran towards the nearest command post he could see in his mind's eye a good enough map of his force's disposition. Or, where they should have been, because a third to half of the warm bodies he had available couldn't be relied upon to stay put and follow any complicated orders. He could rely on his Astartes, some demons and demon engines would be of use. Several guard and PDF units who saw the truth and turned on the Imperium would follow orders as well. The rest were rabble, little more than cannon fodder useful to screen competent units. The problem was that he just lost a significant number of the latter, and more would follow until he could organize a proper response. Get sacrifices going. I want a solid wall of demons tearing those corpse botherers to pieces. Eliphaz ordered his remaining sorcerers. Those weren't among the most powerful, or brightest, however, they weren't a real danger either. Unless someone new had arrived recently without him noticing. Interceptors and bombers rose to blunt the attack, and Eliphaz was glad that he didn't have to do everything himself. A minute later he was much less happy when Nekron's scythe-like craft met his aircraft and heavy anti-air fire rose from the advancing enemy. At least he was now in an operational command post and could see the scope of the disaster with his own eyes. The ground split into glowing fissures, infernos engulfed settlements bearing signs of the primordial truth, fusion warheads flattened villages, and cracked defense lines. Lance strikes focused on any trace of resistance in the lower part of the peninsula. The warp pulsed strangely, while its denizens feasted. Something powerful looked at the battlefield, and Eliphaz could feel the tiniest sliver of attention from his patrons. The warp resonated with power, and he could hear chanting in his mind. With the 37 keys of Tsench, we opened the way for our brothers. A sorcerer screamed and plunged his clawed fingers in the chest of a prisoner to tear out her still-beating heart. With the 1,000 whispers of Slainish, we called to them. In a profane temple to the corpse emperor, a murder orgy took place led by the dead governor's concubine. Reality sundered and clawed demonides burst through, joining the celebration. With the 12 plagues of Nurgle, we fell their enemies. Within a steel pen, dozens of prisoners writhed in agony, while countless diseases ravaged their bodies and withered their souls, in preparation to turn them into demon hosts. And with the mighty axe of Khorne, we cut open the world for them. Berserkers and Khornate cultists fell upon each other, spilling blood and gathering skulls for their patron. Meanwhile, a sorcerer used a ceremonial axe to behead a long line of prisoners, gleefully spilling their blood and using it as fuel. Come forth, and spread the truth of chaos. Something whispered within Alipha's mind. Show me the warp gate. He demanded, and soon a corrupted hololith, covered in pulsing veins, came to life, displaying the gate in all its glory. Demons raced through by the scores, while world-bearer squads marched in lockstep like on an ancient parade. It was an unending tide of warriors to drown the enemies of chaos undivided. Eliphaz grinned widely at the sight, then he frowned. The pouring horde slowed down, and the screaming surface of the portal shimmered. A familiar, hated presence observed the unfolding events and expended power to defy chaos itself. To Eliphaz inhuman senses, beyond the comforting presence of his patron's energy, he could barely perceive a wave of searing golden power. It was anathema, it stood against everything he believed in. With every passing moment, it rose the price needed to bring reinforcements higher and higher. What was so important here it would bring the corpse's attention? Whatever it was, Eliphaz knew he had to deny it to the enemy. Antaeus arrived at the battle in style. He rode across the hellscape in the back of a precious land raider, surrounded by a veteran Terminator squad wielding priceless weaponry and armor. For this operation, Captain Thule pulled off all the stops and opened all the vaults on board of their battle barge. The super-heavy assault transport drove behind a spearhead of Predator tanks, followed by a guard Baneblade repaired and upgraded with the help of the Necrons. As a consequence, for a change, it wasn't the Astartes who drew most enemy attention. The countless Necron drones swarming around the battlefield, providing distraction or lethal weaponry had something to do with that state of affairs, the librarian guessed. He had his helmet's HUD linked to the venerable machine's external cameras, and it showed him a rare apocalypse. Scarred, twisted and bleeding soil burned, weapons of all kinds burned lines through the air, and as far as the eye could see, there were explosions beyond number. A single glance was enough to tell Antaeus that on this battlefield, only the guard units with access to sealed armor would be of any use. Everyone else would die screaming in short order, either because of radiation, toxins, plagues, or raw warp exposure. In their short time on Kronus, the traitors had turned this region into a slice of a demon world, and they were only on the outskirts of the infestation. Antaeus didn't want to think about what they would find when they pushed deeper. Target, 12 o'clock. Demolisher. The driver announced. I have it. The Land Raider vibrated when its heavy loss cannon spoke as one. Antaeus saw the target, a former guard vehicle profaned by now burning chaos iconography. The corrupted machine was turning around, while a group of Necron warriors repeatedly shot it in the flank, stripping large amounts of armor with every hit. It didn't manage to bring its main weapons to bear on the Xenos. A full alpha strike from the Land Raider caught it in the side and cored it, igniting ammunition and fuel. Some small drones flew into the holes and detonated, obliterating anything that might have survived the Astartes' attention. A group of deformed mutants crested a hill to the left, carrying heavy weaponry. Before they could acquire targets, a Vindicator turned them into a red mist with a long barrage reminiscent of a laser beam. A platoon of PDF Lehman Russ tanks attempted to slow down the Loyalist advance and squared off against the Land Raider and its Predator escort. That exchange of fire was over quickly and had predictable results. The enemy managed to score a single hit, which glanced off the thick frontal plate of the assault transport. The faster and nimble Astartes tanks avoided all incoming fire before shooting up the opposition. Aquila actual to all retribution elements. Advance 15 more kilometers and establish a defensive perimeter. Task Force Talon is on the way to secure a forward operation base. Eldar forces will act as a screening element. Traitor artillery finally caught up with the advance, and a lucky hit threw off a track from the Predator on point. The Blood Raven tank skid to a halt and caught multiple lead missiles in the side. Traitor Astartes with heavy weaponry. Antaeus concluded. He could barely perceive their forms through the camera feed. Witchcraft cloaked them. Foul sorcery. The librarian decided and busied himself with shattering it. Chapter 83. Daimos Peninsula. Cronis. Will dine in hell. Weber threw my earlier words back in my face. He might have been sarcastic, however, it was hard to tell through the distortion of his respirator. There were glowing rivers of magma in the distance, thanks to a deorbited Ares platform that hit something sensitive in the planet's crust as a consequence. Our right flank was reasonably secure for now. A brand new volcano was busy erupting over there, grounding most flights in the area and making a no-go zone for the majority of heretics. Demons and Traitor Astartes might be able to slip through, however, their regular ground forces would be stymied. That was the consensus anyway. Nevertheless, 2 infantry regiments were busy digging in at the outer edge of the zone covered by Eldar walkers and a few Nekron drone swarms. The expendable little horrors had little issue going into that particular slice of hell and mostly getting back. That covered the fire and brimstone part of the hell comparison. The army of demons massing just behind the Chaos arcane defenses accounted for another check on the list. The heretics were obviously the damned souls, who begged to be purged for good. We'll have to clean up the place a bit. First, I relented. This place was our first forward operational base within chaos-infested territory, a location of vital importance for multiple reasons. First, it was on a rocky plateau, offering some defensive advantages and a great position to mass regimental artillery. Second, we needed a reasonably secure logistics and repair hub. Third, this would be a processing center for the wounded. Those well enough to pull back would board evacuation transports, while the poor bastards suffering any trace of corruption would either get lucky or receive the Emperor's mercy. Fourth, this would be the first field test of the Nekron pylons, and so far, they worked beautifully. When we arrived at the heels of blunted armored spearheads, the plateau was a slaughterhouse crawling with Necrons murdering every single heretic who didn't have the good grace to die already or run. As soon as we arrived, the effect was spectacular, yet not precisely the one we expected. The ground, which had bleeding patches of mixed soil and flesh, writhed, screamed, and died. Unnatural growths rapidly withered and turned to ash to be carried away by the wind. Profane symbols upon wrecked vehicles and equipment burst into fire and faded away. The half-melted remains of an autocannon screeched and tried to crawl away before collapsing into twisted metal. A mutant shrieked and fell dead before a wraith could dismember it. More importantly, I could hear an angry and surprised cacophony produced by infuriated demons who clawed at the borders of reality itself and suddenly found them strengthened. The fact this could startle me wasn't particularly surprising on second thought. Celine's presence had kept it all away until now. I looked around, searching for the kid, who was supposed to stay at my side no matter what. She was near the front half of a traitor chimera, looking inside. "Charles, make sure Celine doesn't get away again," I told my commissar friend. He looked around as well, then rapidly made his way to her. Meanwhile, I examined the surrounding warp. There was the familiar void where Celine was. I could vaguely perceive the literal hell that awaited us beyond the pylon's effect. That prick Eliphaz was trying to turn Kronus into a demon world, and there were countless warp-spawned bastards gleefully trying to claim it for themselves. Despite that, the warp right around us was calm, clean, I guess. I never had experienced something like this. Those pylons didn't just strengthen the borders of reality, they somehow pushed away all the things infesting the immaterium, creating pockets of calm. That was the best way I could put it into words. Just standing here, being barely able to touch the immaterium, much less being able to use its energies for anything, was refreshing. With access to this, how in the Emperor's name did the Necrons lose the war in heaven? Didn't they know what they had? This was similar, yet different from what I felt under the effect of the pylon they gave us. Was it because it was an older, less refined model? Or perhaps the number of pylons active nearby? I was at loss for words. Celine's approaching presence restarted my brain, either that or the lack of the sudden and unexpected sensation of peace and relaxation I experienced. The girls skipped happily to my side, or so it seemed. It was hard to be sure with Celine covered from head to toe in sealed armor of her own. To give credit where credit is due, Scipio's cogboys and girls outdid themselves. "You, young lady, are staying right beside me. Is that clear, Celine?" I demanded. The little blank looked up for a few seconds and eventually nodded. "The kid needs a minder," Charles pointed out. "Perhaps more than one. 2 minders are on the way." The Nekron Lord's deep voice startled me. Ever since we arrived, he had been standing nearby, staring in the distance and presumably coordinating his forces. I was about to ask what the oversized murderbot had in mind when painfully familiar emerald lightning struck nearby. The optics of my helmet helped spare my sight. When I could see again, there were 2 rather short and slim Necrons standing behind Celine. They held smaller variants of the standard Gauss weapons loved by the aliens. Their heads swung around, scanning for threats. Human designation Celine, strategic status critical. "We will ensure safety." One of the newcomers spoke in a typical Nekron fashion. "Well, they should have no problem being around her," Weber muttered. No offense meant. He hastily added when Celine turned her head to look at him. Let's carry on. We have a job to do. Affirmative. The odd duo chorused in stereo. Commissar, please check when the field HQ will be operational and ensure the tech priests have everything they might need to expedite construction. Charles saluted and promptly left. The rest of my bodyguard detail was less fortunate. I didn't need my psyker abilities, or any training for that matter, to see that Corporal Santos and his stormtrooper buddies were on edge, and not just because of our location. The Ogrins, on the other hand, nonchalantly talked to each other. While sharp and alert for threats, they didn't show any visible unease from either Celine or the Necrons, bless their simple souls. The enemy is preparing to hit us hard before we can fortify this position. The Nekron Lord announced. He swiped clawed fingers through the air, and a high-definition hologram appeared in front of us. It showed tall, twisted altars pulsing with warp energy and surrounded by large pools of blood. Just beyond them, I could see a thick mass of purple, gray, and red flesh. There were all kinds of appendages which had no place being part of humanoid bodies. I didn't want to think about the countless ravenous maws filled with razor-sharp teeth. That's a lot of demons. And every single one of them wanted to skullfuck us while eating our guts. Or much worse. The image changed, showing 3 armored columns. 2 made of Traitor PDF and Guard units, with the third, waiting farther back, consisting of Traitor Astartes and Demon engines. There was at least a company worth of those never sufficiently damned bastards ready to slam into our lines at the first sign of weakness. On a closer examination, most of those traitors were more demon now, with all kinds of things sticking through their corrupted armors, spiky tentacles, additional arms, tongues with eyeballs, a screaming face. Wisely, I decided not to look any closer unless one of them was trying to kill me. Warp distortions and arcane defenses meant that indirect fire was all but useless. We confirmed that after half an hour bombardment, which failed to hit anything of value. Watch. The Nekron focused my attention on a new image. We were looking at the twisted altars, which pulsed with energy from top to bottom, then discharged it in wide circular waves. Unless protected by a sufficiently powerful blank, or potentially a pylon, anyone alive caught in such a blast would have their soul torn from its mortal coil and thrown into the warp with predictable results. Traitor artillery thundered and the horde of ravenous demons charged past the altars. Now it begins. The Nekron declared. He sounded almost happy and soon I figured out why. Chapter 84. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. It was a rare and terrible occasion when the legions of Khorne needed to fight with forethought, much rarer that they cared for it. It was rarer still they were ordered to pursue an agenda besides slaughtering everything in their path. Today was such a terrible day. Uzhul was among the last demon to fight his way through the warp and a searing barrier of golden power. His great war steed stumbled and bellowed in pained fury. Smoke rose from Kultiran's armored hide. The tough flesh refused to seal back together, the foreign power still clung to it and burned. Uzhul fared a little better. His armored, skull-covered coat took the brunt of the anathema's wrath. The golden light still seared his face and hands nearly to the bone. The Herald of Khorne smiled anyway. The anathema's power wasn't enough to deny him passage. In exchange for what he just suffered, he would reap troves of mighty skulls. But even that was secondary. Today, the Skulltaker was going to make a point. Chaos could not be denied. Khorne's will could never be denied. There would be an everlasting war. Rivers of blood would drown the galaxy, and mountains of skulls would fight for the privilege to adorn Khorne's throne. Where schemes and arrogance failed, might, blood and skill would carry the day. Thus, Khorne ordained, and thus Uzhul would make it be. Kultiran trampled lesser demons who had the temerity to find themselves in their way. He feasted on a few of them, using their energy to hasten his healing, and the Skulltaker approved. He rode past Alipha's the Dark Apostle and sneered at the failure. One day, he would take the fool's skull and throw it away as the unworthy trash it was. Soon, Uzhul reached the pathetic excuse of a battlefield he had to reshape. Not even a full legion of demons, all but a handful of weak examples of their kind, was all he had to work with. The Herald was beginning to understand why Khorne sent him here. He could see the enemy, and most of them weren't worthy of his time, much less his blade. The Skulltaker beheld the soulless machines, with worthless skulls. He experienced the void that was actually mildly dangerous. He could feel a nasty patch of the surrounding warp. It was twisted into a disgusting, abominable mockery of all that a demon of Khorne stood for. Kultiran roared in shared fury, and thousands of throats answered. The demons now knew he was here. Every single bloodletter went wild, as they should. Uzhul was what they wanted to be, the pinnacle of his kind, and today, he was going to prove it once again. The Herald of Khorne drew his hungry hellblade, pointed at the enemy, and went to war. The Nekron Lord of Kronus watched a horde of abominations approach. He beheld the greatest atrocity wrought by the ancient enemy, at the offense against reality itself. The Nekron Lord decided that he hated every single one of the abominations with a burning passion. That revelation surprised him and gave him a brief pause to re-examine his mental state. In less than a second, countless safety routines and scans ran their course, and what they revealed did indeed stun him for another second. Meanwhile, his warriors, and human allies, wasted no time. Without waiting for orders, they opened fire at the advancing forces of insanity. Emergency subroutines locked down parts of the Nekron Lord's mind, forcing down the stunned confusion he briefly experienced. This revelation could wait, no matter how important it might be. The human artillery was somewhat effective in the killing ground between the transdimensional defenses erected by the servants of the abominations and the Alliance's defense perimeter. Human solid projectile fixed defenses and crew-operated weapon emplacement opened fire next, followed by hastily dug-in vehicles. Meanwhile, the Nekron drone swarms and destroyers opened fire to intercept a powerful and sustained enemy artillery barrage. The darkened sky lit up with explosions, clearly illuminating the battlefield. As expected, human, Eldar, and even Nekron long-range firepower were less effective than desired against this type of abominations. And as accounted for, the enemy armor would advance after the next pulse of their profane defensive towers. However, those were conventional threats, which had many available answers. The approaching horde was something else, especially several powerful emanations that used the rest as shields to get close. Bolts of transdimensional energy rained upon the defenders. Abominations ran towards them, shrugging off enough firepower to down a heavily armored vehicle. The Nekron Lord opened his connection to the power generators at his base and the powerful capacitors they fed. The monolith anchoring the left flank of the defense perimeter lit up with energy. Advanced sensors swept the surrounding area, brute-forcing their way through transdimensional distortions. He designated coordinates and opened the floodgates. Massive pillars of energy breached the gap in time and distance between the Nekron stronghold and the battlefield in front of him. The whole front lit up with emerald lighting. The first rows of abominations disintegrated. Their destruction formed a barrier that protected the rest from the backslash. The charging horde briefly faltered. Swarms of hunter drones slammed into them and detonated, adding to the confusion. Impossible energies and effects turned an army-shattering blow into mere confusion. What should have been killing blows caused mild to moderate wounds that quickly began to close. It didn't matter. The abominations slowed down, and now they had a near-solid wall of Nekron warriors waiting to receive their charge. The Nekron Lord's guard was finally awake, hale, and ready for battle. The Lich Guard stood tall and defiant, wielding war scythes and thick shields. Behind every single one of them stood a phalanx of warriors equipped for close combat. For the second time that day, the Nekron Lord drank deeply from the power well at his base and teleported between two of his ancient companions. To his shame, his damaged databases couldn't recall their names or most of their history together. Nevertheless, he could recall many images of them fighting together on countless battlefields, from the beginning of the war in heaven to its bitter end. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, right in the path of a large angry abomination that rode an even huger monstrosity. This one would do, the Nekron Lord decided. Uzhul had to reconsider. There might be a handful of worthy metal skulls to take after all. One of his primary targets dared show itself, and he was going to ensure it wouldn't survive to offend Khorne again. He screamed a challenge and spurred Kultiran onward. The large Nekron pointed an open palm their way and shot a beam of green energy straight at them. Kultiran plowed straight through it, screaming in pain and fury. His armored hide burst into fire and burned away. Flesh stronger than steel burned slowly but surely, until the Nekron attack hit bone and halted, kept at bay by the sheer power and bloody-minded determination of the demon. Kultiran wouldn't be denied so easy, neither would Uzhul. Explosions rippled all around the Herald of Khorne. They scattered lesser demons and even sent some weaklings back to the warp before their talon could spill blood. The rest staggered, got to their feet, and resumed their charge. Blood for the blood god. Uzhul roared furiously. He hated those soulless, bloodless machines with a blinding passion. Blood! At least 1,000 demons screamed back, and they fell upon the enemy like an avalanche of hellblades, teeth, and claws. They were the fury of the warp itself, and nothing could stop them. Chapter 85. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. Crude mortal artillery and energy attacks flew above the battlefield and slammed into the closest nasty green pylon. Sorcery and pure warp attacks followed, concentrated on the single real danger chaos faced on Kronus. Moments before Uzhul was about to trample his first target, a pylon blew up, and the walls keeping the warp at bay weakened. Lightning thundered, and Kul-Tiran suddenly stumbled, falling on his front paws just before they could smash through the Necrons. Uzhul felt a barrier fall, pushing the warp away and draining his energy. As if that wasn't bad enough, the closest source of warp he could grasp was anything but invigorating. It contained no fury and rage, no echoes of slaughter or screaming souls. It was like a poison to his very existence, and he recoiled at its very touch. This was the reason why Khorne himself sent him here. He had to eradicate this unnatural phenomenon and take the skulls of those who brought something so despicable into existence. The Nekron Lord lashed at Kul-Tiran again, and this time his two guards followed suit. They lowered their weapons at the great war steed and unleashed emerald lighting to ravage the mighty demon. Uzhul had no choice and vaulted out of his seat. Kul-Tiran roared in pain and fury and got up to gore the despicable machines. Emerald beams, ugly things, not like the more bearable Nurgle poisons, cut its feet from under him. Demon flesh yielded, and this time, Kul-Tiran couldn't get enough warp energy fast enough to heal, much less shrug off the wounds. The Skulltaker came to the rescue, followed by hundreds of bloodletters. They slammed into the Nekron lines with a vengeance. Hellblade and claws met war scythes, hyperphase swords, and tough necrodermis. Necrons fell, but so did demons. Massed artillery struck their rear ranks. Drones suicided among their numbers, and the Imperials poured as much fire into the demons as they could from their elevated positions. Demons vanished, banished, screaming back into the warp much faster than it should have been possible. It didn't matter. Uzhul could instinctively read the battlefield. There weren't enough Necrons to stop them, and Alithas would be useful for once the armored columns were on the way, and very soon, the enemy would have to shoot at them. Besides, all that didn't matter right now. The Skulltaker had his target where he wanted it. Uzhul roared furiously and slammed into the Nekron Lord, and pushed it back. The fury of the warp clashed with Nekron trickery. The world slowed down to a crawl while four warriors did their best to tear each other to pieces. It was glorious. If Antaeus was a lesser man, his blood would freeze in his veins as soon as the demon attack began. He could recognize the warp abomination leading the charge. It was Uzhul the Skulltaker. That thing was an alpha-class threat at best, one not to be engaged without a strong Grey Knight contingent, and powerful anti-demon countermeasures available. There were no Grey Knights on Kronus. However, there were various anti-warp and demon options available. Antaeus only hoped they would be enough. "Brothers, with me." The librarian's voice rattled the Land Raider. "Drive straight at that monster." Antaeus spared a brief moment to check the tactical feed and grimaced. He could see the Inquisitor, his blank ward, and bodyguards heading into the fray. Antaeus knew the plan, and this was precisely the wrong time and target to try it on. The Skulltaker was here, and it would be all they could do to survive the day. Raven 5 to all elements on this net, designating priority target, Alpha class threat. Concentrate all available firepower on it. Do not approach without heavy anti-warp protection. The Land Raider's engine roared to life, and the assault transport plowed through its dug position to charge down the slope of the plateau. The Terminators inside chanted prayers and litanies of protection, while Antaeus glared at the camera feed. He could see the Inquisitor and his security detail expose themselves and charge straight to where the Xenos fought and slowly lost against the demon horde. This time, that fool was going to get himself killed for sure. Lost cannons and heavy bolters firing trice-blessed rounds lashed at the demons. Numerous explosions shook the horde and scattered portion of it, giving a brief respite to the Xenos. Raven actual to all assault squads, form on me. We're going in. Captain Thuli's voice came through the battle net. There were about 30 assault marines available. Even with the captain himself leading them, it wouldn't be enough. To make things worse, the traitor's armor was on the move. They couldn't let the demons reach their hasty set-up defense line. Doing so would invite disaster. Terminators and dreadnoughts, advance. The captain ordered. The assault squads naturally reacted faster, and soon all of them jumped from the top of the plateau into the bloodbath below. 5 venerable ancients advanced as a single unit, liberally dispensing blessed ammunition from their assault cannons. Behind them slowly advanced a Terminator squad outfitted for long-range engagement. The Inquisitor's party drove on after them, with the madman himself and the blank kid riding on top of a command chimera. A swarm of Nekron drones circled them, intercepting incoming enemy firepower. A group of Nekron destroyers left their positions to act as a flank guard. Their heavy weapons blasted apart incoming artillery heading their way. It wasn't nearly enough. The odd warp blast sent by the demons went through, only to harmlessly dissipate when it went anywhere near the Inquisitor. This was sheer madness, and it was working. "Get us down there now," Antaeus demanded. Technically speaking, it has been a very long time since the Nekron Lord of Cronis faced warp-spawned abominations. However, after the long sleep, it didn't feel that way. He could recall bits and pieces of the final battles when reality itself shattered. That allowed monsters from another dimension to arrive, so they could devour everyone. This was no different. However, this time, he might just have a way to vanquish them for good. Such an opportunity was worth risking everything. The Nekron Lord faced the strongest abomination on the battlefield. If he was alone, he would have lost. That much became certain almost immediately. Even with its connection to its dimension of origin weakened by the pylons, that thing was impossibly fast and powerful. Its profane blade was extremely dangerous, and it wielded it with a skill that no living being should possess. It took the efforts of 3 Necrons to barely keep it at bay. They only managed to do so by slowly falling back while under the effect of a chronometron. That thing was so fast that only the artifact allowed them to keep up, if barely. The Nekron Lord didn't know the name of the abomination he faced. He didn't care to learn it. What mattered was it was extremely powerful. The pylons and his shadow ink weakened it, yet it still outclassed 3 of the best warriors he had ever known. This was better than anticipated, or would be as long as the plan worked. The Nekron line buckled, then briefly stabilized when artillery bombardment and hunter drones slammed into the demons, buying a few precious moments. Human anti-abomination weaponry took its toll, and the allied enhanced warriors joined the fray, using crude rocket packs to slam into the beasts. The line didn't break. It held, if barely, however, it bent in the center, where the Nekron Lord had to fall back. The frenzied abominations made another push, and the large beast, the one he fought rode to the battlefield on, staggered into the fray as well. It was slow, wounded, yet it came anyway. There was a purpose behind the mad attack. The abominations did their best to separate him from support and make him an easier target. How predictable. Another pylon fell prey to concentrated attack from transdimensional energy and what appeared to be every single long-range weaponry the enemy had. The barriers holding reality itself together weakened, and the abominations attacked with redoubled vigor. The quadrupedal beast trampled a lich guard and got gutted in the process, staggering with a hyperphase sword sticking from its belly. The Nekron vanished, whiskered away to safety for repair, just like instead of dying for good, the abominations merely returned home. That was a significant advantage the Nekron had tried to deny them since the last days of the war in heaven. It was time to see if they would finally succeed. For a third time that day, the Nekron Lord drank deeply from the reserves of power gathered in his stronghold. A mental command had his companions break off to slow down the tide of lesser abominations while he fell back faster. This emboldened the monster facing him, and it swung even faster and harder at him. The Nekron Lord could no longer stop all attacks coming his way, much less find the time and space to counterattack. The burning blade struck him again and again, leaving rends into his tough plating. The damage was superficial, yet it grew with each successful strike. A small-scale human counterattack ensured that the line held for a bit longer, leaving the Nekron Lord and his opponent fighting alone. The Inquisitor arrived then with the pariah child at his side and numerous mortal guards on their heels. Instead of feeling threatened, the abomination laughed in glee and screamed some nonsense in ugly language. Chapter 86. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. Uzhal's task just became much easier. His second primary target decided to come out and meet him openly. That was good, great even. The Bloodletter laughed. It was time to end this, and he could enjoy himself later. Kul Tiran, hanker to me. Give me your strength. The Skulltaker demanded. The bond he had with his war steed pulsed once, and he drank deeply from it. It would take at least a century before Kul Tiran could manifest again in the Materium, but that didn't matter. Here and now, he would ensure victory. Demonic flesh unraveled in a vortex of warp energy that strengthened the nearby demons. The remaining pylons pushed away some of it, however, Uzhal managed to consume more than enough. It was easy really. This time around, he didn't have to fight against the barriers to touch the warp energy. 100 empowered bloodletters swarmed over the Nekron line and tore a breach into it. Human dreadnoughts and Terminator poured fire into the breach, followed by the guards of the second target. Demons fell blasted to bloody chunks and vanished, only for more to take their place. The breach widened, and yet another pylon went down. Chaos-aligned mortals finally began their assault, and a lot of the firepower directed at the diminished number of demons had shift targets. This was it. The victory was at hand. Uzhal could draw on a bit more power from the warp, and he put it to good use. The Herald of Khorne fell upon the Nekron world like the judgment of his bloodthirsty god, and with every swing, he tore away chunks of metal flesh. The only thing that could have made this better would have been blood and screams of pain. Instead, the doomed Nekron fought on silently. No matter, the end was night. From where I stood, the plan looked less than clever. There were demons in front of us, pouring through the broken Nekron line. More of the bastards did their best to overwhelm the line on the flanks. If they succeeded, they could swarm our positions en masse. Suddenly, it looked very lonely out here, between our hastily dug-in forces and the enemies of humanity. When in doubt, attack. That thought came unbidden, and it wasn't like I had a better idea. In the Emperor's name, at them. Purge the demons. I screamed as loud as I could and brandished my brand new power mace courtesy of a traditionalist cogboy who no longer needed it. For the Emperor. For the Inquisitor. My dumb Ogren chorused and heedless of the danger charged straight at the rampaging demons. The Neverborn did their best to swarm over a small group of Terminators and Dreadnoughts who made a stand near the breach and did their best to stop the monsters. Driver, charge the big demon. I snapped and pointed a tweaked Lost pistol at the giant ugly bastard making a decent effort at dismembering the Nekron Lord. If he fell, we were fucked. A litany of curses and prayers came from the Chimera below me. Despite that, its engine roared, and with a lurch, we headed straight at the skirmish. All around us, I beheld carnage. Groups of Nekron warriors flashed into existence around us. However, they could barely slow down the demons. Our heavier support was busy intercepting enemy artillery heading our way or had to engage the leading elements of the traitors' armored columns. At least the flanks held thanks to the two Nekron monoliths. Unfortunately, they could scarcely spare any firepower for the center, and it was here where this battle would be decided. My Ogrens blasted apart the first group of demons that came at them. Large-bore automatic shotguns and blessed ammunition proved their worth. Unfortunately, more demons came, and good men's blood flowed freely. I had no more time to watch the carnage because we were there. I saw the Nekron Lord fall, skewered by the huge demon he fought. The monster pulled out its hellblade from his chest, dragging half-melted equipment out, and raised a hand for a decapitating strike. The remote-operated heavy bolter in front of me opened up, peppering up the demon with blessed rounds. A burst caught it in its hand, making it flinch. The hellblade fell anyway. It sliced clean through the Nekron's neck at an angle that brought it down into his chest. A backhand strike sent the mangled Nekron flying, and the demon ran at us almost faster than the eye could follow. A blinding streak of fire caught the demon in the side before it could carve up the Chimera, and the next thing I knew, we rammed it. I was tumbling through the air next, right beside the monster who had lost its footing. I hit the ground hard, felt something break, and saw stars. The next thing I knew, Weber stood above me, screaming defiance. Blood sprayed from his left shoulder, his arm was gone, yet his trembling left hand still held a roaring chainsword. The huge demon was back. It was scorched, I could see bolter rounds detonating against its back, but it didn't care. It swung once, and Charles fell to his knees. My friend's sword flew away along with a few fingers. At that point, I didn't think. I couldn't touch the warp to fling something at that monster. I couldn't find my weapons. All I could do was to stumble on my shaky legs and push Charles away. The hellblade fell, and I screamed in agony. The blow brought me to my knees, leaving me helpless in front of the demon. I was barely aware that my right arm was gone, cut off at the shoulder. The hellblade rose again, and I knew I was dead. When a third pylon went down, it was a mixed blessing for Antaeus. The librarian and his assault Terminator brothers were outside, running beside the Land Raider. He was right, the Inquisitor was going to get himself killed, and there was no one close enough to save him. The Ogrens were engaged, fighting and losing against a swarm of particularly nasty bloodletters. The guard bodyguard simply lacked the firepower to even distract the Skulltaker, who easily shrugged off bolter fire and even survived a direct loss cannon strike. Antaeus was there, however, and he could draw just enough energy from the warp for a single technique. He focused on his gift, fed power through his psychic hood, and tasted both the chaos corruption of the warp and the shrinking clean zone created by the pylons. The librarian charged, twisting the laws of physics to get there in time. He arrived with his power hammer posed to strike and swung down, catching the Skulltaker in the shoulder. The strike staggered the beast demon, flesh burned, split, and spluttered. The hellblade posed to decapitate Vale barely missed the Inquisitor's head. Antaeus wasted no time, and bodily checked the demon, then did his best to push him aside and buy time. He got backhanded for his trouble with enough strength to stagger him. The hellblade flashed his way, and Antaeus instinctively caught it on the thick shaft of his hammer. The blessed metal alloy spluttered in defiance, smoked but held. A bloodletter appeared from behind the Skulltaker just as Antaeus barely parried a thrust aimed at his eyes. The second demon tackled him and began clawing and snapping at him. Antaeus pushed the haft of his hammer into its ravenous mouth and tried to get it off. While his armor kept the damage to a minimum, he was unable to help the Inquisitor, or save himself. The librarian was sure he would be losing his head next. Chapter 87. Daimos Peninsula. Kronus. It all came down to contingency planning in the end, and the human Inquisitor risking his own life. Otherwise, the Nekron Lord doubted that his phylactery would have had enough time to knit together his mangled body. He underestimated this particular abomination. It was a lesson he might survive to learn from yet. The abomination cut through the guards of the pariah child with contemptuous ease. Then mangled one of the Inquisitor's closest companion, only for the human to throw himself in peril just as he did to save the Nekron Lord. All he could do was wait and give orders. The outcome of the whole battle hung on a blade's edge. He needed just a few more moments, and the Inquisitor's other companion, Antaeus, bought those precious moments. The repair machines fixed him enough to activate his resurrection orb, which not only hastened his repair but brought together the Nekron warriors fallen nearby. Lighting arced over their corner of the battlefield and fallen Necrons knit back together, then rose to continue the battle. The two guards scampered up, back together again, grabbed their blades, and charged the abomination. Even as it took 2 blows to dismember one of its attackers, the Nekron Lord could see it was tiring, slowing down. The pylons and the nearby pariah worked, their effects simply weren't enough yet. It was time. His trump card was finally ready. Back at his stronghold, thousands of scarabs worked tirelessly to modify the next monolith to come online. They were busy incorporating state-of-the-art pylons within the monolith systems, protected by thick slabs of necrodermis, active and passive defenses. It was finally fully operational and ready for deployment. The capacitors at the stronghold dumped all the energy they had in one monstrous torrent. A mountain-sized bolt of lighting twisted time and space until 2 distant points became one. All that energy manifested right in front of an enemy armored column, which was just beginning to spread out into an assault formation. Everything nearby ceased to exist. Those looking at the event with unprotected eyes went blind. The resulting shockwave and deafening thunderclap brought a brief pause into the fighting. The Nekron Lord staggered to his feet, and he would have smiled if he could. As soon as the new pylon was in position, and operational, he removed the safeties of the mobile pylons. Energy flowed freely into their hungry systems, supercharging them. The effect was immediate and profound. A full third of the remaining abominations found themselves caught by the strongest part of the field. Every single one of them, including the large one, recoiled. Some of them burst into the white flame where they stood, probably the weaker ones. It was high time to put their immortality to the test. The abomination had enough strength left to stab the Nekron it fought in the chest, then nearly punched the warrior's head off. Fortunately, doing so took its toll. Meanwhile, the red-armored human managed to dispatch the weakened abomination on top of him and got up just in time to intercept a mortal blow aimed at the severely wounded Inquisitor. A few stumbling abominations intercepted the still struggling to walk Nekron Lord. He dispatched them with his gauntlet of fire. As soon as he struck them down, they burst into white flames, screaming in agony. That was a good sign, surely. Adrenaline and sheer desperation kept me somewhat coherent. Antaeus briefly suspended my death sentence, then 2 more Necrons jumped at the demon. I was properly hallucinating, or it might have been wishful thinking. Nevertheless, it looked like the demon was weakening and slowing down. It still managed to cut down the Necrons and was about to finish me, when Antaeus came to the rescue, again. They clashed again, and this time, my librarian friend could hold his own. I would cheer if I could. Instead, I gasped in pain. I could feel myself weakening by the heartbeat, and it finally dawned on me that I must do something about my missing arm. My left hand went for the medpack I was sure I carried when a tiny lithe form dashing towards us caught my attention, and the world froze. Celine appeared all right, even if her sealed armor was a bit banged up and dirty. She carried my power mace and a few times nearly stumbled over its weight. The kid persisted with bloody-minded determination and beelined towards the demon. Antaeus was still fighting it, and both of them appeared worse to wear now. I cursed and didn't care that I was rapidly bleeding out. I looked around for a weapon and saw one of the Necrons nearby. It was cut nearly in 2, yet it struggled to reach its sword. I stumbled forward and grabbed the weapon's hilt, which neatly fit in my arm. Celine, stay back. I slurred out and stumbled towards the battle. Vale, back off. Antaeus shouted, and the brief distraction cost him. The demon slipped his blade through his guard and stabbed him under the right shoulder. That effort proved too much, and the Neverborn fell to his knees. It bled profusely, bolters blew off chunks of its corrupted flesh, which soon burst into silver flames. Yet, it refused to die. The demon surged up with a furious roar and pushed the blade in, nearly severing Antaeus' arm. A streak of fire struck it into the side and made him stumble away from the librarian. Some of its wounds caught fire, which began to slowly spread. It still refused to die. Antaeus fell to one knee, his right arm hanging limp. He grabbed the shaft of his hammer near the head and lunged at the demon. The monster twisted with an unexpected burst of speed, and instead of smashing its skull in, Antaeus landed a glancing blow that took off half its face and stumbled past it. The demon wasted no time, and with the last strength, it had left charged at me. Bolters staggered it, the second lance of fire struck him in the back and ignited it properly this time, yet it kept coming. Celine was there then. She swung the power mace wildly and caught the demon in the kneecap. It imploded, finally bringing it down in front of me, as I staggered towards it, swinging blindly. My blade found purchase, and the world ended in soothing silver fire. Chapter 88. Interlude, A Quiet Death. The Warp. Uzhul, the Skulltaker, most honored herald of Khorne, died quietly. In fact, almost no one noticed the precise moment of his passing. The reason was simple. The warp surrounding Kronus was chock full with ravenous demons tearing at the borders of reality itself. Their screams of fury and pain drowned everything else. A thin barrier of anathema's light stood firm, extracting a price of anything that attempted to manifest on Kronus. It further weakened and drained every lesser demon that had the misfortune to be banished, which led to short-lived fights and feeding frenzies. Nevertheless, chaos was winning. The barriers separating materium and immaterium gradually weakened, more demons passed through the warp gate, even though they had to burn a lot of power for the privilege. Those already on the other side grew gradually stronger and bolder. His victory was at hand, and then the impossible happened. Chaos was denied its due. In a single moment, something banished hundreds of screaming demons back into the warp. A very short-lived stun shock ensured before the warp descended into a feeding frenzy. In the ensuing anarchy, the feasting demons didn't know or care that much less food came back weakened for the taking. Many a demon had expended too much energy fighting against Nekron anti-warp technology, then they expended more in actual combat and to heal wounds that would have slain a living creature. The weakest of them simply didn't have enough power left to cross back into the warp and survive passing through the anathema's barrier. They burned, their remaining energies purified and consumed. The same happened to a smaller number of the weakest lesser demons caught in the Nekron trap. Their essence scattered and could only reach the zones of purified warp created by the pylons. There, it was slowly cleansed, obliterating those demons for good. Uzhul suffered a similar fate. He found himself caught in a potent anti-warp field and the presence of a pariah. He had bled a tremendous amount of energy by that point and was unable to properly replenish it. A different demon might have noticed the danger and ran. The Skulltaker was made from a tougher cloth. He had his targets in front of him. The victory was at hand. And he was the herald of Khorne. He didn't run. He fought and he won. Uzhul fought to the last. It was glorious combat, and he gave it his all. Yet, victory has slipped his grasp, and his determination doomed him in the end. His unnatural flesh burned, his energy ended up scattered or absorbed by a ravenous pariah, with what little was left, slamming headfirst into the anathema's barrier where it burst into silver flame. Uzhul, the herald of Khorne, the Skulltaker, was no more. His very essence was gone, destroyed, transformed, or purified. When Khorne beheld the destruction of his honored servant, he was silent for a moment that lasted for an eternity. And when it came, his wrath was legendary. The warp shook from his fury, scattering lesser demons to the four winds. Against that boundless fury, the Astronomicon glowed brighter, spreading waves of searing golden fire across the galaxy. Bridge. Rogue trader vessel Lucre Fodis. The warp en route to Kronus. Your ship shaking during warp travel was never a good sign. The vibrations became worse and worse the closer they got to their destination. For days now, Inquisitor Vale had her retinue outfitted for heavy combat, which unfortunately wasn't their specialty. It was a good thing they had a mechanized infantry regiment embarked. The guardsmen along with most of the crew were spread throughout the ship, watching intently for any incursion. Amberley had her retinue divided between main engineering, the Geller field generator in particular, and the bridge. They had to change navigators for a third time today. The strain of finding a way past the hordes of demons converging on Kronus was becoming extreme. Fortunately, thanks to acting as her transport, the Lucre Fodis enjoyed ample resources in all categories. In this particular case, paying from her pocket for additional navigators was an extremely useful investment, which paid for itself through survival. The senior navigator stumbled from his alcove to be replaced by a much younger and fitter woman. Disturbingly, he bled from his 3 eyes, yet has had a smile on his face. Amberley's hand quickly went for a weapon, and she was ready to draw at a moment's notice. The naval armsmen on the bridge did the same. The Emperor's light, it's beautiful. The navigator gushed. He on Terra is protecting Kronus. I could see his shield. Its divinity made manifest. A shockwave hit the ship and threw everyone not secured off their feet. Only Amberly's power armor and the magnetic clamps holding her to the deck saved her from breaking something, perhaps even her neck. The navigator stumbled into a console and hit it hard. He screamed and fell to the ground carefully holding a broken arm. Status report. Geller field down to 41% and climbing. No breaches detected. Multiple casualties, all decks. One of the navigators screamed and their alcove burst open, spilling a fountain of blood, though no demon jumped out. There was just smoking blood and gore. We lost 2 navigators. Pressure on the Geller field is lessening. Whatever happened pushed us closer to our target. Estimated time of arrival in system, 27 hours. And 51 hours to reach orbit afterward, Amberly muttered. She was almost afraid to find out what waited for her at their destination.